Chapter 1. A wasteful profession of sentinel? No, it is the supreme ice sorcerer. In my pursuit to become the most formidable ice sorcerer, I forsook a prestigious profession to embrace a derided and seemingly useless vocation, the lighthouse sentinel. This decision was solely motivated by my acquisition of a divine ice sorcery system, which elevated me to the status of a godly ice sorcerer capable of subjugating realms with but a mere glance. By merely signing in each day, I could acquire a new ice sorcery ability. With 10 such abilities, I could amalgamate them into a novel form of sorcery. The higher the level of the ice sorcery, the greater the likelihood of creating a powerful new ability. Just then, the system chimed, congratulating me for gathering the 10 white ice sorceries. Was I ready to fuse them? Fusion. Gazing at the 2-hour progress bar on the panel, I decided to head to school first. Jiangnan High School, the finest institution in Jiangzhou, where Yi Xiao was admitted with top 3 grades, only to awaken the sentinel profession. As a side note, the other 2 top students were a sword cultivator and an elementalist. Upon entering the classroom, 40 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed their gaze upon him. Am I late? Yi Xiao inquired, bewildered, as he faced the instructor at the podium. No. Quickly return to your seat, Tang Yun replied with a weary glance. Alas, what a pity it is for such a brilliant youth to awaken a third-rate profession. It seems he must have had a restless night. Yi Xiao, have you lost your senses in slumber? The principal mentioned just yesterday at the flag-raising ceremony that today, before the entire school, a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect would be executed. We can witness this event. It is my first opportunity to engage closely with a dark cult. It seems that did occur. The so-called dark cult comprises individuals who have devoted their souls to deities, worshipping them to gain their powers. Very well, since everyone is present, let us gather, Tang Yun gently proclaimed, clapping his hands. Have you heard? That disciple is bound by the binding chains. The principal stated that the top 3 students of the grade may enter and battle the divine favor, experience the thrill of combat. The top 3 first is Jiang Ro, an elementalist. Second is Xiao Hongshan, a swordmaster. Third is Yi Zio. Let's skip that. What can the observer profession do? Stare at the opponent until one of them succumbs to fatigue? Hey, 2 lovely ladies, are you speaking of me? At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly turned around, beaming brightly at them. The 2 rolled their eyes in response. I wasn't angry either. I merely spoke casually. Students ought to dress more conservatively. Black lace is rather inappropriate. With that, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and dashed to the front of the line. At the center of the playground, a massive cage shrouded in black cloth stood ominously. All right, is everyone here? Principal Tang Qingsong scanned the crowd. Having said that, he pressed a red button on the iron cage. The black cloth rose, revealing a figure below. It was a grotesque creature with the head of a serpent and the body of a man, its arms elongated like the tail of a python, hissing ominously. Around its neck rested a glowing silver ring, the so-called binding energy lock. Step forward, you 3. Tang Qingsong addressed the crowd. At that moment, a girl clad in a fitted short skirt and sporting a high ponytail emerged from the throng. Another young man, of unremarkable appearance yet possessing a resolute demeanor, stepped forward, carrying a steel sword on his back. They were none other than the top 2 students of the grade, elementalist Jiang Ro and sword cultivator Xiao Hongshan. And, of course, there was me to as I made my entrance. The students present erupted in disdainful murmurs. Who among them was unaware that this so-called genius, ranked 3rd in the grade, had awakened the profession of a lookout? Principal, are you sending Yi Xiao in there to slay the serpent man with his gaze? No. It's to see who can engage in a staring contest with the serpent man the longest before cramping up. The crowd even erupted in such ridicule. I remained silent, for at that moment, the 10 ocular techniques in my mind had already fused. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the purple eye technique, Golden Flame Eye. Golden Flame Eye, a power that commands the golden flames, devouring all within its sight. A surge of astonishment filled my heart. Could it be that I was indeed a favored child of fortune? 10 white ocular techniques synthesized into a purple ocular technique. I have hit upon this minuscule probability of 0.1. Chapter 2. The elementalist ranked 1st and the swordmaster ranked 2nd as all the students were mocking Yi Xiao. A robust young man with a buzz cut emerged from the crowd. Principal, The lookout profession that Yi Xiao awakened is merely a useless vocation, lacking any combat capability. I believe this opportunity should not be granted to him. The speaker was Zheng Hong, who ranked 4th in the year, having awakened the warrior class. Possessing formidable vitality and a physique as strong as a bear, capable of both offense and defense. Tang Qingsong cast a profound glance at Zheng Hong. You make a valid point, classmate Zheng. Indeed, classmate Ye's profession is ill-suited for combat. Therefore, if he wishes to withdraw, I could extend this opportunity to you. He paused, allowing the matter to rest on Yi Xiao's own decision. With that, Tang Qingsong calmly closed his eyes. Yi Xiao, allow me to take this opportunity. Your participation would be a mere waste. Zheng Hong bellowed at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao glanced at him, shaking his head nonchalantly. No, you. Zheng Hong seethed with indignation. What use would it be for you to take it? You are not a combat class. You belong to a useless profession. What can you accomplish? Can you even defeat a serpent man? Mind your own business, Yi Xiao replied coldly. Zheng Hong glared at him with fiery eyes. Stepping closer and whispering, 200,000. I will buy this opportunity from you. Zheng Hong's uncle was the school's director, and he had long since caught wind of the situation. The principal intends to conduct special training for the 3 most outstanding students in the entire school. Xiao Hanqin and Jiang Rou are predetermined candidates. As for the 3rd spot, he is determined to secure it, unwilling to let the useless Yi Xiao take advantage. However, get lost. With that, Yi Xiao took 2 steps back. I will not relinquish this spot. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Qingsong's eyes. Are you certain? If anything goes awry, all consequences will be yours to bear. Yi Xiao nodded. Very well, your courage is commendable. In light of this bravery, I, Tang Qingsong, am willing to grant you this opportunity. Zheng Hong clenched his fists, standing aside with a grim expression that shifted ominously. Yi Xiao, you truly are courting death. He muttered venomously, wishing he could execute Yi Xiao on the spot. Yi Xiao's audacity is astonishing. He seems utterly unafraid of death. I cannot fathom how he intends to confront the serpent man. Surely, he must be deliberately provoking Zheng Hong. What a wicked fellow. He is squandering an opportunity. Numerous students whispered among themselves. The homeroom teacher, Tang Yuan, observed Yi Xiao standing at the forefront of the crowd, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes. From her perspective, she too wished for Yi Xiao to avoid engaging with the serpent man. It is far too perilous. Had he awakened even a modicum of combat prowess, Tang Yuan would not be so resistant. However, Yi Xiao is a lookout. Creak. The door swung open, and Jiang Rou entered the cage with a graceful stride. Her expression serene. The school beauty has made her move. Jiang Rou, awakened as a formidable offensive elemental mage, has chosen her attribute. What could it be? Anticipation fills the air. Her long, alluring legs are strikingly aggressive. I could admire them for an entire year. Is this what you are looking forward to? However, do ensure to include me in your admiration. Upon seeing someone enter, the serpent man's ferocity was immediately aroused. He let out a furious roar, swinging his whip-like arms towards Jiang Rou. Though this serpent man was restrained to 90% of his combat power, his physical prowess alone rivaled that of an extraordinary 2nd-tier warrior. One could only wonder how many blows this girl could withstand. A few high-ranking officials in the school whispered among themselves. Then, Jiang Rou extended her slender, delicate hand and spoke softly. Ice spike. Swish, swish, swish. Water droplets in the air crystallized, countless ice spikes materializing and hurtling towards the serpent man. It is indeed an ice attribute. Remarkable. Truly worthy of being the school beauty. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The ice spikes struck the serpent man, causing droplets of blood to fly. Yet, the serpent man seemed oblivious to the pain. Charging straight at Jiang Rou. Ice pillar. Jiang Rou waved her hand again, and a larger ice spike shot forth towards the serpent man. Impressive. Has the enchanting Jiang school beauty truly mastered the powers of ice to such an extent merely after her awakening? The crowd erupted in waves of admiration. Indeed. She is the pride of the Jiang family, having progressed to the 2nd tier of the extraordinary realm in just a single day. What a remarkable daughter Jiang has raised. Tang Qingsong nodded in acknowledgement. Ultimately, after 20 exchanges with the serpent man, Jiang Rou exhausted her elemental energy and concluded the battle. Upon her exit, Xiao Hongqian entered the cage wielding an iron sword. The previous skirmish demonstrated the serpent man's formidable physical strength. Jiang Rou managed to hold her ground for only 20 exchanges against him using her elemental powers. Xiao Hongqian, being a swordsman, possesses strong offensive capabilities. Yet his profession has only recently awakened. Aside from an increase in his proficiency with the sword, he lacks any significant advantages in other areas. I surmised that he could endure no more than 10 exchanges. I also believed that without a solid sword technique and relying solely on physical grappling, Xiao Hongqian would indeed struggle to last long. However, the outcome was astonishing. Xiao Hongqian, utilizing basic footwork and sword techniques that have circulated online, combined with the Tai Chi sword practiced by elderly gentlemen in the park, adeptly evaded and countered, entangling himself with the Serpent Man for an impressive 25 exchanges. Had he not exhausted his stamina in the end, he might have continued further. Everyone was left in utter astonishment by Xiao Hongqian, a prodigy of the sword, a true genius born for the blade, destined to live and die for the sword. Tang Qingsong was thoroughly satisfied, as Xiao Hongqian's performance truly exceeded his expectations. It was said that Xiao Hongqian was an orphan, devoid of any background, which attests to the fact that his current prowess was achieved through relentless effort and perseverance. Following the conclusion of their battle, the bloodlust within the Serpent Man had been completely ignited, his crimson eyes fixated on the crowd outside, brimming with a savage thirst for blood. Soon after, Yi Xiao made his entrance. Standing outside the cage, he locked eyes with the Serpent Man, whose gaze radiated intense malice and insatiable greed, as if he longed to rend Yi Xiao to shreds on the spot. Yet, Yi Xiao remained composed, opening the cage and stepping inside. Having observed the battle between Jiang Ro and the others, he had already familiarized himself with the application of the Golden Flame Eye. Yi Xiao was ready. How many strikes do you think he can withstand from the Serpent Man? 3 strikes, perhaps. Humph. You were overestimating the lookout, aren't you? Did you not witness the bloodlust that had been unleashed following the previous 2 battles? I believe Yi Xiao will be obliterated in a single blow. Haha. I concur. I wager a collection of Teacher Tsang's photo albums that Yi Xiao will be defeated in 1 hit. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the Serpent Man let out a desperate roar and lunged towards Yi Xiao. Tang Qingsong's gaze sharpened, prepared to rescue Yi Xiao at a moment's notice. Tang Yin also wore a worried expression, as everyone's eyes were glued to Yi Xiao. Some were anxious for his safety, others hoped to see him fail, and still others wished for his demise. Chapter 3. The blossoming golden fire lotus. With a resounding crash, the Serpent Man propelled himself off the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him. He roared as he leaped towards Yi Xiao, mouth agape, aiming to sink his fangs into his neck. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant golden flame ignited within Yi Xiao's eyes. Boom! Within the depths of his gaze, golden flames flickered to life, dancing like starlight. As his eyes shifted, the air around him crackled with the sound of burning. In that instant, even the atmosphere seemed to ignite. Look, what has happened to Yi Xiao? How peculiar. Quick, observe. Yi Xiao's eyes are glowing. No, they are burning. Hiss. His eyes are ablaze. Golden flames. How is this possible? So magnificent. They resemble the eyes of a golden deity. My heavens. Who on earth informed me that he was merely a lookout? Have you ever encountered a lookout whose eyes blazed with fire and golden light? This is astounding. He truly resembles a sovereign reigning supreme. Such a commanding gaze. Everyone was left in utter astonishment. Even Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongqian, 2 paragons, displayed a flicker of surprise in their eyes. The once underestimated Yi Xiao now seemed to unveil an extraordinary facet of himself. What kind of ability is this? Could it be that he has awakened a hidden profession? Tang Qingsong murmured in astonishment. No wonder Yi Xiao possessed such confidence. It turns out he had a formidable reliance. Yi Xiao stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, golden flames flickering in his eyes. He advanced slowly towards the Serpent Man, the golden fire within his gaze growing increasingly terrifying, illuminating the void with its radiant glow, as the searing flames heated the air around them. With a resounding crash, as he took a step forward, the golden flames appeared to blossom like a lotus flower within his pupils. Suddenly, the Serpent Man's body froze in midair, followed by agonizing shrieks as he plummeted to the ground. Roaring in torment, the Serpent Man writhed on the earth, desperately clawing at his own flesh, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. His plight was akin to that of a wretch subjected to the cruelest of tortures. What has transpired? Is it Yi Xiao's ocular technique? Why does the Serpent Man suffer so? What has he done? His audacity is astounding, cloaked in mystery. A master of divine ocular arts. Has he become overly confident? Who bestowed such arrogance upon him? Liang Jingru, perhaps? Gasps of awe mingled with discontent and envy echoed through the crowd. Just then, an explosive sound erupted from the Serpent Man's body. With a thunderous boom, a torrent of golden flames surged forth from him, resembling a resplendent golden fire lotus blooming in the air. Within the inferno of the blazing golden lotus, the Serpent Man was utterly obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Only the silver binding lock lay amidst the black ashes. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone inhaled sharply. A pupil master, indeed, a pupil master. Yet, could a pupil master possess such formidable combat prowess? Tang Qing-song marveled. The explosion of that golden lotus was nothing short of terrifying. Having reached the extraordinary third tier of power, moreover, it erupted stealthily from within the serpentine form. Even an extraordinary fourth-tier being would surely perish under such an unexpected assault. Never had he encountered a pupil technique with such devastating lethality. Tang Qing-song felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. As Yi Xiao emerged from his confinement, all gazes turned towards him, devoid of mockery. Instead, they were filled with surprise, admiration, awe, and jealousy. Zheng Hong glared fiercely at Yi Xiao. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, a testament to his seething rage. Yet Yi Xiao had undeniably proven his strength. No matter how resentful Zheng Hong felt, he was powerless to change the outcome. He could only watch helplessly as this opportunity slipped into Yi Xiao's grasp. Zheng Hong was nearly driven to madness. I hereby declare the punishment concluded. After class, Jiang Rou, Xiao Hongchen, and Yi Xiao, please come to my office. Tang Qing-song announced with authority. He then cast a deep glance at Yi Xiao and approached him, patting him on the shoulder. I have high hopes for you. Keep striving. Ding. Congratulations, host, for vindicating the pupil master profession. You have received the pupil technique reward. Copy I. Yi Xiao opened the introduction panel, and to his astonishment, the copying I turned out to be a golden ocular technique. The description was straightforward yet impactful. Copying I, to a certain extent, it can replicate the abilities and skills of others. However, the host is advised to exercise caution and refrain from using it against those significantly stronger. Yi Xiao was overwhelmed with joy. This was yet another extraordinarily potent skill akin to a cheat code. During lunch at the cafeteria, Su Hao exclaimed, "You have truly made a name for yourself this time. From now on, I'll be relying on you." His face radiated excitement as he gestured animatedly. As your brother, I have little to offer. My family is so impoverished that all we have left is money. Here, this is a blood qi potion that my father bought for me. It's a gift for you. Saying this, Su Hao placed a small vial on the table. Within the vial was half a bottle of liquid as red as blood. The blood qi potion is particularly suitable for newly awakened professionals like them. In the early stages of any profession, a robust physique is essential to support the manifestation of abilities. The blood qi potion is excellent for honing a professional's physical body and is exceedingly expensive. This diminutive vial is worth 10 Dabanyo coins. Thank you, Su Hao, Yi Xiao said, patting him on the shoulder. He indeed needed a resilient physique to support the use of his ocular technique. Although the golden flame I possessed formidable power, he would be in dire straits if an enemy closed in on him. Hey, we're brothers. No need for thanks. However, Yi Xiao, I do have something to warn you about. Be cautious of Zheng Hong. He is a person who seeks vengeance for the slightest grievance, having embarrassed him this time. Zheng Hong will not let you off easily. Moreover, his uncle is the school's director of education. You must be wary of his underhanded tactics. Rest assured, I will be cautious, Yi Xiao replied with a nod. In the afternoon, after school, Yi Xiao, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, made his way towards the principal's office. Ah, everyone is here. Upon arriving at the door of the principal's office, he noticed two other prodigies standing outside, the stoic Xiao Hongchun and the icy Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou glanced at Yi Xiao without uttering a word, then tossed her high ponytail and entered the room. Xiao Hongchun followed suit. Is the price of genius the loss of social skills? TSK, TSK, TSK. Perhaps I shall forego being a genius altogether. Yi Xiao, quit your banter and come inside. A familiar voice called from within the office. Startled, Yi Xiao stepped inside. Teacher Tang, what brings you here? Upon seeing his homeroom teacher, Tang Yun, and Principal Tang Xing-song enjoying tea together in a harmonious manner, Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Is it common for teachers and principals to maintain such a cordial relationship these days? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The principal's surname is Tang, and so is Tang Yun's. Ah, no wonder Tang Yun, a teacher fresh out of university, could secure a position at the best high school in Jiangzhou. Even as a homeroom teacher, it turns out she is well connected. Tang Yun seemed to perceive Yi Xiao's thoughts and shot him a reproachful glance. Yi Xiao, do not overthink. After all, I am a graduate of Zhengxin University. Tang Qing-song chuckled softly. Well, the reason I have called you all here today is to inform you of an important matter. Chapter 4. Pre-examination training. You all must be aware that Jiangnan High School is the finest institution in Jiangzhou. Yet, It is disheartening that for 4 consecutive years, not a single student from Jiangnan University has gained admission to Jinshin University. This situation weighs heavily on my heart as the principal, filling me with profound sorrow. Lamented Tang Qingsong. Let me confide in you, for years ago, I was the one who successfully enrolled in Jinshin University. Tang Yin chuckled to himself, sharing this tidbit with Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao's lips twitched slightly, feeling the sting of pride in Tang Yun's voice. Jinshin University is the most prestigious vocational institution in Daxia, renowned for producing countless exceptional professionals who have made their mark in the world. Many graduates have proven themselves as remarkable practitioners, some even slaying deities. They have united to dismantle numerous shadowy cults operating in the dark. Of course, the admission requirements are exceedingly stringent. Among these, the criteria for special enrollment are even more demanding. Firstly, applicants must belong to a combat profession. Secondly, their level must not be below the 4th tier of the extraordinary realm. Lastly, only the top 30 candidates from each province are accepted. It is crucial to understand that the awakening ceremony in Daxiao occurs around one's 18th birthday, approximately half a month before the college entrance examination. To elevate one's level to the 4th tier of the extraordinary realm within this brief period is akin to scaling the heavens. Only the most gifted individuals can achieve this feat at the very least. Yi Xiao reached the 1st tier of the extraordinary realm only after awakening the golden flame eyes. Yi Xiao remained silent, while Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongqin continued to hold their tongues as usual. Thus, I require the 3 of you to attend the special recruitment examination at Jinshin University in the provincial capital, vying for one of the 30 coveted spots to bring honor to Jiangnan High School. Tang Qingsong declared emphatically, "You need not concern yourselves with the ordinary college entrance examination. Focus solely on the special recruitment test at Jinshin University. For the next fortnight, Yun'er will provide you with intensive training, ensuring your realms elevate to the extraordinary 4th tier. However, your subsequent progress will depend on your own diligence. I have heard that this special recruitment has unveiled an abundance of prodigies, particularly in the provincial capital, where individuals have astonishingly awakened dual professions as both mages and summoners. It's quite remarkable. Hence, even attaining the extraordinary 4th tier is merely a threshold. Of course, significant rewards await those who succeed in the special recruitment. Furthermore, I shall personally represent Jiangnan High School by granting you a blue skill scroll and an enigmatic grade weapon." After this declaration, Yi Xiao finally spoke up. "Principal, you are indeed correct. But what of the situation if we do not pass the special recruitment examination? Oh, wait. If we do not participate in the college entrance examination either, would that not leave us without a university to attend? Principal, we are all your exceptional students. You cannot lead us into such a predicament." Tang Qingsong's expression darkened. "Look at you. So careless and lacking in ambition. You haven't even attempted the examination yet, and you're already contemplating failure? With such a mindset, how can you hope to succeed?" He wore an expression of exasperation, lamenting the lack of resolve. "Principal, please do not divert the topic. Kindly address my question first." Yi Xiao displayed an attitude of indifference, as if unaffected by the heat of the situation. "Oh, I have long prepared for this. A friend of mine teaches at the Shanghai Vocational University. Should you fail the special recruitment examination, I can certainly recommend you to the university. It is also a prestigious institution. What do you think? This should not be considered a slight to you." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. "That is much better. Thus, do you all consent?" Tang Qingsong inquired eagerly. "My ambition is to gain admission to the Jinshin University, and I agree to participate in the special recruitment." Zhang Rou stated calmly. "I concur as well. There are esteemed seniors I respect at Jinshin University. I must attend." Xiao Hongqin also nodded in affirmation. Pleased with their responses, Tang Qingsong turned his attention to Yi Xiao. "Now, it is your turn. What is your opinion? Can we proceed directly to the Shanghai Vocational University? You agree, right? That would be splendid. We shall proceed with that arrangement." Principal, what I meant was, agreement is sufficient. Next, I shall have Yun lead you all to the special training." Tang Qingsong waved his hand dismissively, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao could not help but mutter inwardly, "You old rascal. You exhibit no respect for personal autonomy, do you?" He activated his insight with a hint of sarcasm. "At your age, still wearing bright red undergarments. Is this your zodiac year? I shall ensure you are embarrassed." "Yi Xiao, what are you murmuring about? Do you harbor any grievances?" Tang Qingsong inquired with a furrowed brow. "There is nothing to be dissatisfied with. I just remembered that my family is expecting a second child. So I shall take my leave now." Farewell, principal. Goodbye, teacher Tang, Yi Xiao said as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way toward the exit. Just before leaving, he turned back and remarked, Principal, the red underwear looks splendid, but it doesn't quite suit you. You wear it well, but please refrain from donning it again next time. With that, he dashed out the door. Xiaohongchen. Zhongro. Tangyan. After a moment, Tangyan finally spoke up. Dad, how about I prepare a red string for you to wear on your wrist? Although it's your zodiac year. Red underwear. At this, she couldn't help but chuckle. The usually stern and stoic father truly couldn't hold it in. Her words nearly sent Tang Qingsong into a fit. Turning around, he saw even the normally unsmiling Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongchen struggling to suppress their laughter. His irritation intensified. You, Yi Xiao, are you employing your eye techniques against me? This is utterly outrageous. And you all, what are you laughing at? Get out of here. Tang Qingsong ground his teeth and slammed the table. Once he left the school, Yi Xiao headed straight home. He retrieved the vitality tonic that Su Hao had given him and drank it down in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of potent energy coursed through his body, transforming Yi Xiao's physique. After a brief moment, he rose from the bed, casually snapping off a corner of the cabinet, which crumbled into splinters at his grip. Such strength, I mused, could easily fell 8 Taishan with a single punch. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly, then turned his attention to examining his replication eye. I wonder if this replication eye is effective for online videos. He booted up his computer and began to search the web. He soon discovered a video featuring a transcendent 9th-tier warrior confronting a demon. This formidable warrior was a swordsman, and his opponent, a towering 3-meter-tall silver wolf. Its 4 legs wreathed in dark crimson flames and a cluster of starlight flickering atop its head. The dark fire wolf, a 1st-tier demon. At that moment, the silver wolf opened its gaping maw, unleashing a barrage of fireballs aimed at the swordsman. The swordsman lowered his voice, his gaze flickering as he whispered, "Draw the sword." Flash. In an instant, his form transformed into a streak of light, effortlessly evading the wolf's fiery projectiles and reappearing before it. With a swift stroke, the wolf emitted a wretched howl as its limbs were severed. Then, he drew his sword once more. Phantom blade strike. The blade shimmered, and with a single slash, he cleaved the wolf in twain at the waist. Thus concluded the video. Phew, phew, phew. Yi Xiao gasped for breath, feeling dizzy and nearly toppling to the ground. This replication eye is truly taxing to use. Fortunately, I have learned it. Yi Xiao reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Reminiscing about the 2 skills of the swordsman, the ghostly blade strike and the drawn blade slash. Chapter 5, Zhang Hong's Backdoor Entry. The training commences merely discussing theories without practical application is a futile endeavor. Yi Xiao, resolute in his determination, seized a fruit knife from his home and dashed out of the apartment. He arrived at a nearby garbage dump, closed his eyes, and recalled the swift movements of a swordsman. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the fruit knife was unleashed. A cluster of wild grass in the distance was severed cleanly at the waist, each blade exhibiting an impeccable cut, all at the same height. Ghost blade strike. Yi Xiao shut his eyes once more, and the fruit knife traced an enigmatic arc through the air. Quick, elusive, mysterious. The blade moved like a wraith. After a single stroke, a discarded car nearby was unexpectedly sliced open. Yi Xiao was elated. Despite not being a swordsman and lacking the enhancements of a professional attribute, the potency of his skills fell short of a true swordsman's might. Yet, this newfound ability provided him with an additional combat method, ensuring that he would not falter in close-quarters combat. Most importantly, if he could utilize his copy eye to replicate more skills, he might indeed unlock moves from all professions. Just imagine how formidable that would be. The lethal attacks of a swordsman, the sharpness of a sword cultivator, the vigor of a martial artist, the control of a mentalist. Truly a decathlon of prowess. It is no wonder that the copy eye is rated as a golden-level skill. There is merit to its acclaim. The hour was still early. He resolved to practice further. Yi Xiao was determined to master these 2 skills thoroughly. He appeared nonchalant, yet deep within, he was acutely aware of the perilous world he had traversed into. One could either exist as an ordinary individual, awaiting the inevitable fate of death that loomed unpredictably, or one could sing boldly, striving to become the strongest, eliminating all adversities that stood in the way, and ascending to the pinnacle of the world. There was no third option. To halt was to invite demise. Especially once one began to shine, pausing was an even greater folly. As the first light of dawn graced the horizon, a ray of golden sunlight illuminated Yi Xiao's face. A drop of crystalline sweat trickled down from his brow. Yi Xiao had practiced his swordsmanship tirelessly in this refuse-strewn arena throughout the night. Today marked a special training session. He sheathed his fruit knife and made his way homeward, preparing to gather his belongings for school. Remarkably, despite a night of rigorous practice, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. Upon arriving at school, he learned that everyone was to assemble on the playground. Holding a few steamed buns, he munched eagerly, grease smearing his lips. Yi Xiao, we've all been waiting for you. Why are you so slow? Tang Yin called out, waving as he spotted Yi Xiao. I'm having breakfast. Have you eaten yet? Teacher Tang, these buns are enormous and juicy. Would you like one? Yi Xiao offered, his mouth full. Tang Yin chuckled and shook his head. Just enjoy your meal. We've already had breakfast. Beside them, Xiao Hanchen feigned slumber while Jiang Ro delicately tended to her flowing tresses. A sense of ennui enveloped the atmosphere, marked by the expressions of apathy and frostiness. Yi Xiao shook his head, finishing the last morsel of his breakfast. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery pierced the silence. Everyone is waiting for you. Do you not possess even a modicum of shame? Yi Xiao, as a student of Jiangnan High School, you exhibit no sense of time. The burly figure of Zheng Hong approached, exuding indignation. Yi Xiao cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. Mind your own business. You. Zheng Hong's frustration surged. Yi Xiao was utterly unpredictable, his words laced with vulgarity, unbefitting of a student, devoid of any decorum. With a cold tone, he retorted, it is none of your concern. Teacher Tang's stipulated time is 8:30. And it is only 8:29 now. I am not late. So why are you barking like a dog? You. Yi Xiao. Zheng Hong's fists clenched tightly. Enough. There is no need for further discord. Yi Xiao has indeed not arrived late. It is we who came early. Tang cast a dispassionate glance at Zheng Hong, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Today's training session was meant solely for Yi Xiao, Xiao Hongchun, and Jiang Ro. Zheng Hong's presence was an unwelcome intrusion. It was rumored that after the trio had departed yesterday, Zheng Hong's uncle, the school's director, had beseeched Tang Qingsong in a fit of tears, pleading for this opportunity on Zheng Hong's behalf. Has never held any affection for students who resort to underhanded means. Just then, a sound reminiscent of whirling propellers filled the air, and soon, a helicopter descended gracefully. Wow, a helicopter! Where could it be headed? Yi Xiao exclaimed. The training location is not in Jiangzhou City, but rather in a demon-infested forest outside of it, replied, brushing aside the wind-blown strands of her hair. Now, let us not squander any more time. We must depart swiftly. One by one, the group boarded the helicopter, which soon vanished above Jiangnan High School. An hour later, they arrived at the demon forest, a realm teeming with various demons, though none of them exceeded the extraordinary level. However, one must remain vigilant, for deep within the forest lurked formidable demons of the 8th and 9th extraordinary tiers. Therefore, caution and carefulness are paramount. The purpose of this special training is straightforward. It has been tailored specifically for the assessment of Jinshin University. As you all know, the students admitted to Jinshin University are the Sea Army de la Sea Army, destined to stand at the forefront of battles against deities and demons. Hence, Jinshin University aims to weed out those delicate flowers nurtured in greenhouses, possessing talent yet paralyzed by the fear of combat. Such individuals do not meet their criteria. Therefore, my training regimen is simple. Within 14 days, you are to devise every possible means to hunt down 50 extraordinary 4th-tier demons. Do not concern yourselves with provisions. The supplies you require will be delivered via airdrop. Do you understand? Xiao Hongchun inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she nodded slightly. Zheng Hong clenched his fists, determination flickering in his eyes. Jiang Ro bit down on her hair tie, gathering her high ponytail with precision. Yu Xiao sat upon a large stone, dozing off. After a night devoid of sleep, fatigue was indeed beginning to take its toll. Very well, proceed into the forest, but remember, do not venture too deeply, Tang Yin advised. The group nodded in acknowledgement and soon chose their respective directions to embark upon their journey. Teacher Tang, has the special training commenced? Yi Xiao opened his eyes to behold a delicate face, no larger than a palm. Yi Xiao, may I accompany you into the woods? Tang Yin asked with a gentle smile. Yi Xiao instinctively nodded. Sure. Tang Yin's eyes narrowed, her smile growing ever more radiant. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over Yi Xiao. In the next moment, his body levitated, tracing a parabolic arc before plunging headfirst into the forest. It was then that he recalled. Tang Yun was, indeed, a psychic. Chapter 6. The Terrifying Might of Genius. Boom. Yi Xiao plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. He swiftly adjusted his posture, ensuring this teacher Tang has quite the temper. It's certain she won't find a boyfriend anytime soon, Yi Xiao muttered as he waved away the dust. At that moment, his gaze sharpened. Before him lay a small lake, beside which a pack of demon wolves was gathered, drinking water. Upon closer inspection, there were no fewer than 30 of them, ranging from extraordinary first to third tier. Upon hearing the noise, they widened their eyes, fixating on Yi Xiao. Unfazed, Yi Xiao grinned. Good morning. Have you had breakfast? If not, perhaps you'll have to wait until your next life. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed through the forest, flames soaring towards the sky. Outside, Tang Yun lounged on a tree branch, swinging his legs with keen interest at the unfolding scene. Yi Xiao, your ocular technique is indeed formidable, but in the demon forest, such overwhelming commotion will only attract more demons. If you remain oblivious to this, you shall face grave consequences. Tang Yun murmured. What he did not realize was that Yi Xiao had already succumbed to a frenzy of slaughter, just as Tang Rou had predicted. The explosive noise drew numerous demons, but this was precisely what Yi Xiao desired. Brandishing his blade with one hand, he moved like a specter among the horde, each swing of his weapon claiming a life. As Yi Xiao continuously employed the golden flame, his proficiency in this ocular technique grew increasingly refined. He could now ignite all the demons within his line of sight with a mere glance. In an instant, 7 or 8 demons were reduced to ashes. The task that Tang Rou mentioned, slaying 50 extraordinary 4th-tier demons within half a month, he could accomplish in just 3 days. How exhilarating it was to blossom amid slaughter. Wasn't this far more enjoyable than playing games? Come forth, more demons for me to vanquish. Yi Xiao was astounded to discover that with each demon he felled, a certain power within their bodies nourished his pupils, granting him an almost infinite reservoir of ocular energy to expend. The golden flame was perpetually activated, never once pausing. 5 days later, a tremendous roar echoed as a massive bear's head was obliterated. Humph. They might still be unaware, but I have already ascended to extraordinary 3rd tier. The 4th tier is not far off. Zhang Hong, brimming with pride, approached the colossal bear and tore away a patch of its hide. As a martial artist with formidable vitality, he engaged in a fierce struggle with this extraordinary 4th-tier demon for half an hour before ultimately slaying it. Yi Xiao, you had better count yourself fortunate that our paths do not cross. This time, no one will come to your rescue. I shall ensure you receive your due punishment. Zheng Hong sneered as he departed. To be candid, the task assigned by Tang Yun was indeed challenging. From the battle with the serpentine beings a few days ago, it was evident that none among them possessed strength exceeding the 2nd tier of the extraordinary. To ascend to the 4th tier of the extraordinary within a mere 14 days and to slay 50 extraordinary 4th-tier monstrosities is indeed an arduous challenge. Yet, unbeknownst to her, no genius can fully reveal their true capabilities in the eyes of others. There must always be an element of concealment. 16 heads. Xiao Hongchen nonchalantly severed the tusk of a wild boar, turning her back as she ventured into the forest. What did the teacher say about the number to slay? 50? No. That seems implausibly few. It was perhaps 100. Well, let us adhere to that standard. Jiang Rou paused before a silver wolf, transformed into crystalline ice, and raised her hand to snap off its tail. 3 days later, she lamented, how tedious. All these extraordinary 2nd and 3rd-tier creatures. Utterly uninspiring. Perhaps I should delve deeper into the forest. Once more, she found herself by the lakeside. The only difference being that the once pristine waters had morphed into a deep crimson hue, resembling an eerie river of blood. Atop a small mound formed from the corpses of monsters, Yi Xiao sat quietly, skewering a piece of wild boar meat with a fruit knife, leisurely roasting it over flames from his golden-eyed blaze. Amidst the frenzy of slaughter, Yi Xiao had elevated his level to the extraordinary 2nd tier. Now, he found himself more adept at vanquishing the monstrous beasts, capable of doing so even with his eyes closed. Let's act without delay. With a few fierce tugs, Yi Xiao tore away a piece of wild boar meat, and then leapt down from the pile of corpses. He ventured deeper into the forest. Moments later, a tall figure arrived at the scene. He gazed upon the mountain of bodies, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Could it be that he is the one the master spoke of, the one who could aid me in achieving mastery in the sword? Xiao Hanchen lingered for a moment before making his way in the direction Yi Xiao had vanished. At this juncture, Yi Xiao had already penetrated the mid-level of the forest. Similarly, Zheng Hong had arrived at the same location. Is there a demon? Yi Xiao suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening. The next instant, a black tiger leaped out from the nearby underbrush. Golden flame eyes, ignite. Yi Xiao activated his golden flame eyes, reducing the black tiger to ashes in an instant. Then, a figure sprang forth from the thicket. Upon seeing the tiger turn to cinders, his eyes blazed with fury. "You, Yi Xiao, I didn't even seek you out. Yet you dare to snatch my prey." Zhang Hong glared menacingly at Yi Xiao, his fists slowly clenching. He had longed to teach Yi Xiao a severe lesson, and it appeared that there could be no better opportunity than this. "Whoever kills it claims it," he spat. "Or do you mean to say this tiger was sired by you? Go on, make it call you father if you dare." Yi Xiao cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Hong. In his eyes, this fellow was merely a muscle-bound fool, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Zhang Hong was infuriated, jumping in anger. "You've burned everything to ashes. What a nuisance, you sharp-tongued wretch. However, within this forest, there is no one to protect you." Zhang Hong's body crackled with the sound of bones breaking. "Yi Xiao, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold." With a thunderous roar, Zhang Hong lunged towards Yi Xiao, fists clenched. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure sprang forth from the underbrush. It was Xiao Hongchen. To everyone's astonishment, his perpetually icy visage bore a hint of panic. "Run! A formidable demon approaches." As his words fell, a deafening roar echoed from a distance. Upon hearing that terrifying sound, Yi Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically. Activating his clairvoyance, he beheld a colossal serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length, slithering towards them from hundreds of meters away, radiating an aura of at least fifth-tier extraordinary power. "Damn it! You expressionless fool, why provoke such a terrifying being?" Yi Xiao was struck with fear and made a hasty retreat. Zhang Hong quickly followed suit. Fighting was no longer an option. Preserving their lives was of utmost importance. Chapter 7. How could you provoke such a formidable demon? Zhang Hong berated Xiao Hongchen vehemently. He snatched a sword-hard herb from his lips. Xiao Hongchen replied nonchalantly, "All for a mere sword-hard herb? Have you lost your mind over money?" Zhang Hong's expression was one of disbelief. "A mere sword-hard herb is worth no more than 3,000 in the market. It is only useful to sword cultivators, with a mere 5% chance of enhancing one's comprehension of the sword path, and that enhancement is minuscule at best. Not everyone possesses the wealth and influence of the Zheng family. With such resources, even a pig could ascend to the heavens. There would be no need to resort to backdoor dealings." Yi Xiao interjected teasingly. "Yi Xiao, you!" Zhang Hong exclaimed, his face flushed with fury. "Enough of the bickering. We must move." Xiao Hongchen stated impassively. He had ignored Zhang Hong's taunts, his attention solely focused on the demon approaching from behind. "It is a golden feather serpent. A top-tier demon, even among the extraordinary 5th rank," Xiao Hongchen said softly. With that, Zhang Hong's speed surged dramatically. "Yi Xiao, you are right. I shall refrain from further argument, so I must trouble you to hold it off for me. I shall take my leave." As a martial artist, Zhang Hong possessed greater strength and endurance than Yi Xiao and the others, allowing him to sprint away with remarkable swiftness. They had long left Yi Xiao and the others behind. Yi Xiao, however, showed no signs of distress. Instead, he calmly took out his phone to capture the frantic escape of Zhang Hong. Afterward, he halted his steps. "Hey, my friend. Are you interested in slaying a 5th-tier extraordinary beast?" Xiao Hongchen cast a glance at him. "Indeed, I am." Almost simultaneously, the two rolled to either side. With a swift motion, Xiao Hongchen drew his iron sword from his back, while Yi Xiao brandished a fruit knife. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded as several towering trees were uprooted. A massive serpent, over 10 meters long and adorned with golden patterns, surged forth. "Charge!" Yi Xiao called out, activating his golden flame eyes. Boom! A golden lotus blossomed from the serpent's body. "The level is too low," Yi Xiao grimaced. His own powers were merely at the 2nd tier of the extraordinary, a stark contrast to the formidable 5th-tier serpent. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao unleashed a swift slash, appearing directly at the serpent's vital point. At that moment, Xiao Hongchen also arrived at the same position. "You certainly understand to strike at the vital point." Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. Without uttering a word, both swung their weapons down with tremendous force. The sound of a sharp crack echoed. Yi Xiao's fruit knife shattered. "Damn it. The quality is truly poor," Yi Xiao remarked, while at that moment, Xiao Hongchen silently withdrew the sword embedded in the flesh of the colossal serpent and handed it to Yi Xiao. "Your speed is commendable, and your swordsmanship is sharp. You shall cleave through its body." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. Just then, the injured golden feather serpent lashed its tail towards the two. "Golden flame eye. Explode!" Yi Xiao shouted coldly. The serpent's tail erupted with a thunderous blast, flesh scattering. Now is the time. Yi Xiao summoned the strength of his entire body. unleashing the phantom blade strike, akin to a specter as he struck the serpent's vital spot. The colossal serpent let out a pained roar. A segment of its body severed in response. Yi Xiao then swung his sword once more, beheading the monstrous creature. Boom. The enormous beast collapsed with a resounding thud. Phew. That was a bit taxing. Yi Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. You were quite formidable, Xiao Hongchen remarked as he took the iron sword from Yi Xiao's hand. Yi Xiao smiled silently. Compared to someone who did not exert their full strength, he certainly had the upper hand. Xiao Hongchen paused in surprise. Yi Xiao's gaze narrowed slightly. With that strike, you could have easily split the serpent in two. You held back, did you not, Xiao Hongchen? Xiao Hongchen remained silent for a moment before nodding. Yes, but how did you discern that? I guessed. Xiao Hongchen. In novels, it is often depicted that cold-faced characters typically possess hidden talents. They either test the protagonist's strength or choose to become friends or foes. Do you consider yourself the protagonist? Why not? Yi Xiao smirked slightly. With the halo of a time traveler, a system, and the experience of a top-notch driver from a previous life, these elements combined unmistakably form an archetypal protagonist. So, do you wish to befriend me or become my adversary? Yi Xiao inquired. Friends. Because. Hold on, let me guess. Given your stoic demeanor and your identity as a sword cultivator, you must live and die for the sword, perhaps even harboring some innate sword heart. Alas. Do you believe that I can aid you in achieving greatness in your swordsmanship? Xiao Hongchen's expression shifted dramatically. Surprise mingled with confusion as he pondered. Are you a prophet? Yi Xiao. You certainly have a knack for humor. Perhaps refrain from such jests next time. Xiao Hongchen fell silent. Do you truly believe that I can assist you in mastering the sword? I do. Why? My master would never deceive me. Your master? I see. I assume your master has mentioned waiting for you at the Divine Guardian University? Xiao Hongchen. Your profession must undoubtedly be that of a prophet. Yi Xiao sighed. Let us venture deeper into the forest. I am weary. He shook his head and proceeded into the dense thicket. At that moment, in the innermost depths of the forest, a golden pupil suddenly opened wide, releasing a fierce and oppressive aura. The golden eye flickered briefly before returning to a state of tranquility. With a crack, a 7 or 8 meter long venomous frog transformed into ice crystals, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Ro, with an expression of calmness, plucked a shard of ice from its form. Applause erupted, and Jiang Ro turned to see Yi Xiao and Xiao Hongchen emerging from the underbrush. Impressive, she remarked nonchalantly. Casting them a fleeting glance, Yi Xiao felt speechless, thinking to himself, another ice queen. He nudged Xiao Hongchen with his elbow, jesting about the compatibility of an ice princess and a stoic companion. Xiao Hongchen shook his head. Why not? He retorted, women only hinder my sword-drawing speed. Yi Xiao remained silent. Let us proceed. I am truly fatigued. Jiang Ro led the way, with Yi Xiao and Xiao Hongchen trailing behind at a distance of over 10 meters. All three were extraordinary talents, effortlessly dispatching any demons they encountered along the path. Suddenly, the forest began to tremble violently. The force of the disturbance was unlike anything ordinary, reminiscent of an earthquake, shaking the very mountains. Boom. Countless trees fell in a cacophony of sound. Help! Help! Save me! In the distance, Zhang Hong was fleeing towards us in a desperate manner, akin to a frightened animal. Behind him loomed an extraordinarily massive creature, far larger than the colossal serpent that Yi Xiao and the others had just slain. It was a gigantic serpent adorned with white wings, its entire body covered in patterns resembling golden flames. It was immense, resembling a small mountain, stretching nearly 100 meters in length. Chapter 8 Codename Feathered Serpent. Hello. What is going on, Dad? They are still in training. Tang Yin answered the phone call from Tang Qingsong while waiting outside the dense forest. Quickly, get them out of the forest. The urgency in the voice on the other end was palpable. Why? Tang Yin furrowed his brow, sensing his father's excessive agitation. There is no time to explain. Signs of divine awakening are appearing in this forest. What did you say? Tang Yun's expression changed drastically. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the woods. Tang Yun's gaze was drawn to a towering creature, 100 meters high. I see it. He stared blankly, lowering his phone. I must go rescue them. With a swift motion, Tang Yun leaped from the treetops, propelled by his mental force towards the colossal serpent. Yun, calm down and listen to me. The awakened deity is codenamed Feathered Serpent, classified as a terror-level deity. Its power emanates from the golden flames erupting from its eyes. The lethality is immense. Indeed, it resembles Yi Xiao's abilities. I suspect that Yi Xiao's ocular techniques have drawn it here. The mayor of Jiangshou and I are already on our way. If you can, Delay it for a moment. The hierarchy of divine beings, from weakest to strongest, is categorized into levels: dangerous, terror, nightmare, purgatory, calamity, despair, destruction, and annihilation. Even the most primitive deities pose a threat comparable to second-tier professionals. The ranks are as follows: first level, extraordinary; second level, transmutation; third level, manipulation; fourth level, mastery; fifth level, perfection; sixth level, domain; seventh level, cataclysm; eighth level, rule; ninth level, authority. Tang Yun, as a graduate of the Divine Guardian University, possesses manipulation-level prowess. However, deities are capable of engaging in battles beyond their ranks. This terrifying feathered serpent deity undoubtedly surpasses the capabilities of an ordinary manipulation-level professional by a considerable margin. I understand now. I will do everything in my power to protect them. Tang Yun levitated himself with telekinesis, soaring through the trees. Damn, what kind of monster is this? It is on an entirely different level from before. Yi Xiao sensed the horrific aura emanating from the opponent, his expression shifting dramatically. If I am not mistaken, this peculiar fluctuation indicates that this being is not a mere demon. It is a deity. Jiang Rou remarked gravely. What? A deity? What kind of luck is this? Encountering a deity during training. Yi Xiao's expression turned bitter. We must flee at once. He turned and ran. What a joke. A deity is something a novice professional like him could withstand? Jiang Rou and the others, fully aware of their own limitations, hurriedly followed behind Yi Xiao. Hey, why are you running? Save me. I don't want to die. Zhang Hong was left behind, desperately pleading from a distance. The feathered serpent deity was alarmingly close to him. Humph. Just a moment ago, you were running with such enthusiasm. Yi Xiao coldly remarked. This is the cycle of force. The slender golden pupils of the feathered serpent god fixated intently on Yi Xiao. There was a captivating energy within Yi Xiao that resonated with him, an aura akin to his own abilities. The feathered serpent god slightly lowered his head, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Hong, who was closest to him. Damn little insect. Do not obstruct my path. Boom. The golden eyes radiated light as a ball of flames descended from the heavens, incinerating Zhang Hong into nothingness. Not even a scream escaping his lips. That method of attack. Yi Xiao suddenly felt a scorching sensation in his own eyes. The golden flame eyes were exhibiting unusual activity. Ding. The golden flame eyes have met the conditions for advancement, merging with the dual pupils of the feathered serpent god. They shall evolve into the everlasting sovereign flame eyes red. The host is rewarded with a single opportunity to experience the everlasting sovereign flame eyes. A string of question marks floated above Yi Xiao's head. All right, so this is how it is. The everlasting sovereign flame eyes sound impressive. But merging with the feathered serpent god's pupils is no less challenging than ascending to the heavens. Get out of the way. The deity is about to attack. Jiang Rou's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xiao swiftly darted to the side. Boom. A large expanse of earth before him was completely evaporated by the golden flames, revealing a massive pit over 10 meters deep. The path for the three was utterly obstructed. This is going to be troublesome, Yi Xiao said with a wry smile. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Yi Xiao. Suddenly, Tang Yun's figure descended from the sky. You must leave quickly. The principal and the mayor are on their way. Tang Yun declared. I will hold them off here. His dark hair billowed as if caught in an invisible wind. A formless wave emanating from him, forming a barrier before the feathered serpent god. This is the power of a mentalist? Yi Xiao instinctively activated his replication eye. In mere seconds, he grasped a portion of the mentalist's abilities. Psychokinesis. It seems to be akin to my ocular power. It's worth a try? Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and his body began to levitate. Beside him, Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchen stared at him in disbelief. Let's go. Yi Xiao offered no further explanation, using his ocular power to propel the three of them away at great speed. Roar. The feathered serpent god let out a thunderous roar upon seeing Yi Xiao attempt to flee. A terrifying golden flame erupted from his eyes, evaporating vast swathes of space. Tang Yun's wall of mental energy held firm against the onslaught. Out. She retrieved a small cloth pouch from her possession, opening it to release countless silver blades that hovered in midair. Go. With a flurry, the small swords shot forth towards the feathered serpent god. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and the others fled in a frantic escape. However, due to the wrath of the feathered serpent, the demons lurking within the dense forest were the divine beings command the demons. This is troublesome. Jiang Rou spoke. The entirety of the forest's demons would come to obstruct their path. There's nothing to be concerned about. We shall fight our way through. Yi Xiao grinned. his pupils ablaze with golden flames. Allow me to lead the way, and you shall follow. Boom. The golden flames ignited, incinerating the dozen or so demons that blocked their path into mere ashes. I shall assist you. Jiang Rou joined in the fray. Xiao Hongqian unsheathed his iron sword, transforming into an entirely different person in that moment. His strikes were exceptionally fierce. With a surge of momentum, let us break through. Yi Xiao sensed that after vanquishing the demons, his eyes had been invigorated. Furthermore, a portion of power began to coalesce within his being. Before long, Yi Xiao felt the potency of his golden flame pupils surge to an even greater height. His level had ascended to the third tier of the extraordinary. Fortunately, they were not in the deepest part of the forest. Otherwise, encountering demons of the fifth tier or above would spell significant trouble for me. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The trio worked in unison, transforming into a relentless machine of demon slaughter. Their path was cleared, and there remained little distance to traverse before escaping the forest. Clap, clap, clap. Truly, they were the three prodigies of Jiangnan Middle School this year. The prowess displayed is indeed astonishing. At that moment, a round of applause echoed from a distance. A figure emerged from the shadows before Yi Xiao and his companions. The instant they laid eyes on him, the expressions on Yi Xiao and his companions turned grim. Chapter 9. The Dark Cult. The ever-burning power of the Lord of Flames, Teacher Gao. How could it be you? The figure before them was none other than Zheng Hong's uncle, the esteemed director of Jiangnan Middle School. Have you been manipulating everything from behind the scenes? Teacher Gao, you are the one responsible for the resurrection of the feathered serpent god. Jiang Rou inquired coldly. Yet, the man merely chuckled, a sinister sound that echoed through the air. At this juncture, do you still regard me as your beloved Teacher Gao? Such a presumption is quite beneath me, he retorted icily. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes in suspicion. No, he is not Teacher Gao. This is merely a puppet. His true calling must be that of a puppeteer. With his penetrating vision, Yi Xiao discerned the presence of certain peculiar energy substances clinging to the figure. This is remote control. It seems Teacher Gao has long since fallen prey to his malevolent grasp, transformed into a mere marionette, Yi Xiao surmised. Ah, how astute you are. Truly deserving of your title as a transcendent ice sorcerer, the man responded, a mocking smile upon his lips, clapping his hands in derision. I do relish flattery. Allow me to take another guess. You are affiliated with the dark cult, are you not? Yi Xiao countered with a cold smirk. The serpent man captured by the principal and others, he hails from the same origin as you. Does he not? The man fell silent for a moment. That was my brother. We are the followers of the divine order, worshipping the deity of. His gaze drifted towards the distant sky, where flickering golden flames danced. Oh, Lord Feathered Serpent. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a striking golden pattern of a soaring serpent. Everything became crystal clear. If the resurrection of the deity were a mere coincidence, then the emergence of the Dark Order was an inevitable consequence. This training, in essence, was a covert assassination targeting the most outstanding prodigies of Jiangnan High School. It was revenge from the Dark Order. Do you know? Our principal and the mayor of Jiangzhou are already on their way here. Yi Xiao spoke calmly. Our principal is a ninth-tier practitioner. Your divine lord cannot withstand him. It suffices to eliminate you. The adversary responded with composure. So, it appears that even the objects of faith can be sacrificed? With your kind. Do you even deserve to be called disciples? Yi Xiao scoffed. Boy, do not waste time here. It serves no purpose at all. This is merely a puppet of mine. Even if discarded here, I would feel no regret. The opponent remained unfazed. Faith may be lost, but one can always find another. A brother lost is irrevocably gone. You killed my brother, and regardless of the circumstances, I must avenge him. With that, he lunged forth like a fierce tiger, raising his hand to grasp at Yi Xiao's throat. Be careful. Teacher Gao, like Zheng Hong, is a martial artist. His physical strength is formidable. Jiang Rou hastily spoke up to remind them. Yi Xiao activated his ocular power, conjuring an invisible wall in front of him, emulating Tang Yun's technique. Then, the golden flame was unleashed. Boom. Golden flames erupted from the opponent's body. However, it proved futile, as the terrifying physicality of the adversary forcefully suppressed the golden fire. The strength of this puppet's corporeal form is indeed formidable. Your attacks are simply too weak. The opponent scoffed, lunging once more at Yi Xiao. Clang. Xiao Hongqian darted from the side, drawing his sword with fervor. His current state was peculiar. His eyes were devoid of life, as if consciousness had eluded him. Relying solely on instinct to wield his blade, the sword moved with a mind of its own, truly astonishing. Given time, He might very well become the second sword god of the human race. You must not be allowed to remain. A glint of malice flickered in the opponent's eyes as he raised his hand to strike at Xiao Hongchen's sword. Bang! Xiao Hongchen's iron sword was effortlessly shattered. His body sent flying into the distance. Though this puppet's combat methods are limited, its sheer physical power is equivalent to that of an extraordinary 8th-tier warrior. The gap between them is insurmountable. Jiang Rou's mastery of ice could only temporarily restrain it. Very well, you are compelling me to unleash my true power. Yi Xiao spoke coldly. Originally, I had no intention of resorting to this tactic. However, today I shall reluctantly break my vow. Watch closely as I impart the essence of what it means to be a master of the super spiritual eye technique. Boom. The golden flames of my eyes erupt. As Yi Xiao silently intones within his mind, Eternal Flame, Sovereign Eye. Engaging experience mode. Whoosh. From Yi Xiao's dual eyes, golden flames surge forth, weaving intricate patterns in the air, ultimately transforming into a magnificent golden robe crafted from fire. Yi Xiao emerges, reborn from the flames, adorned in a robe ablaze with brilliant fire. An unparalleled aura of dominance radiates from him, exuding an air of untold nobility. Xiao Hongchen and Jiang Rou are momentarily rendered speechless, captivated by the overwhelming power on display. Yi Xiao himself is equally astonished. The might of the Eternal Flame's sovereign eye is astonishingly formidable. He can sense an inexhaustible flow of ocular energy coursing through his eyes. Although this pure offensive eye technique may lack the practicality of the copying eye in terms of combat prowess, it is simply unparalleled. The game is drawing to a close. Turn to ashes before my ocular technique. Boom. The golden robe billows majestically. Two flames suddenly burst forth from Yi Xiao's gaze. Sizzle. The golden flames from all directions swiftly envelop the opponent. Within the body of the puppet, a flicker of flame ignites, signifying an attack that unites both internal and external forces. Furthermore, there is the transformation of flames. Boom. Golden flames danced in the air, transforming into an array of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds. Even though he was a warrior, possessing a formidable physique, he found himself grievously wounded beneath such terrifying assaults, half kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. Yet, at that moment, he surprisingly let out a low chuckle. I did not anticipate you wielding such a hidden trump card. Young one, I underestimated you. Nevertheless, he continued, do not forget, I am but a puppet devoid of pain. Unless you can vanquish me in a single blow, I still possess the ability to fight on, until my body is reduced to ashes. Incredibly, he stood up again, oblivious to pain and fatigue, charging once more towards Yi Xiao. Be careful. Jiang Rou and her companions' faces turned pale. How could he still rise after such injuries? They had overlooked the fact that he was a puppet. However, Yi Xiao merely sneered, remaining steadfast in his position, not shifting an inch. Reduced to ashes? Very well. The third ability of my ocular technique is Eternal Flame, a fire that never extinguishes. As long as life endures, the flame shall not die. Boom. Clusters of golden flames erupted from his being once more, flesh evaporating at an astonishing speed. How is this possible? An eternal flame? How can such an absurd ability exist in this world? He let out a disbelieving roar as his hands were gradually consumed by the searing fire, turning to ashes. Immediately following, his legs, body, and head transformed into ashes. Yes, I am a master of ocular techniques, but I am an omnipotent master of ocular arts. Go in peace. As the words fell, only a scattering of black remnants remained on the ground. Yi Xiao took a deep breath. The experiential phase has now concluded. Host, please promptly integrate the dual eyes of the feathered serpent god to upgrade your ocular techniques. Understood. You truly are verbose. The enhancement effect of the ever-burning Lord Flame Eye dissipated, leaving Yi Xiao feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Are you all right? Jiang Rou hurriedly approached to help him up. I'm fine. Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Wait, did he just touch something? Soft. He squeezed gently. Jiang Rou emitted a shy whimper beside him. What the hell? Yi Xiao abruptly withdrew his hand. Did I just inappropriately touch? What kind of protagonist treatment is this? Chapter 10. Expelling them from the blue planet. As she lifted her head, Jiang Rou's flushed face came into view. Yi Xiao rubbed his nose, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Jiang Rou's bashful expression lasted only a fleeting moment before she returned to her usual demeanor. Are you all right? A familiar voice broke through the tension. Two figures descended from the sky. One was the principal of Jiangnan High School, while the other, whom Yi Xiao recognized from television, was Jiang City's mayor, Jiang Mian. Most importantly, he was Jiang Rou's father. Principal, why have you only just arrived? I was nearly at my wit's end, Yi Xiao complained, clutching his lower back upon seeing Tang Qingsong's arrival. Tang Qingsong shot him a disapproving glance. I see you are still lively. You hardly look like someone on the brink of death. Yi Xiao chuckled sheepishly. Principal, this special training nearly put us in peril. You have no idea how dangerous it was just now. If it weren't for teacher Tang Yun's timely intervention, we would have. All right. I will make it up to you when we return. Tang Qingsong responded with an expression of resignation. Yi Xiao could almost hear the gears turning in his mind, contemplating his requests. Anything you desire? Exactly. As long as it isn't outrageous, anything will do. That is good to hear. In an instant, Yi Xiao sprang to his feet, shedding any semblance of weakness. Are you all right, Rope? Jiang Mian, the mayor, inquired from the side. He is the head of the Jiang family and also the father of Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou shook her head, reassuring. It's all right. Fortunately, we have Yi Xiao. Jiang Mian cast a profound glance at Yi Xiao, nodding thoughtfully in response. All right, old Tang, let us not squander any more time here. We should assist Xiao Yun. The terror class deity, I fear she cannot endure much longer. Agreed. Tang Qingsong addressed Yi Xiao and the others. Upon my return, you shall elucidate what transpired. With that, he and Jiang Mian ascended into the air. Both Jiang Mian and Jiang Rou are elementalists, wielding the power of the metal element, primarily for combat. Tang Qingsong is a summoner, an exceptionally formidable profession. Let us depart. Yi Xiao beckoned to the two. Boom. Shortly after Yi Xiao and his companions left, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated from deep within the forest. The trio turned back to witness a colossal figure resembling a Gundam, the metal giant, roaring skyward. Simultaneously, an immense golden lion was locked in fierce combat with the feathered serpent god, the scene nothing short of breathtaking. What a terrifying world this is. Yi Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine. In such a perilous realm, one could scarcely fathom the day when strength might falter and life extinguish. The battle between the feathered serpent god and the two formidable beings raged on for an extended period, reducing much of the forest to ruins, drawing the attention of countless citizens of Jiangzhou. This is a meticulously planned act of vengeance. The members of the feathered serpent cult are truly oblivious to their impending doom. In the office of the president at Jiangnan University, Tang Qingsong slammed a stack of investigative records onto the floor, his face ablaze with fury. He felt a profound sense of dread. Had he arrived even a moment later, the situation could have spiraled beyond redemption. Not only would the three promising stars of Jiangnan High School be extinguished, but his beloved daughter would also be in peril. Father, please remain calm, Tang Yun implored, her expression one of exasperation. One of her arms was wrapped in bandages, and there were bruises scattered across her body. Fortunately, the psychic's ability to delay was formidable. Had it been another warrior of equal rank, they would likely have been obliterated by the feathered serpent's onslaught. I cannot remain calm. Damn the feathered serpent cult. Those traitors among humanity. What news from Jiang Mian? Rest assured, the feathered serpent has been slain. Through the divine blood, we have pinpointed the location of the feathered serpent cult. They cannot escape. That is indeed a relief. Tang Qingsong exhaled with a sense of respite. He then turned his gaze toward Yi Xiao and the others seated beside him. Young man, we have uncovered the truth. The assailants aiming to eliminate you are led by the cult's leader, a metamorphosed 7th-tier puppeteer. I find it peculiar that he managed to control Professor Gao, who is himself a metamorphosed 3rd-tier warrior, possessing physical strength comparable to that of an extraordinary 8th tier. How did you manage to slay him? As he spoke, Tang Qingsong recalled the scene of black ashes that greeted them upon their arrival. He cast a deep glance at Yi Xiao, who scratched his head and inquired, Principal, when will you provide the promised compensation? Tang Qingsong fell silent, aware that Yi Xiao was reluctant to elaborate. If you are merely fixated on compensation, then speak up. What is it that you desire? He was indifferent. For in this day and age, who did not harbor a few hidden cards? I want a skill scroll. I desire the heart of ice. I demand the eye of the feathered serpent. Tang Qingsong's brow furrowed. The first two requests seemed reasonable. But what was the purpose of seeking the eye of the feathered serpent? What do you intend to do with that? For decoration, Yi Xiao replied. Tang Qingsong was momentarily speechless. If you do not wish to speak the truth, just admit it. Hey, Principal, you did say I could ask for anything I wanted. Is it so difficult to request an eye? Very well, I shall deliver it to you later. Exiting the principal's office, you shall notice the content being broadcasted on the campus large screen. Today, Mr. Tang Qingsong, principal of Jiangyan High School, in collaboration with the Jiangyan market, has slain a deity while also uncovering the dark cult that had infiltrated human society, capturing them all in one fell swoop. Teacher Tang, shall we continue with the special training? At that moment, Jiang Ro inquired of Tang Yun, who was bandaged and standing nearby. Tang Yun smiled and shook his head. It is unnecessary now. You have already attained the extraordinary 4th rank. Earlier, while traversing the path to the forest, she beheld numerous slain extraordinary 4th rank creatures, even witnessing a small mountain formed by their piled corpses. Clearly, their talents and strength surpassed her imagination. Particularly, Yi Zhao's true capabilities remain an enigma. These 3 youngsters exhibit a level of prodigiousness far exceeding her past self. I believe that with your current prowess, gaining admission to the Town Guardian University will not pose a challenge. However, I hope you achieve an admirable ranking in the special recruitment examination. Securing a spot among the top 3 will grant you exceptional rewards from the university, rewards so bountiful that they are beyond your wildest dreams. I recall that in my cohort, the top student in the special recruitment exam reached the threshold of metamorphosis within merely a month of enrollment. Now, having graduated, he has formed a hunting team named Black Sun, and I estimate his strength is nearing perfection. Tang Yun expressed with a sense of nostalgia. Our Jiangzhou is destined to remain a small locale. Only by venturing beyond will you witness the vastness and grandeur of the world. This realm is fraught with myriad perils, yet it also harbors countless opportunities. The era of universal professions represents both a metamorphosis and a calamity. We have lost many compatriots and vast territories. If one day any among you ascends to the pinnacle of professionalism, I hope you will reclaim the lands and homes lost to humanity. Then, we shall expel all these abhorrent entities from the blue planet, Tang Yun declared solemnly. Chapter 11. Assault and Relocation upon returning to the rented accommodation. Yu Xiao shed his usual carefree demeanor and began to earnestly analyze the recent confrontation. Currently, I stand at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary rank, and the power of the Golden Flame enables me to engage in battles 2 tiers above my own. When combined with the techniques of a mentalist and my swordsmanship, I possess the capability to vanquish opponents at the 6th tier of the extraordinary rank. I am filled with anticipation at the prospect of what my strength might reach upon merging with the ever-burning Lord Flame Eye. Recalling the earlier scene where I utilized the ever-burning Lord Flame Eye fills me with immense excitement. It was simply magnificent. The golden flame robe that enhances my defenses, the harmonious fusion of internal and external golden flame attacks, and the dual attributes of transformation and perpetual illumination. It can be said that before this ocular technique, all fire elemental practitioners within the extraordinary tier would fall before me. Ding. Hello. Your package. A voice from outside heralded the arrival of a delivery. Coming. Yu Zhao's expression brightened. It must be the eye of the feathered serpent sent by Tang Qingsong. As he approached the door, ready to open it, a sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through him. Something's amiss. Yi Xiao activated his X-ray vision. Indeed, the figure outside was not a delivery person at all. He immediately discerned the golden serpent tattoo beneath the individual's clothing, a remnant of the feathered serpent cult. Yi Xiao swiftly took a step back. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. A terrifying shockwave surged through the door toward Yi Xiao. Block it. He summoned his mental energy to conjure a barrier before him, then swiftly retreated. Remnants of the feathered serpent cult, Yi Xiao declared coldly. Amidst the dense smoke, a figure lunged toward him fiercely. It's all your fault. The feathered serpent cult is finished. The Lord Commander has decreed it. You must be slain. The cloaked figure surged through the swirling fog. Transcendent 6th rank. An assassin. Yu Xiao's expression shifted slightly upon sensing his profession. No wonder you managed to escape the encirclement. Swish. A pitch-black blade appeared in the opponent's hand, slicing through the air toward Yu Xiao. Golden Flame Eye. Ignite. Boom. A section of the surroundings ignited at Yu Xiao's command. However, the adversary's speed was astonishingly swift, making it difficult for the Golden Flame Eye to pinpoint his location momentarily. What does your demise have to do with me? Why do you target me? Yi Xiao's face was etched with frustration. The opponent remained silent, yet the blade in his hand danced even more rapidly. How infuriating. I can't even enjoy a moment of peace. You worms of the dark cult are insufferable. Yi Xiao felt his temper rising. Hold still. He weaved an invisible net of mental energy before him. As the assailant collided with the net, Yi Xiao swiftly seized control. Then, The golden flames blazed forth. Burn! A resounding explosion erupted, igniting the ceiling of the rental apartment and creating a gaping hole. The adversary was reduced to mere ashes. Observing the devastation of the dwelling, Yi Xiao could only muster a bitter smile. It was evident that this place was no longer habitable. Just then, another voice broke through the silence. Your delivery. A figure stepped into the room. What the hell? Is this never ending? Yi Xiao instinctively grasped a blade from the floor and swung it towards the intruder. Ah! The person let out a terrified scream, hastily raising the package to shield themselves. The blade sliced through the parcel, revealing an exquisitely wrapped wooden box within. Ah! Are you truly a delivery person? The individual nodded in fear. I'm so sorry. Yi Xiao, flushed with embarrassment, apologized profusely. Thank you. You've worked hard. Once the delivery person departed, Yi Xiao picked up the wooden box and opened it. Inside lay 2 golden gemstones, shimmering with enigmatic patterns. Indeed, they were the eyes of the feathered serpent. The precious items were now in his possession, yet he had no place to stay. And he feared the landlord would surely seek his head. Yi Xiao sighed in resignation. He took out his phone and called Tang Yun. What? Remnants of the cult? All right. I'm on my way. Before long, Tang Yun arrived at Yi Xiao's residence. How did it come to this? Tang Yun gazed in astonishment at the house, now resembling a desolate ruin. A transcendent 6th-tier assassin, remarkably adept at evasion, had taken him considerable effort to eliminate. Yi Xiao, scratching his head, settled onto the dilapidated sofa. Unbeknownst to him, a tempest of emotion surged within Tang Yun. Transcendent 6th tier? You managed to slay him? Yi Xiao nonchalantly nodded. Alas, what a pity for my house. Teacher Tang, could you assist me in finding a place? Just something affordable, as I am rather short on funds. Noticing Tang Yun's silence, Yi Xiao waved his hand in front of him. Oh. Tang Yun finally reacted, his gaze towards Yi Xiao shifting to one of profound admiration, as if beholding a national treasure. If I recall correctly, you are merely transcendent 3rd tier, are you not? Yi Xiao calmly nodded. Ah. Tang Yun inhaled sharply. To combat 1 tier above is already a mark of genius, while surpassing 2 tiers elevates one to the realm of prodigies. Someone like Yi Xiao, who has surpassed 3 tiers, would undoubtedly be among the top echelon even at the God Garden University. Furthermore, this likely does not represent the entirety of his capabilities. Tang Yun even harbored suspicions that he single-handedly dispatched that transcendent 8th-tier puppet. The way Tang Yun looked at Yi Xiao ignited an intense fervor within him. Yi Xiao instinctively tightened his clothing, feeling an inexplicable chill. Yi Xiao, since your house has been destroyed, why not stay with me for the time being? As a man and a woman alone together, would that be appropriate? No problem. It's not like I'm living alone. Let's leave now. Check if there's any luggage you need to take. If any remnants of the dark cult are after you, it could be troublesome. If you stay with me, I can provide you with personal protection. Personal protection? Huh? That doesn't seem quite appropriate. Yi Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yun's formidable presence. What are you looking at, you little rogue? I am your teacher. Tang Yun shot him a glare, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. With Tang Yun's assistance, Yi Xiao settled the compensation for the landlord. Following Tang Yun, they left the rented apartment, and the vehicle wound through the streets before finally halting in an opulent villa district. You can stay here for the next few days. Before Yi Xiao stood an extravagant villa, 3 stories high and equipped with a private garden. Wow, such wealth. Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had never resided in such a grand villa in either his past or present life. Teacher Tang, where is the restroom? It's the 3rd room on the left after you enter. All right. Yi Xiao hurriedly dashed off. Just then, Tang Yun was startled. Oh no, I forgot to tell him. No sooner had she spoken than a piercing scream echoed from within the villa. Boom. Following that, a burst of flames erupted, tearing through the house. What the heck? Teacher Tang, I'm under attack. Yi Xiao hastily emerged from the villa, his belt unfastened halfway. In pursuit behind him was a woman swathed in a bath towel, wielding a long sword, her eyes ablaze with fury. The formidable weapons of her femininity quivered with each determined step. Chapter 12 by Ruoqing, with her fiery golden eyes, was advancing. Ruoqing, do not act impulsively. Tang Yun hastily positioned herself in front of the woman. Yun, do not obstruct me. I must confront that scoundrel today. Bai Ruoqing glared at Yi Xiao with a fiery intensity. After safeguarding her virtue for over 20 years, she was utterly humiliated by this rogue. Tang Laosher, why did you not inform me that someone was bathing in the restroom? It nearly frightened me to death. Yi Xiao lamented, retreating behind Tang Yun with a look of resignation. He had already undone half of his trousers when, without warning, the door to the bathroom swung open, revealing an enchanting beauty emerging, her form resplendent like a lotus flower in bloom. For a moment, he was utterly captivated. However, upon realizing the situation, the woman wasted no time in casting a fireball spell that nearly obliterated him. All right. Rewatching. It was my mistake. I sincerely apologize. Tang Yun, with a look of helplessness, attempted to placate by Rewatching, who finally relented, albeit reluctantly. It's cold outside. Do not scamper about in a bath towel. Go put on some clothes, she instructed. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Xiao, Bai Ruoqing sashayed into the villa, her movements deliberate and alluring. My apologies, Yi Xiao. I neglected to mention that Ruoqing has been staying at my home. I forgot to mention that she has a habit of bathing upon waking. Your room is on the second floor, where there is a private restroom, Tang Yun said apologetically. Indeed, Tang Laoshe, your friend possesses quite the temper. It is as if she has consumed gunpowder. TSK. I doubt any man would dare to marry her in the future, Yi Xiao remarked, shaking his head. Tang Yun found herself both amused and exasperated. You rascal, do you have the leisure to worry about others? Fear not. Ruoqing is indeed a refined young lady. Her admirers could encircle Jiang in high school. Upon entering the villa, they beheld Bai Ruoqing languidly reclining on the sofa, her legs crossed as she watched television. With snacks and cola strewn about, Yi Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yun, as if to say, is this what you call a refined young lady? Tang Yun cleared her throat. Ruoqing, allow me to introduce you. This is my student, Yi Xiao, who will be temporarily residing in my home for the next few days as he prepares for the special admissions examination at Zhongshan University. This is Bai Ruoqing, a resident of the provincial capital, my dear friend, and also my classmate. Bai Ruoqing resembled an imperious swan, her neck elegantly arched, revealing her fair collarbone. Oh, the special admissions examination at Zhongshan University. That is no trivial matter. Young man, you are currently only at the extraordinary third tier. Passing the special admissions examination will be quite a challenge. Her expression was one of gleeful mischief. However, if you were to obediently call me sister and serve me well over the next few days, I might just share some insider information about the examination with you. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Yi Xiao merely cast her a dispassionate glance. Teacher Tang, I shall retire upstairs for some rest, he declared, dragging his luggage toward the staircase. Oh, the lad possesses quite the spirit. However, relying solely on tenacity will not suffice to pass the special recruitment examination. Bai Ruoqing wished to express further thoughts, yet she noticed Tang Yun awkwardly grasping her arm. All right, Ruoqing, no more words, Tang Yun urged. What is the matter, Yun? Bai Ruoqing inquired, her expression one of confusion as she turned to Tang Yun. Yi Xiao had just slain a member of the dark sect, an extraordinary sixth-tier assassin. Bai Ruoqing was rendered speechless. Him? She exclaimed, astonished as she pointed at Yi Xiao. How could a third tier defeat a sixth tier? What is your profession? Her mouth agape. It seemed one could fit an entire egg within. Lookout, Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly before ascending the stairs. Bai Ruoqing? What sort of lookout can possibly engage in combat 3 tiers above their own? Yun, you must tell me where you found this little monster. Bai Ruoqing exclaimed, gripping Tang Yun's arm eagerly. Alas, the situation is as follows. Once back in the room and after settling her luggage, Yi Xiao retrieved the eyes of the feathered serpent. Ding! Detection of the eyes of the feathered serpent confirmed. The golden flame eyes meet the criteria for upgrade. Would you like to upgrade to the ever-burning Lord Flame Eyes? Upgrade, Yi Xiao stated calmly. In the next moment, the 2 golden gems shattered into a cascade of starlight, directly embedding themselves into Yi Xiao's eyes. Boom! Yi Xiao suddenly felt as if magma was surging within his eyes. An intense burning sensation enveloped him, and an uncontrollable force of terror began to emanate outward. The surrounding air crackled as if ignited. How strange! Why had the villa suddenly become so warm? Downstairs, Tang Yun wore an expression of confusion. The essence of fire was so potent. Even my cola is on the verge of boiling. Bai Ruoqing was equally astonished. The energy is emanating from upstairs. It must be that rogue lad. The 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously rushed toward the second floor. Inside the room, Yi Xiao abruptly opened his eyes. Within his radiant golden pupils, 2 crimson lotus flowers spun incessantly, resembling the gaze of deities. How terrifying! I feel as though my strength has undergone a qualitative leap. After his advancement, the ever-burning monarch flame I transformed into an area of effect attack whenever he activated his ocular technique. He could turn an entire region into an ocean of flames. Truly worthy of a red-tier ocular technique, its power is astonishing. Yi Xiao's face was alight with joy. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash. Tang Yun and Bai Ruoqing rushed in together. Yet, after a moment, both turned red-faced and quickly averted their gazes. "What's wrong, Teacher Tang?" Yi Xiao asked, bewildered. "Why, Yi Xiao? You should put on some clothes first," Tang Yun replied, her voice tinged with shyness. "Bah! Wretched scoundrel!" Bai Ruoqing spat indignantly. Yi Xiao, utterly bewildered, instinctively glanced down and was taken aback to find his clothes burnt. A peculiar smile crept across his face as he leisurely retrieved his underwear and donned it, nonchalantly stating, "Dear sisters, I'm in my own room. Is it a crime to be without attire? However, you two have intruded upon the sanctity of a single man's quarters without my consent, which tarnishes my virtue." The expressions of the two women darkened. "This rascal, he is deliberately seeking revenge." "Yi Xiao, have you dressed yet?" Tang Yin asked anxiously. "Not yet." "Ah, I can't find my underwear." "Oh, let me search for it. I believe it was around here somewhere." As he spoke, Yi Xiao gradually approached the two. "Scoundrel, don't come any closer." Bai Ruoqing instinctively shrieked, feeling an unsettling prickle on her back. "Huh, I'm not even interested in you. Your speech is as irritating as a spitting seed," Yi Xiao retorted with a dismissive smirk. "I've already dressed." Only then did they turn around. With Bai Ruoqing glaring at Yi Xiao, her teeth clenched. "Yi Xiao, what on earth transpired just now? Why was there such a powerful surge of fire elemental energy?" Tang Yun inquired gravely. "Oh, it was nothing. Just a minor accident with a slight evolution of my ocular technique," Yi Xiao replied, rolling his eyes. One careless moment led to an unexpected evolution. Tang Yun stood frozen in place. Why does it feel as though he is engaging in a subtle display of grandeur? Chapter 13, a minor interlude. I have come to a realization. You, my dear student, are not only a little rascal but also a pretentious braggart. Bai Ruoqing exclaimed with bitterness. What? Is this considered pretentious? It is merely an advancement in ability. Surely there can't be anyone who is incapable of such progress. Yi Xiao retorted with a mocking tone. Bai Ruoqing was so incensed that she nearly ground her back teeth to dust. The reason for her ire stemmed from the fact that she had encountered a bottleneck in both her level and abilities during this period, struggling to achieve a breakthrough. This prompted her to journey from the provincial capital to Jiangzhou, seeking a moment of respite and a chance for advancement. Tang Yun rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. It seemed that the relationship between Yi Xiao and Bai Ruoqing was unlikely to mend anytime soon. Just then, his phone rang. Yun Yun, bring Yi Xiao to school. The deep voice of Tang Qingsong resonated from the other end. All right, Tang Yun replied, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. Tang Qingsong's tone seemed rather peculiar. Ruoqing, Yi Xiao and I have something to attend to at school. Take care at home. Understood, understood, off you go. Bai Ruoqing waved her hand impatiently. Just ensure that this little rascal doesn't return with you. The two departed from the villa, with Tang Yun driving swiftly towards Jiangnan Middle School. Upon entering the principal's office, they found Tang Qingsong seated at his desk, wearing a solemn expression. Xiao Hongchen and Jiang Ro were also present. Ah, everyone is here, Yi Xiao said with a smile. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Are you Yi Xiao? He glared at Yi Xiao with a frigid gaze. Yes, and you are? Yi Xiao replied. My name is Zhang Gang, father of Zheng Hong. I ask you, Yi Xiao, during the training, did you abandon my son and flee on your own? You were classmates. Yet, in a moment of peril, you left him to fend for himself. You are utterly unworthy of being a student. You have caused Hong's demise. Do you understand? He was destined for a brilliant future. Zheng Gang furiously chastised. Enough. The authoritative voice of Principal Tang Qingsong resounded. Mr. Zheng, until the matter has been thoroughly investigated, do not jump to conclusions. Principal Tang, my son is dead, and so is my brother-in-law. Shouldn't Jiangnan Middle School bear full responsibility for this incident? Zheng Gang continued. However, you lack evidence to prove that Yi Xiao abandoned Zheng Hong during the escape. How can there be no evidence? Zheng Hong told me himself that Yi Xiao seized his opportunity. Why was it that the three of them escaped, yet Zheng Hong did not? They must have deliberately left him behind. You should ask him yourself. Tang Qingsong sighed. Yi Xiao, is there any truth to this? Yi Xiao calmly nodded. Tang Qingsong's expression shifted slightly, and Tang Yun, standing nearby, looked at him in astonishment. Behold, Principal Tang. This exemplifies the quality of your students. What more can you possibly say? With this confirmation, Zhang Gang's confidence surged. However, Yi Xiao appeared remarkably composed. Before we proceed, allow me to present this to you. Saying so, Yi Xiao handed his phone to Tang Qingsong. The screen revealed a figure fleeing in desperation, frequently glancing back. When confronted by the formidable fifth-tier golden feather serpent, Zheng Hong abandoned both me and Xiao Hongqian in his flight. Yi Xiao stated calmly, "I can attest to this," echoed Xiao Hongqian. It was merely the fifth-tier golden feather serpent that sent Zheng Hong into a panic, yet he was ultimately vanquished by Xiao Hongqian and me. At that moment, the powerful feather serpent deity was pursuing Zheng Hong. Faced with such a formidable entity, what could we do but flee? Were we to turn back and confront it head-on? Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on Zheng Gang, maintaining a dignified demeanor. The feather serpent deity was in pursuit of Zheng Hong? Tang Qingsong furrowed his brow. Yi Xiao nodded. "I can confirm this. I was present at the time." Zhang Ro also chimed in. Tang Qingsong's expression softened. "You hear that, Mr. Zheng? It was your son who abandoned his teammates first. Merely a formidable fifth-tier demon was sufficient to instill fear in your timid son, yet in the face of a deity, you expect our students to render assistance? One cannot exhibit such double standards. Do you wish to see the hopes of Jiangnan High School perish in the belly of a serpent?" Bang! Tang Qingsong slammed the table and stood abruptly. "Mr. Zheng, is this how one conducts oneself?" Tang Qingsong's imposing presence radiated authority, leaving Zheng Gang momentarily speechless. I. Tang Qingsong waved his hand decisively. "I mourn the loss of Zheng Hong, but this matter has no bearing on Yi Xiao. You must apologize to him. You have wronged our student." His voice rang out with an undeniable resolve. Zheng Gang's complexion shifted, and after a prolonged silence, he reluctantly spoke. "I apologize, Student Yi. I have wronged you." He lowered his gaze, yet his pupils betrayed a deep-seated resentment. Why should he be the one to apologize? He too was a victim. He had lost his son. "Raise your head," came Yi Xiao's voice. At the command, Zheng Gang instinctively lifted his gaze, only to be met by a pair of golden eyes, mesmerizing like the gaze of a deity, complemented by two crimson lotuses swirling within his pupils. You may not comprehend the full context of events. He gained entry into the special training through underhanded means and even attempted to strike me during the process. Moreover, he abandoned his teammates. Thus, his demise was self-inflicted. Do you understand? The crimson lotus in Yi Xiao's eyes abruptly began to spin, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Zheng Gang's nerves, causing him to tremble in fear. I understand. Zheng Gang repeatedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having never encountered such a fearsome gaze before. Staggering out of the office, he continued to mutter in a daze. "A mere buffoon," Yi Xiao scoffed softly. Zheng Hong's capabilities stemmed from his uncle. His father was merely an ordinary businessman, lacking any prominence. Well, just a minor interlude. Do not let it dampen your spirits. Return to recuperate well, for the special examination will commence shortly. Tang Qingsong casually waved his hand, dismissing the incident. This small interlude passed swiftly, and the days rolled by. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gathering all 10 ocular techniques. Fusion is now possible. Yi Xiao had successfully acquired 10 types of techniques. Notably, their quality was significantly higher than that of his initial collection, including 4 green techniques and even 1 blue technique, Laser Eye. However, it proved to be of little practical use, as its lethality paled in comparison to the ever-burning Monarch Flame Eye. For Yi Xiao, only techniques of purple grade or above would be beneficial. The fusion of ocular techniques transpired rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Martial Spirit Eye, Purple. Wu Ling Tong. The host's physical strength has increased 5-fold. The melee capability has received a 200% enhancement. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Is this to cultivate him into a battle mage? Chapter 14. An elite eye sorcerer should be a versatile warrior merge. With a mere thought, Yi Xiao's martial spirit eye immediately fused with his own pupils. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, Yi Xiao felt a surge of formidable power flowing from his eyes throughout his body. A potent force spread within him. Boom. Yi Xiao unleashed a punch that created a deep crater in the ground. This power, even ordinary extraordinary warriors of the 3rd or 4th tier cannot match me. Once more, Yi Xiao grasped a kitchen knife and activated the Ghost Blade Strike. Whoosh. A boulder 3 men high was cleaved in 2 by a single stroke. Wow. Now, I can annihilate extraordinary 6th tier foes, crush 7th tier opponents, dominate 8th tier adversaries, and stand unchallenged against 9th tier warriors. I have secured the top spot for the special admission at Zhengxin University. A glimmer of confidence shone in Yi Xiao's eyes. In both close and ranged combat, I am invincible. The greatest shortcoming of the Ice Sorcerer has been rectified. Ding. The Martial Spirit Eye triggered its evolutionary path. Martial Spirit Eye, purple. War God Eye, orange. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, gold. Yi Xiao was overwhelmed with astonishment. It can actually advance. The highest level is the legendary Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Is this not the ultimate divine skill of the martial profession? System, this Ice Sorcerer is merely a gimmick. Isn't it? You intend to cultivate me into an omnipotent king. Yi Xiao quipped. The system surprisingly responded to him for the first time in ages. An esteemed practitioner of the eye arts ought to embody the qualities of a versatile warrior. Yi Xiao mused. As he prepared to depart, Tang Yun entered the room. Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Why do I sense something different about you? Tang Yun exclaimed, gazing at Yi Xiao with astonishment. What seems different? Yi Xiao replied with a light chuckle. Well, it feels like you've become more handsome. Tang Yun shook her head in confusion. I can't quite articulate it. Ah. It's merely your illusion, Teacher Tang. Is that so, Sai? Yi Xiao, you need not call me Teacher Tang anymore. Simply refer to me as Sister Yun. Yi Xiao paused, then nodded after a moment's contemplation. All right, Sister Yun. A smile of contentment graced Tang Yun's face. As they departed the villa, she led him towards Jiang'an High School, where a dedicated vehicle awaited to transport them along the official road established by the Great Xiao to the provincial city. Surprise. Did you expect me to be here? I'm joining you all. Upon arriving at Jiang'an High School, Yi Xiao spotted Bai Ruoqing dragging a pink suitcase towards him. Waving enthusiastically, Yi Xiao smirked. How unfortunate. What did you say? Bai Ruoqing's previously charming demeanor instantly transformed into that of an irate little tiger. Yi Xiao, you are utterly unlikable. Be careful in college. You might find it difficult to attract a girlfriend. With a dismissive scoff, Yi Xiao turned away. He cast a glance at Xiao Hongchun and then, with utmost seriousness, remarked, Women merely influence the speed at which I draw my sword. Bai Ruoqing interjected. You, a master of ocular techniques. What need have you for a sword? Yi Xiao chuckled lightly, oblivious to her confusion. She simply did not comprehend. After all, he was a distinguished practitioner of ocular arts. Perhaps one day he would even master the swordplay. Enough of your banter, Yi Xiao. I shan't accompany you to the provincial city this time. Ruoqing will return with you. Tang Yun approached with graceful steps. Allow me to remind you. The special admission examination at Zhenshin High School offers considerable freedom. You must cooperate well. Among you, Zhang Ro is an elemental master, and you are a master of ocular techniques. Both of you are ranged combat specialists. Hongchun, as a sword cultivator, will be responsible for your close protection. Yi Xiao, my advice to you is to not become overconfident in your ocular prowess and rush too far ahead. Should you encounter melee fighters, sword cultivators, or martial artists, it could spell trouble. Do you understand? Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, while Xiao Hongchun regarded him with a puzzled expression. A master of ocular techniques as a ranged combat specialist? It was worth noting that during the forest training, Yi Xiao's sword strike, which felled the golden feathered serpent, was on par with any sword cultivator or martial artist. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Yun, Yi Xiao replied with a smile. At that moment, Principal Tang Qingsong approached. The day has finally arrived. Are you all feeling nervous? He inquired with a grin directed at the three of them. Yi Xiao curled his lips in disdain. Xiao Hongchun silently polished the iron sword in his hands. Zhang Ro gently caressed her hair. Tang Qingsong, noticing the absence of responses, awkwardly cleared his throat. Yi Xiao, the three of you are the most outstanding students of Jiang'an High School. I have absolute confidence in you. You will surely gain admission to Zhenshin University, he exclaimed. By the way, the junior students have prepared blessings for you ahead of your exams. Tang Qingsong turned and pointed. A banner unfurled from above the teaching building, declaring, Special admission, guaranteed success. Hail Jiang'an. So, do you have any words of encouragement for the juniors? Tang Qingsong inquired with a smile. Maintain a calm mindset, study diligently, and you will discover that as long as you do not awaken as a combat profession, there is a significant chance to work in a factory tightening screws. Yi Xiao stated calmly. Tang Qingsong was rendered speechless. The first and second year students also stared in disbelief. Very well said, but perhaps refrain from sharing such thoughts next time. Tang Qingsong replied with a dark expression. A special vehicle carried the three of them, along with Bai Ruoqing, as they departed. Tang Qingsong gazed at the vehicle gradually fading from view, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Oh dear, this cohort of students is quite challenging to manage, he murmured. Especially Yi Xiao, his words are far too sharp. Tang Yin remained silent. In comparison to Yi Xiao, her own school days had been a whirlwind of enthusiasm, making her seem like a well-behaved child. The school bus carried 3 individuals away, and as it departed from the official road, the terrain widened, and the towering skyscrapers faded from view. Instead, desolate wastelands stretched out before them, where Yi Xiao even spotted a group of demons rampaging through the barren land. These wastelands were once territories lost by humanity, now fully transformed into a paradise for these malevolent creatures. Bai Ruoqing gazed out at the scenery and remarked softly that had it not been for a powerful 8th-level formation master constructing the official roads between cities, human transportation would have been utterly obliterated. Upon hearing Bai Ruoqing's words, Yi Xiao activated his perspective vision. Indeed, above the official road, he could discern intense waves of energy and golden patterns scattered throughout the void. A new era had dawned with the onset of a great calamity. Yet what fate awaited humanity in this epoch? In recent years, the demons had become increasingly unruly, and many formidable deities were gradually awakening. The demand for powerful practitioners among humans was also escalating. This had led many students from Zhanshin High School to venture into the wastelands to hunt demons by their senior year. They were the hopes of humanity's future and needed to mature swiftly. Bai Ruoqing stated earnestly, her gaze focused on the trio, especially on Yi Xiao. She wondered if her words would instill a sense of urgency in him, for his carefree demeanor was not sustainable. Rest assured, humanity will be safe, Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly. Chewing on gum, he gazed upward at the sky, golden threads intertwining within his eyes. In such an era, it is always necessary for someone to bring an end. Is it not? Chapter 15. The enigmatic Bai Ryu. The vehicle glided smoothly along the official road. Bai Ruoqing rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. You all must be cautious. This examination is no trivial matter. There are only 30 slots available per province. In previous years, a mere 4th-tier extraordinary might have sufficed. But now, even that seems precarious. The image of that proud girl flickered through Bai Ruoqing's mind. Yi Xiao, if possible, I would like to request your assistance with a certain matter. Oh, the esteemed Miss Bai seeks my help now? Yi Xiao teased. This time, Bai Ruoqing refrained from retorting. If you happen to encounter someone named Bai Ryu during the special recruitment, I hope you will teach her a lesson. Interesting. Bai Ryu? Is she your sister by any chance? Bai Ruoqing nodded. Well, I have encountered a living bodhisattva sister, but never a living king of hell's sister. Bai Ruoqing, you truly are something. Yi Xiao marveled, inwardly mourning for the yet-to-be-met Bai Ryu. How unfortunate it was that even her sister seemed intent on targeting her. Bai Ryu. If I am not mistaken, is she not the prodigious young lady from the provincial capital, dubbed a once-in-a-century genius? The previously silent Jiang Rou suddenly spoke. I have heard that she has awakened as both a summoner and a magician. Bai Ruoqing nodded helplessly. Indeed, Ruoyu is my biological sister, and she has always possessed a haughty temperament since childhood. Now awakened with dual professions, she has become increasingly arrogant, swelling with pride to the point of disregarding her peers entirely. I fear that such an attitude may lead to significant setbacks in her future. Bai Ryu has lived a life of unbroken fortune, treated like a delicate princess, sheltered from adversity since childhood. This has fostered her disdainful personality. Furthermore, her recent awakening of dual professions has crowned her as a once-in-a-century genius, prompting Zhanshin University to exceptionally grant her a direct admission quota. This has only inflated her pride further. Ryu had no necessity to participate in this special recruitment. Zhanshin University had already bestowed upon her a direct admission slot. Yet, she insisted on joining, stating her desire to assess the caliber of her future classmates, even expressing a wish to select them herself. Upon hearing this, the 3 were taken aback. Could it be she intends to choose 30 candidates herself? Jiang Rou displayed a look of astonishment. How amusing. Bai Ruoqing, your sister's temperament is even more troublesome than yours. Strangely enough, I have already envisioned giving her a proper reprimand before even meeting her. I shall take on this task with great enthusiasm. I will ensure that she is unrecognizable by her own mother afterward. Yi Xiao declared menacingly, cracking his knuckles. That might not be necessary, Bai Ruoqing replied, her expression darkening. Moreover, Yi Xiao, if Bai Ryu could effortlessly contend with multiple extraordinary 6th-tier practitioners at the 3rd tier, she could even attempt to engage with those of the 7th tier. You must exercise caution and not underestimate your opponents. In Bai Ruoqing's heart, she naturally favored Bai Ryu. for she had witnessed her combat prowess firsthand. With her summoned beasts and magic, she was akin to a one-person army, a veritable cheat in battle. As for Yi Xiao, her knowledge of his true strength was limited to the tales she had heard from Tang Yun. Rest assured, I take pleasure in teaching mediocre women a lesson, Yi Xiao remarked, signaling with an okay gesture. Bai Ruoqing felt a pang of exasperation. It was a case of pot calling the kettle black. He too was of mediocre caliber. The official road's straight distance was relatively short, and within 3 hours, they arrived at the provincial city. You shall stay at my home tonight, and tomorrow we can head to the examination venue together, Bai Ruoqing said with a smile. The three nodded in agreement, and the private vehicle made its way to the Bai residence. The Bai family was also a prominent clan in the provincial city, with Bai Ruoqing's father, Bai Xianqing, being a level 6 artillery master. I've told you, I am allergic to peanuts. What is the difference between peanut butter and peanuts? The steak must be cooked medium rare. Does this meet the criteria? She continued. I do not eat scallions, so please remove every single piece from this bowl of wontons. Strawberries? I do not want the seeds. Please pick them out for me. Now, I am going to take a bath. The water must be at 40 degrees. Even a degree higher is unacceptable. Adding the freshly picked roses from this morning. Before stepping into the villa, Yi Xiao and the others were greeted by a haughty, melodious voice. Alas, Bai Ruoqing sighed, her capricious nature surfacing once more. She was not usually like this around you. With an exasperated gesture, Bai Ruoqing explained to Yi Xiao and his companions. What a quintessential young lady. Yi Xiao scoffed softly. As an orphan raised without the guidance of parents, he found it difficult to tolerate the spoiled demeanor of wealthy offspring. Zhang Rou also hailed from an esteemed family, yet she had not cultivated such flaws. Let us proceed inside. Bai Ruoqing sighed as she led Yi Xiao and the others into the villa. Upon entering, they beheld a figure exuding superiority among a throng of servants. Dressed in an immaculate white gown, her exquisite features seemed as if sculpted by the hand of a deity, with her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully, radiating a deep sheen. Cradled in her arms was a small creature, lazily yawning, flat-chested, proud, and standing at a mere 5 feet. The moment Yi Xiao laid his eyes on her, he mentally affixed several labels. Ruoyu, cease your tantrum. The examination is tomorrow. Finish your meal and retire early. Bai Ruoqing approached Bai Ruoyu with a sense of resignation. Ah, sister, you're back. Upon seeing Bai Ruoqing, Bai Ruoyu's previously disdainful expression transformed into a sweet smile. Upon my return, allow me to introduce the esteemed participants from Jiangzhou. However, before Bai Ruoqing could complete her sentence, Bai Ruoyu interrupted her, speaking in a tone reminiscent of playful affection. Sister, it has been ages since we last enjoyed a bath together. Let us do so this evening. Throughout the conversation, she had scarcely cast a glance at Yi Xiao and his companions. Ruoyu, dear, please listen to me, Bai Ruoqing continued. These 3 individuals are students of your sister Tang Yun, and they will be joining you for the special admission examination tomorrow. You should take the opportunity to get to know them. Reluctantly, Bai Ruoyu turned her gaze. Yet her eyes remained imbued with a haughty disdain as she regarded Yi Xiao and his companions. I see now, you wish for my assistance in passing the examination. Do you? Very well. As long as you follow me around tomorrow, serving me tea and water, and perhaps holding a sunshade as well, I assure you, you shall all succeed in the special admission, Bai Ruoyu proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Even the typically indifferent Xiao Hanchen furrowed his brow at her tone. Zhang Rou's irritation was palpable. Coming from a prominent family herself, she had always been the center of attention. Were it not for Bai Ruoqing's presence, she would have stormed out in indignation. At that moment, a sharp, cold laugh from Yi Xiao pierced through the hall. Little sister, may I inquire your age? Have you fully matured? Why do you speak with such an air of superiority, mimicking the adults? With that, his gaze fell upon Bai Ruoyu's chest. If Bai Ruoqing embodies boundless tolerance, then Bai Ruoyu represents a serene expanse, and together they create a striking contrast. What? What did you say? You scoundrel! Noticing Yi Xiao's gaze, Bai Ruoyu clutched her cat even tighter, her face flushed as she exclaimed in a sharp voice, Sister, where on earth did you find such a person? How incredibly rude. Chapter 16. Lessons from the Proud Girl, Special Recruitment Exam begins impertinent. I chuckled. Is there anyone more rude than you? At a height of merely 1.50 meters, how could you possibly look down on others with your nostrils? Yi Xiao mockingly remarked. Beside him, Zhang Rou leisurely crossed her arms, enjoying the spectacle. Xiao Hanchen gently caressed her nose, also appearing to relish the unfolding drama. The attitudes of the 3 incited an overwhelming fury in Bai Ruoyu, causing her to tremble with indignation. "Ollie, bite him." She smacked her small hand atop the black creature's head, which lazily emitted a reluctant sound in response. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it darted forward, radiating a dark aura as it raised its paw to strike at Yishao. At that moment, Yishao and the others noticed that this black entity possessed 3 tails. "Is this a 9-tailed spirit?" Jiang Ro's face displayed a hint of astonishment. The 9-tailed spirit was a high-ranking summoned beast, with an adult specimen comparable to a master-level practitioner. "Yishao, be cautious," Jiang Ro urgently warned. The close combat prowess of summoned beasts was formidable. How intriguing. Yishao observed the 9-tailed spirit lunging towards him, his expression remaining unchanged. "Martial Spirit Eye, activate," he murmured softly. Boom. His physical strength surged 5-fold. The melee damage increased by 200%. Yishao deftly drew an iron sword from Xiao Hongchen's side. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade and struck. Puff! A sword, akin to a shooting star, akin to a flash of lightning, struck the head of the 9-tailed spirit. Boom! The spirit was sent flying 10 meters, crashing forcefully onto the dining table of the villa, its vitality instantly waning. "Ollie!" Bai Ruoyu exclaimed in anguish. Rushing to embrace the spirit. "You have gone too far. Why did you enter it?" Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Yishao. "So, it is permissible for it to attack me, yet I am not allowed to retaliate? I have shown restraint by not killing it out of respect for Bai Ruoqing." Yishao replied coldly. "You." Bai Ruoyu was so enraged that words escaped her. "I will ensure that you 3 are the first to be eliminated in this special examination," she declared angrily, pointing at Yishao and his companions. How amusing. Is this a declaration of war? If so, I accept." Yishao chuckled coldly. "Bai Ruoqing, I shall take my leave now. As for your sister, if she does not temper that foul temper of hers, she might one day inadvertently meet her demise." With that, he turned to depart. Bai Ruoqing remained silent. Though Yu Zhao's words were harsh, they held a grain of truth. Bai Ruoyu's temperament could indeed lead her into trouble in the future. "Wait," Bai Ruoyu suddenly called out. "Your name is Yishao, is it? I will remember you. During tomorrow's examination, I will ensure you regret crossing Bai Ruoyu." The young girl stood with her legs apart, one hand on her hip, directing a fierce glare at Yishao. Yishao's gaze flickered, followed by a derisive chuckle. "Just a little girl who has not yet matured." Bai Ruoyu's face instantly flushed crimson. In that fleeting moment, she felt a chilling sensation, as if she stood before Yishao completely unclothed. She hurriedly covered herself, and that disconcerting feeling began to dissipate. "Ruoyu, you should not be so willful," Bai Ruoqing remarked with a wry smile after Yishao and his companions departed. Yishao is an exceptionally skilled ocular sorcerer, possessing formidable abilities. He can defeat a 6th-tier dark cultist even at the 3rd tier. You ought to cultivate a good rapport with him. I was 100 times stronger than him when I was at the 3rd tier. Bai Ruoyu retorted with a pout. "Sister, please stop. Just the fact that he dared to harm Ali is something I cannot tolerate. I will teach him a lesson during tomorrow's special examination," Bai Ruoyu declared resolutely. After leaving the villa, Yishao and his companions initially planned to find a hotel on their own. However, they soon learned that Bai Ruoqing had already booked accommodations for them and expressed her apologies. Upon checking into the hotel, the night passed without incident, and time swiftly flew by. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in. "Sign in." Ding. The host successfully signed in for glaucoma. White. "Yishao, I recall this is a type of eye disease, isn't it?" System. "Host, you are mistaken. This is the white eye technique, associated with glaucoma, which grants the ability of night vision." Yishao. After having breakfast, he exited the hotel to find Bai Ruoqing's vehicle already awaiting him outside. Bai Ruoyu, standing at a petite height of 1.50 meters, was also present, still clutching that black creature and disdainfully tossing a glare at Yishao from over her shoulder. The 9-tailed spirit regarded Yishao with an expression that betrayed a hint of trepidation. The trio climbed into the vehicle and proceeded towards the examination site. The venue was situated in the largest square of the provincial city, where they would be teleported by a formidable sorcerer into the wilderness. Indeed, the assessment's location was within the wilderness, now overrun by demons. The most powerful practitioners among humanity had intervened, cordoning off an area in the wilderness and expelling all extraordinary level demons from it. This assessment was straightforward. Participants were to hunt demons in the wilderness. The scoring device in their possession would tally the points accrued from slaying demons. Only those ranked above the 3rd extraordinary level would be counted. with 3 points awarded for third-tier kills, 5 points for fourth tier, 10 points for fifth tier, and so forth. Ultimately, the top 30 scorers would be recognized. In the square, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an air of utmost solemnity, addressed the assembly of examinees. He was a prestigious mentor from Jinshin University, possessing the formidable strength of a 6th-level domain master. Now, all participants in the assessment, please enter the teleportation array. He gestured towards a large magical array not far away. One by one, the students stepped into the array. In the midst of the crowd, Yishao spotted by Ruoyu, who made a chopping motion across her neck towards him. Yishao merely smirked in disdain. Once they reached the wilderness, this haughty girl would undoubtedly be at his mercy. Among the more than 300 participants in this assessment, Jinshin University would only admit 30. Across the 15 provinces of the Great Xia, there were 450 special admissions available. The remaining spots would be determined through the college entrance examination. A throng of students hurriedly stepped into the teleportation array. Strangely, Yishao noticed that Ruoyu was encircled by 29 remarkably talented and distinguished young individuals. These are my personally selected guards. They will all succeed in this special admission, she declared. Yishao, you three should not waste your time. There are no spots for you. If you wish to avoid being hunted in the wilderness, now is the time to apologize while I am in a good mood. Say it, Miss Ryu, I was wrong. I, Yishao, am inferior to beasts and scoundrels. I willingly submit to being your servant, fetching tea and water for you. Yushao's lips twitched slightly. Little sister, you fall far short of your elder sister. Your narrow-mindedness lacks the capacity to accommodate others. Yishao mocked, spreading his hands. You. Yishao, you are finished. I will not rest until I confront you. Ruoyu cursed furiously, turning her back and stepping directly into the array. Come on. We have already reserved the top 3 spots for this special admission. Yishao turned to the 2 individuals and spoke, before stepping into the formation. Chapter 17, Confronting the Ryu group. Upon entering the formation, the scene before me shifted dramatically, and as I regained my senses, I found myself in a realm drenched in crimson. The ground was composed of red soil, and the air was thick with an unsettling aura. This place, once the very soil of human existence, had borne witness to countless lives, leaving behind cherished memories, resonant laughter, and joyous echoes. Yishao knelt down, grasping a handful of soil, only to be met with a sharp sting against his skin. The earth here had long ceased to be hospitable to humanity, now rife with corrosive properties. Yishao, the demons have emerged. At that moment, Xiao Haochun's voice broke through the heavy atmosphere. Yishao rose, lifting his gaze to behold a horde of humanoid creatures resembling zombies, advancing toward him. He activated his identification eye. Corrupted corpse, extraordinary level 3. Upon death, the human body decays, transforming into a corrupted corpse, its resentment lingering perpetually in this place. Sigh, let it be buried. A golden flame ignited in Yi Zhao's eyes. Boom. A multitude of golden lotuses blossomed in the void, and in the blink of an eye, the corrupted corpses began to dance amidst the flames, soon reduced to ash. The numbers on Yi Zhao's scorekeeper soared dramatically. Let us proceed. Our objectives for this assessment are twofold: to secure a place in the top 3 and to teach that arrogant young lady a proper lesson. Yishao said, rubbing his temples. He opened his perception eye. Every region was infused with a kaleidoscope of colors. Green signified safety, while red indicated high danger. Yishao charged directly into the crimson territory with the 2 companions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ryu stood atop a grand tree, hands on her hips, issuing orders to those below. Listen carefully. Your objective is to ensure that Yishao and his companions do not succeed in this special recruitment examination. Inform me immediately upon encountering them. Understood? Yes. Several individuals responded with fervent enthusiasm. Excellent. Now let us begin accumulating points. Ruoyu deftly inscribed symbols in the air with a single hand, and soon a rune adhered itself to the tree. With my magic, all the monsters will obediently flock to this direction. There is no need to search for them deliberately. It will be effortless. Under the influence of her enchantment, the tree transformed into an irresistible lure, continuously emanating an enticing aroma that attracted countless monsters, which they would then collectively vanquish. With a few more such maneuvers, their scores would far surpass those of their competitors. Boom. The earth trembled. Ruoyu's tactic indeed bore fruit. As a multitude of monsters surged towards her from the skies, the ground, and even beneath it. Summoning spell. Arise Dehei. Boom. As the summoning array materialized, an immensely colossal arm emerged from within. With a thunderous crash, the arm descended like a mountain, stunning the advancing demons into a state of shock. In an instant, they were obliterated, reduced to mere mist of blood beneath a single swipe. He is indeed formidable, unless they are at the transcendent 9th tier. They stand no chance against him. Bairuoyu chuckled mischievously. Boom, boom, boom. From the summoning array, a figure stepped forth, revealing its full form. It was a jet-black dragon man, with a pair of enormous wings upon its back that, when unfurled, could obscure the very sky. Clear the field. Bairuoyu commanded, seated atop the dragon man's back, pointing forward. Roar. The dragon man unleashed a mighty roar, spreading its vast wings and soaring into the heavens, unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon the demon horde below. Goodness! Master Bai, your daughter's prowess is nothing short of extraordinary, exclaimed an onlooker in astonishment, glancing at Bai Xianxing beside him. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, she is merely at the transcendent 5th tier. Yet she has already forged a contract with a dragon man and a nine-tailed spirit. These are indeed immensely powerful summoned beasts. Bai Xianxing sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Well, she can be rather haughty at times. What is wrong with being proud? A true prodigy should indeed possess a sense of pride. They have the merit to be self-assured. The other party remained unfazed, instead bursting into laughter. In contrast, Bairuo Qing remained silent, her heart laden with concern for Yishao. Her younger sister had merely employed the summoner's abilities, yet the wizard's profession had yet to be unleashed. Could Yishao truly prevail against her? A sense of unease gnawed at Bairuo Qing. Her sister, Bairuo, fought with reckless abandon. She hoped nothing unfortunate would occur. Otherwise, she would struggle to explain the situation to Tang Yun. What on earth was happening over there? With the sounds of cannon fire reverberating, Yishao and his companions gazed in astonishment at the flames erupting from the forest in the distance. Such commotion was not the work of an ordinary person. Yishao activated his ocular technique. It is that little girl gathering monsters. She possesses quite the skill. This was indeed an effortless endeavor. Let us go find her. With a cold smirk, Yishao led the trio toward the source of the chaos. Kill, slaughter for me. I am the commander. You are all warriors under my banner. Bairuo commanded from atop the back of a dragon man, directing the individuals below. A horde of professionals engaged in fierce combat with waves of demons, their scores soaring to unprecedented heights. On the external scoreboards, Bairuo reigned supreme, her position unyielding, while her subordinates occupied ranks 2 to 30. Has this girl turned the special recruitment examination into her own personal game? Bai Xianxing pressed his forehead, wearing an expression of helplessness. He glanced at the esteemed mentor from Jinshin University beside him, only to find that the latter's demeanor remained unchanged. As long as the actions were within the established rules, Jinshin University would not intervene, even if, in the end, it was truly Bairuo's more than 20 subordinates who secured the spots. It would simply be a reflection of the incompetence of others. Jinshin University had no need for inept individuals. Indeed, that little girl was on a rampage. Yishao and his companions approached Bairuo's vicinity, observing discreetly. Should we take action, Yishao? Jiang Rou inquired. No, let's hold on for now. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. We can simply seize their scoring devices later, which would be far easier. After all, the rules don't state that we can't take them. Yishao replied with a mischievous smile. Jiang Rou looked at him with a peculiar expression and silently gave him a thumbs up. Cunning. So devious. But indeed, a clever strategy. Yishao hid nearby, awaiting the moment when Bairuo and her group would fervently engage in defeating monsters. Moments later, he declared, "That's enough. Let us go." He gestured, and the three rushed towards the towering tree. From her elevated position, Bairuo spotted Yishao and his companions immediately. They found Yishao. Quickly, capture them. Bind them tightly. Ali, go. Use all your strength. Hold nothing back. The nine-tailed spirit suddenly leaped out from Bairuo's embrace. Its form gradually enlarged, ultimately transforming into a majestic feline measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, with 3 agile tails swaying elegantly in the breeze. Chapter 18. Everlasting Flame. Roar. Ali swung its sharp claws, reducing all the demons that stood in its way to mere pulp. The previous day's encounter with Yishao had been a result of its underestimation. It had not unleashed its full power, which led to its injury. Today, it sought to redeem itself. How intriguing. Yishao activated his golden flame eyes, incinerating the demons that obstructed him into charred remains. Bairuo, Is your summoned beast in such a rush to meet its end? Yi Xiao swiftly seized a long blade from a nearby examinee. Draw and slash. Boom. Yi Xiao transformed into a streak of black lightning, striking towards the nine-tailed spirit. Clang. The nine-tailed spirit brandished its claws, blocking Yi Xiao's blade. The collision sent sparks flying in all directions. Goodness. Quite formidable. Yi Xiao shook his numbed hand. Martial spirit eyes. Activate. Phantom blade strike. Whoosh. Yi Xiao unleashed a rapid succession of strikes, the glimmering blade lights slicing through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Brilliant sparks erupted in the atmosphere. As Yi Xiao engaged the nine-tailed spirit, the commotion was immense, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to approach. The nine-tailed spirit exhibited exceptional close-quarters combat capabilities, its speed rivaling that of extraordinary beings at the 6th or 7th tier. Is this young man a swordsman? Such astonishing swordsmanship. Spectators on the sidelines gasped in admiration. His technique is so swift. He can actually keep pace with the nine-tailed spirit. He must surely be a swordsman. Such a technique, if not executed by a master swordsman, is simply unbelievable. Only Bai Ruoqing stood there, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Hadn't Yun mentioned that Yu Zhao's close combat abilities were a weakness? Is this truly a weakness? It seems that others cannot even measure up to his shortcomings. By heavens! At that moment, someone gasped in disbelief, holding Yi Zhao's profile in hand. This young man is, astonishingly, a pupil of the eye technique. What? Everyone was rendered speechless. A pupil of the eye technique. How could this be? Traditionally, the close combat capabilities of such practitioners have always been their Achilles heel. How could he be this formidable? Indeed, practitioners of the eye technique are often regarded as mere support, lacking in martial prowess. Their ranged abilities are no match for mages, elementalists, or gunners. This must be a fabrication regarding the eye technique. A crowd began to question the authenticity of Yi Zhao's profile. Is it truly possible for a practitioner of the eye technique to exhibit such close combat prowess? Even if, for argument's sake, Yi Zhao's swordsmanship is commendable, can his physical form endure? Such high-intensity strikes and collisions would shatter the hands and break the arms of even the most seasoned swordsman. Heavens! Look at his level. He is merely at the 4th tier of the extraordinary. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. By heavens! At the 4th tier of the extraordinary. The combat prowess of this nine-tailed spirit rivals that of the 7th tier of the extraordinary. Is he truly battling across 3 tiers? This is nothing short of genius. A top-tier prodigy. The 4th tier of the extraordinary? Has he broken through yet again? Bai Ruoqing's heart sank once more. At that moment, another voice emerged from the shadows. He had yet to employ his ocular technique. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, the ocular technique had not been utilized. If he were to activate it, could his strength be further augmented to the extraordinary 8th tier? Or perhaps, the audience hesitated to speculate. Even the esteemed Zhengzhou University had never witnessed a practitioner capable of battling 5 tiers above their own. Even Bai Ruoyu, a prodigy with dual professions, was unable to achieve such feats. It's over. Foolish one, you no longer merit my continued engagement. Golden Flame Eye. Activate. Yi Zhao's gaze flickered. Boom. A golden lotus erupted from within the nine-tailed spirit. Awoo. The spirit let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, grievously burned and unable to rise again. Ali, Bai Ruoyu exclaimed in shock. Yi Xiao, I will not spare you. She commanded the dragon man to charge at Yi Xiao. Dehei, attack him. With her command, flames of crimson began to coalesce in the dragon man's maw. Bai Ruoyu, is this truly the extent of your abilities? How feeble. Yi Xiao scoffed disdainfully. He directly activated the mentalist's techniques, lifting himself into the air. If this is all you have, then the game is over. Everlasting. Zhenyanai. Whoosh. In Yi Zhao's eyes, golden flames entwined like threads around his being. Moments later, a robe of golden blazing lotus formed around him. Eternal flame. Ignite. Boom. A torrent of flames erupted, surging towards the dragon man. The golden fire transformed in midair into an array of weapons, encircling the dragon man like a beehive. What? Everyone engaged in battle below was utterly astonished. How astonishing. Yi Zhao's prowess. Is this truly a master of ocular techniques? The stature of a mage pales in comparison. Once again, his indomitable flames manifested. Jiang Ryu waved her delicate hand, and a horde of demons before her crystallized into ice. She gazed at Yi Xiao, cloaked in golden flames, her face betraying a flicker of shock. Wind sweeps the clouds. Xiao Hongxun unleashed a formidable sword technique, slaying several demons. Indeed, he must be the one to guide me to the pinnacle of the sword path. Yi Xiao, draped in his golden flame robe, hovered in the air. Bai Ruoyu, do you possess any other means? If not, then it is time for this game to conclude. Yu Zhao's calm voice resonated. Bai Ruoyu met his divinely authoritative gaze. Gritting her teeth, go. With a single wave of his hand, weapons ablaze with golden fire surged towards the dragon man. Roar. The dragon man let out a pained howl. Once exposed to Yi Zhao's flames, they will not cease unless he himself commands them to stop. Dehei. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, her heart aching. Yi Xiao. Release Dehei. Yi Xiao. You must let him go. Bai Ruoyu urgently pleaded with him. Yi Xiao remained silent, intent on teaching this girl a lesson, making her realize that not everyone in this world revolves around her. Yi Xiao, you are forcing my hand. Bai Ruoyu's expression darkened. Magic. Flame dragon. Breath. She clasped her hands before her, murmuring softly. Boom. A blazing red flame erupted from her body like a ferocious dragon. Flame dragon breath. The fire transformed into a colossal flame dragon, roaring towards the heavens, surging toward Yi Xiao with terrifying momentum. This strike had reached the pinnacle of extraordinary power. A dragon? How intriguing. Yi Zhao's eyes sparkled with intent. Bai Ruoyu, if this is your trump card, then I can only say, you underestimate me, Yi Xiao? Magic. Flame dragon breath. Boom. An astonishing flame erupted from Yi Xiao as well. The golden fire starkly contrasted with Bai Ruoyu's crimson flames. How is this possible? Bai Ruoyu was utterly taken aback. This was indeed a formidable spell documented on the purple scroll. Even she had devoted a full fortnight to mastering it completely. How could Yi Xiao possibly learn it with just a single glance? What manner of creature is he? This is simply absurd. The current generation of youth is truly remarkable. The spectators in the viewing area began to engage in animated discussions. Yi Xiao is not even a mage, yet he employs the same techniques as Bai Ruoyu. If my memory serves me correctly, that was the flame dragon's breath recorded on the purple scroll. Even a metamorphosis level practitioner would require a considerable amount of time to master such a skill. The fact that Bai Ruoyu, being an extraordinary level practitioner, could wield it is already astonishing. What on earth is Yi Xiao? He learned it with just a glance? Could his ocular technique be some sort of replication eye? How is that even possible? Where in this world would such an extraordinary ocular technique exist? If there truly were a replication eye, Yi Xiao would have transformed into a master of all professions. Someone jested aloud. Chapter 19. I am your slave, the divine reappearance with a resounding roar. Golden flames surged forth, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon, facing off against Bai Ruoyu's fiery dragon from a distance. Yi Xiao. Bai Ruoyu ground her teeth in frustration. You should apologize to me right now. Say it. Yi Xiao, the handsome one, I was wrong. I, Bai Ruoyu, am lesser than a pig or a dog, and I willingly submit as your slave, serving you with tea and water. Then I might spare you. Her small fists were clenched tightly. This familiar rhetoric. Yi Xiao was clearly waiting for the opportune moment to take revenge on her. I will never beg for mercy from you, scoundrel. Oh, then there is no other choice. Yi Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Go. With a commanding shout, the golden dragon roared and charged towards Bai Ruoyu. Fiery dragon. Attack. Bai Ruoyu waved her hand. And the crimson dragon also lunged forward with a fierce roar. The two colossal fire dragons evaporated the surrounding air, creating a vast vacuum. In the next moment, they collided with tremendous force. Yu Zhao's golden flames were vastly superior in strength compared to Bai Ruoyu's ordinary fire. Boom. Crackle. The golden flames. Like a serpent entwined around its prey, tightly wrapped around the crimson flames, gradually consuming them completely. Once the crimson flames were entirely devoured, the power of the golden flames surged dramatically, and the golden dragon expanded significantly in size. In a sudden burst, she opened her mouth wide, emitting a deafening roar as she lunged at Bai Ruoyu. Ah! Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale with fright. Do not come any closer. I was wrong. I confess. I confess. You shall. I confess. Boom. The colossal dragon halted before her. She covered her eyes, her expression one of impending tears. Her nose twitched, appearing woefully pitiful. I apologize to you. Yi Xiao, the handsome. Bai Ruoyu, am like a pig or a dog. Lower than a pig or a dog. As she spoke, Bai Ruoyu bit her lip tightly, on the verge of tears from embarrassment. This was a confession she truly struggled to utter. It was only when it was her turn to speak that she realized the profound shame of it all. Moreover, the most outrageous part was that this scene was being broadcast live. People outside were watching. I am willing to be your Slave. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. What? I didn't catch that. Speak louder. Slave. Slave. Is that clear now? Ryu shouted with her eyes tightly shut. Woo-woo. Yi Xiao, you are bullying me. Her eyes were red, as if she would burst into tears at any moment. Yet, Yi Xiao remained unfazed. One must bear the consequences of their actions, a realization that every adult should possess. Now, continue, Yi Xiao said calmly. Woo-woo. As Tang Ruyu wept, she spoke. I willingly offer myself as your servant, to serve you tea and water. Very well. The contract is established. From now on, you shall be my slave. Yi Xiao replied with a mischievous grin. Ryu gazed at his sinister expression, instinctively clutching her chest. What do you intend to do? She asked, resembling a frightened little rabbit. In the context of a master and servant relationship, what do you mean by that? Yi Xiao's face was adorned with a frivolous expression. Ruyu's complexion turned pale in an instant. Woo-woo. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. I am still just a child. My development is not yet complete. I haven't even grown all my hair. Go find my sister instead. She is much older than I am, she said, her voice tinged with sobs. Outside. Ruoqing was bemused, her face darkened. Truly, what a good sister, so readily selling her own sister out. Xianqing observed his daughter's shameful demeanor. His expression equally displeased. Father, I have come to understand Yu Xiao's character. He is decent. He must merely be teasing Ruoyu. Ruoqing interjected. Yes, I know, but Ruoqing, the student of Union, how should I put it? His character is simply too. After a long pause, Xianqing finally uttered, too debased. In the wilderness, Yi Xiao declared, all right, since you have admitted defeat, hand over your points obediently. By the way, hand over your little subordinates. This is our trophy. Yi Xiao smiled as he collected the spoils. Soon, their points surged into the top 3. Yi Xiao is quite remarkable. Indeed, he has emerged as the biggest dark horse in this special recruitment. Not only Yi Xiao, but the other two are also impressive. That young girl is an elemental master, having achieved a profound mastery over ice attributes. Moreover, she conceals a powerful force within her that has yet to be unleashed. And the boy with the sword on his back is exceptionally pure, his sword heart clear, reminiscent of our Xia's sword god. He is a natural sword cultivator. Along with Ruoyu, my southern province is destined to gain recognition. The talent they possess is among the finest in the nation. The prominent figures from several provincial cities appeared exceedingly pleased, as their province had produced a genius. How could they not be delighted? Time swiftly passed. 3 to 4 days went by. With their points fully accumulated, Yi Xiao leisurely spent his days in the wilderness, as if on a vacation. Ryu had truly become his maid, serving him tea and attending to his needs. Yi Xiao even managed to procure a maid outfit to compel her to wear. Tomorrow, the assessment will conclude. Gazing at the setting sun, Yi Xiao felt elated. Before him lay a path to the future, fraught with countless dangers yet brimming with innumerable opportunities. Upon entering this world, from a mere wastrel to the top of the special admission list, Yi Xiao is now on the brink of attending university. Zhenshin University, the pinnacle of educational institutions in the Great Xia, a sanctuary fervently sought by all practitioners, is almost within her grasp. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the wilderness as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. The alarms from the outside world blared immediately, signaling the emergence of divine fluctuations. The gods were awakening. The prominent figures could no longer remain composed. On the screen, a giant with azure skin stood upon the crimson wasteland, bellowing to the sky, his voice reverberating across the firmament. This was the revival of the gods. Damn it, why would a deity appear in the examination grounds? Is this a hunting scheme devised by the demons and deities targeting the prodigies of humankind? What kind of god is that? Hurry, investigate the records. With a swift motion, the golden minter could no longer remain seated. He transformed into a streak of light and dashed out. Closely following him was Xianqing, also of domain level. The two rushed into the formation, eager to activate it, only to discover that it had been sabotaged. Where is the formation master? Gu Tianming, the esteemed mentor of Zhenshin University, inquired with a grim countenance. The formation master, has vanished. Someone tremulously replied. Gu Tianming's expression darkened profoundly. This was a premeditated assault. Shattering the formation, the deities awaken. This is an assassination orchestrated by demons and divine beings. Their aim is to utterly bury the most exceptional talents of the human race, the hopes of the future, in the wilderness. Demons, deities, you shall pay for your sins. Gu Tianming roared in fury, his voice echoing towards the heavens. Chapter 20. The celestial predator planet has been uncovered. Codenamed Giant Spirit. It is a nightmare-level deity. At this moment, someone opened the ancient texts, pointing to a trembling page and speaking with trepidation. This deity awakened in the northwestern region 30 years ago. It was wounded by a control-level warrior and subsequently vanished without a trace. Its defining characteristics include immense strength, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and a terrifying regenerative ability that allows it to revive from severed limbs. What? Everyone was astounded. This is a nightmare-level deity. Its combat prowess is on par with the most elite control-level practitioners. It surpasses the feathered serpent deity that Yi Xiao and his companions encountered in Jiangzhou by 2 whole tiers. Damn it! Gu Tianming exclaimed, his lips quivering in fury as he gazed at the blue giant on the screen. Just then, the phone rang abruptly. What did you say? The examination halls across the 15 provinces of the Great Xia have encountered the resurgence of deities. Impossible. Gu Tianming's face was a mask of horror. They came prepared. Could it be that the deities and demons have infiltrated the human ranks? The latest report. All examinees in Beiyuan province have perished. All examinees in Sangdong province have perished. All examinees in Linhai province have perished. In a relentless wave, the resurrected deities have claimed the lives of candidates from 3 major provinces. The dignitaries present turned pale. One by one. This is a monumental event. An unforeseen catastrophe. There must be traitors among the upper echelons of humanity. Otherwise, the assaults of deities and demons would never be so effortless. Everyone, to the wilderness. No matter what, the candidates must not come to harm. They are the cornerstone of our Great Xia's future. Gu Tianming bellowed. Boom. The domain unfolded. The boundless blade realm. Gu Tianming, garbed in fluttering attire, brandished a pitch-black, demonic sword. With a swift motion, he tore through the void and stepped forward. The black blade light enveloping his form as he appeared thousands of meters away. The domain unfolded. The super energy light realm. Bai Xianqing revealed a stylish handgun. Vanishing from his original position, the other prominent figures also unleashed their formidable abilities, hastening towards the wilderness. However, without a teleportation array, even with their remarkable speed, it would take several minutes to reach the wilderness, time enough for the colossal divine warriors to slaughter the candidates 100 times over. In the imperial capital, at the Divine Guardian University, within a modest secret chamber, a middle-aged figure clad in white suddenly opened his eyes. Fallen deities, filthy vermin, dare to trample upon our Great Xia, dare to challenge the pride of our Great Xia. Truly, they know not the meaning of death. A sharp, long sword lay coiled upon his knee, emitting a resonant hum. Old friend, I implore you, accompany me. To slay a deity once more. Boom. A blazing long rainbow ascended, and the figure instantly vanished from the chamber. Today, the sword god of Great Xia, armed with his sword, ventures into the wilderness. He has departed, and today's matters have been resolved. Ha! Those fallen gods truly underestimate our Xia. They remain oblivious to the existence of you, this esteemed diviner. In an office, 2 figures are engaged in a refined tea-drinking ceremony. One is clad in a tailored suit, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. Any onlooker would instantly recognize him as Ning Zhao, the president of the Zhanshan University and a prominent figure within De Xia's upper echelons, a level 8 practitioner. The other, however, is garbed in a simple Taoist robe, his attire somewhat disheveled. Yet, his eyes shine brilliantly, reminiscent of a swirling galaxy. As if perceiving the very fabric of time and space, both past and future. The flower of time has indeed been sown, hasn't it? Yes. The flower of time has been planted in all 15 examination halls, rendering the fallen god's machinations futile. This is splendid news. The Taoist elder chuckled softly. This assault by the fallen gods presents a remarkable opportunity. How so? Perhaps these young individuals will surprise us in ways we cannot anticipate. The Taoist elder smiled gently. Let us await this with eager anticipation. The flower of time, one of De Xia's treasures, possesses the remarkable ability to reverse time within a certain scope, resurrecting the deceased and averting calamities. The deities believe they have eradicated De Xia's elite, severing the roots of humanity. Little do they know, their actions have long been foreseen. The sole question that remains is the identity of the mastermind behind these events, who is aiding these deities. Who among the high ranks of the Great Xia is betrayed? Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air as the colossal figure of the giant spirit emerged, towering over 100 meters, resembling a majestic mountain. As it traversed the wilderness, Each step it took caused the very ground to fracture beneath it, the thunderous noise reverberating like a hammer striking the hearts of all present. What is this commotion? Yu Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an extremely formidable force approaching from afar, a terror beyond comprehension. In comparison, the feathered serpent god of Jiangzhou seemed as insignificant as an ant. Could it be? The awakening of the deities, Yu Zhao exclaimed. Such a fearsome aura could only be attributed to the resurgence of divine beings. What? The awakening of deities. The faces of Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongquan paled in shock. Why would even the examination hall be graced by divine presence? Zhang Rou furrowed her brow in confusion. What are you all talking about? Bai Ruoyu remained oblivious, her expression blank as she clutched her small doubt and gazed at them. There is no way I could misinterpret this aura. It is undoubtedly the revival of the deities. Run. Boom. Just as Yi Zhao's words fell, a distant mountain crumbled with a deafening crash. A grotesque blue face emerged before them, with a green visage and sharp fangs. Resembling a malevolent spirit. Such an exclamation. Truly divine. Flee at once. Yu Zhao's visage turned a ghastly shade of green. What ill fortune is this? Encountering deities twice within a fortnight. Is he cursed with a physique that attracts celestial beings? This is absurdly perilous. The grotesque countenance of the giant spirit manifested a peculiar grin. He extended his colossal arm, akin to a mountain, reaching towards Yi Zhao and his companions. Alas, how terrifying. What is this? Is there no one to rescue us? Please, I do not wish to perish. Where are the mentors from the Divine Guardian University? Why has no one come to our aid? The candidates cried out in sheer terror, scattering in all directions. The deity observed the fleeing candidates, resembling insects, with an expression of profound satisfaction. Is this truly the hope for the future of the Great Xia? They are pathetically weaker than ants. The future of the Great Xia is to rely upon these insignificant creatures. How laughable. Great Xia, Blue Star, the human race. They are destined to become our feast. Boom. The azure arm descended, crushing dozens of candidates in its wake. Haha. The thrill of hunting prodigies is indescribably exhilarating. The giant spirit let out a thunderous roar that echoed like a tempest above Yi Zhao and the others, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Come, let me revel in this moment. I yearn to witness your fear. At this moment, the gaze of the giant spirit god sharpened slightly. I had not noticed before. But it appears there are a few rather robust ants hiding here. His enormous, bell-like eyes shifted, landing upon Yi Zhao, Zhang Rou, Xiao Hongquan, and Bai Ruoyu. Chapter 21. The eye of heaven illuminates the past and present. Boom. The mighty deity's hand reached out towards Yi Zhao and his companions. Damn it. Yi Zhao's expression turned exceedingly grim. Despite their efforts to remain inconspicuous, shrouded in secrecy and blending into the crowd, they had still attracted the attention of the colossal being. Run. Yi Zhao called out, as the eternal flame sovereign's eyes erupted with brilliance, his golden flame robe billowing in the air. Ignite for me. Boom. An explosion of golden flames erupted, and within Yi Zhao's eyes sparkled resplendent golden light, reminiscent of an ancient god stepping forth into the mortal realm. The golden flames coalesced in the void, transforming into a massive bronze bell that surged towards the deity's fist. No more holding back. If we can withstand for a moment, we shall. Otherwise, we will all perish. Yi Zhao urged his companions. Sword Heart, slash the heavens. Xiao Hongquan gripped his iron sword, entering a state of profound clarity in his swordsmanship. He slowly raised his sword, resembling an unparalleled sword immortal, poised to the sword intent of the great Xia sword god. Who are you, young one? Sensing the formidable sword intent, the colossal deity's expression darkened. Over the years, the great Xia sword god had quelled countless divine beings with his sword, standing as a bulwark against the wilderness. The execution of his sword technique had felled numerous gods. If there were one entity in all of Great Xia that he most desired to eliminate, it would undoubtedly be this sword god. You, an insignificant insect, are connected to the Great Xia sword god. Very well, very well. I may not be able to contend with the Great Xia sword god, but am I to fear a mere extraordinary little ghost like you? The colossal hand of the giant spirit transformed into a fist, crashing down with immense force. Magic. Breath of the Flame Dragon. A dual ultimate. Bai Ruoyu wielded fire magic, summoning two enormous crimson flame dragons. Zhang Rou's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips parting delicately. Radiant thunder of the purple lightning. Boom. A resplendent purple thunder erupted from her form, a brilliant lightning pattern appearing on her forehead. Indeed, Zhang Rou was a dual attribute elemental mage. The ice attribute was merely a guise. Her true trump card lay within the realm of lightning. Boom. A dazzling purple lightning bolt surged towards the giant spirit. The golden flame bell, the twin fire dragons, the sword intent of heaven slaying, and the purple lightning. These 4 attacks erupted simultaneously. Even a metamorphosed practitioner would be reduced to mere ashes. Yet, before the nightmare-level deity, the giant spirit, they appeared woefully insignificant. Boom. His massive fist descended, and in an instant, these attacks were shattered, exploding into a myriad of sparkling embers in midair. Subsequently, the gigantic fist continued its relentless descent towards the 4. Their faces turned ashen with fear. "You lot, stand back," Yi Shao bellowed. He then stepped forward, charging towards the fist of the giant spirit. In this moment, to break the deadlock, there was but one option: gamble. Yi Shao was betting that the system would not stand idly by and allow his demise. With the invocation of the martial spirit eyes, 2 extraordinary ocular techniques fully activated, Yi Shao stood at the pinnacle of his combat prowess. He had genuinely transcended the realm of the extraordinary and entered the transformative domain. Yet, before this divine being, akin to perfection itself, he remained as fragile as an insect. Moreover, the giant spirit god's intent to kill him intensified. How could such a prodigy emerge once more in the Great Xia? Surely, the lifeblood of Great Xia should not be destined for extinction. The giant spirit god gazed at Yi Shao, enveloped in golden flames, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He felt an immense relief for having arrived today. Had he allowed Yi Shao to mature, given time, he could become the second Great Xia sword god. The Great Xia could not afford to witness the emergence of another figure akin to the sword god. Perish, prodigy of Great Xia. You were born into a time of despair, a time where growth is stifled and potential is tragically cut short. Boom. The giant spirit god's fist blotted out the sky, resembling a celestial hammer poised to engulf Yi Shao entirely. Clang. The system detected a life and death crisis for the host. The Super Eye mode activated. The martial spirit eyes ascended to the martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Duration, 1 minute. A smile graced Yi Shao's lips. Indeed, it succeeded. This system is truly protective of its master. Oh, how I adore this remarkable system. Instantly, Yi Shao's confidence surged. Please refrain from overestimating yourself, host. The Super Eye mode is a built-in feature of the system. It can be activated once a month. The host had met their demise twice within a month, leaving the system with no choice but to reluctantly seek a new vessel. Yi Shao stood in silence as the colossal fist of the giant spirit god struck him. Yi Shao, Jiang Ro, and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, while Bai Ryu burst into tears. She had never anticipated that, in a moment of peril, Yi Shao would choose to sacrifice himself to save them. It dawned upon her that she had long misjudged Yi Shao. He was truly a virtuous soul, a paragon of goodness. Oh, Yi Shao, I was wrong. I should not have opposed you. On this day next year, your memorial, I shall burn offerings of 10 or 8 beautiful women, like my sister. Upon hearing Bai Ryu's words, Yi Shao nearly gasped for breath. I am not dead yet, and here you are, cursing me. Xiao Hongqin tightened his grip on his sword, while Jiang Ro's eyes glistened with tears. A seed of vengeance had been sown deep within their hearts. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed through the air. The heavenly eye illuminates the past and present. Boom. One of the giant spirit god's arms exploded into the void, and a golden light soared into the sky, piercing the heavens and shooting into the boundless abyss. What? The giant spirit god recoiled in pain, taking 2 steps back, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at the void before him. Before long, Yi Shao, adorned in a robe of golden flames, hovered gracefully in the air. A dark golden vertical mark at his brow opened, with ancient, dark golden patterns flowing around him. As if this archaic vertical mark possessed a celestial eye that pierced through the epics of ancient history. What manner of eye is this? The moment the giant spirit deity beheld those eyes, a tremor surged through his heart, and an overwhelming dread enveloped him. Why do you exude the aura of a journey's end? The voice of the giant spirit deity resonated like a mighty bell. Only one who has traversed the path of a profession to its terminus may possess such an aura. It signifies an existence that transcends the 9th level, a power that surpasses dominion itself. This realm, accessible solely to the creator of the profession, is a domain untouchable by any other. This domain is known as the pinnacle of the path. At this moment, Yi Shao emanated the aura of a martial artist who had reached the pinnacle of his profession. Although he was but a practitioner of eye techniques, the essence of a martial artist at the zenith of his career radiated from him. The giant spirit deity, perplexed, could not fathom this enigma. I know not of any journey's end. All I comprehend is that you are about to meet your demise. Boom. The celestial eye defied the ages. The ancient patterns intertwined, and an endless torrent of lethal brilliance erupted from Yi Xiao's vertical pupil. In that instant, the giant spirit deity envisioned a solitary figure standing at the terminus of the path. Before him loomed countless terrifying presences, each capable of effortlessly obliterating him with a mere thought. As that figure softly spoke, the heavens trembled. Heavenly eye, defy eternity. Boom. An infinite surge of lethal light erupted, causing the rivers of stars to reverse their flow. The realms dimmed, and one by one, the celestial bodies detonated before the onslaught of this all-penetrating light. Those formidable figures unleashed furious roars, struggling and howling as they attempted to employ their most powerful attacks. Yet, one after another, they fell helplessly, subdued in the boundless void. The figure turned slightly, a glimmer of dark golden eyes shining from the center of their brow, perceiving all, mirroring the vertical pupil of Yi Xiao perfectly. No, no. The giant spirit bellowed in frenzied desperation. I cannot let you go. Absolutely not. Astonishingly, the severed arm he had lost began to regrow at a visible rate. He then brought his hands together, striking fiercely towards Yi Xiao. Immense power. Boom. A tremendous pressure manifested, even before the colossal fist descended. The desolate ground began to crack and sink. The earth quaked violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Under the heavenly eye, all was devoid of life. Gods transformed into mortals. Boom. Yi Xiao opened his martial arts heavenly eye, unleashing its brilliance, with lethal light soaring to the heavens. Golden beams evaporated the air, illuminating the entire world. In an instant, the giant spirit's hands vanished into thin air. How can he be so powerful? He is merely a specter. Boom. Immediately, the golden beam resembled a divine arrow, piercing through the clouds and traversing the boundless void. Under the invincible radiance of this golden light, the giant spirit god stood utterly defenseless, disintegrating into ashes. Ding! Host has slain the giant spirit god. The advancement conditions for the martial spirit eye, purple, have been fulfilled. Shall it be upgraded to the martial god eye, orange? Martial god eye. Under the gaze of this technique, physical strength is amplified tenfold. Close combat capabilities are enhanced by 500%. It can summon the ethereal visage of the golden martial god to confront foes. Chapter 22, a conclusion time rewinds to a minute prior. What is that? After racing through the vast expanse of the domain, Gu Tianming and Bai Xianqing arrived in the wilderness in a mere 3 minutes. Upon stepping onto the crimson earth, they were met with an unforgettable scene. A golden beam of light pierced through the heavens, unleashing countless rays of lethal energy, each causing a shiver of dread and trepidation. Accompanied by the terrifying roar of the formidable giant deity, both individuals found themselves trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that a top-tier practitioner had already arrived on the scene before us? They exchanged a glance, their faces etched with astonishment. Regardless, the giant deity must have been slain. I heard that anguished roar even from this distance. Gu Tianming nodded. I hope the casualties are not too great. He sighed deeply. I truly do not know how to report this to the higher-ups. Let us go. Increase our pace. If that supreme being has yet to depart, we might be fortunate enough to make an acquaintance. The two once again unleashed their domains and soared towards the distance. Yi Xiao Yu. After vanquishing the giant deity, Yi Xiao retracted his heavenly eye mode and slowly descended from the sky. Bai Ruo Yu looked at him with a hint of fear and trepidation. Woo-woo. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I should not have spoken ill of you. Do not kill me. I never truly expected you to hide so deeply. You are indeed a formidable master, playing the fool to deceive the tiger. Is it amusing to bully a mere girl like me? She cried, cradling her head in despair. Yi Xiao's lips twitched. Could it be that Bai Ryu genuinely believed he was some great figure? He deliberately assumed a stern expression. Now, do you comprehend my prowess? Are you still stubbornly defiant? To be frank, my true identity is the vice president of Jinshin University. Even the mighty sword god of Daxiao regards me as a brother. I have concealed my identity to assess the fundamental qualities of this cohort of students. It is evident that you, Bai Ruoyu, are unqualified. I hereby declare that your admission is revoked. Yi Xiao proclaimed with a grand gesture. Bai Ruoyu stood frozen in place, her complexion paling, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. Will you not accept my apology? Please do not strip me of my admission. Woe is me. I am your servant now. You cannot treat me this way. Bai Ryu clutched her spirit, appearing utterly pitiful. Yi Xiao could no longer maintain his composure and burst into laughter. All right. He was merely jesting with you. Jiang Rou said, stifling her laughter as she patted Bai Ruoyu on the shoulder. What? Bai Ruoyu was momentarily stunned. Her face puffed up in indignation. Yi Xiao, you are too insidious. You are truly wicked. I shall bite you to death. She lunged at Yi Xiao, claws bared. Yi Xiao casually extended his hand, pressing it against his head. Bai Ruoyu flailed her arms, unable to even graze Yi Xiao's garments. With your height of merely 1 meter 50, TSK. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head in disdain. After much ado, Bai Ruoyu finally settled down. Sniffling. She reached out her hand. I apologize to you all. My previous attitude was uncalled for. I admit, I was in the wrong. I am truly sorry. Let me introduce myself anew. I am Bai Ruoyu, a professional magician and summoner. Jiang Rou smiled as she extended her hand. Jiang Rou, a professional elemental master. Please keep my affiliation with the lightning element confidential. Xiao Hongchun, a swordsman. I kindly ask that you keep my mastery of the slashing heaven sword intent under wraps as well. Yi Xiao touched his nose. I am Yi Xiao, a professional pupil master, a dutiful servant who must keep secrets for my master. Bai Ruoyu gritted her teeth in frustration. Just then, several figures appeared unexpectedly at the scene. Are you all alright? It was Gu Tianming. We're fine. Yi Xiao and the others shook their heads. Oh, what about that powerful individual? Has he departed? Gu Tianming inquired. Puzzled. What powerful individual? There is no strong. Woo-woo. Bai Ruoyu's sentence was abruptly cut off as Yi Xiao covered her mouth. He has left. That formidable individual was too powerful. With a single strike, he vanquished the Titan and then departed. Senior, do you know who he is? He saved all our lives. And we wish to express our heartfelt gratitude, Yi Xiaowen said with refined elegance. Alas, I do not know either, since that formidable individual prefers to remain anonymous. There is no need for us to intrude upon him, Yi Xiaowen conceded with a nod. Such a pity. Shortly thereafter, Bai Xianqing arrived at the scene. Ruoyu, are you unharmed? I'm fine, father. Bai Ruoyu shook her head, casting a provocative glance at Yi Xiaowen, as if to say, my father is here. I'm no longer afraid of you. Yi Xiaowen smirked dismissively, retrieving his phone and placing it near Bai Ruoyu's ear, activating the recording. The sound echoed in her ears, causing her complexion to pale instantly. The gaze she directed at Yi Xiaowen was now tinged with a hint of desperation. That cunning, deceitful, and shameless man. How dare he record me? This is utterly disgraceful. Glad to hear you're well. Glad to hear you're well, Bai Xianqing chuckled, then turned his attention to Yi Xiaowen. Young man, you possess quite the skill. Few have managed to outsmart my precious daughter over the years. Yi Xiaowen bowed respectfully. You flatter me, senior. I merely excel at dealing with children. This remark earned him another fierce glare from Bai Ruoyu, but Bai Xianqing seemed unperturbed. Young man, you have truly distinguished yourself. Advancing to this point in the rather unremarkable profession of a pupil of the eye arts is no small feat. You possess the credentials for pride. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Gu Tianming. Teacher Gu, the quota for this special recruitment should be confirmed now, correct? Gu Tianming nodded. Indeed. I shall announce the rankings upon our return to the provincial capital. Yet, those deceased candidates. Alas, they were the hopes of our great Xia. Cursed be the deities. Just then, Gu Tianming's phone suddenly rang. This is a call from the imperial capital. He was momentarily taken aback and hastily answered. Teacher Gu, you must proceed immediately to the designated location to collect the flower of time. Once the call ended, Gu Tianming's expression was one of astonishment. What is it, Teacher Gu? Bai Xianqing inquired with curiosity. Gu Tianming, in a daze, exclaimed, Our great Xia's pride remains unscathed. This is Principal Ning's scheme. The deities have intervened, and the sword god will slay the divine beings. Heaven bless our great Xia. Gu Tianming was beside himself with joy. I shall first go to collect the flower of time. You all shall accompany me back to the provincial capital. Together, we will witness the grand spectacle of our great Xia's sword god vanquishing the divine monsters. This is indeed the most opportune moment to uplift the spirit of our great Xia. With that, Gu Tianming dashed off in a particular direction. Observing the excitement radiating from Teacher Gu, one could surmise that the higher echelons of great Xia have devised a solution for this matter. Indeed, the thoughts of those significant figures are far beyond our anticipation. Bai Xianqing smiled and shook his head. Let us depart. I shall escort the remaining candidates back to the provincial city. With that, Bai Xianqing unfurled his domain, enveloping all the candidates, and vanished from the spot. Chapter 23, The Great Xia Sword God Versus. The fallen god of the wilderness Yi Xiao and his companions returned to the provincial city, and shortly thereafter, Gu Tianming made his entrance, accompanied by dozens of students, all of whom had emerged from the wilderness, having been previously slain by the colossal spirit god. Master Gu. These distinguished individuals are truly astonishing, they exclaimed in surprise. Is it truly possible for the deceased to be resurrected? The methods employed in the imperial capital are hardly worthy of mention. Gu Tianming laughed heartily. Has the live broadcast commenced? It has begun. On the grand screen in the provincial city, a figure clad in white wielding a sword emerged. This live broadcast was a collaborative effort from the 15 provinces of Great Xia, serving as a blessing from the sword god on the eve of the martial examination. The white-clad figure stood resolutely upon the boundless crimson earth, his expression inscrutable. The long sword in his hand shimmered with radiant sword light, resonating with a sound akin to a humming or a long, mournful wail. How many years has it been since the sword god last made a move? Over a decade. I recall a decade ago when a cataclysmic dark underworld god awakened, wreaking havoc across Great Xia, only to be vanquished by the sword god in a single strike. Since that moment, the sword god had not drawn his sword again. I still vividly remember that time. I was merely a fledgling, inexperienced youth then. The sword god was, without a doubt, the embodiment of my faith. Indeed, after a decade, I find myself once more with the opportunity to witness the sword god in action. My heart swells with an excitement that is difficult to contain. At that moment, the scene on the screen underwent a dramatic transformation. With a resonant hum, the sword god, with a single hand gesture, summoned an immense silver blade that materialized behind him. This was the manifestation of the sword god's dominion over the rules of swordsmanship. Sword. Descend. With a swift motion, the Jianhong sword transformed into a soaring dragon. Slicing through the air, its terrifying aura reminiscent of a horde of dragons roaring, directly obliterating the depths of the wilderness. With a thunderous roar, the once silent expanse burst forth like a rejuvenated volcano. Su Chanhen, you have gone too far. A shadowy hand emerged from the earth. An overwhelming mass of black mist obscuring the sky over dozens of miles of the wilderness. You wretched fallen gods who cannot bear the light of day. How dare you strike against the proud empire of Daxia? Today, I shall sever 3 of your divine beings as a warning. You shall be the first. Celestial severance. Sword technique. The sword god bellowed. The Jianhong sword danced through the air as the sword god wielded it with 2 fingers, with a flick of 1 finger. The Jianhong sword sang a resounding melody. The bright sword aura shimmered, and with this strike, it seemed as though the heavens themselves would be cleaved in twain. As the blade fell, the black mist dissipated entirely. Su Chanhen, do you truly wish to sever all ties with us? The fallen gods had long been locked in an unending conflict with Daxia. Sever. The sword god proclaimed with clarity, and the Jianhong sword descended once more. Do not presume that just because your true form remains concealed, I cannot recognize you. In those days, the spectral duo of the underworld ranked among the obliterating fallen deities. I have slain the dark nether deity. Where can you, the dark demon god, escape to? Meet your demise. Clang. The immense radiance of the sword illuminated the desolate expanse, rendering the entire world beneath its brilliance dim and lackluster. Su Changhen, you deserve to perish. Boom. A figure surged forth from the earth, pierced by the sword's aura. It was a form enshrouded in black mist, impaled by the radiant sword energy, suspended in the void. Many have sought to eliminate me, yet you, dark demon god, do not hold a place among them. Thus, submit to death. Swish. The sword of surging swan twirled, and the dark demon god's form erupted violently in the void. Su Changhen, clad in fluttering white garments, grasped the sword of surging swan once more. He raised the blade, aiming it once again at the barren land. Enough. Su Changhen. Is the annihilation of a deity not sufficient to quench your wrath? Discontented voices echoed forth. At the edge of the wasteland, a figure emerged, adorned with 6 arms, flowing white hair, and clad in golden battle armor. The ancient Shura god. Su Changhen fixed his gaze upon him, speaking with icy detachment. Su Changhen, I have slain your human prodigy, and you have taken the life of one of our deities. This exchange is fair, and it is time to bring it to a close. The ancient Shura god slightly raised his head, fixating on Su Changhen. Exchange? Fair. I, the prodigy of the Great Xia, am never to be considered a mere bargaining chip. I, Su Changhen, proclaim that I shall slay 3 of your deities. Not one shall be spared. Untainted by divine blood, the sword shall not return. With a swift motion, the Jinghong sword was poised directly at the Azura ancient god. Well done, Su Chang'an. Truly, you embody the valor of the great Xia sword god. Yet I wonder, what would transpire if this great Xia sword god were to perish here in this desolate wilderness? What repercussions would it have for your human race? For great Xia itself? I am eager to witness it. Boom. The Azura ancient god soared into the air, his white hair billowing wildly, his golden armor clattering fiercely. The Azura ancient god was not to be compared with the previous dark demon god. The dark demon god and the dark underworld god together were merely deemed a destruction-level deity, each of them significantly inferior to one of such caliber. The Azura ancient god, however, was undoubtedly a destruction-level deity. Moreover, he was among the earliest of the divine beings to awaken. His strength was exceedingly formidable. You are the second. Su Chang'an spoke coolly. Behind him, the silver blade, manifested by the rules of the sword, trembled violently, soon becoming riddled with cracks. Boom. In the next moment, the fissures exploded, revealing a blood-red longsword within. Second rule, blood slaughter sword. With a flick of his wrist, a layer of crimson enveloped the Jingong sword. Blood slaughter longing technique. The sword vibrated intensely, as if seized by madness. With a swift motion, an immense surge of blood-red sword energy erupted forth, powerful enough to rend the heavens asunder. In the realm of bloodshed and swords, where the essence of life is intertwined with the art of killing, a profound and eternal hatred looms. A formidable sword aura transforms into countless smaller blades, manifesting a crimson sword domain that ensnares the ancient god of slaughter within its confines. Su Chang'an, you dare to wield the might of two grand principles as the authority of the sword. Truly, you are the most astonishing sword deity of the great Xia. Given time, you will rise to become a figure of immense power. I cannot let you escape today. Divine forces, aid me in battle. The voice of the ancient god of slaughter resonated like thunder. Suddenly, the earth quaked as a vivid crimson hand emerged from the depths below. A colossal figure, towering to a height of 10,000 feet, clawed its way from the rift in the ground, its entire form a deep red, adorned with twin horns. Resembling a malevolent spirit, its gaping maw was vast enough to consume the heavens. The red demon god, Su Chang'an, stated with deliberate clarity, "And I am here as well." A sinister voice echoed from behind Su Chang'an. He swiftly turned his palm, the sword of the surging phoenix positioning itself defensively before him, intercepting a demonic blade that had emerged from the void. The Shadow Hunter God, two entities of annihilation, alongside the ancient god of slaughter. Su Chang'an found himself standing against three deities of equal caliber. The populace of the 15 provinces of Great Xia was engulfed in trepidation. Although the sword god's reputation was illustrious, the three deities were far from feeble. The Red Demon God, a force capable of toppling cities and mountains with sheer strength. The Shadow Hunter God, a master of assassination techniques. The ancient god of slaughter, whose combat prowess was earth-shattering. Three mighty deities. Each of these formidable entities is more than capable of overwhelming a seasoned practitioner of the rules. Yet, the sword god of the Great Xia must confront all three simultaneously. The passionate youths watching are filled with a fervent desire to rush forth and take the place of the sword god in the battle against the three malevolent deities. Chapter 24. The sword emerges from the long river, becoming the ender of this era master. Xiao Hongshan gazed at the figure of the man in white on the screen, a hint of concern etching his features. Is he truly the one who has been guiding your swordsmanship? Yi Shao nudged Xiao Hongshan with his elbow. Xiao Hongshan nodded. My master has taught me much. He has imparted the essence of swordsmanship, the virtues of a swordsman, and the principles of being a person. No wonder there were reports about the great Xia sword god mysteriously vanishing for a year. It turns out he was with you all along. The great Xia sword god has no disciples. If the world knew you were his apprentice, noble families would flock to curry favor with you. Even the school beauties would obediently crawl into your bed. Yi Shao shared a knowing glance with him. Women merely slow my draw of the sword. Yi Shao replied. You really are unyielding. At that moment, within the scene, Su Chang'an faced three deities of destruction, slowly raising the sword in his hand. I believe my master will not be defeated. He has said that as long as there is a sword in hand, there is nothing in this world that he cannot sever, Xiao Hongshan stated earnestly. As his words fell, Su Chang'an's aura shifted dramatically. Sword realm, arise. The sword realm enveloping the Shura ancient gods suddenly expanded, drawing the four of them inside. Su Chang'an, you are far too confident. The ancient Shura deity scoffed, believing that the great Xia sword god truly thought himself invincible. He dared to confront them three with merely his own strength. Boom. He stomped one foot, causing the golden battle armor to clatter ominously. The six-armed king, Shura Fist, Buzz, a colossal figure, resplendent in gold, materialized behind the Shura deity, lifting its 6 arms high. Radiating a brilliant golden light, it resembled a divine being gazing down upon the mortal realm, suppressing the heavens. Shura Fist. All 6 arms lunged forth simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying wave of golden fist energy that surged toward the great Xia sword god's domain, doubling the amplification, tripling it, quadrupling it. The power of the Shura Fist unleashed by the 6 arms skyrocketed sixfold. Su Changhen's sword domain trembled violently beneath the force of the blows. Keek. Su Changhen. You should hurry and meet your demise. The shadow hunter concealed itself within the void, causing ripples in space, and in the next moment, countless blades sliced through Su Changhen's form. He sidestepped just in time, losing a single strand of hair in the process. The Crimson Demon let out a roar, charging directly at him, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Su Changhen. He raised his sword with one hand to block the attack. Meanwhile, the sword domain was already riddled with cracks. Su Changhen, your end is nigh, the ancient Shura deity sneered, just as everyone held their breath for the sword god. A subtle curve formed at the corner of his mouth. To draw you into my realm of swords is not to imprison you, but rather to prevent this domain from being utterly submerged by my forces. You fallen gods are far too arrogant. Boom. Su Changhen's raven locks danced wildly in the air, transforming into a cascade of silvery strands. The sword of the stunning swallow. The sword of bloodshed. He transformed his hands into sword fingers, crossing them over his chest. Behind him, a silver blade and a crimson blade hovered simultaneously. Merge. At his command, the 2 swords astonishingly fused together. A terrifying wave of energy surged through the sword realm. The Shura ancient god widened his eyes. This is the fluctuation of authority. Su Changhen, have you already mastered the authority of the sword? No, wait. This is merely the embryonic form of authority. Damn it. I never expected you to progress so swiftly. The Shura ancient god's expression fluctuated between dark and light. 10 years ago, Su Changhen ascended to level 8, and with a single sword stroke, he vanquished the shadowy nether god. A decade later, he has manifested the authority of the sword with dual swords, seemingly on the verge of entering level 9. Truly, the sword god of the Great Xia is the most astonishing figure of the past few decades. Thus, he cannot be allowed to live. Let us unite our efforts. Eliminate Su Changhen. We cannot afford to let him escape. The Shura ancient god understood that if Su Changhen were not defeated today, the future would be even more challenging. Shura Fist. The golden phantom unleashed a powerful punch towards Su Changhen. Simultaneously, the other 2 cataclysmic deities unleashed their assaults with frenzied intensity. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Changhen had already grasped another sword tightly in his hand. This blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing and steeped in ancient charm, was neither as piercing as the sword of the flying phoenix, nor as tumultuous as the sword of bloodshed. It embodied the very essence of swordsmanship itself. Since the age of 16, when I first held a sword, I have believed that I would become the foremost swordsman of the Great Xia, a feat unattainable by the masses. This is not arrogance, but confidence. Remember, in this world, only those with a clear sword heart may wield the power of the blade. Beneath the path of the sword, all else is but fleeting clouds. Having spoken, Su Changhen raised his hand and swung the sword towards the 3 deities. Buzzing with energy, the authority of the sword erupted in a blinding flash of lethal light, transforming into an endless river of white blades, reminiscent of a galaxy suspended in the heavens, illuminating the desolate land and purifying this accursed ground. Fall. Boom. The celestial river of swordsmanship descended, and the boundless sword energy instantly engulfed the 3 deities. Terrifying. Fearsome, utterly horrifying. In a single encounter, the 3 deities were completely annihilated into nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. With a swift motion, Su Changhen grasped the sword once more and inscribed a large phrase into the crimson wilderness, wishing the examinees of the Great Xia abundant martial fortune. He then departed gracefully. Oh. Across the Great Xia, resounding roars erupted from every corner of the nation. The legend of the Great Xia sword god has once again swept through countless households, becoming a source of pride for many young souls. It is said that the Great Xia sword god holds a guest position at the Divine Guardian University. I must gain admission to the Divine Guardian University. I aspire to become a disciple of the Great Xia sword god, the foremost swordsmanship, slaying 3 divine beings with a single strike. How magnificent! one should embody the spirit of the great Xia sword god. If I cannot achieve great deeds akin to the sword god in this life, I would rather perish. To marry, one should seek a sword god. Youths from all corners of the nation are invigorated, as if infused with the essence of vitality. In the southern province, Yi Xiao inquired with a smile. That statement was made by your master, correct? Xiao Hongqian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my master has said that, apart from himself, I am the second person in this world to possess a clear sword heart. Quite commendable, Yi Xiao responded. It seems he genuinely cares for you as his disciple. As the foremost of the great Xia sword Dao, Xiao Hongqian, I eagerly await the day you surpass your master. Xiao Hongqian nodded earnestly. And what about you, Yi Xiao? If I become the sword sovereign of great Xia, what will you do? What of me? I wield no sword. And the title of sword sovereign does not suffice to fulfill my ambitions. Then what would satisfy you? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, gazing contemplatively into the distance. As Sister Yin stated, to completely expel them from this planet. Xiao Hongqian was taken aback. If that is the case, then you are the savior, Yi Xiao? A savior? No, that title does not resonate well. You may refer to me as the Terminator. I aspire to be the one who brings an end to this era. Some individuals are destined to bear the weight of responsibility and fate from the moment of their birth. It is a mark etched deep within the essence of their being. An inescapable trace. In contrast to the squandered half-life of his previous existence, an unremarkable journey, Yi Xiao yearned to accomplish something significant in this world. Chapter 25. Returning home in splendor now, I shall announce the rankings for this special recruitment examination. Just as the crowd remained enraptured by the grandeur of the great Xia sword god, Gu Tianming's voice resonated throughout the hall. Clutching a scroll in his hand, his gaze turned serious as he addressed the assembly of candidates below. First place in the special recruitment examination, Yi Xiao, a score of 3,700 points. Second place, Xiao Hongqian, 2,442 points. Third place, Zhang Rou, 2,439 points. Fourth place, Bai Ruoyu, 2,145 points. As anticipated, Yi Xiao and his companions dominated the top 3 positions. Bai Ruoyu, having lost a significant amount of points to Yi Xiao and the others, found herself relegated to 4th. Gu Tianming continued to announce names, ultimately revealing a total of 30 candidates. These 30 individuals comprised the students admitted to our Zhanshan University this time. In 1 month, report to the imperial capital. Gu Tianming's gaze swept across the assembly of over 300 students, where expressions of joy and despair mingled. Yi Xiao and his companions maintained their usual calm demeanor. Given their caliber, it would have been a challenge not to secure a top 3 position. You 3, please step forward. Gu Tianming then called to Yi Xiao and his companions. This is the reward for the top 3 in the special recruitment examination. As he spoke, he presented 3 watches before them. Yi Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flickering across their faces. At Zhanshan University, all resources are valued in points. The reward for achieving the top rank in this special admission examination is 3,000 points, with the second place earning 2,000, and so forth, Gu Tianming elucidated. Yi Xiao, do not underestimate the significance of these points at Zhanshan University. To my knowledge, many fourth-year seniors are unable to muster even 2,000 points. They are indeed a valuable commodity. Within the school, there are even individuals willing to purchase points for 1,000 daxia coins each. Bai Waking interjected, swaying her waist as she stepped forward. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Did that mean his 3,000 points equated to 3 million daxia coins? When did money become so easily acquired? Bai Shuejia, is it truly possible to buy points with daxia coins? At that moment, Zhang Rou suddenly spoke up, appearing somewhat intrigued. Indeed, the Zhang family was quite affluent in Jiangzhou, with Zhang Mian serving as the mayor, and Zhang Rou's family possessed nothing but ample funds. Bai Shuejia, could you assist me in making contact? I intend to offer 5 million daxia coins to acquire points, Zhang Rou stated earnestly. Yi Xiao's lips twitched. Was this the power of wealth? It was indeed formidable. Bai Waking's face flushed with embarrassment. Young lady, do not overthink it. At this juncture, Gu Tianming cleared his throat and interjected. Although the market rate is 1,000 to 1, typically, very few students opt to exchange points for money. Those who gain admission to Zhanshan University are extraordinary individuals. Either born into a prestigious family or endowed with remarkable talent, they are all devoid of financial constraints. Well, Zhang Rou remarked, her expression tinged with a hint of regret. That's quite enough. How am I, a child from a humble background, supposed to survive among you wealthy ladies? Yi Xiao lamented, pulling at his chest in despair. Yi Xiao, You are hardly impoverished. With your current potential, once you graduate from university, any faction would be eager to recruit you. If you are willing to assist my father in solidifying his position after graduation, the Jiang family is prepared to offer you an annual salary exceeding 800,000. Jiang Rou stated with utmost seriousness. I from the Bai family, will contribute 1 million. Bai Ruoyu raised her hand high in agreement, although, upon doing so, she hardly surpassed Jiang Rou's height. All right. Are you two bidding for me? I, Yi Xiao, am not some auction item. Yi Xiao said with a helpless smile. If you wish to bid, why not consider Xiao Hongqian? He possesses considerable potential as well. Xiao Hongqian, thank you very much. Subsequently, Gu Tianming returned to the capital with the results of the assessment, and the Bai family hosted a banquet to treat Yi Xiao and his companions to a meal. They planned to return to Jiangzhou the following day. Yi Xiao, I want to accompany you to Jiangzhou. Bai Ruoyu suddenly declared at the banquet. Huh? What do you intend to do there? Isn't it better for you to remain here as the young lady you are? Yi Xiao replied, munching on a leg of duck. I wouldn't want that. It's far more enjoyable to be with you all, Bai Ruoyu pouted. Her father intended to find her a floral art teacher to cultivate her ladylike demeanor before the school year commenced. Bai Ruoqing leaned closer to Yi Xiao and whispered. Oh, Yi Xiao understood her intentions. Sure, you can go, but you must adhere to my instructions. If I tell you to head west, you must not venture east, all right? Yes. I promise to follow your every word. Bai Ruoyu nodded fervently, more rapidly than a pile driver. Dad, what do you think? Can I go to Jiangzhou with Yi Xiao and the others for a couple of days? I promise to behave. Bai Ruoyu smiled sweetly. Sigh. Bai Xinqing exhaled deeply and could only nod. Be obedient and do not cause any trouble for Yi Xiao. He then turned to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, I must trouble you with this. There is 1 million in this card, intended for my daughter's activities. If she misbehaves, you may impose economic sanctions. This card is entrusted to you for safekeeping. Feel free to use it as you see fit. Yi Xiao's lips twitched. What kind of family is this? With activity funds measured in millions? The next day, Yi Xiao and the others took the same vehicle back to Jiangzhou. This time, it could indeed be referred to as a triumphant return. The principal of Jiangnan High School, Tang Qingsong, had been waiting for them on the official road since early morning. The pride of Jiangnan Secondary School has returned. As a sleek black SUV approached, Tang Qingsong, accompanied by Tang Yun, greeted it with a beaming smile. Hey, old Tang, I'm back. Yi Xiao called out from the car window. Tang Qingsong's smile faltered slightly. Well, Yi Xiao, the first time we met, you addressed me as Principal Tang. And now it's old Tang, is it? Yi Xiao scoffed dismissively. What is wrong with old Tang? Who knows? Perhaps one day when I become the foremost powerhouse of Daxia, I might even call you Tang Zi. Tang Qingsong's face twitched at this remark. You little rascal. I want to waste my breath on your nonsense. No one could outtalk you, Xiao. Engaging him further would only lead to frustration. Noticing that Tang Qingsong was ignoring him and instead engaging in warm conversation with Jiang Rou, Yi Xiao shrugged with indifference. Sister Yun, long time no see. Come here for a hug. He cheerfully approached Tang Yun. She smiled and embraced Yi Xiao, but they quickly parted. It's only been a few days. Whereas the long absence in that? Sister Tang, it's been ages. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed as she stepped out of the vehicle with Ling Ruoyu. You're here too? Tang Yun appeared pleasantly surprised. How did you end up with Yi Xiao and the others? Given Tang Yun's previous impressions of Bai Ruoyu, she considered her a proud individual, and it was theoretically unlikely for her to associate with Yi Xiao and his companions. Sister Yun, she is now my servant. Yi Xiao reached out and gently tousled Tang Ruoyu's hair, provoking her to roll her eyes in response. What? A servant? Yi Xiao, do the youth of today indulge in such whims? Tang Yun exclaimed, utterly astonished. Chapter 26. Brothers in distress. No. That's not it, Sister Yun. It's not the kind of slavery you are thinking of. It's the kind where he makes me do whatever he wants. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, her small hands flailing as her face flushed with embarrassment. Huh? Tang Yun stared in astonishment. All right, no need to elaborate. You're only making it worse. Yi Xiao remarked in exasperation. Subsequently, Tang Qingsong hosted a banquet for Yi Xiao and others. Yi Xiao, the martial arts examination is the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I plan to have you return to Jiangnan High School to share some insights with the candidates who are about to step onto the battlefield. Yi Xiao readily agreed. It had been 4 years since Jiangnan High School had produced a student who qualified for Zhanshan University, and this year, 3 students had been accepted, all among the top 3 special recruits. Tang Qingsong was overjoyed, indulging in 3 jugs of white liquor in a single sitting. even neglecting to use his abilities to sober up. He collapsed in the private room and could not rise again. Apologies, Yi Xiao. My father has had too much to drink. I'll take him home. You all enjoy your meal. Tang Yin said apologetically as she helped Tang Xingsong to his feet. Go ahead, Sister Yin. Take good care of him. Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively. After Tang Yun and her father departed, Yi Xiao pulled out his phone. It had been a while since he last saw Su Hao. After all, he was his dear brother. Yi Xiao wished to invite Su Hao for a gathering, as their time together would diminish once they entered university. Hey, Rat, where are you? I've returned to Jiangzhou. Let's get together. Yes, at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Room 302. All right, I shall await your arrival. Yi Xiao hung up the phone. A good friend invited him to gather. He turned to explain to Jiang Ro and the others. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and a figure stepped inside. How's he? Over here. Yi Xiao beckoned Su Hao to take a seat. He poured him a glass of wine. Yi Xiao, congratulations. I have already heard the news. You topped the special admissions. Truly impressive. He raised his glass in salute. Also, congratulations to the school beauty Jiang, and to you, classmate Xiao. You are both the pride of Jiangnan High School. He downed the drink in one go. What is with you today, Howsy? Speaking so poetically. After a few days apart, Yi Xiao noticed a change in Su Hao. He no longer exhibited his previous carefree demeanor. Instead, he appeared considerably more mature, albeit somewhat disheartened. Yi Xiao, actually, there's something else I wish to discuss with you. Su Hao clenched his fist, but then relaxed his grip. I am leaving. Where to? Leaving Jiangzhou, though I am uncertain of my destination for now. I shall take it one step at a time. He chuckled bitterly. Yi Xiao frowned and inquired, what about the martial arts examination? Are you not participating? Forget it. Everything seems meaningless now. Su Hao's face was etched with sorrow. What has transpired? Please, tell me. Forget it. I do not wish to burden you. Yi Xiao. You undoubtedly possess a bright future ahead, Su Hao remarked, shaking his head. What are you saying? Our 3 years of camaraderie as classmates, when I needed the blood-boosting potion. You selflessly provided it without a second thought. Now that you are in distress, how could I possibly stand by idly? Speak. Under Yi Xiao's fervent insistence, Su Hao was compelled to recount the entire ordeal. It turned out he had a girlfriend who was a student at Qichuan High School, adjacent to Jiangnan High School. A wealthy second-generation heir had been persistently pursuing her, hailing from a family of considerable influence in Jiangzhou. At the very least, their standing surpassed that of Su Hao's family. And most critically, this affluent scion had powerful connections, being the secretary to a prominent figure at the center of Jiangzhou's power. In a fit of rage, after the rival encroached upon his relationship, Su Hao retaliated and ended up hospitalizing him. This action spiraled into significant trouble, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. The rival's father launched a full-scale assault on Su Hao's family's business, and with the secretary's assistance, they systematically dismantled all of Su Hao's family's assets. Furthermore, they issued an ultimatum, demanding that the Su family vacate Jiangzhou within 3 days, or they would find themselves thrown into a pond to feed the fish. I have always been sincere towards Zhang Yu. Throughout our years together, I have never deprived her of anything. I would fulfill every wish of hers. I even contemplated asking my father to purchase a house, with the intent of marrying her upon my university graduation. Yet, I never anticipated her betrayal. Su Hao downed a glass of liquor, his expression a portrait of helplessness and bitterness. Wang Jue hails from a prominent background. The secretary of that influential figure has the power to summon formidable professionals at will. My family truly cannot contend with him. Our only option is to flee. Otherwise, we may lose our very lives. I cannot allow my personal troubles to implicate my parents. This ordeal has transformed Su Hao from a reckless youth into a more mature individual, yet it is regrettably too late. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open with a resounding bang. A young man, donning sunglasses and with his head wrapped in bandages, entered, accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman of striking appearance. Su Hao, my father has ordered you to vacate Jiangzhou within 3 days. How can you still find the leisure to drink here? The young man disregarded Yi Xiao and the others, arrogantly striding up to Su Hao to mock him condescendingly. Wang Jue, there is no need for haste. We have 2 hours remaining until the 3-day deadline. We shall depart on time, Su Hao retorted, clenching his fists. His eyes ablaze with anger. His expression grew increasingly pained, especially upon seeing the woman nestled in Wang Jue's embrace. Su Hao, what are you staring at? Ye is now mine. Wang Jue scoffed, leaning in to plant a forceful kiss on Zhang Yu's lips, deliberately producing a loud smacking sound. Enraged, Su Hao nearly seized a wine bottle in response. Zhengyu, I am on the verge of departing from Jiangzhou, and before I leave, I wish to pose a question to you. Have I not treated you well enough over the past 2 years? Why have you chosen to betray me? Su Hao inquired with a cold demeanor. To his surprise, Zhang Yu exhibited no semblance of shame. Instead, she leaned her head against Wang Jue's shoulder. Su Hao, I possess a combat profession, while you are merely engaged in a mundane vocation. Young Master Wang has promised that as long as I am with him, he can facilitate my admission to a martial arts university in the imperial capital. Can you offer me that, Su Hao? Not to mention that your family lacks the wealth of young Master Wang's. Even if it did, in this world, powerful professionals are forever esteemed above mere merchants. The hierarchy of society places you at the lowest tier, while I aspire to be among the elite, formidable practitioners. I have transcended to a different realm from you. Zheng Yu declared disdainfully. Su Hao, in agony, shut his eyes tightly. Very well. Let it be known that I, Su Hao, have misallocated my affections over these years. Fixating on someone so superficial. With a heart seemingly extinguished, he staggered toward the exit of the private room. Wait. At that moment, Yu Xiao suddenly grasped his arm. Are you truly going to leave after enduring such indignity? This is not the conduct befitting my brother, and today, I shall reclaim her honor. Yi Zhao's gaze turned icy as it settled upon the two of them, ultimately resting on Wang Jue. Brother, how does it feel to toy with second-hand goods? Chapter 27. Preparing to show off. What did you say? Wang Jue furrowed his brow. Who are you calling second-hand? Zheng Yu, nestled in his arms, suddenly realized that Yi Xiao was referring to her. Oh, am I not second-hand? Did I misspeak? As she spoke, Yi Xiao abruptly turned to Su Hao. She has been with you for 2 years, and you haven't been intimate with her? Impossible. Su Hao rolled his eyes. Then how many times have you been with her? Su Hao pondered for a moment. At least twice a week, and there was a period when it was almost 2 or 3 times a day. I'd estimate around 100 times. No wonder you were dozing off in class every day. You must have been utterly exhausted, Yi Xiao teased. Did you hear that? 100 times, and you still don't consider her second-hand? Yi Xiao said with a mocking expression. Zheng Yu, despite being a girl with a bold demeanor, turned pale with anger at Yu Zhao's words. Wang Jue looked as though he had just swallowed something foul. Although he was aware that Zheng Yu and Su Hao had been intimate on numerous occasions, the reality was that he had stolen Su Hao's woman. He had betrayed him. Yet, in Yi Zhao's words, it sounded as if he had merely picked up discarded trash. Which path are you treading? Are you trying to defend this little brat? Wang Jue pointed at Yi Xiao, speaking fiercely. I generally do not intervene on behalf of others, Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Su Hao's face, while Wang Jue basked in his self-satisfaction. Humph, coward, let me tell you yet. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiao interjected disdainfully. I usually act directly. With that, Yi Xiao swiftly delivered a powerful slap, sending Wang Jue crashing against the wall. Ah, young Master Wang, are you all right? Cheng Yu exclaimed as she rushed towards him. The force of Yi Zhao's strike was so immense that Wang Jue seemed embedded in the wall, unable to extricate himself. You are finished, brat. How dare you strike me? You are doomed. Do you know who I am? I swear your fate will be far worse than Su Hao's. I will ensure your entire family is fed to the fish in the river. Wang Jue struggled to peel himself off the wall. Such bravado? Threatening to feed someone to the fish? Who stands behind you? Yi Xiao inquired with curiosity. Humph. Listen closely, boy. The person behind me is none other than the secretary of the mayor of Jiaozhou. Secretary Chen, the esteemed Chen. Are you frightened now? Wang Jue continued, his voice dripping with malice. You have offended me, and there will be no refuge for you in all of Jiaozhou. Even the mayor will not spare you. If you know fear, then obediently apologize to me, bowing 200 times, and send those 2 beautiful women to my bed. I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, even the heavens cannot save you. However, Yi Xiao merely chuckled, his laughter filled with genuine amusement. His gaze shifted towards Jiang Ro. Now you know what to do, right? Jiang Ro nodded. She took out her phone and made a call, succinctly relaying the situation. She even added, the other party mentioned wanting your daughter in his bed. Then she hung up. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jue let out a cold laugh. Call someone. Who doesn't have a few connections? In this Jiangzhou city, there is no one Wang Jue, cannot handle. With Zheng Yu's assistance, he rose to his feet. Allow me to demonstrate what true connections are. Saying this, he too made a call. Dad, I've been assaulted. Right at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. The other party even insulted Secretary Chen, claiming you are of no consequence. Please come and handle this. Understood. I'll hang up for now. Wang Jue terminated the call. Haha, my father will arrive shortly. You are all finished. If you have any sense, hurry and apologize to me. My previous demands still stand. You shall. You all should leave quickly. Wang Jue's family wields considerable power. You cannot provoke them. In Jiangzhou, few dare to cross paths with them. Su Hao urged, pulling on Yi Zhao's arm. He still remained unaware of Jiang Rou's true identity, merely assuming she was a wealthy heir. Yet even as a wealthy heir, the disparity compared to Wang Jue was vast. Ordinary affluent youths cannot contend with him. Behind the individual stood the secretary of the Jiangzhou market, a figure capable of summoning the mayor of Jiangzhou himself, an individual of significant influence in Jiangzhou. Moments later, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a middle-aged man, clad in a tailored suit with a prominent belly, strode in. Xiaozue, who is troubling you? Hello, Uncle Wang. Upon seeing her father, Wang Yuan, enter, she respectfully greeted him. Wang Yuan nodded. Speak up, Xiaozue, who is bullying you? Dad. It's them. These few petty rascals. Part of Su Hao's gang. With her father's arrival, Wang Zue's courage surged as she pointed at Yi Xiao, her voice trembling with indignation. He even said you are nothing but a fart. Secretary Chun is not even worth a fart. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's expression darkened. Whose unruly child is this? Spewing nonsense with no manners whatsoever? He glared fiercely at Yi Xiao. If no one at home has taught you how to speak, allow me to take on the role of your parents and teach you some decorum. Yi Xiao's countenance grew somber. Have the audacity to repeat what you just said? In his hand, a sphere of light flickered. It became evident that he was a combat practitioner. Humph. Is this the source of your arrogance? Wang Yuan crossed his arms, his expression one of disdain. Although he himself was not a combat practitioner, those behind him could summon combat professionals. Naturally, he regarded a mere student with indifference. Young man, I advise you to show me some respect. Secretary Chen will arrive shortly. If you dare to lay a hand on me, do not blame me for having him revoke your eligibility for the college entrance examination. Dad, why hasn't Secretary Chen arrived yet? Wang Jue inquired, his anticipation mounting as he yearned to witness Yi Xiao and his companions kneeling before him in sheer terror, while he reveled in the sight of toying with the two beautiful maidens in their presence. Do not fret. Secretary Chen will be here momentarily. Moreover, a significant figure will accompany him. That individual holds great influence in Jiangzhou. Wang Yuan proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Could it be? Wang Jue's expression brightened. Excellent. Even that esteemed individual is coming. They're utterly finished. No matter their connections, it will be of no consequence. Wang Jue was elated. Young man, your fate is sealed. And you, Su Hao, I offer you a chance for survival. Leave Jiangzhou now, for if you do not, escape will be impossible. You all shall soon feed the fish in the river. Su Hao's complexion grew even paler. Meanwhile, Wang Jue trembled with excitement, seemingly oblivious to his own pain. Wang Xiao, you are magnificent, truly commanding. Zheng Yu applauded with a beaming smile, feeling increasingly grateful for her choice in Wang Jue. It was evident that her decision had not been misguided. At that moment, the door to the private room was once again pushed open. A figure of imposing authority entered the space. Behind him stood a young man clad in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, yet exuding a timid demeanor. Secretary Chun, upon catching sight of the bespectacled man, the eyes of Wang Yuan and his son instantly sparkled with recognition. They hurried forward, bowing deeply before the imposing figure of Secretary Chun. Mayor Jiang, it is an honor to finally meet you. Greetings. Given your myriad responsibilities, it is truly unnecessary for you to make a special trip for such a trivial matter. With a humble demeanor, Wang Yuan bent forward, shedding his previous bravado, and extended his hands, eager to shake hands with Jiang Mian. Chapter 28. The thrill of pretentiousness. Jiang Mian chose to disregard him entirely. Please elucidate the situation, he said calmly. Secretary Chen hunched over, incessantly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Mayor, this is all. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Mian interrupted him. I was referring to the two gentlemen, Mr. Wang, to provide an explanation. The Wang father and son exchanged startled glances, quickly followed by expressions of delight. It appeared that the mayor was willing to stand up for them. Thus, they began to embellish their accounts, hurling all manner of invective towards Yi Xiao and his companions. Their fervor escalated, and the words flew from their mouths with fervent passion, completely oblivious to Secretary Chun, whose pale visage was desperately signaling them to cease. At that moment, Secretary Chen trembled in fear, barely able to maintain his composure, on the verge of fainting. So that is the case. Once they had concluded their tale, Jiang Mian nodded thoughtfully. We asked the mayor to take decisive action. Let these morally deficient students face severe consequences. Indeed, Mayor, Su Hao harassed my girlfriend and even injured me with a wine bottle. And this scoundrel, defending Su Hao, also assaulted me. They utterly disregard the law of Jiang City. We implore you, Mayor, to take action on our behalf. Wang Jue feigned the demeanor of a victim, speaking in a pitiful tone. Beside him, Zheng Yu displayed commendable acting skills, weeping like a flower in the rain. It seems as if a grievous injustice has truly befallen me, dear Mayor. Had it not been for my boyfriend's timely arrival, I would have fallen victim to the vile intentions of Su Hao. Yi Xiao and the others stood with their arms crossed, observing the scene with amused detachment. Only Su Hao remained oblivious, his lips trembling in fury. Such egregious bullying. Have you ever witnessed such blatant harassment? Wang Jue, Zheng Yu, if you have grievances, let them be directed at me. Release my classmates. Humph. Su Hao, do you still believe you have any say in this matter? Wang Jue cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Very well, I have gathered enough information regarding this situation. At that moment, Jiang Mian waved his hand. Now, I shall inquire of these young ones over here. With that, a faint, enigmatic smile graced Jiang Mian's lips as his gaze shifted towards Jiang Ro. Is it as he claims, Roa? Wang Jue and the others were momentarily taken aback by such an intimate address. The mayor is indeed quite approachable. Yet, in the next instant, they heard Jiang Ro's clear and melodic response. Father, you truly believe them? Father? Oh dear. Is it the trend among the youth these days to seek closeness so readily? However, even calling you father will not suffice. The mayor shall not so easily forgive you. No, wait. What the hell? The two suddenly came to a realization, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as they stared at Jiang Ro. You. Wang Jue stood there, momentarily at a loss for words as he pointed at Jiang Ro. With a gentle smile, Jiang Ro introduced herself. I am Jiang Ro. And this is my father, Jiang Mian. The two remained motionless, while Su Hao wore a look of utter astonishment. Subsequently, Yi Xiao and others also spoke up. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Xiao, the top recruit from the Southern Province's Zhengxin University. I am Sha Hongchen. The second top recruit from the same institution came the next introduction. And I am Bai Ruoyu, the fourth top recruit. Though my father is Bai Xianqing from the provincial capital, the young girl pouted, her expression mischievous. She relished these grand displays, especially the antics of Wang Yuan and his son, which resembled those of circus clowns. Upon hearing Bai Ruoyu's words, even Jiang Mian cast her an astonished glance. The Bai family was a prominent clan in the provincial capital, far more formidable than the Jiang family. What the? Wang Jue and his son nearly gasped for breath. What kind of formidable figures were gathered here today? If they had disclosed their names earlier, they would not have been in such a frenzy. What merit lies in being the top recruit of Zhengxin University? It should be noted that Jiang'an High School had not produced a single student who was admitted to Zhengxin University in 4 years. Now, having finally produced a few, Tang Qingsong regarded them as more precious than his own life. Furthermore, Tang Qingsong's standing in Jiangzhou was comparable to that of Jiang Mian. It implies that Yi Xiao and his associates are backed by Tang Qingsong. Moreover, Jiang Ro is the daughter of Jiang Mian. This has undoubtedly offended two of the most prominent figures in Jiangzhou. Mayor, I was wrong. It was they who forced my hand. The Wang family compelled me. At that moment, Secretary Chen finally seized the opportunity to speak, dropping to his knees before Jiang Mian with a resounding thud. Jiang Mian, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, My dear Secretary Chen, is there anyone in Jiangzhou who can truly coerce you? You possess quite the prowess, often sending people packing from Jiangzhou or threatening to feed them to the fish in the river. TSK. Such authority you wield. Perhaps you should send me, Jiang Mian, to the river as well? And no, Mayor, even if you were to grant me 10 times the courage, I would not dare. Secretary Chen trembled on the ground, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. Humph, Jiang Mian scoffed. Whether you dare or not is uncertain, but your audacity is indeed considerable. From this day forth, you are no longer my secretary. Furthermore, I shall immediately dispatch someone to investigate your financial dealings over the years. Should any discrepancies arise, you shall spend the remainder of your life behind bars. And no, Mayor, I implore you to spare my life. Secretary Chen's face turned as pale as a ghost. I have already afforded you an opportunity. Or does Secretary Chen wish for me to execute you on the spot? As the mayor of Jiazhou, Jiang Mian possessed the absolute power of life and death. I. Secretary Chen collapsed in fear, his face ashen. His life was over, utterly finished. If Secretary Chen felt this way, the Wang father and son were even more terrified. How ruthless! They shot without hesitation. With a thud, the father and son knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Oh, what's happened to the two of you? I just saw you strutting about like proud roosters. Now, why the sudden meekness? Yi Xiao teased as he strolled over to their side. The two knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Yi, young Master Yi, just now we failed to recognize your greatness. It was our mistake. We are willing to compensate. Whatever you desire, we shall provide. Please spare our lives. Wang Yuan stammered. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Very well, I demand all the assets of the Wang family. Wang Yuan shuddered. He had not anticipated Yi Zhao's mercilessness. Yet, given the current situation, he could not afford to hesitate. Fine, I will comply. Furthermore, I require you both to feed the fish in the river. The Wang father and son exchanged bewildered glances. Mayor Jiang, what do you think of this decision? Yu Xiao asked, looking towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian nodded in agreement. Such pests in Jiang City deserve this fate. Very well, very well. Yu Xiao chuckled lightly. How is it, Su Hao? I have resolved the matter for you, my brother. The industry has been reclaimed. You need not leave. Focus on your college entrance examination tomorrow. Su Hao's expression fluctuated like a roller coaster, shifting from red to pale white. Ultimately, he simply uttered, Thank you, brother. At that moment, Zhang Yu rushed to Su Hao, clutching his arm and pleading with tearful eyes, Husband. I was wrong. I was wrong. He forced me. I have nothing to do with him. He did not act. He did not act. Yi Xiao stepped forward, teasingly saying, Ah, yes, yes. It's merely a connection, not a disconnection. Do you think I believe that? If you don't, then just say I am with Telecom. A flicker of annoyance crossed Su Hao's face. He forcefully shook off Zhang Yu and, in a swift motion, slapped her across the face. Get lost, you wretch. Let us depart. We shall continue drinking elsewhere, Yi Xiao remarked with a smile. Mayor Jiang, we shall take our leave. This situation. Jiang Mian nodded. Go and enjoy yourselves. I shall handle this. With that, Yi Xiao and his group exited the private room. Jiang Mian's expression immediately turned cold as he seized Wang Jue by the collar. Trembling in fear, Wang Jue quaked in terror. No one has ever dared to bully my daughter, Jiang Mian. You are quite something. Truly remarkable. Bring forth the others. Break his limbs. Toss him into the river to feed the fish. All three of you together. Indeed, securing a heavy stone is essential to prevent them from rising to the surface. Such is the nature of the professional realm, where rigid constraints are scarce. It is the possession of formidable power that confers absolute authority. Chapter 29. The Power of Human Effort at a Barbecue Stall in the Night Market. Yi Xiao raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Su Hao's. Now that those two, the conical father and son, are out of the picture, you better put in some effort for tomorrow's college entrance examination. Conical father and son? Yi Xiao, why do you call them that? Bai Ruoyu, munching on a lamb skewer with grease dripping from her mouth, inquired with a hint of confusion. One is named Wang Jue and the other Wang Yuan. Isn't that just a conical shape? Yi Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes. I truly don't understand how your mind works. Humph. Bai Ruoyu replied with a light scoff, returning to her lamb skewer. My friend, Su Hao spoke earnestly, to be honest. I don't have high expectations for the college entrance examination. After taking a sip of beer, he continued bitterly. You, classmate Xiao, and Jiang, the school belle, have awakened combat professions destined to become figures of great prominence in the future. As for me, I've awakened a lifestyle profession blacksmith. What good is that? My future feels almost predetermined. Su Hao sighed, feeling helpless. His family was well off, and had he awakened a profession with even a hint of combat capability, he wouldn't be in such despair. Yet, he ended up as a blacksmith. It was akin to Yi Zhao's previous role as a lookout. His life's achievement seemed almost irrevocably confined. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment. Su Hao, as we are brothers, there are certain truths I must express. Let us take a stroll. Remaining in Jiangzhou confines your perspective. It would be wise for you to pursue a university education, to venture out for 4 years. If it proves unfeasible, you may always return. Moreover, even in the profession of blacksmithing, one can certainly achieve greatness. You might consider acquiring the skills of a forger. Yi Xiao, you should understand better than I how fanciful it is to learn skills across professions. Yi Xiao fell silent, then suddenly extended his hand, drawing forth the iron sword from behind Xiao Hanchen. While cross-professional skill acquisition is indeed challenging, it is far from impossible. Su Hao, you must grasp this. With a swift motion, Yi Zhao's gaze flickered, and a dark, ethereal light manifested, revealing a chasm in the earth over 10 meters away. This, Is the assassin's skill Shadow Blade Strike? Su Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Xiao Hongchun, Zhang Rou, and Bai Ryu stood speechless. Yi Xiao had been employing the skills of an assassin all along. Indeed, this is the Shadow Blade Strike. Furthermore, I am adept in the blade draw technique. Therefore, Su Hao, I wish to convey that nothing in this world is impossible. Success is contingent upon our efforts. Yi Xiao firmly grasped his shoulder and spoke with conviction. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, a flicker of hope ignited within Su Hao's eyes. Moreover, the disparity between the blacksmith and the forge master is not so vast as to be unimaginable. There are indeed similarities between the two professions. Yi Xiao comforted once more. Su Hao clenched his fists. Yi Xiao, perhaps you are right. Retreating without attempting is the mark of a coward. Thank you, Yi Xiao. You have awakened me. I still possess a promising youth, with time and resources to experiment. The uncertainty and hesitation in Su Hao's eyes transformed into determination. Yi Xiao smiled. Let us proceed. He refrained from revealing to Su Hao that his vocational skills stemmed from the eye of replication. For he did not wish to plunge Su Hao into complete disappointment and despair. Only by providing him with a measure of motivation could he continue to ascend. It is only through progress that one may discover new possibilities for hope. This could be deemed Yi Xiao's benevolent falsehood. The world is exceedingly harsh. A person's life is often dictated by their profession. Should Su Hao indeed carve out an extraordinary path for himself and alter his destiny, it would be tantamount to opening another realm for all those engaged in livelihoods across the land. In such a case, his accomplishments might even be inscribed in the annals of the great Xia, echoing through the ages. The following day, at the break of dawn, Yi Xiao and his companions made their way to their alma mater, Jiangnan Middle School. Their purpose was twofold: to collect their graduation certificates and to fulfill a promise made to Tang Qingsong to inspire the candidates before their examinations. After obtaining their certificates, the trio proceeded to the playground. Now, they were renowned figures throughout Jiangnan Middle School. The Southern Province's special recruitment ranks in the top 3. This title is even more astonishing than that of the province's top college entrance examination achiever. After all, they have emerged victorious from the elite pool of the top 3 among the 300 most exceptional candidates in the entire province. Remarkably, even the rare dual-career individuals fall beneath their standing. It's Senior Yi Xiao and Senior Xiao. Senior Zhang Rou. Could you please give me an autograph, Senior Yi Xiao? A courageous sophomore girl dashed forward, blocking Yi Xiao's path. Her eyes shimmered with admiration, and her fair cheeks flushed slightly. Senior Yi Xiao, may I have your signature? With that, she presented her notebook and pen. Yi Xiao gladly accepted the pen from her hand. Of course. Keep up the good work. Next year, Jiangnan High School will depend on you all. Let us aim to prevent old Tang from shedding any tears. After signing, Yi Xiao teased. Yes, I will definitely do my best. I want to enter Zhenshin University just like you. The girl beamed, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Yi Xiao chuckled awkwardly. All right. I shall await the grand arrival of Junior Lin Shiran. He thought little of it. Children of this age generally exude confidence and vitality. Back in his sophomore year, he was even more self-assured than this girl. When asked what he aspired to become in the future, Yi Xiao boldly declared his ambition to surpass the sword god of the great Xia, eliciting laughter that left others in disbelief. Upon arriving at the playground, the senior students were already assembled, a uniform line of hundreds of eager eyes fixed intently upon Yi Xiao and his companions. Come on up, Yi Xiao, beckoned Tang Qingsong from the podium. Yi Xiao hesitated. Old Tang, I have social anxiety. Can I refrain from speaking? A wave of laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Absolutely not. Tang Qingsong coolly dismissed Yi Xiao's request, intending to teach this impudent lad a lesson for wanting to address him informally. Reluctantly, Yi Xiao ascended the podium and took the microphone. He chuckled awkwardly. Just a brief statement. Suddenly, his demeanor transformed dramatically, and for the sake of theatrics, he activated his special effects. The golden flame eyes ignited, flames dancing within his gaze, exuding an air of authority. I await you at the God-subduing university. Those with the capability may dare to catch up. As his words echoed, a moment of silence enveloped the audience, swiftly followed by an eruption of excitement. Well said, Yi Xiao. Is this a challenge? Absolutely. I cannot abide being provoked. Yi Xiao. Wait for me. I shall come to the God-subduing university to confront you. At that time, we shall unite to invade your home. For a group of impetuous youth, nothing ignites their fervor more than the provocations of their peers. This is far more effective than any motivational encouragement. Chapter 30. The New Eye Technique. Hunter God Squad. After the conclusion, the trio accompanied one another to Tang Qingsong's office. I stated that should you succeed in your admission to the Divine Town University, I shall bestow upon you a reward. Behold, this is your reward. Before him lay 3 scrolls: the illusory eye, the heart of ice, and the residual cloud sword technique. These are the skills I meticulously selected as the most suitable for you. Although classified as blue tier, they represent the strongest abilities within that domain, Tang Qingsong remarked. Yu Xiao and his companions received the scrolls. Ding. The illusory eye, blue, has been detected. Collection of the 10 great eye techniques is complete. Would you like to merge? Merge. Yu Xiao concentrated his thoughts. Ding. Merging successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Break Illusion Eye, purple. Break Illusion Eye, capable of discerning all illusions and deceptions. The advancement path for Break Illusion Eye is now unlocked. Break Illusion Eye, purple. Eye of Nihility, red. Eye of Judgment, black. Illusory Demon Eye, gold. Illusory Demon Eye. Yet another golden eye technique. Yu Xiao is already aware of the formidable nature of golden techniques. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye, with its cataclysmic golden radiance, was nothing short of divine retribution. What astounding effects might this illusory demon eye possess? Currently, his primary eye techniques comprise 3. The red Eternal Flame Sovereign Eye, an aggressive type often employed in battle, and the orange Martial God Eye, which provides an extraordinary enhancement in close combat. Although he had yet to utilize the impressive Martial God Phantom, the golden Replicating Eye, primarily a supportive tool, possesses an extraordinary replication capability, thus elevating its level significantly. Had it not been for my insufficient rank, I would have directly replicated the celestial sword technique of the great Xia sword god during my observation of his battle. Yu Xiao pondered while stroking his chin. This is a skill scroll. As for the weapons, you may select according to your preference. Once you have made your choices, they will be promptly delivered to your doorstep, Tang Qingsong informed them, handing over a tablet that detailed various weapons attributes and levels. Xiao Hongchen chose a longsword reminiscent of the stunning Hong sword, while Jiang Rou opted for a flowing blue gown. Yu Xiao selected a black dagger, the Shadow Dagger. What folly is this? Why would a practitioner of ocular techniques choose a dagger? You might as well select armor like Jiang Rou, Tang Qingsong remarked with a bemused expression directed at Yu Xiao. Only Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchen, aware of the truth, stifled their laughter, particularly Xiao Hongchen, who found the situation utterly absurd. Yi Xiao consistently wielded his sword with greater finesse than he himself could manage. They should hasten to rid him of that dagger. A toothpick? Yu Xiao retorted, tilting his head in question. You scoundrel! A profound-grade weapon is a toothpick? Get out of here! Tang Qingsong exclaimed in exasperation, slamming the tablet onto the table. This young man could not go a day without provoking his ire. I was merely jesting. In truth, my dagger skills are quite refined. Yu Xiao said, scratching his head. Haha, splendid. Your swordsmanship, is it truly on par with that of professional swordsmen? Yu Xiao, though I acknowledge your genius, you mustn't attempt to dabble in every endeavor. It is imperative that you devote yourself to mastering your ocular techniques. Do not let your talents languish. Tang Qingsong earnestly advised. All right, I understand, old Tang. Yi Xiao nodded incessantly. Little did he know that Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchen were on the verge of breaking down. If only Tang Qingsong were aware that Yu Xiao was engaging in fierce combat with a sword against the incredibly swift nine-tailed spirit, he would realize how gravely mistaken he was. Yu Xiao's swordsmanship indeed surpassed that of many professional swordsmen. Even a fruit knife in his hands could evoke the illusion of a legendary dragon-slaying sword. Tang Qingsong was uncertain whether Yi Xiao had truly absorbed his words. He let out a soft sigh. Besides these matters, I have prepared an opportunity for you. Are you familiar with the Hunter God Squad? The 3 nodded in acknowledgement. The Hunter God Squad is a collective of civilian practitioners who unite to delve into the wilderness, hunting demons and deities. In recent years, with official support, the grassroots Hunter God Squads have proliferated at an astonishing rate. They have vanquished demons and deities, contributing indelibly to the reclamation of occupied territories for the Great Xia. This time, I want you to join the 100 Battles Hunter God Squad in Jiangzhou. Their captain is an acquaintance of mine, and I have specifically advocated for this opportunity on your behalf. The exploration team under the 100 Battles Hunting God Squad has discovered an abandoned village in the wilderness not far from Jiazhou. Beneath this village lies a small vein of energy crystals. The Hunting God Squad will dispatch a cleansing team. And your mission this time is to accompany them in exterminating all the demons within the village's confines. Following this, we shall station personnel to construct a defensive perimeter around the village, reclaiming this territory for the Great Xia, while simultaneously mining the energy crystal vein. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. However, your levels still require some enhancement. The Divine Guardian University will host a freshman competition a month after the semester commences. I hope you can achieve commendable results in this event. The effects of energy crystals need not be elaborated upon. Those who understand, understand. Tang Qingsong said with a smile. Yi Xiao and his companions nodded in agreement. Energy crystals are a unique type of crystal that harbor immense power, greatly aiding practitioners in leveling up. In the resource repository of Divine Guardian University, the price for a single energy crystal is equivalent to 10 points. This is truly a remarkable opportunity. By joining the cleansing team, they can consume all the energy crystals they acquired during the mission. Indeed, old Tang, you think of us in such fortunate circumstances. Yi Xiao remarked with a grin. Humph, you rascal, no profit, no early rise. Tang Qingsong shot him a glare. All right, old Tang, we accept this mission. When do we commence? I can hardly wait to earn. To vanquish the demons and protect the mountains and rivers of our Great Xia. Yi Xiao, with a playful grin, eagerly rubbed his hands together. Tomorrow morning, you shall report to the town of Jinbei on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. The cleanup squad consists of 5 members, adding you makes 8. The abandoned village is not large, merely about 500 to 600 acres. A small-scale energy crystal vein can yield approximately 2,000 crystals. I can conveniently overlook anything under 500. Splendid. Oh, how I adore you, old Tang. Yi Xiao beamed with joy, acknowledging that his level was indeed a limitation, as he was currently only at the 4th tier of the extraordinary. Xiao Hongqian and the others were not much better off either. But, can we add one more person? Who? By Ruayu. She is both a summoner and a magician, and her assistance would be invaluable. Moreover, her father is the head of the Bai family in the provincial city. All right, let us include her. And I shall have a word with her later. Make sure to perform well. This is an opportunity one fought hard to secure for you, so do not disgrace me. The members of the Hunter God team have always looked down upon delicate flowers nurtured in greenhouses. You shall make sure to give them a good slap in the face. Rest assured, making a grand show and striking back is my favorite pastime, Yi Xiao replied with a smile. Chapter 31. Flowers in the greenhouse. At the break of dawn the following day, the weapon chosen by Yi Xiao, the Shadow Blade, was swiftly delivered to Tang Yun's villa by a courier moving with remarkable speed. For the time being, Yi Xiao was the sole occupant of the villa. Bai Ryu had gone to spend the night at Jiang Ro's house, while Tang Yun was staying at school to lead a team for the forthcoming college entrance examination. Upon unwrapping the package, Yi Xiao revealed a pitch-black Tang Dao. The blade bore intricate patterns and grooves, and its weight was substantial, exceeding 30 pounds. A single-handed sword weighing over 30 pounds posed a challenge even for seasoned sword fighters. Yi Xiao found it laborious to lift it even under normal circumstances. It was a magnificent weapon, both heavy and sharp. He flicked the blade with satisfaction, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Strapping the shadow blade to his back, he strode out of the house with purpose. This marked his inaugural step as a true professional, venturing into the perilous wilderness. The blood-red earth stretched endlessly, a vast expanse of crimson soil rife with lurking demons, while divine beings remained concealed. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, and the streets were unusually desolate, with fewer vehicles traversing than usual. After a considerable effort, Yi Xiao managed to hail a ride and made his way to the predetermined gathering point, a small logistics town on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. This village had been purposefully constructed for the hunter squad, serving as a base for professionals to replenish their supplies and regain their strength. Yi Xiao, over here. From a distance, Yi Xiaoxian spotted Bai Ruayu clad in a flowing white dress, her slender legs adorned with white stockings, and donning petite leather shoes as she waved at him. Really? Is this what you're wearing? He approached, gazing at her with a look of bewilderment. Indeed. Do you think it looks good? Bai Ruayu twirled in front of him, lifting the hem of her skirt. Bang. Yi Xiaoxian playfully flicked her forehead with 2 fingers. Ouch. What was that for, Yi Xiaoxian? Bai Ruayu exclaimed in surprise at the sudden pain. Looks good, does it? You're not off to a vacation. You're heading into the wilderness to hunt down demons. Oh, you misunderstand her intentions. This attire is actually a piece of mystical gear, Jiang Ro interjected, stepping forward with a resigned expression. What? Yi Xiaoxian was taken aback. Observing Bai Ruyu's scrunched nose, he awkwardly scratched his head. Ha ha. It truly looks splendid. Quite fitting for you. Humph. You shall see, and you'll pay for that. Bai Ruoyu retorted with a huff, raising her small fist as if to strike him. Just then, a voice rang out from nearby. Ah, young master and young ladies, are you all ready? Several figures approached from a distance. Leading them was a stern-faced youth dressed in black, bearing a long sword on his back. Alongside him were a burly man wielding a great sword and shield, and a captivating woman clad in leather, exuding an enchanting allure. A slender young woman with blue hair, clad in a fitted long dress and wielding a staff, exuded an air of pride. The one who spoke was a young man with blonde hair, dressed in a suit of silver light armor and brandishing a knight's sword, appearing to be of similar age to Yi Xiao and his companions. It was perplexing to consider the captain's reasoning behind sending a group of pampered aristocrats from their ivory tower to the front line. Surely, this would only complicate matters for us. The blonde youth disdainfully adjusted his strikingly flamboyant hairstyle and scoffed. The captain's decisions are beyond our questioning. We must simply obey the orders, the cold-faced young man replied calmly. Humph, the blonde youth retorted, his expression rife with contempt. The five approached Yi Xiao and his companions. The leader, the cold-faced youth, extended his hand towards them. I am the leader of the extermination squad, Lung Hong, a professional blade master of the first transformation stage. Hong Ling, an archer of the 8th extraordinary stage. The woman in leather stated, gracefully tossing her wavy black hair. Duli, a sword and shield specialist of the 9th extraordinary stage, the robust man declared. Long Ning, a healing practitioner of the 8th extraordinary stage. Yan Qin, a knight of the 7th extraordinary stage. Among these five, the youngest, Yan Qin, was already over 20. Greetings. Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. I am Yi Xiao, a pupil of the art of ocular techniques of the 4th extraordinary stage. The mention of ocular techniques piqued Lung Hong's curiosity as he glanced at the Tang Dao strapped to Yi Xiao's back, leaving him in a state of intrigue. The eye manipulator wielding a knife? Xiao Hongchun, profession, sword cultivator, extraordinary level 4. Zhang Rou, profession, elementalist, extraordinary level 5. Bai Ruoyu, profession, summoner and mage, extraordinary level 6. Upon hearing the introductions of these individuals, the yellow-haired Yan Qin could not help but snort derisively. Are those of extraordinary levels 4 and 5 merely a hindrance? What assistance could you possibly provide? Indeed, aside from the extraordinary level 6 girl with dual professions, the others seemed to serve only as a burden. Lung Ning shook her head in disappointment. Dao Li and Hong Ling remained silent, yet it was apparent they shared similar sentiments. After all, this extermination mission could be accomplished by their 5-member team alone. The inclusion of 4 gilded students not only hindered their efforts, but also threatened to usurp their achievements. If I were in your position, I would wisely retreat and rest peacefully. You delicate flowers of the greenhouse should not be so easily frightened by the sight of demons. Yan Qin sneered. He had ceased his education upon graduating high school and directly joined the god-hunting team. With 2 to 3 years of wilderness exploration experience under his belt, he genuinely looked down upon the likes of Yi Xiao and other privileged youths who possessed not an ounce of combat experience. They relied solely on their connections for superficial prestige, only to depart after the fact, leaving the burden of responsibility upon others. Would they truly soil themselves at the sight of demons? Yi Xiao chuckled lightly upon hearing the words. Not to mention the demons. He had encountered divine beings twice. He had even vanquished one. What are you laughing at? You sheltered flowers, have you ever ventured into the wilderness to slay a demon? Have you made any contributions to the Great Xia? Your understanding of demons stems solely from those tedious textbooks, does it not? Let me enlighten you. The true demons in the wild are carnivorous. They are 100 times more terrifying than what you have read in your books. Don't let it be said that when you encounter them, you cannot even move. We shall not concern ourselves with you burdensome leeches. Yan Qin scoffed. Hey, you, with the yellow hair, speak to me with more respect. Bai Ruoyu could no longer contain herself. As the esteemed second daughter of the Bai family, she had always looked down upon others. When had anyone dared to belittle her? She had lost to Yi Xiao, which is why she had been so docile. But that did not mean everyone could walk all over her. A mere 7th tier like Yan Qin could be easily incinerated by her flame dragon breath. What did you say? Little brat. Yan Qin roared in fury. How dare you call me a little brat? You yellow-haired fool, come out for a one-on-one duel. Who is afraid of whom? Let us settle this in a duel. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I shall not be called Yan Qin. The atmosphere was charged with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. At that moment, Yi Xiao coldly interjected, Captain Lang, Is this the caliber of your team? Do you truly believe that engaging in trivial banter here is a reasonable use of time? Lung Hong cast a penetrating glance at Yi Xiao, an instinct informing him that this ocular arts practitioner was far more complex than he appeared. Enough. Xiao Qin, cease your chatter. The task at hand is of utmost importance. He admonished Yan Qin sharply. Let us proceed. This mission is not particularly arduous, so there is no need for undue anxiety. Should we encounter formidable demons, we shall intervene. He addressed Yi Xiao and the others. The group set off in 2 all-terrain vehicles, traversing the desolate wilderness, where vehicles are but transient resources. Chapter 32. Clearing the area? Is it not a simple task? The abandoned village lies approximately 7 to 8 miles away. The off-road vehicle traverses the wilderness, jostling along the way. Half an hour later, we arrive, but the tires have succumbed to wear. Despite the passage of time, the village retains fragments of its former essence. Dilapidated concrete houses stand defiantly against the elements, resembling tragic souls proudly standing upon foreign soil, gazing longingly towards their homeland. Scattered throughout the village are the skeletal remains of creatures and the remnants of those who once walked the land, alongside various demons roaming the desolation. Roar! A growl echoed, and a shadow leaped forth from the side. A diminutive demon, courting death. Cold Hong snorted coldly, drawing his long knife and swiftly cleaving the shadow in 2. It is a vicious lizard. A few shook their heads. Although these demons possessed little strength, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. There are 9 of us. Let us split into 2 teams, advancing from the easternmost and westernmost points of the village towards the center, Cold Hong proposed. I have no objections. Neither do I. However, Yi Xiao shook his head. There is no need. It suffices to gather all the demons together. Humph. You make it sound easy. This village is neither large nor small, and the demons are scattered widely. What plan do you have to draw them together? Yan Qin spoke coldly. How presumptuous. Do you think the demons are your children, obedient to your every command? Yi Xiao cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, but what if it truly were possible? If it were, I would gladly call you father. Very well. It's a promise. Bai Ruai Yu interjected, her voice brightening. Did you hear that? It's now entrusted to you. No problem. Leave it to me. Yi Xiao. I congratulate you in advance on finding yourself a son. Bai Ruai Yu chuckled, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. During the special recruitment examination, she had previously employed magic to summon demons from a radius of several dozen miles. This time, she merely needed to repeat her previous feat with a hum. A sigil materialized in her palm. Behold my magic. She turned to Yan Qin and pointed. A mark spread across his body. What have you done? Yan Qin exclaimed. Surveying himself, feeling no change, a frown of panic etched upon his face. Humph. Just a simple spell. Bai Ruai Yu declared. Once ensnared by my magic, your body will emit an alluring fragrance that attracts demons, undetectable to humans. Yet demons will converge upon the source of that scent like moss to a flame. You are now a living beacon of demon allure. Stand still and let them come to you. She scoffed, crossing her arms. You little wretch. You. Yan Qin seethed, nearly drawing the sword from his waist. Emotions have served as bait for me. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. It's here. Yi Xiao rubbed his chin. The demons have been drawn in. You have lost. Now call for your father. Yan Qin's expression twisted in disbelief. Call, call, call. The demons have arrived. Wait a moment to call. With a swift motion, Yan Qin unsheathed the sword at his waist. Boom. An overwhelming aura surged into the void. The knight's swordsmanship emphasizes power and force, typically wielded with both hands. Each strike executed with grandiose precision. Jiang Ro spoke softly. As her voice faded, Yan Qin bellowed. Fiery sky slash. With a sweeping motion, dozens of demons were obliterated. Let us strike together. Lung Hong unsheathed the long knife from his back. Whoosh. He vanished into the throng of demons, beginning the cleansing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With one hand gripping the blade, countless demons were unable to breach the few meters surrounding him, turning into mere pieces of flesh. With a mighty roar, he wielded his sword in one hand, slashing forth, tearing the earth apart. The shield swung, shattering the bodies of demons. From a distance, Hong Ling readied 3 arrows simultaneously. The gale howled as they detonated amidst the demon horde. Meanwhile, Lung Ning stood aside, channeling the healing light to mend the injuries sustained by the 4. 5 individuals displayed an impeccable synergy. 3 melee attackers, 1 ranged, and 1 support. Humph. Now you comprehend our prowess, don't you, lads? Yan Qin turned, provocatively addressing Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao merely smirked, saying, "You may as well engage. Let my inept son broaden his horizons." You. Yin Qin felt as though he had struck a fist against cotton. Yet, at that moment, a figure darted past him. It was Xiao Hanqin. The sword heart state activated. The residual cloud. Sword technique. In that instant, Yin Qin and his companions beheld a flicker of rosy clouds ascending. The next second, the clouds were cleaved by a streak of sword light. Puff, puff, puff. A circle of demons transformed into souls under his blade, the speed astonishingly swift, akin to a mere heartbeat. Is this the prowess of a fourth-tier sword cultivator? The group appeared utterly bewildered. Could such destructive force emanate from a fourth-tier sword cultivator? One could easily believe he was a transcendent seventh-tier sword cultivator. At the very least, the might of that strike was hardly inferior to Yin Qin's offensive. What? At that moment, De Li, engaged in battle with the demons, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. A graceful figure descended from the heavens, and in her vicinity, all demons within a 10-meter radius were transformed into blocks of ice. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Ro, cradling a blooming ice lotus in one hand, stood proudly amidst the frozen sculptures like an ice goddess. Jiang Ro, an extraordinary fourth-tier elemental master with an affinity for ice. You too. Come at me. Before her gaze could shift from Jiang Ro, a delicate yet commanding voice echoed. There stood by Ruai Yu atop a dragon man's back. As the creature unleashed a terrifying torrent of flames, incinerating numerous demons upon contact. Meanwhile, a nine-tailed spirit furiously slashed through the horde of monsters. A whirlwind of blood and flesh erupting in the chaos. The trio, each employing their unique abilities, silenced all doubts with their formidable achievements. Tap, tap, tap. Subsequently, Yi Xiao approached with measured strides. Hey, kid, would you care to witness the blade techniques of a flower nurtured in a greenhouse? Yi Xiao cast a cold glance at Yin Qin. Huh? He momentarily froze, only to see Yi Xiao unsheathing the long blade from his back. His figure flickering as he materialized amidst the throng of demons. Boom. With a single stomp, the earth fractured beneath him, centered around his being. Nearly 100 demons were sent hurtling through the air. Ghost blade. Flash strike. Whoosh. A cascade of black blade light swept through the void, weaving countless dark lines that intertwined in the atmosphere, dense and intricate. Then, the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. The carcasses of the demons plummeted to the ground like dumplings, thudding rhythmically. How is this possible? This is the skill of a swordsman. Ghost blade flash strike. Long Hong was left astounded, as a single stroke felled nearly 100 demons. Even he, a metamorphosed practitioner, could not achieve such a feat. What manner of creature is this youth? Moreover, he is a practitioner of the eye technique, a combat profession predominantly focused on support. How could his swordsmanship surpass even his own? Lung Hong felt as though he had wasted his years. Then, they witnessed Yi Xiao twisting his neck. Well, the warm-up is over. It is time to clear the field. He gradually sheathed his long blade, covering his eyes with one hand, and spoke coldly. Golden Flame Eye. Activate. Boom. A golden lotus blossomed within his eyes, and a golden flame enveloped Yi Xiao, burning fiercely around his form, radiating an exquisite beauty. How is this possible? This wave of heat. Yin Qin, closest to Yi Xiao, felt the sudden surge of warmth nearly ignite his blonde hair. Annihilate. With a command from Yi Xiao, boom. At the heart of the demon horde, a golden flame lotus erupted. Following this, like a volcanic eruption, the golden flames spread outward in all directions. The demons fled in panic, yet ultimately, they were consumed by the golden inferno. The golden flames dancing upon the earth resembled a totem, blossoming into the most resplendent golden fire lotus. A smirk graced Yi Xiao's lips as he turned around and shrugged. Clearing the field? It seems rather simple. Chapter 33, Sudden Turn of Events. The Shadow God Cult. Silence reigned. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Yin Qin's mouth gaped wide, akin to a creature that had swallowed poison and found itself choking. Son, what do you think? Was your father impressive just now? Yi Xiao patted his shoulder. Yin Qin's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. If they still regarded Yi Xiao and his companions as delicate flowers sheltered from the storm, it would be a clear indication of their folly. Such prowess could hardly belong to an ordinary university student. Who are you truly? Yin Qin inquired in a grave tone. We? Merely flowers in a greenhouse. Students ensconced within an ivory tower. Yi Xiao retorted with a disdainful smile. If I am not mistaken, you must be the prodigies specially recruited by the Town God University of the Southern Province. Cold Hong interjected. I should have anticipated this. Aside from the foremost individual of the southern province, no one else could possess such strength at this age, he remarked, his face etched with bitterness. What? The top recruit of Town God University. Yan Qin staggered, realizing he had just acted foolishly in the presence of such individuals, engaging in mockery and derision. Was this not akin to the antics of a circus monkey? The gazes of Hong Ling and Lang Ning shifted, imbued with a newfound respect, mixed with embarrassment at their earlier underestimation. Humph. Now you understand our prowess, do you? Though I may only be at the 6th tier of the extraordinary, you at the 9th tier are certainly no match for me. Bai Ryu declared proudly, her chest puffed out in defiance. Yi Xiao is indeed stronger than I am. That yellow-haired brat, do you wish to challenge Yi Xiao? Yan Qin shrugged his shoulders. Then why not promptly fulfill your promise and call him father? Bai Ruoyu crossed her arms defiantly. Father. Yan Qin instantly wilted, meekly uttering the word. Yi Xiao merely shook his head, feeling indifferent. All right, Captain Lang. Since the demons have been eradicated, we must now attend to more pressing matters. Pressing matters? Isn't the primary task the elimination of demons? Long Hong responded in a daze. No. Yi Xiao retrieved a large sack. The pressing matter is to collect energy crystals. Old Tang mentioned that they are free for the taking, and once we gather them, he will replenish the supply. Xiao Hongchen? Jiangro? Is this truly the original statement from Tang Song? It seems he did not quite express it this way. Long Hong was taken aback. Unable to believe that the stern, principled, and commanding Tang Song would utter such words. Yi Xiao chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he dragged a large sack and walked into the distance. This was indeed the most essential task. Yi Xiao activated his X-ray vision, rendering all objects before him transparent. Energy crystals were indeed buried beneath the ground, but there were also quite a few on the surface. With a sweeping glance, Yi Xiao noticed numerous scattered energy crystals buried in the earth. Hongchen, Lass, Jiangro, come assist me, Yi Xiao called out. They were preoccupied with collecting energy crystals, leaving Lang Hong and his companions sidelined. What should we do now? Let's notify the higher-ups and request assistance. The demons have been eradicated, and we can now establish a defensive line. All right. Hong Ling pulled out her phone, but at that moment, a beam of light shot in from a distance. Bang! Her phone shattered in her hand, startling her. In the next instant, a figure flashed by, seizing Lang Ning by the neck and whisking her away. Ah, brother, save me. Who is it? Lung Hong bellowed. Swish. Two figures appeared not far away. Energy crystals are valuable treasures, but unfortunately, there is no share for you. This energy crystal vein belongs to us, the Shadow God sect. Two cloaked figures stood atop a large rock in the distance, sneering at Long Hong and his group. One of them had a hand firmly grasping Lung Ning's neck. The Shadow God sect. Long Hong tightened his grip on the long knife behind him. The Dark Sect. Worshippers of deities. Once again, these filthy and corrupted beings. Traitors of the Great Xia. Release Ninger. You think I'll let her go just because you ask? That would be quite embarrassing for me. The cloaked figure retorted coldly. I know you are the hunter team from Jiangzhou, but what of it? In this remote wasteland, I hold the authority. The figure in the black cloak, known as Lung Ning, chuckled softly. I advise you not to act recklessly, lest this young lady meet a dire fate. Just look at her porcelain-like visage, so delicate, it could be pierced with a mere stroke. What do you suppose would happen if I were to draw a blade across it? Lung Ning trembled in fear. As a healer, her combat abilities were limited, and these two cloaked figures possessed formidable strength, on par with Lung Hong. What are your intentions? Lung Hong demanded. Quite simple, really. Step forth and engage us in single combat. With that, the other cloaked figure took a step forward. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a long blade from beneath his cloak, identical to Lung Hong's weapon. If you defeat him, we shall release your sister. If you fail, you will all perish. Is it a pact? I swear by the name of the Shadow God. Then let us proceed. Lung Hong drew his sword, assuming a combat stance. Show him the true terror of the Shadow God's power. With a swift motion, the cloaked figure's coat billowed as he launched a strike toward Lung Hong. Meteor blade technique. Lung Hong swung his sword with blinding speed, the blade shimmering in the air as if a shower of meteors were streaking across the sky. The captain wasted no time unleashing his full strength. Yan Qin clenched his fists. Captain, you must emerge victorious. Clang, clang, clang. Two figures clashed with their blades. The sound of metal striking metal resonating like a prolonged bell, sending sparks flying in all directions. Something was amiss. Why did his swordsmanship mirror that of the captain so precisely? At that moment, Hong Ling exclaimed in astonishment. What? Swish. The figure clad in black turned, and to his side emerged two more shadowy figures wielding long swords. He could replicate the captain's technique, and he possessed the art of shadow duplication. What manner of profession is this? Dali marveled in shock. Boom. The three cloaked figures simultaneously swung their blades, striking Cold Hong's long sword with tremendous force. Ugh! Dali exclaimed, as Cold Hong found himself kneeling on one knee. He felt utterly powerless, as insignificant as an ant. The three black-clad figures spoke in unison, their voices laced with cold amusement. Begone. With that, the trio swung their swords once more. Meteor blade technique. The threefold meteor blade technique converged. Crack. Cold Hong's long sword was cleaved in two before his very eyes. Simultaneously, the three figures struck him with their blades. Boom. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth as if it were free. Captain! Brother! Cold Ning and the three teammates cried out in alarm. Run! Hurry! Don't look back! Cold Hong urged the teammates who rushed to support him. Captain! Are you all right? You all must leave at once. Let us not concern ourselves with this matter any longer. Otherwise, we shall all face utter annihilation. Cold Hong, trembling from excessive blood loss, uttered these words. If I am not mistaken, this individual is a shadow warrior. Moreover, he is one blessed by the shadow deity. His strength is unfathomable. Cold Hong gazed fearfully at the three knife-wielding figures. Ordinary shadow warriors can summon multiple clones to engage in battle. However, those who have received the deity's blessing possess an elevated prowess, enabling them to replicate their adversaries' combat techniques. That is the true horror. It is akin to confronting more than three versions of oneself simultaneously. How can anyone hope to prevail against such odds? Ha ha ha. Your strength may be lacking, but your perception is commendable. Well, now that you have lost, it is time for you to meet your demise. The three clones of the shadow warriors advanced menacingly with their blades drawn. I will stand in their way. You too, take the captain and flee at once. A robust figure positioned himself before them, gripping his sword and shield tightly, unwavering in his gaze upon the three dark-robed silhouettes. Ha! You, a mere waste. Dare to obstruct us? One of the shadow warriors suddenly surged forward, swinging his long blade and shattering the sturdy shield, followed by a swift kick to his abdomen. Pathetic. Utterly feeble. Your entire squad, including your captain, is nothing but weaklings. So pitiful. Damn it. I shall fight you to the end. The hot-tempered Yin Qin charged forth. Sword in hand. Yin Qin, come back. Hong Ling shouted urgently. I will fight you all. He brandished his knight's sword, emitting an enraged roar. You, a mere waste. Dare to challenge me. With a swift motion, Yin Qin was sent flying by a backhanded slap. Now, you shall all perish. This crystalline vein belongs to our shadow god sect. At that moment, the figure clad in black robes, perched upon a massive stone, suddenly spoke. Anda, spare the woman. I wish to have some fun. Hee. What a splendid idea. I, too, am in need of some release. His eyes, concealed beneath the dark fabric, leered hungrily at Hong Ling's enchanting figure. My little beauty, I shall summon 5 clones to thoroughly indulge you. Hong Ling's face turned ashen with fear. What difference was there between this and a fate worse than death? Thus, you 3 pesky flies shall meet your demise. They raised their blades, aiming at Yin Qin, Dali, and Lung Hong. Just then, a voice called out, Captain Lung, do you still have any sacks? I have filled mine. Yi Xiao approached from a distance, carrying a large sack, accompanied by Bai Ruoyu and 2 others. The movements of the figure in black suddenly halted. Chapter 34, Confrontation with the Shadow Warrior. An all-encompassing overwhelm. Yi Xiao, you all must flee, Cold Hong urged, enduring the pain. They are members of the Dark Cult. The Dark Cult. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed. Who are you? The knife-wielding shadow warrior interrogated Yi Xiao and his companions. Anda, they are the top 4 of the special recruitment from the Divine University of Southern Province. The future prodigies of the human race. Kill them. A figure cloaked in black, standing atop a boulder, retrieved a photo from his phone for comparison. I was initially planning to hire someone to assassinate you, but it seems you have delivered yourselves to me. Truly, a stroke of good fortune, he chuckled. We're doomed. This is the end. Cold Hong sighed deeply, his heart sinking. This time, not only their small squad, but even the 4 exceptionally promising prodigies were destined to perish here. It's all my fault. I am utterly incompetent. Cold Hong gritted his teeth. Captain, don't move. Your wound has reopened. Hong Ling hurriedly attempted to staunch his bleeding. Swish. The shadow warrior, cloaked in black, charged at Yi Xiao, blade in hand. Swordsmanship? I am well versed in that too. Yi Xiao scoffed, unsheathing the shadow blade from his back. Divine Martial Eye. Activate. Draw slash. Boom. As Yi Xiao swung his blade, the very air around him erupted with a thunderous roar. Cold Hong widened his eyes, witnessing the air around him distort in an unsettling manner. In the next moment, Yi Xiao's blade clashed against that of his opponent. Whoosh. The shadow warrior effortlessly conjured 3 clones. Clash. 1 blade against 3. With a resounding thud, all 3 were unexpectedly sent sprawling by Yi Xiao's might. How could such force exist? The shadow warrior displayed an expression of disbelief, as if his 3 strikes had collided with a wall of black iron, leaving his palms numb from the impact. Yi Xiao disdainfully curled his lips. Was he jesting about his tenfold physical enhancement? Even seasoned warriors would bow before such power. If strength falters, one must rely on technique. The 3 shadow warriors brandished their long blades, simultaneously executing the meteor blade technique. Shadows whirled, and the glint of blades became a dense net descending upon Yi Xiao. It was the meteor blade technique. Be cautious, Cold Hong cautioned, for none understood the formidable nature of this technique better than he did. With a swiftness akin to a shooting star, the trio's movements rendered one nearly helpless. It was not merely about parrying. One could barely discern the location of their blades. However, before Yi Xiao, it was akin to displaying one's skills in front of a master. Breakthrough Eye. Activate. Yi Xiao's eyes shimmered with a white light, and amidst the chaotic web of blades, he discerned the singular, lethal trajectory. Cease your acrobatics. You resemble a jester. Yi Xiao touched his forehead, a look of resignation on his face. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened. I've found your flaw. With a swift draw of his blade, he declared, slash. Whoosh. Yi Xiao transformed into a streak of light, darting along the line with remarkable speed. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, 3 figures were sent flying backward. How is this possible? Cold Hong exclaimed, rendered speechless. To discern their weaknesses amidst this sea of flashing blades was a feat more challenging than the heavens themselves. How could someone with such astonishing swordsmanship be merely a pupil of the eye technique? Has the world turned upside down? Cold Hong felt a wave of dizziness, uncertain whether it stemmed from Yi Xiao's shock or the loss of blood. Damned little brat. The shadow warrior's doppelgangers dissipated as he forcefully hurled his knife to the ground. I admit I underestimated you, but no matter what, you are merely a 4th-tier extraordinary. You cannot overturn the heavens. Shadow clone technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 doppelgangers. 20 doppelgangers. 30 doppelgangers. In a single breath, dozens of figures in black robes materialized, encircling Yi Xiao. Under my shadow clone technique, even if your swordsmanship is divine, it will be of no consequence. Now, can you identify my true self? Ha ha ha. Dozens of black-robed figures spoke in unison, their voices piercing and eerie, as if a demonic melody reverberated in his ears, shaking his very eardrums. Truly an enigmatic tactic. His seemingly endless doppelgangers were impossible to vanquish. Cold Hong and the others gazed at Yi Xiao with deep concern. The shadow warrior profession, in itself, possessed limited combat prowess. However, the bizarre techniques coupled with the blessing of the shadow god rendered them exceedingly troublesome. Yet, to Yi Xiao, this was merely a trifle. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the eyes of reality piercing through all illusions, penetrating the very essence of myriad laws. In that instant, all the doppelgangers dissipated, leaving but a solitary figure before him, posturing with false bravado. Furthermore, he discovered an even more intriguing truth. What a pitiable creature, riddled with inner insecurities. Yi Xiao let out a sigh and proceeded forward. Do not act impulsively, Yi Xiao. His doppelgangers are countless. You cannot defeat them all. Cold Hong cautioned, suppressing his injuries. Indeed, young man, heed the captain's advice. He is not mistaken. This technique of doppelgangers is exceedingly sinister. We must devise a long-term strategy. Yan Qin added. Conversely, Bai Ryu and her companions remained silent. Having witnessed Yi Xiao navigate numerous battles, they held a profound trust in his capabilities, knowing he would never engage in a conflict without confidence. Yi Xiao may appear carefree at times, but when it comes to crucial matters, he is unwavering, Xiao Hongchen remarked. Absolutely. Although Yi Xiao seems frivolous on the surface, he is resolute when it truly counts, Jiang Ro concurred. Yi Xiao has defeated my man. Bai Ruoyu proclaimed with her head held high. You all. Alas. Long Hong sighed in resignation. Ultimately, they are merely children, lacking the reverence for formidable professions, possessed by a curious confidence. Yet, Despite this, no, I cannot stand by idly and watch him come to harm. Long Hong struggled to rise. At this moment, the countless figures in black robes before him appeared as an endless abyss. Yet Yu Xiao was about to step into that very abyss. He could not remain a passive observer. Captain, you cannot go. Your injuries are too severe. Hong Ling urged. No, I must go. Principal Tang entrusted them to me. I cannot bear to watch their demise. Moreover, they possess remarkable talent. They merely lack experience. Given time, they will undoubtedly grow into the pillars of our Great Xia. They cannot perish. The future of Great Xia cannot perish. Long Hong steadied himself with his blade and rose, blood dripping steadily to the ground. But at that moment, a scene unfolded that left him utterly astounded. Yu Xiao effortlessly traversed through those numerous clones. Then, he approached one of the figures in black robes. Slap. He raised his hand and sent the figure flying. How is this possible? How could you see through my clone technique? The black-robed figure, now on the ground, rose in disbelief, roaring in protest. If his doppelganger remains undiscovered, it exists as a distinct entity capable of inflicting substantial harm. However, once perceived, it merely becomes an illusion, devoid of any capacity to cause injury. Astonishingly, Yu Xiao discerned his true form amidst the multitude of manifestations. What manner of creature is this? With a swift motion, Yu Xiao extended his hand and grasped the creature's head. You are indeed a pitiable wretch, resorting to subterfuge to present yourself as formidable and grandiose. In truth, you are but a timid, shadowy rodent, cowering in the corners of existence. With that, Yu Xiao forcefully yanked away the black cloak, revealing to everyone's astonishment a figure marred by pockmarks, unkempt hair, and a stature scarcely reaching 5 feet, a gnome. No, no, my garment, he cried in terror, desperately clawing at his exposed skin under the sun's gaze. He scrambled toward the voluminous cloak, shrinking himself back into its folds. A mere insect, unfit for the sunlight. All bluster and no substance. Even if you cloak yourself in malevolence and cruelty, your essence remains that of a pitiful creature. No, do not speak. I refuse to listen. I will not hear it. The gnome held in frenzy. Ah, if you refuse to listen, then perish. Yu Xiao replied with a cold smile. As golden lotuses blossomed in his eyes, golden flames, ignite. The fire erupted high from the black robe, engulfing the gnome in its blazes. Ah, I do not wish to perish. Matu, save me. The gnome rolled frantically on the ground, his body consumed by the golden flames, resembling a wretched fire-scorched figure. Humph, worthless. Matu muttered disdainfully at the frozen black-robed figure, not sparing him a glance. The only sound that echoed through the scene was the gnome Anda's desperate screams, until he was entirely consumed by the flames, reduced to a pile of ash, scattered by a gentle breeze. Yan Qin shuddered involuntarily. His gaze towards Yu Xiao filled with trepidation. He could scarcely fathom what would happen if those flames were to catch him. Ah, only one remains. Yu Xiao tapped his head and turned his attention to the other black-robed figure. Hee, young one, you possess skill. Given enough time, you could truly become remarkable. Thus, you must not leave here alive. He looked down upon Yu Xiao with an air of superiority. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Matu of the Shadow God sect, a dreamweaver. Now, enter the dream I have crafted for you. With a swift motion, a surge of purple arcane light burst forth from beneath the black robe, enveloping all present in its grasp. Chapter 35, The Shadow God Possession. Witness my martial god apparition. The Dreamweaver, in essence, is a branch of illusionists, characterized by the ability to ensnare adversaries within a dreamscape of their own creation, silently leading them to their demise, until none awaken from this nightmare. Such a vocation is exceedingly rare, yet undeniably a terrifying auxiliary role. When wielded adeptly, a single individual can obliterate an entire legion. A violet arc of light spread forth, and in an instant, all were drawn into his dream realm. They collapsed to the ground in a stupor. Even Yu Xiao was not spared. Ha! You shall remain perpetually ensnared within my dream. He grasped Lung Ning's neck tightly, his laughter echoing with exhilaration. Long live the Shadow God. Little girl, I offer you a chance. Join my Shadow God cult, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall accompany them to the grave. Ha! You must be dreaming. I will never join your dark cult. My brother and the others will surely escape your nightmare. Lung Ning glared fiercely at him. How amusing. I initially perceived you as a healer and sought to extend an invitation for you to join our Shadow God cult, to become a devotee of the Shadow God and attain immortality. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall eliminate you first. With that, the Dreamweaver's grip tightened. Creak, creak. Lung Ning's brows furrowed, her face paling as if she were drowning. Ha ha ha. The final struggle of the insignificant. Beneath the black cloak, a cruel smile emerged. TSK, TSK, I once thought you were a compassionate soul, yet here you are, so ruthless. At that moment, a teasing voice echoed. The figure in the black cloak was startled, nearly losing their footing on the rocky ledge. How is this possible? How are you unharmed? You should have succumbed to my dream. Aren't dreams supposed to end with waking, leading to safety? Yishao scoffed. Dreamweaver? Are you seriously belittling a professional dreamweaver's creation as mere slumber? Who do you think you are? You are insulting my profession. In truth, Yishao had indeed fallen into the dream crafted by the Dreamweaver. However, he had only just entered the dream when the Eye of Breaking Illusions activated automatically, providing protection. Consequently, the dream shattered. It is not that the profession of a Dreamweaver lacks strength. Rather, the Eye of Breaking Illusions operates without regard for martial ethics. Yu Zhao's abilities completely countered him. A Dreamweaver stripped of their dream merely becomes a support class, possessing extremely limited combat capabilities. Well, the game is over. Yishao clapped his hands, advancing step by step toward him. Don't come any closer. If you dare approach, I will kill her. He gripped Cold's neck tightly. If you kill her, then I shall slay you in turn. Thus, I would have avenged her. It is not merely a matter of being unable to save lives. Rather, vengeance holds greater value. Yishao remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Long Ning exclaimed, What? Brother, is my life not worth saving? Save me, please. Otherwise, I shall weep before you. She chuckled. But upon witnessing the black-cloaked figure trembling with rage and Lung Ning's frightened demeanor, Yishao smirked slightly. It's but a trivial task. Burn. Golden flames ignited within his eyes, and the black-cloaked man felt a sharp pain in his hand. To his dismay, he realized that his hand had been set ablaze by Yishao. Damn it, he exclaimed, hastily withdrawing his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Lang Ning leaped down from the stone and fled to Yizhao's side. Cursed flames. Why won't they extinguish? Why? The black-cloaked man grasped his hand, frantically attempting to cover it with swirling purple energy. Futile effort. My eternal flame, I governs the indomitable golden flames. They shall not be extinguished until you are utterly consumed. Yishao smirked, inviting him to fully experience the dread of impending death. This is your singular opportunity in this lifetime. You wretched brat. I will not let you escape. Ma Tu roared, raising his other hand, enveloped in a violet glow. With a swift motion, he severed his own arm at the root. How ruthless. Yishao chuckled, possessing a courage akin to that of a warrior severing his own wrist, far surpassing that of the dwarf. Clapping his hands together, he declared, All right, enough resting. It is time to awaken. His voice seemed to carry an enchanting power, coupled with Ma Tu's severe injuries, which made it difficult for him to maintain the dream state. The few individuals who had entered the dream gradually began to awaken. What has transpired? Am I still alive? Cold Hong, pale-faced, struggled to rise from the ground. Was I not battling a million demons? I have not perished? Trembling, disbelief etched across his features. The others also appeared ashen, their expressions dazed, evidently having undergone profound experiences within the dream. Hey, yellow hair, why is your face so flushed? What dream did you have? At that moment, Bai Ruoyu pointed at Yan Qin, exclaiming, I. Yan Qin's expression shifted, instinctively hunching his body. Bai Ruoyu wore a peculiar look. After a moment, realization dawned upon her, and she regarded him with disdain. Did you have a spring dream? What nonsense are you spouting? Yan Qin, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell, stood aside, rendered speechless. Uffed. Ha! Who would have thought, yellow hair? You are quite the reserved one. A spring dream. Do you not have a girlfriend? At your age? Laughter erupted, filling the air. Yan Qin's neck turned a deep shade of red. What are you laughing at? What dream did you have? I dreamt of an enchanting paradise made entirely of candy, filled with countless delectable treats. How delightful they were. I yearned to savor them for a lifetime. Bai Ryu gazed ahead, her face reflecting pure longing. Yan Qin, in contrast, felt his own dreams paled in comparison. Dreams, shaped by individual perception, possess an enchanting power that captivates us, whether they evoke sorrow or joy. Yishao, what dreams have you conjured? Jiang Ro inquired as she approached him. I did not dream at all. I entered and exited immediately. Alas, I long to experience a profound dream. Unfortunately, my ocular technique is too troublesome. It pulls me out in an instant. Jiang Ro responded with a puzzled expression. What? Please take your Versailles attitude elsewhere. Thank you. I am suffering from envy. And you? Jiang Ro shook her head, silently indicating her reluctance to share. Damn it. You wretched beings. Do you still have the luxury to discuss dreams at a time like this? Are you oblivious to the imminent danger that looms before you? At some point, the disarmed Matu had shed his dark robe. In what remained of his arm, he cradled a crystal orb, murmuring incantations. Great Lord of Shadows, as your most devoted follower, I beseech you to manifest your essence. Please, Great Lord of Shadows, descend upon this place and vanquish these accursed blasphemers. I am bound by divine decree. Ignite my soul and body. Suddenly, the heavens above darkened, and the crystal orb in Matu's hand erupted with a dazzling black light. A primordial essence gradually awakened within him, as tendrils of black mist surged forth from the crystal orb. Divine possession, exclaimed Lang Hong, his face a mask of horror. Who could have anticipated that this was merely a straightforward extermination mission? Yet, in the midst of it all, the dark cult arose, and now even divine possession had manifested. How outrageous! Who calls upon me? He who utters my true name shall witness eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Immortal and indestructible. Matu opened his eyes. A tempest of black mist erupting outward, his aura ascending with each passing moment. Blasphemer, perish. Bury in the abyss, never to see the cycle again. A tremendous force bore down upon everyone, escalating at an alarming rate. The deity had not yet fully descended. Should it complete its arrival, the might would surely transcend to a dominion level. Damn it, it's that accursed deity again. I shall confront it. Yi Shao furrowed his brow. Hurry. Destroy the vessel of the divine. At that moment, Long Hong, clutching his wound, bellowed, No need. Leave it to me. Yi Shao restrained several individuals. For their feeble attacks bore no significance. Ever-burning monarch flame eye. Activate. Yi Shao commanded coldly. A radiant golden flame enveloped him like a flowing robe. The brilliance was blinding. The robe billowed majestically, exuding an air of divinity and unparalleled dominance. War God Eye. Activate. War God Apparition. Manifestation. Yi Shao once again opened his eyes. And within his pupils, ancient golden patterns unfurled in the void. At that moment, it seemed as though the crowd could perceive a divine presence emanating from a distant epoch, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the cosmos. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed across the heavens and the earth. Behind Yi Shao loomed a colossal figure. Towering at 100 meters, it was an ethereal silhouette, its eyes radiating golden light, exuding a terrifying aura akin to that of a mountain. It was as though an ancient deity had awakened from slumber, traversing time and space to wage war in this era. Roar. The martial god's apparition emitted a roar that reverberated through the universe. Chapter 36. Go back where you came from. The man Luo Qingyan, the ethereal figure of the martial god, loomed behind Yi Shao, ancient dark golden runes intertwining in the air, effectively shielding the shadowy essence from encroaching. Good heavens! This ability resembles that of the Golden Devourer. My energy is dwindling. As soon as the martial goddess apparition was summoned, Yi Shao sensed that 2/3 of his eye power had already been depleted. The remaining energy would barely suffice to unleash a single punch from the apparition. This is truly a life-risking skill. Once expended, my energy will be exhausted. It must not be recklessly used unless in dire straits. With a resounding thud, the martial goddess apparition stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. You wish to descend? Who granted you permission? I do not allow it. Return whence you came. Yi Shao scoffed coldly. The martial goddess apparition clenched its immense dark golden fist, and then launched a punch forward. Human vermin, are you seeking death? The black mist coalesced into a vague silhouette, standing defiantly against the martial goddess apparition. Ah yes, indeed. I am seeking death. I implore you. Come forth and end my life swiftly. Must you linger here and prattle on? At present, the shadow god has yet to fully manifest. The power unleashed is already comparable to that of a fourth-tier transformation. A dark golden fist, resembling brass, surged forward with ferocity. Die! The shadowy figure, formed from the black fog, extended its hand, attempting to intercept that dark golden fist. How is this even possible? In that fleeting moment of collision, the dark mist was fiercely devoured and expelled by a torrent of golden runes. It was a natural counter. A smile of delight blossomed on Yi Zhao's face. He had initially feared that the phantom of the martial deity would be unable to send him away with a single blow. Yet, with this newfound restraint, there was no room for doubt. The dark golden fist pierced through the black mist, and in that instant of contact, all the mist transformed into fleeting wisps, flowing away into the void. You insolent child, one day I shall descend in my true form. I will slay you 100 times. I will annihilate the vast lands of the great Xia. The shadow deity roared in fury. How audacious it was for anyone to obstruct his path. Such insolence was utterly intolerable for a being of his divine stature. Huh! The vast lands, you truly dare to boast. I, the sword god of great Xia, have cleaved through the 4 great obliterating deities. Where were you when that happened? Shadow deity, destined to hide in the shadows for eternity, are you? Yi Xiao scoffed. Very well, your time here is over. You may take your leave. Boom. The phantom of the martial deity unleashed a blazing punch, draining 1/3 of Yi Xiao's remaining eye power in an instant. Just wait. I shall remember you, the shadow deity cult, and I shall not forget you. Just wait. Very well, you remember me, do you? Then do not forget to send me a gift this Christmas. Now, your presence is no longer required. Off you go. Boom. The dark golden fist radiated through the black mist, shooting off into the distance. A small hill trembled violently, its very structure deforming under the impact of a single colossal punch, leaving an unmistakable imprint on its surface. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed gulps. Bai Ryu and the others had long since grown accustomed to such spectacles. Although this shadowy deity appeared imposing, its true power merely hovered around the 4th or 5th transformation stage. They had witnessed Yi Xiao's gaze obliterate a fully formed divine entity, a colossal giant no less. That was an event of cataclysmic proportions, a celestial eye illuminating the annals of time. In contrast, this was but a trivial display, a mere sprinkling of water. However, Cold Hong and his companions held a different perspective. They were utterly astonished, grappling with the enigma of a genius who, at the 4th extraordinary tier, could vanquish a divine avatar in an instant. The shock Yi Xiao instilled in them today surpassed everything they had encountered over the past 3 or 4 years. Particularly for Yin Qin, the recollection of his previous derision towards Yi Xiao made him wish to bury himself in a hole. Fortunately, Yi Xiao bore no grudge. Otherwise, a single punch from that golden giant would have been more than enough to extinguish 10 of his lives. Nonetheless, had Yi Xiao been privy to his thoughts, he might have simply remarked, a cannon is not meant for swatting flies. It was imperative to report today's events truthfully to the higher-ups. The sudden assault by the Shadow God cult warranted our belief that traitors lurked among humanity. Yi Xiao addressed Cold Hong with this assertion. Reflecting on the experiences in the provincial capital, it is evident that the traitors within the Great Summer are not limited to a solitary figure. Rather, they could very well constitute a significant faction. This situation is akin to a malignant poison that clings tenaciously. However, such matters are likely beyond their control, as the influential figures in the Great Summer must have devised countermeasures long ago. Rest assured, we will report the situation accurately. Yet, Yi Xiao, regarding this segment. Long Hong hesitated. Since they dared to let you see it, it indicates that I am unafraid of exposure, Yi Xiao replied calmly. By the way, Captain Ling, do you have any sacks? Huh? We need something to contain the energy crystals. One bag will not suffice. Yi Xiao lifted the sack beside him. Long Hong's lips twitched. Haha, just kidding. I wouldn't want to put old Tang in a difficult position. The contents of this sack already amount to a considerable quantity, 499 energy crystals. Tang Qingsong has set his limits quite stringently. Subsequently, Lung Ning employed a healing technique to tend to Lung Hong's injuries. However, due to the severity of his wounds and significant blood loss, comprehensive treatment was still necessary. The group boarded an off-road vehicle and set off towards the supply town. Thanks to Lung Hong's report, Tang Qingsong and the captain of the 100 Battle Hunter team were already awaiting their arrival at the supply town. Captain Lung, how is your injury? Upon seeing them disembark, Tang Qingsong hurriedly approached. Thank you for your concern, old Tang. It is nothing serious. That is good to hear, Tang Qingsong nodded. By the way, did Yi Xiao and the others cause you any trouble? Did they hinder your progress? Lung Hong's lips twitched. It is we who have impeded him, and we feel ashamed. Tang Qingsong was taken aback, unable to comprehend their conversation. Old Tang, Captain Lung is almost turning into a cold-blooded creature. His face has turned pale. Perhaps you should let him donate some blood first? Yi Xiao suggested. Oh, right. You should go get treated first. Lung Hong nodded, then instructed Hong Ling. Hong Ling, please report the specifics to Old Tang and the captain. Yi Xiao wandered over to a nearby vending machine to purchase a can of cola. Could you buy me a can? A handsome young man appeared beside him, smiling. Sure. Yi Xiao tossed him a can. Ah, the same flavor. I haven't had this in many years. The young man gazed at the cola can, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Enjoy it. The young man smiled silently. Yi Xiao, do you know who I am? Yi Xiao calmly nodded. If I am not mistaken, you are the captain of the 100 Battles Hunting God team, correct? Oh, how did you deduce that? I just did. Luo Qingyan. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. He genuinely recognized him. A glance from the appraisal, I made it apparent. Luo Qingyun, at the age of 31, serves as the captain of the renowned Baijian Hunters team and is an alumnus of the prestigious Xinshan University, making him a senior to Yi Xiao. Junior, what do you think of my Baijian Hunters team? He inquired. Quite formidable, Yi Xiao replied. Established for 7 years, we have ventured deep into the wilderness, vanquishing over 100,000 demons and 5 divine beings, thereby making an indelible contribution to Jiangzhou. You seem well informed, Luo Qingyun remarked with a smile, nodding in approval. So, Junior, once you graduate from Xinshan University, would you be interested in joining my Baijian Hunters? I shall reserve the position of vice captain for you. With this, Luo Qingyun extended an olive branch to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao chuckled softly. Senior, you certainly place great value on me. Of course, being the top recruit from Southern Province carries significant weight. I believe you are destined for greatness, and consider this my early investment. What do you think? As he casually tossed a can of cola into the trash, Yi Xiao shook his head. Senior Luo, if you are so confident in my future success, why would I settle for being a subordinate in your team instead of establishing my own hunters? Luo Qingyun was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha! Truly deserving of being the top recruit from Southern Province. You possess remarkable ambition. To be honest, Yi, if you were to accept my invitation, I would be thrilled. However, it would also mean that you would forever remain beneath me. The path of a professional, if devoid of the courage to advance relentlessly and the audacity to forge ahead, will confine one's future. Achievements will appear limited and foreseeable. Rather than having an exceptional vice captain in my formidable hunting god team, I am more inclined to have a stronger hunting god team for the Great Xia. I respect your decision. If you don't mind, please call me Brother Luo from now on. Luo Qingyun formally extended his hand towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, aware that Luo Qingyun had come specifically to test him. At that moment, he finally regarded Yi Xiao as his equal. Brother Luo, Yi Xiao said, extending his hand. And the two exchanged a gentle handshake. Chapter 37. May we all have bright futures, Yi Xiao. I never would have guessed you were hiding such depth. You once told me that holding a knife was merely for picking your teeth. You deceived even me. Not a single word from your mouth has been truthful. At the banquet, Tang Qingsong slammed his hand on the table. Enough, old Tang, Yi Xiao is merely being modest and a bit low-key. Humility is a virtue. Luo Qingyun chuckled. Modesty? You claim this young man is modest? Tang Qingsong was taken aback. When I asked him to give a speech to the students, he boldly declared that anyone with the ability could chase him. Is that what you call modesty? Laughter erupted throughout the room. Yi Xiao, tell me honestly, are you a modest person? Tang Qingsong inquired. Yi Xiao nodded. Absolutely. A humble yet confident man is the most appealing. Look at this. There isn't a trace of modesty in him. Tang Qingsong rubbed his forehead. In my past life, I must have been your nemesis. Yi Xiao, be honest with me. Regarding the freshman competition after the semester begins, if I were to ask you to secure first place, how confident are you? Yi Xiao raised his fist. 0. Are you joking? Old Tang, what I mean is that my chances of losing are 0. Tang Qingsong. After several rounds of drinks, Yi Xiao and his companions took a special vehicle back, while Luo Qingyun's elite team, the 100 Battles Hunters, planned to thoroughly investigate the Shadow God sect and find a way to uncover the undercover agents lurking in Jiangzhou. Yi Xiao, I have also heard whispers of the plans from the upper echelons of the Great Xia, which involve luring out the 15 divine beings through the participation of specially recruited students, with the intent to eradicate them all. The Sword God has ventured deep into the desolate lands, successfully vanquishing 4 devastatingly powerful deities. This time, the divine faction is certain to suffer significant losses. Should they become aware that all of this is a scheme orchestrated by the high-ranking officials of Great Xia, it would undoubtedly incite a fierce storm. Before you fully mature, I sincerely hope you can remain discreet and not display too much brilliance. Remember, a tree that stands out in the forest will be subjected to the fiercest winds. Yi Xiao nodded earnestly. Old Tang, rest assured, I will not instigate trouble, but I am not afraid of it either. This was a line he had longed to express, reminiscent of the protagonists in online novels from his previous life. "That's good to hear," Tang Qing-song replied, feeling somewhat reassured. Although Yi Xiao often appeared rather frivolous, he was unwavering when it came to serious matters, thus instilling a sense of trust. "You all must support each other well in university. It is not easy to emerge from one's origins." He then turned to Xiao Hanshun and the others. "Thank you, old Tang," Yi Xiao said solemnly as he grasped his hand. "What's with the sentimentality?" Tang Qing-song felt a bit uncomfortable under Yi Xiao's gaze. Yi Xiao chose not to elaborate further. Tang Qing-song was well aware of the kindness bestowed upon him, consistently providing attentive care. Perhaps his admiration for Yi Xiao's potential played a role in this. Nonetheless, one cannot overlook his genuine concern for Yi Xiao. Moreover, Yi Xiao now referred to himself as a brother to Tang Yun. In his previous life, Yi Xiao was an orphan and had never experienced familial affection, which contributed to his carefree demeanor in the face of adversity. In reality, this was merely a protective guise, for deep within, Yi Xiao yearned for familial bonds. In this lifetime, Yi Xiao also remains an orphan, yet he has sensed a long-lost emotion through Tang Qing-song. The feeling of being cared for by someone is truly delightful. A few days later, the results of the college entrance examination were released. As expected, no students from Jiangnan High School were admitted to Zhengxin University. However, this was of little consequence, as Yi Xiao and his companions secured the top 3 spots for special admissions. In comparison, the performance in the entrance examination seemed less significant. Jiangnan High School gained immense renown. Already the premier high school in Jiangzhou, it now garnered fame throughout the entire southern province. Numerous prominent families from various cities, even provincial capitals, sought to send their children to Jiangnan High School for their education. It was rumored that during those days, Tang Qing-song remained in the office, not returning home for 4 or 5 consecutive days, inundated with an unending stream of phone calls. His joy was evident, as he couldn't help but wear a broad smile. In the days that followed, Yi Xiao lived in a state of remarkable ease, and after absorbing the energy crystals, he successfully advanced to the 6th tier of the extraordinary realm. In moments of leisure, one finds solace in the company of friends, indulging in drinks and savoring skewers, gathering for a delightful reprieve. Yi Xiao is acutely aware that such leisurely days will diminish in the future, thus he resolves to cherish them all the more. Notably, Su Hao, utilizing the extraordinary abilities of his family, has managed to gain admission to a respectable university, conveniently located in the capital, which has brought him prolonged joy. On this night, the air is refreshingly cool. Yi Xiao stands atop a towering building, contemplating the forthcoming new student registration day. "What are your thoughts, Yi Xiao?" Jiang Rou quietly inquires from behind him. "For now, my aim is to secure first place in the freshman competition and, in doing so, to convert those 3,000 points into my own strength. And you?" Upon hearing Yi Xiao's question, Jiang Rou momentarily loses herself, her gaze drifting towards the city adorned with vibrant neon lights. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Yi Xiao, what do you think of my father?" Uncle Jiang is an excellent man. He is both a commendable father and a diligent mayor, tirelessly devoted to the welfare of Jiangzhou. Jiang Rou nods in acknowledgement, albeit with a hint of ambivalence. "But he is not a good husband." Yi Xiao furrows his brow. "Yi Xiao, we are close enough that I am unafraid to confide in you. My mother is a scion of a prominent family in the capital. Her marriage to my father was never sanctioned by her family. Consequently, after my birth, she was taken back to her family. Subsequently, my family arranged a betrothal for me, the groom hailing from another prominent family in the capital. So your objective is to travel to the capital and marry this young master?" Yi Xiao could not help but inquire. Jiang Rou cast him a disdainful glance. "Do I seem like that kind of person to you?" "Not at all. My journey to the capital serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it is indeed to seek opportunities for further education. On the other hand, it is to completely resolve this engagement. I refuse to live my life under the control of others, much like my mother did. Do you understand, Yi Xiao? My parents share a deep affection, yet they are too afraid to meet face to face. Each year, I witness my father secluding himself in his study, caressing my mother's photograph while intoxicated beyond reason. He is overwhelmed by fear and suffering. My life will never mirror my father's," Jiang Rou asserted with unwavering conviction. Yi Xiao fell silent. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to judge another's familial matters. However, considering Jiang Mian's reluctance over the years to step into the capital, lacking the courage to confront the woman he loves, he felt a twinge of disappointment in his masculinity. After all these years, he should have realized that certain sentiments cannot be dulled by the passage of time. Thus, as a man, should he not face challenges with courage? Ye shall. I share these thoughts with you not out of any ulterior motive, but simply to find someone to confide in. Ryue is indifferent and detached, and her demeanor is rather aloof, which is why I can only turn to you. Tomorrow, I shall journey to the capital, and to be honest, I feel a wave of anxiety within me. Jiang Ro displayed a relaxed expression and smiled gently. She extended her delicate hand towards the luminous moon above. The moonlight is exceptionally bright tonight. The stars are also shimmering. I hope that the moon and stars can illuminate our path. Ye shall. May we both embrace a future filled with brilliance. Chapter 38. Enrollment at Jinshin University, Daxia, Imperial Capital. Today marks the day of enrollment for new students at Jinshin University. Countless vehicles are parked at the entrance, while numerous young men and women, with sparkling eyes and dignified demeanor, alight from their cars, gazing eagerly at the Grand Jinshin University sign. You shall farewell. I shall head next door. Come find me for a drink later. Su Hao called out while stepping out of the vehicle, waving goodbye to Yi Xiao. All right. Hurry and charm a girl back. Yi Xiao replied with a light chuckle, then shouldered his sword and made his way towards the university. Hello, fellow student. Are you a newcomer? A young man approached Yi Xiao. Indeed, Yi Xiao responded. Please provide your student ID number. 2265. Ah, Yi Xiao, right? Your dormitory is in Building 4, Room 618. Simply go to the dormitory office to collect your key. Here is your identity card. It is of utmost importance, so do not lose it, as it contains your identity information and the school's point system. This is the new student handbook. Feel free to peruse it at your leisure, as it contains information about many school activities and instructions for using various public facilities. As he spoke, the young man handed a booklet and a black card to Yi Xiao with an expression of indifference. Yi Xiao accepted them effortlessly and tapped the identity card lightly. Beep. Remaining points, 3,000. The indifferent young man was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Is there an error with the identity card? He leaned forward to take a look. What on earth? 3,000 points. Am I seeing things? You, a freshman, have 3,000 points. He exclaimed in disbelief. Wait a moment. Yi Xiao. He accessed the freshman information system. Let me see. Yi Xiao. Incredible! First place in the special recruitment from Southern Province? He stared at Yi Xiao, dumbfounded. Yi Xiao calmly nodded. Hee. Junior, how are you? The journey from Southern Province is long and arduous. It must have been quite a challenge. Here, have some water. As he spoke, he handed Yi Xiao a bottle of mineral water. Yi Xiao silently accepted it and took a sip. Thank you, senior. No problem. It's just a small matter. Let me take you to the dormitory. I'm Hu Han, a sophomore. My profession is thief. Thief? A thief managed to get into the Guardian University? That's quite impressive. Yi Xiao, profession, a sorcerer. Greetings, senior. Remarkable, junior. To achieve first place in the special recruitment as an eye sorcerer, a supportive profession, speaks volumes of your potential. You are undoubtedly a dragon among men. The future is bright. Yi Xiao merely responded with silence. He followed Hu Han as they meandered through the campus, ultimately stopping in front of a small red brick building with black tiles. Junior, your dormitory is on the 6th floor. I won't accompany you further. Let us exchange contact information. He raised his phone as he spoke. Yi Xiao nodded and added him as a friend. Afterward, I proceeded to the dormitory office to collect the key. Just then, my phone chimed. Yi Xiao, have you organized your things? We are going out to have fun. It was by Ruiyu, tagging me in the group chat. All right. I'll be there shortly. I smiled and pushed open the door. The dormitory was a double room, quite elegantly decorated, comparable to that of a 4-star hotel. Hello. As I entered, I noticed a gentle young man seated at the desk, quietly perusing an ancient text. Upon hearing my entrance, he lifted his head, set down the book, and adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. Greetings, my fellow student. I am your roommate, Lin Ru, and my profession is that of a word spirit master. A word spirit master? I was slightly taken aback. This was indeed a rare profession. Much like my own as a pupil master, it was an uncommon vocation. The only distinction being that while pupil masters were somewhat lackluster, word spirit masters were extraordinarily formidable. They possessed the ability to suppress foes with mere words. In the context of a team battle, they were akin to a devastating weapon on the battlefield. Within the realm of their influence, every utterance could clear the field. Truly, this was the esteemed Divine Guardian University, a breeding ground for prodigies. Yi Xiao, profession, pupil master. So you are the renowned Yi Xiao, Lin Ru said, smiling and nodding. The special recruitment from the southern province is indeed well acquainted. I look forward to your guidance. Let us learn from each other. After leaving the dormitory, Yi Xiao took out his phone. Where are you? At the snack street by the north gate. I'll be there in a minute. However, upon checking the map, Yi Xiao was taken aback. He was a good 7 to 8 kilometers away from the north gate. Is this town truly a university city? He was momentarily stunned. This place is extraordinarily vast. With no other option, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the north gate. Eventually, he found Bai Ruyu and the others at a barbecue stall. Didn't you say you would arrive in a minute? Bai Ruyu teased with a smile. Yi Xiao replied, let me see you cover 7 or 8 kilometers in a minute. Humph, summoning to He wouldn't be too difficult. Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes. Yi Xiao, uninterested in engaging further, grabbed a bottle of beer and took a swig. I'm parched. So, have you all met your roommates? What are they like? Pretty good. She's a tall lady, around 178 centimeters. Bai Ruyu responded cheerfully. Ah, a motherly figure, indeed quite nice. Bai Ruyu. We're all well, but Hong Chun might not be doing so great, Jiang Ro said with a smile. What happened? Yi Xiao's gaze shifted to Xiao Hongchun. My roommate is a swordsman, a veritable combat enthusiast. Upon our first encounter, we engaged in a fierce bout that nearly demolished the dormitory building, resulting in our expulsion by the dormitory supervisor. Xiao Hongchun sighed as he took a swig of his drink. Uft, you are truly talented. I can hardly contain my laughter. Yi Xiao chuckled heartily, slapping the table in delight. Enough about me, what of you? I'm doing quite well. My roommate is a rather bookish fellow named Lin Ru, and he possesses a rare profession. He is a word spirit master. Lin Ru? Jiang Ro exclaimed in surprise. Is it truly Lin Ru? Even Bai Ruyu could not help but express her astonishment. Do you all know him? Xiao Hongchun nodded affirmatively. Lin Ru, the top recruit from Guangnan province, known by the codename Dragon's Language Destruction, is an exceptionally powerful word spirit master. Do not let his seemingly harmless demeanor deceive you. During the recruitment examination, he astonishingly achieved the feat of single-handedly defeating 100 opponents. Wherever his words manifested, none could stand. With his solitary might, he subdued 100 prodigies. Such terrifying strength. He is a leading contender for the championship in the freshman competition. Yi Xiao, your roommate is no ordinary individual. He may very well be the greatest obstacle on your path to victory, Jiang Ro remarked. Yi Xiao took a sip of his beer. Indeed. This is the University of Jinshan, a true gathering of exceptional talents. I find myself quite invigorated, he declared with a smile. At that moment, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. A red Porsche sports car came to a halt beside the barbecue stall. From the vehicle emerged a tall, well-built young man clad in a tailored suit, exuding an aura brimming with vitality. Ruoyu, what brings you to such a place for a meal? What if you were to suffer from an upset stomach? Chapter 39. By Ruoyu's pursuer Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, a dog is coming. It's so annoying. Please deal with him for me. I beg you. Bai Ruoyu tugged at Yi Xiao's sleeve, pouting with a face full of desperation. Your suitor isn't bad at all. Tall and handsome. He seems quite a catch for you. Yi Xiao replied with a dismissive smirk. Oh, Yi Xiao, I am your slave. How can you allow your slave to serve another man? Do you truly believe that's acceptable? Bai Ruoyu huffed angrily. Yi Xiao curled his lips in amusement. You are indeed quite relentless. Hey, she exclaimed, tilting her head in an adorably defiant manner. At that moment, the tall young man approached their table, exuding confidence. Ruoyu, will you join me for dinner? I've reserved a table at the finest Western restaurant in the capital. No way. I'm allergic to Western cuisine, she declared resolutely. Dai Lian, taken aback, thought, I've heard of food allergies, but never an allergy to Western cuisine. Not to worry, if you're allergic to Western food. We can opt for Chinese instead. I'll treat you to the capital's most famous local delicacies. Sorry, but I'm allergic to Porsches. How about you smash yours? Bai Ruoyu retorted, a mischievous glint in her eye. Dai Lian's expression twitched. Gritting his teeth, he replied, as long as you agree to dine with me. I can do that. I prefer barbecue. Bai Ruoyu pouted and seized a skewer of lamb, taking a hearty bite. Ruoyu, this is what he just ate. He pointed at Yi Xiao and remarked, what's it to you? I simply enjoy imported goods. I don't mind him. Right, Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao smiled helplessly. Take your time eating. Bai Ruoyu beamed with a radiant smile. Standing aside, Dai Lian clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on Yi Xiao. Who are you, kid? Don't you know I am pursuing Ruoyu? Yi Xiao leisurely lifted a beer, took a sip, and then popped a peanut into his mouth before nonchalantly responding. You pursue your own affairs. It has nothing to do with me. Although I am her master, I won't interfere excessively in her personal matters, will I? Yishao reached out and gently patted her head. Bai Ruoyu giggled as she shook her head playfully. Yes, he is my master. Master. Dai Lian nearly bit his teeth in frustration, his expression darker than a storm cloud. What kind of game are they playing? The thought that this adorable girl, Bai Ruoyu, actually had a master made Dai Lian feel as if the most beautiful and pure sanctuary within him was being violated. Anger was gradually eroding his reason. Kid, I challenge you to a duel. You are unworthy of Ruoyu. He shouted angrily, pointing at Yishao. A duel? Are you sure? Do you even know who I am? Yishao retorted. I don't care who you are. I am Dai Lian, 8th place in the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination. As a holy warrior, I challenge you. If you are a man, step forward and engage me in a fair battle. Dai Lian roared, drawing the attention of everyone around. Ha! Dai Lian, how dare you challenge my master? Do you even know who my master is? The revelation would terrify you. He is the top recruit from the southern province. What? Dai Lian's face displayed astonishment. This seemingly carefree youth, lounging with a leg crossed, drinking beer, and munching on skewers, was actually the top recruit from an entire province. Truly. One must not judge by appearances. The sea cannot be measured by a mere cup. Will you still fight? Yishao countered. Fight. Why not? He is merely the top recruit from the southern province, not the national champion. What is there to fear? With the arrow on the string, it must be released. Dai Lian gritted his teeth and spoke. Chapter 40. Wagering one's potential, all for the art of the eye. In truth, a flicker of hope still lingered in Dai Lian's heart. The disparity between talents from other provinces and those of the imperial capital remained significant. In previous years, the top 10 talents from the imperial capital had consistently matched the caliber of the provincial examination champions. If Yishao, this specially recruited first place, were to be lacking. Indeed, he must be lacking, for he was an eye art practitioner, a role predominantly supportive in nature, vastly overshadowed by Dai Lian's rare vocation as a holy warrior. Let us proceed then. Yishao finished the skewers in hand and rose to his feet. There is no time like the present. Today shall be the day to settle this. I must return for a rest. I feel quite weary. With that, Yishao made his way toward a secluded alley near the snack street. Humph. Dai Lian followed closely, his expression somber. As Yishao advanced, Dai Lian suddenly halted. Come here, you brat, let me tell you. With a swift motion, Yishao pivoted and delivered a powerful punch to Dai Lian's face. Bang! The force of the blow left Dai Lian momentarily dazed, sending him crashing into a nearby trash can, his expensive suit now marred with filth. You little wretch! You shall pay for this. Dai Lian roared, summoning a massive axe resembling a great sword into his grip. Sanctuary of the Saints. A resonant hum enveloped them. As a golden halo radiated from Dai Lian, encasing them both within its luminous embrace. Is this the power of a paladin? Yishao stroked his chin, feeling a force pressing upon him from all directions, attempting to diminish his strength by 30%. The warrior class is divided into two rare professions. One is the berserker, a relentless attacker. In battle, they resemble madmen, inflicting 1,000 points of damage while suffering 800 in return, even exchanging their lives for others. The second is the paladin, who wields auras of group combat. Their supportive aura is maximized. Not only can they amplify their own strength, but they can also enhance the abilities of their allies. Most importantly, they possess healing capabilities. It can be said that both of these professions belong to the realm of exceptionally powerful and rare classes. Dai Ruoyu is mine. Boom. He stamped his foot, creating a deep crater in the ground. Then, he swung his enormous axe toward Yishao. Whoosh. Yishao deftly stepped back, evading the strike. He then flipped his hand and caught the shadow blade that had fallen behind him. Against you, I need not even resort to my eye techniques. Whoosh. The black blade emerged from its sheath, slicing through the void. Clang. The blade struck against Dai Lian's axe, sending a jolt through his arm. Clang, clang, clang. Yishao unleashed a flurry of strikes at lightning speed, each blow landing upon Dai Lian's weapon, forcing him to retreat step by step. I told you Yishao would be fine. I do not understand why you were so anxious. Outside the alley, Bai Ryu and her companions sipped beer from their bottles, taking small, measured sips. Come, let's do this. A gentle tap against the jar. If such a waste can triumph, I can only suspect that Yishao has been possessed by a deity. Zhang Ro. Xiao Hanchun. The deity finds your remarks rather impolite. Humph. Bai Ruoyu pouted, unfazed. She waved her tiny fists, bouncing with enthusiasm. Master, go for it. Master, go for it. Whether her soft calls of encouragement reached Yi Xiao is uncertain, but they certainly ignited a fire in Dalian. Listening to Bai Ruoyu's incessant chatter, he felt an overwhelming irritation, and his anger intensified. I will kill you. I must kill you. Great sage blade. Earth-rending slash. Boom. A layer of golden holy light enveloped his axe blade. Dai Lian's aura surged, escalating from the extraordinary 6th rank to the threshold of the extraordinary 7th rank. Dai. Boom. The golden axe blade sliced through the heavens, descending as if to carve the very fabric of existence. With double enhancement. Within his barrier, the enemy's combat strength was suppressed by 30%. Meanwhile, this skill also augmented his own strength by 30%. Truly a rare profession. Jiang Ro marveled. Given the prowess Dai Lian displayed, she knew that without harnessing the power of lightning, she would be at a disadvantage. Only by stepping beyond Jiangzhou could one behold the vastness of the world. Such strength at just 8th place in the imperial capital's college entrance examination. Incredible. Xiao Hongqian expressed a sense of astonishment. Together with his roommate, the swordsman, they were formidable adversaries at this stage. Without employing the sword intent of heaven's severance, defeating them proved to be quite a challenge. Back in Jiangzhou, Yi Xiao held the title of the top recruit, with them ranking 2nd and 3rd, merely a step behind him. However, upon arriving in the imperial capital, they realized that the chasm between the 1st and the 2nd and 3rd positions could accommodate dozens more contenders. The battle between Yi Xiao and Dai Lian simultaneously exerted pressure on Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongqian. If this trend continued, the gap between them and Yi Xiao would only widen, to the point where even his silhouette would become indistinguishable. Observing your grand entrance, I genuinely believed you possessed remarkable strength, yet in reality, you are merely mediocre. Yi Xiao chuckled softly. Utterly feeble, lacking any semblance of prowess. With such weakness, do you even dare to pursue others? Do you deserve it? Whoosh. The shadow blade was drawn, and Yi Xiao unleashed the phantom blade strike. Bang. A single strike sent the golden axe blade careening away. Reflect upon this. Your strength does not even qualify me to employ my ocular techniques. Boom. 2 streaks of black blade light whizzed past, and Dai Lian's axe blade was sent flying. In swift succession, Yi Xiao's fist connected with his face. Bang. Dai Lian crashed against the wall, spitting blood, before collapsing limply to the ground. The battle had concluded. Yi Xiao clapped his hands and turned to leave. Who told you it was over? It is not over yet. I said it is not over. Dai Lian, panting heavily, struggled to rise from the ground. He gasped for breath, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Yi Xiao. I will kill you. He roared, blood seeping from his gums. In a fit of madness, Dai Lian pulled a vial of crimson potion from his pocket and plunged the needle into his skin. Was that a permeating agent? Has he lost his mind? Jiang Ro exclaimed in shock. He must be unable to accept such a drastic fall from grace. Xiao Hongqian murmured. Dai Lian, a local prodigy of the imperial capital, 8th in the college entrance examination. He had always been an object of admiration and reverence throughout his life, never having faced significant setbacks. Yet today he was ruthlessly humiliated and beaten by Yi Xiao. His heart must be filled with profound discontent. Roar. As the blood-red potion coursed through him, Dai Lian unleashed a roar, his energy fluctuating wildly. Die. He seized his weapon and leapt into the air, swinging it downwards towards Yi Xiao. Come on, I sorcerer. Show me your eye techniques. Am I worthy of your powers now? Where are your eye techniques? Dai Lian bellowed. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. As you wish. Spirit eye activate. Swish. Yi Xiao's strength surged dramatically in an instant. He then clenched his fist, witnessing his movement. Dai Lian's eyes widened in fury. Why? Why do you not employ your eye technique? Unleash your eye technique. I must defeat you. However, Yi Xiao remained silent, slowly directing a punch towards Dai Lian's axe blade. Apologies, but you are only worthy of this. Chapter 41. Breakfast cannot be without braised eggs. Just as the West cannot exist without Jerusalem Kong, Yi Xiao's fist crashed against Dai Lian's weapon, and the collision unleashed a fierce gale that shot out in all directions. Absurd. Yi Xiao's physique was utterly inconceivable for a practitioner of ocular techniques. How could he be so formidable? Is he made of iron? Bai Ruoyu covered the hem of her skirt, which was lifted by the swirling winds, exclaiming in astonishment. I believe it may be a type of ocular technique, one that amplifies physical strength. Xiao Hongqian speculated. Impossible. I have never heard of such ocular techniques. Jiang Ro responded in disbelief. Have you ever witnessed an ocular technique that could obliterate a deity with a mere glance? Xiao Hanchen countered. Jiang Ro fell silent. Have you seen it? Unheard of. The miracles Yi Xiao has created are already numerous. Or perhaps he himself is a miracle. Clang. A crisp sound resonated as a gash appeared on the axe blade in Dai Lian's hand. How could this be possible? Dai Lian's eyes widened. This was a weapon of the mystic grade. How could it be shattered by mere fists? This is preposterous. You tell me this physique belongs to an ocular technique practitioner? A martial artist could not achieve this. Boom. Yi Xiao's fist, having shattered the weapon, continued its momentum and struck Dai Lian's face. He was sent hurtling backward, as if in free fall. Bang, bang, bang. Having shattered through 3 walls, he landed outside the alley. The students dining and the business owners nearby were startled by the sudden appearance of the figure. It wasn't until someone approached to investigate that they recognized the unconscious form. To their astonishment, it was none other than Dai Lian, the 8th-ranked student in the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination. What happened to him? How did he end up in such a state? What? It's Dai Lian, the young master of the Dai family? He appears to have been assaulted. How could this be? This is the genius ranked 8th in the Imperial Capital's examination, a professional holy warrior. How could he be beaten so severely? I know. I just saw Dai Lian enter the alley with a young man. Could it be that they got into a fight? Just then, several figures emerged from the alley. Yi Xiao, I told you that you were too harsh. This is disturbing the peace. Bai Ruyu chided. What could I do? He was on drugs. I thought he had become rather strong. I was a bit frightened at first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Who knew he was so fragile? Bai Ruyu. Jiang Ro. Xiao Hanchen. Onlookers. Listen, is this even sensible? Fragile? You dare describe a rare profession like the holy warrior in such a manner? Are you joking? Or is this some kind of jest? Quickly, let's leave. Otherwise, we might get caught and interrogated by the academy's teachers. Yi Xiao forced a smile, feeling rather awkward. With hands tucked into his pockets, he walked away into the distance. After Yi Xiao and his companions departed, a student from Jinshin University spoke up in astonishment amidst the crowd. Is there any particularly formidable warrior among this year's freshmen? Yes, but it's not him. Another replied, shaking his head. Then what is his profession? The evident bruises on Dai Lian suggest a fist injury. At that moment, a young man on the other side quietly set down his spoon and spoke softly. I know him. He hails from the same province as I do. His name is Yi Xiao, and he is a pupil of the eye technique. Everyone. They all glanced at Dai Lian's contorted face and the deep indentations left by the punches, their minds filled with questions. Are you certain this is the kind of damage a pupil of the eye technique could inflict? Later that evening, when everyone gathered once more, Yi Xiao returned to his dormitory. Lin Ru was still engrossed in her studies. Yi Xiao, you've become quite famous, she said, pulling out her phone to show him. On the screen was the forum of Jinshin University, and at the very top was a post with the highest engagement. Shocking. The holy warrior Dai Lian was knocked unconscious in an alley. The assailant turns out to be a pupil of the eye technique. Accompanying the post was a photo of Dai Lian with his head askew. Yi Xiao felt a dark line appear on his forehead. Absurd. He had been trying to keep a low profile. Yet, he still managed to attract attention. College students thrive on sensationalism. Lin Ru smiled gently. Yi Xiao, I have actually been keeping an eye on you for a month now. You are the only dual-career prodigy from the southern province, Bai Ruyu. Initially, she was my focus. But you unexpectedly emerged and surpassed her. You claimed the top spot in the special recruitment, which shifted my attention to you. I have a premonition that you will be my greatest rival in the freshman competition. I eagerly anticipate the day we face each other. Lin Ru displayed a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. There will be opportunities, Yi Xiao replied with a smile. The destroyer of dragon language, a singular figure capable of subduing 100. Lin Ru's achievements were indeed remarkable. Moreover, Yi Xiao felt a striking similarity between himself and Lin Ru. He relied on his vision for success, while she relied on her eloquence. Both were artists in their own right. The following day, Yi Xiao headed to the cafeteria for a meal. He was Yi Xiao, the one who defeated Dai Lian. Hiss. He appeared so harmless. It was utterly inconceivable that he could strike with such ferocity. Indeed, it is said that Dai Lian's head was even knocked askew. He is still hospitalized. It seems he will most likely miss the upcoming freshman competition. Truly impressive. A formidable individual. Yi Xiao quietly consumed his breakfast alone. Just then, a commotion erupted in the cafeteria. Not far away, at the food counter, two figures were locked in a tense standoff, exuding an atmosphere thick with confrontation. One of them was someone Yi Xiao recognized all too well. Suddenly, there stood Xiao Hongchun. Xiao Hongchun, this last marinated egg is mine. No, I arrived first. To the victor belong the spoils. If you possess the skill, come and challenge me. Who is afraid of whom? With a swift motion, Xiao Hongchun partially unsheathed his longsword, revealing its gleaming blade. The opponent brandished a tang saber in response. Yi Xiao instantly comprehended. This must be Xiao Hongchun's sword-wielding roommate. After finishing his buns, Yi Xiao neatly placed his tray aside and approached them. Annie, how much for the marinated egg? 2 coins. I'll take it. All right. With a beep, he completed the payment, clutching the marinated egg and tossing it into his mouth. The flavor was exquisite, deeply infused with seasoning. Xiao Hongchun. Qiu Jianfeng. Damn, that was my egg. Who do you think you are, popping up out of nowhere? Qiu Jianfeng glared furiously at Yi Xiao. It was merely an egg. Who eats it doesn't matter. Yi Xiao shrugged. Seeing your dispute, I thought I might resolve your conflict. Isn't that commendable? Qiu Jianfeng trembled with rage. I, Qiu Jianfeng, have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Alas, now you have. With a swift motion, Qiu Jianfeng drew his tang saber. Dare you engage me in combat? Yi Xiao clicked his tongue, glancing at Xiao Hongchun. Hongchun, does your roommate suffer from a form of mania? Does he draw his blade at every encounter? Xiao Hongchun remained silent. After a brief pause, he declared, Yi Xiao, you owe me a marinated egg. Yi Xiao responded, what? Are you joining in on this farce as well? Who doesn't eat a marinated egg? However, Xiao Hongchun shook his head solemnly. My breakfast cannot be without a marinated egg, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Indeed. Well said. This time, I stand with you. Qiu Jianfeng raised a thumb in approval towards Xiao Hongchun. Yi Xiao's expression was one of bewilderment. Xiao Hongchun, there is nothing more to discuss. Subdue him and make him regurgitate the egg he consumed. Qiu Jianfeng remarked coldly. Even if he regurgitates it, it cannot be eaten again. Then what should we do? Let us go outside the school and purchase another. Xiao Hongchun, are you afraid? I am not afraid. I am looking out for your well-being. You cannot defeat him. Huh. I, Qiu Jianfeng, have never shied away from a battle. As a swordsman, one must possess the courage to draw one's blade against the divine. Xiao Hongchun replied. Chapter 42, Unfounded Malice. Entering the demon tower, his name is Yi Xiao. Are you certain you wish to challenge him? Absolutely. I do not care what he is called. Wait a moment. What did you say? Yi Xiao? Damn it. Qiu Jianfeng was left utterly astonished. The Yi Xiao who topped the southern province's special recruitment? The one who defeated Dailian? Yes, that very individual. Do you wish to engage him in a duel? Xiao Hongchun retorted. Qiu Jianfeng rubbed his face. In truth, I wasn't that keen on consuming braised eggs. Having them every day has become rather tiresome. Perhaps today I shall indulge in a poached egg instead. Auntie, do you have any poached eggs? How much? 2 coins. Very well, I shall take one. This poached egg is delightful. I absolutely adore it. Qiu Jianfeng wore a look of pure enjoyment. Xiao Hongchun, a change of flavor now and then is quite pleasant. It's rather nice. Auntie, please prepare one for Xiao Hongchun as well. Here, it's on me. No need to be modest. After all, we are roommates. Xiao Hongchun. Yi Xiao. My friend, you are rather amusing. Yi Xiao remarked, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. We should share a drink sometime. I do not drink. I am allergic to alcohol. Qiu Jianfeng chuckled awkwardly. No way. As a swordsman, you ought to drown your sorrows in wine and laugh freely amidst the rivers and lakes. Right? Qiu Jianfeng. Prejudice. That is sheer prejudice. Not all swordsmen partake in drinking. Qiu Jianfeng exclaimed in indignation. By the way, Hongchun, what time do your classes start? 7:30. Why? Oh, it's already 8. Xiao Hongchun exclaimed, damn. Hurry and go to class. The two dashed out of the cafeteria. Yi Xiao shook his head, finding that the duo was quite compatible. Both were lively spirits. Glancing at the class schedule, he noted that he had no classes today. Yi Xiao. The tower challenge has begun. Points are at stake. Someone wishes to challenge you. Hurry to the demon suppression tower. In the group chat, Bai Ruoyu was fervently tagging him. Yi Xiao is the top scorer of the college entrance examination from Southern Province. He was Ruoyu's high school classmate and is a berserker. Be cautious. He has had his eyes on you for quite some time, Jiang Ro explained. In contrast to Bai Ruoyu's chaotic demeanor, Jiang Ro appeared much more mature. Is the demon suppression tower the facility for the challenge that grants points? Indeed, it simulates the wilderness through the Sumeru illusion, allowing battles against demons. Each level offers rewards. That sounds intriguing. I might just take a look, Yi Xiao replied with a smile. The demon suppression tower, is it? He turned and made his way toward the tower. A moment later, he halted before an imposing and ancient structure. This way, Yi Xiao, Bai Ruoyu, and her companion waved at him. That guy has already entered. He has reached the 6th level. Bai Ruoyu pointed at the score monument beneath the demon suppression tower and remarked. There, a name surged rapidly upward, Jin Qingning. Ranked 6th on the freshman list. This achievement is indeed remarkable. Someone spoke up. The level of the southern province is not to be underestimated within the entirety of the Great Xia. As the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Jin Qingning could easily rank among the top 5 in the imperial capital. He is no less than anyone else. The prowess of this top scorer, Jin Qingning, is truly formidable. In contrast, the first place from the special recruitment should have been of higher merit, yet it seems somewhat lacking. Those with strength have already begun their ascent through the tower, while those without have remained content to engage in petty rivalries, publicly brawling. Such behavior is indeed a disgrace to the reputation of Zhanshan University. Various voices began to arise around them. Yi Xiao, why do I sense such hostility directed towards you? Bai Ruoyu furrowed her brow. To not incur jealousy is the mark of mediocrity, Yi Xiao replied calmly. Do you realize, Yi Xiao, those surrounding and watching Jin Qingning are all disciples from prominent families. They inherently harbor animosity towards students who gain admission to Zhanshan University through sheer effort and talent. By striking Dai Lian, you have not only confronted him, but have also slapped the faces of those from noble families. Naturally, they hold no fondness for you. This sense of hierarchy and regard for lineage is particularly pronounced in the imperial capital, Jiang Ro remarked with a frown. She, along with her father, has been poisoned by the notion of social standing, a malignant influence that has spanned 2 generations. Even Jiang Ro's current marriage is tainted by this, and she feels a profound aversion towards it. Jiang Ro, the concept of matching social status is meant to be shattered. In such a world, one's own hands are the most formidable weapons. Yi Xiao strides forward, declaring that his pursuit of the tower is for reward, not to be provoked by these jesters. Indeed, to him, they are mere clowns, and he remains indifferent. If they leave him be, it is well. Should they provoke him, regardless of who they are? A price must be paid. Jiang Ro, I can demonstrate this path for you. As long as one is sufficiently strong, all other issues become trivial. If there are still problems, it merely indicates a lack of strength. As his words resonate, a beep sounds from his identity card. Yi Xiao enters the tower. That fellow has entered as well. How amusing. Is he facing Jin Qingning? Hilarious. If he were to challenge Jin Qingning to a duel, I could understand. However, competing with him in tower climbing is beneath his worth. Indeed, Jin Qingning, the berserker, grows ever more formidable with each battle. The increasing number of monsters within the tower may pose a challenge for us, but for him, it is no obstacle at all. In the first level of the demon suppression tower, 10 monsters of equal rank will appear. In the second level, 100. In the third, 1,000. The fourth level will feature 10 monsters that surpass his rank by 1 tier. In a similar vein, Jin Qingming has ascended to the 6th level, which entails confronting 1,000 demons that are a tier above him. The degree of difficulty is readily apparent. Even among the most elite students at the Divine Guardian University of the Great Xia, only a select few can achieve this feat. What? You claim that some are unable to contend with even 10 demons of equal rank? I regret to inform you, but kindly exit to the right, where you may complete your withdrawal procedures. At this moment, Yi Xiao made his entrance into the tower, greeted by a desolate expanse of crimson earth. The simulation is remarkably accurate. Just then, a commotion arose, accompanied by the rustling sounds carried by the gentle breeze. Yi Xiao turned to behold 10 black wind wolves, each towering at 4 to 5 meters, advancing towards him with predatory intent, seemingly eager to sink their teeth into his neck. Extraordinary Stage 6? This difficulty seems rather trivial. Yi Xiao shook his head and unsheathed his long blade. With a swift motion, he struck. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 black wind wolves were instantly vanquished by a single stroke. This poses no challenge, Yi Xiao remarked as he sheathed his sword. Ding. Upon checking his identity card, he noted an increase of 100 points. Second level. Yi Xiao turned and stepped through the teleportation portal. In the next instant, he found himself on the 2nd level, where 100 extraordinary Stage 6 black wolves awaited him. Yi Xiao activated his golden flame eyes. Boom. A golden flame surged skyward, followed by a multitude of fireballs cascading from the heavens, descending upon the horde of demons. Boom. Boom, boom. The clusters of black wind wolves howled in agony as they perished. Yushao turned and strode toward the third level without a backward glance. Completing this level would grant an additional 200 points. Is there not a challenge of greater difficulty? Chapter 43, Yi Zhao's Tower Challenge. The remarkable Jin Qingning in the third layer. Yi Zhao swiftly dispatched 1,000 foes with remarkable ease. Generally, students capable of gaining admission to the Divine Guardian University find the first 2 layers relatively uncomplicated, yet the third layer serves as a pivotal threshold. It distinguishes between ordinary prodigies and truly exceptional talents. Confronting 1,000 adversaries of comparable strength poses a challenge even more daunting than that of the fourth layer. Many students exhaust themselves in this layer, ultimately concluding their efforts with disappointment. However, for Yi Zhao, such trials were trivial. Upon unleashing the ever-burning monarch flame eye, he essentially transformed this layer into a live volcano, where the 1,000 demons writhed and roared, ultimately reduced to ashes. Yi Zhao successfully advanced to the fourth layer. Outside, the onlookers were astounded. What in the world? Is this a ghost? What kind of speed akin to a Siberian comet is this? He cleared the third layer in an instant? This fellow is defying nature. He must be cheating. How could he possibly be so fast? Even with a group attack. It's inconceivable to eliminate 1,000 demons in such a manner. Indeed, the berserker Jin Qingning required a full half-hour to execute his area attack and complete that layer. How did he achieve this? Isn't the Eye Sorcerer a support combat profession? Goodness. He has also cleared the fourth layer. The fifth layer. He has surpassed the fifth layer as well. This involves 100 demons of a higher level than his own. He has entered the sixth layer, standing on par with Jin Qingning. This speed. How is this possible? This is simply too rapid. Is this fellow a monster? On that ranking monument, Yi Zhao's name had ascended to the 7th position, closely trailing behind Jin Qingning. The 6th level is not easily surpassed. It comprises 1,000 demons of a higher rank. They can already form a formidable army. Indeed, given such difficulty, the number of first-year newcomers who could surpass this challenge would certainly not exceed 2 handfuls. Look, look! At that moment, another gasp of astonishment erupted. Jin Qingning has succeeded. My heavens! He has passed the 6th level. Incredible! Oh yeah, truly, Jin Qingning is remarkable. He must rank among the top 5 of the first-year students. Excellent, excellent. Jin Qingning remains unparalleled, firmly suppressing Yi Zhao. Ha! On the stone tablet, Jin Qingning had surged to the 3rd position, excluding some students who did not attempt the challenge. Even so, the merit of this ranking is substantial. The individual at the top of the list is a fellow named Wu Tongxian, the top scorer of this year's imperial examination in the capital. Jinshin University implements a special recruitment system for the 15 provinces of Daxia, yet the capital does not offer such privileges. Thus, Wu Tongxian represents the finest newcomer from the capital. He is undoubtedly one of the candidates for the championship of the newcomer competition. Most importantly, his profession is exceedingly formidable. It is a rare vocation among rare professions, often deemed versatile, a cultivator. Even the Daxia sword god has lauded this profession as inherently invincible. Swordplay, spells, and the physical form all fall within the realm of cultivators. Upon reaching the transformative stage, one can even unlock entirely new abilities. Among the 4 disciplines of alchemy, weapon forging, formation techniques, and talismans, it is rumored that the legendary Wu Tongxian alone could dominate all candidates in the imperial capital. He is on an entirely different echelon compared to others. Few have engaged in true combat with Wu Tongxian, and when asked about his prowess, they all become reticent, as if touching upon a forbidden taboo. The second contender hails from a family of Onmyoji in the east, a girl acclaimed as a once-in-a-century prodigy within her clan, possessing profound mastery in the art of yin and yang, and reputed to command 9 formidable shikigami. Thus, Jin Qingning finds himself ranked behind these 2 extraordinary beings, a position that is already a source of pride for him. At this moment, Yi Zhao has ascended to the 6th level. Only 1,000 points? Insufficient, far too meager. He shook his head, his gaze fixed upon the 1,000 extraordinary 7th-tier demons before him. Endure a little longer, and transform into my points. He mused as he stepped towards the vast ocean formed by these demons. Among the demons, countless malevolent entities eagerly awaited, poised to strike Yi Zhao down. However, the instant he took that step, golden flames began to spread through the surrounding space, ultimately weaving into an ethereal golden robe that shimmered in the void. With threads of fire woven in gold, the golden lotus within Yu Zhao's eyes began to spin, then bloom, causing not a single demon to dare meet his gaze. This is the state of his eternal flame, eyes fully awakened. In this condition, apart from a few exceptional individuals, no extraordinary being can contend with him. Boom. Yi Xiao's golden robe billowed, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Transformation. Heavenly flame seal. Boom. A golden flame seal materialized in the void, resembling a blazing sun scorching the heavens, causing all demons to tremble in fear. Suppress. Yi Xiao pointed, and the heavenly flame seal descended with great force. In that moment, whether they were 6th, 7th, or 8th tier beings, they were all treated equally. One by one, the demons were reduced to ashes amidst their terrified roars. Yi Xiao, clad in his golden robe, resembled a sovereign of flames, towering above the ages. With a resounding noise, Yi Xiao received a notification of 1,500 points credited to his account. Next level. He turned and walked out, his eternal flame eyes still ablaze, fully prepared to conquer the 9-story demon suppression tower. He has emerged. He has emerged. Jin Qingning has come forth. A voice cried out. And at the entrance of the demon suppression tower, a figure stepped out. He possessed hair as radiant as fire, striding with the confidence of a dragon, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Ruyu, do you see? I am now ranked 3rd. Jin Qingning's brilliant red hair danced in the wind. This time, I accumulated 3,600 points in the tower. How about I share half with you? However, you must accompany me for a meal later. After all, we are classmates, and it has been quite some time since we last met, hasn't it? As he spoke, he shyly scratched his head. Sure, here you go. Bai Ruoyu, unreserved, produced her identification card and handed it to Jin Qingning. Jin Qingning was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Bai Ruoyu's initiative. His heart swelled with joy. All right, I'll give it to you. He promptly retrieved his identification card and transferred 2,000 points to Bai Ruoyu. She contentedly tucked away the card, a cheerful smile illuminating her face. Shall we go then, Ruoyu? As she spoke, she reached out to take Bai Ruoyu's hand, only to be evaded by a sidestep from the latter. Wait a moment, my friend has yet to emerge. At that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Incredible. He actually passed. He has succeeded in the 6th level. How is this possible? It's only been 10 minutes. The 7th level. He has reached the 7th level. Look at the leaderboard. Jin Qingning and Yi Xiao are tied for 3rd. Waves of incredulous exclamations echoed throughout the space. Hearing the commotion, Jin Qingning glanced over and saw the name that shared the same rank as his own, intensifying the dissatisfaction brewing within him. It was unacceptable that anyone, even a mere novice, should be deemed worthy of standing alongside him. Chapter 44. The difficulty soars. Jin Qingning's defenses crumble creak. Jin Qingning clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. Having reached his limit while attempting to conquer the 6th layer, he chose to retreat, weary and defeated. Now, as Yi Xiao ascended to the 7th layer, Jin Qingning fervently hoped that Yi Xiao shared his plight and would soon withdraw. He anxiously gazed at the exit. Yet Yi Xiao remained elusive, exacerbating the jealousy and anger simmering within him, his expression dark as a pot's bottom. Hey, are you a mouse? Huh? Startled by Ruoyu's call, Jin Qingning snapped back to reality. Stop grinding your teeth. It sounds like a mouse. I can't stand the sight of rodents, Bai Ruoyu retorted, mimicking a gagging motion. Jin Qingning's countenance darkened further. My apologies, Ruoyu. At that moment, Yi Xiao had already reached the 7th layer. Damn teleportation portal. It took me 10 minutes to find it. Ugh, Yi Xiao grumbled as he stepped through the portal. Indeed, the reason he lingered in the 6th layer for 10 minutes was not due to effortlessly dispatching all the monsters, as the outside world might have marveled, but rather due to his search for the exit to the 7th layer. In reality, from the moment Yi Xiao arrived in the 6th layer to the time he unleashed the ever-burning monarch flame, obliterating all the monsters, it took him less than 30 seconds. This level appears to host extraordinary 8th-tier demons. Encountering 10 of them seems rather simplistic. Yi Xiao shook his head. With a flourish of his golden robe, golden flames began to spread through the air. Boom. At that moment, the earth trembled, heralding the emergence of the demons. Yi Xiao hesitated briefly. Was there a mistake somewhere? Before him loomed 10 colossal titans, resembling mountains, each step they took sending tremors through the ground. Their aura was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding what one would expect from mere 8th-tier beings. Yi Xiao unleashed a discerning gaze. 10 first-tier metamorphosed demons? Had the Tower of True Demons undergone a genetic mutation? Yi Xiao was utterly bewildered. This was not following the usual script. This was truly unsettling. However, he had no time to ponder, for one of the titans was already roaring, delivering a crushing blow towards him. By the heavens, this was outrageous. Yi Xiao swiftly sidestepped. The ever-burning golden flames erupted, surging towards the foe with a fierce roar. Boom! The golden flames detonated upon the titan, tendrils of fire creeping up its massive form, struggling to consume its flesh. The giant staggered back a couple of steps, seemingly impervious to pain. Did it possess fire resistance? Goodness! Was this truly hellish difficulty? Yi Xiao was left in a state of shock. With a grand gesture, he manipulated the golden flames in the air. Flame sword. Boom. A colossal flame longsword materialized in the void, swiftly cleaving towards the adversary. A titan was instantly vanquished by Yi Xiao's strike, yet before he could catch his breath, several other titans swung their fists menacingly in his direction. Damn it! Yi Xiao rolled to evade, only to find the titans encircling him, their gigantic fists descending from above like a torrential storm. Are you all addicted to this game? Enraged, the war god's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Boom! Yi Xiao's strength surged dramatically as he unsheathed his shadow blade, launching a fierce upward slash. Clang! 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 The blade met the titan's arm, sending sparks flying in every direction. It was infuriatingly resilient. His hand went numb. Yi Xiao shook out his arm. I shall no longer indulge you. Boom! He shut his eyes. The true form of the war god. Manifest. Thud. A resounding and pure sound reverberated through the cosmos as a dark golden giant emerged behind Yi Xiao. The silhouette of an unparalleled war god materialized, exuding a presence more formidable than mountains, a sight that could shake the heavens and the earth. Subdue. Yi Xiao hovered in the void, the war god's apparition standing tall alongside the 9 titans. Subsequently, he clenched his fist and struck forward with a mighty punch. The air crackled with a symphony of thunderous sounds. The titan roared as it struck out with a punch, only to have its core pierced by the fist of the martial goddess Phantom. Kill. The martial goddess Phantom advanced as though in an uninhabited realm, transforming the once formidable demon into something as fragile as a mere chicken, subject to his whims. It is over. Sensing the rapid depletion of his energy, Yi Xiao resolved not to squander any more time. The martial goddess Phantom unleashed its full power, delivering a cataclysmic blow that reduced all the titans to mere rubble. Ding! An additional 3,000 points were added. Yi Xiao descended from the air, a dark cloud of frustration hanging over him. This level presented a peculiar challenge. It seemed the demon suppression tower was experiencing a glitch. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Never mind. He was exhausted and no longer wished to fight. His performance was likely sufficient. A sense of unease crept into Yi Xiao's mind. He feared encountering some abstract monstrosity on the 8th level. The demon suppression tower was indeed fraught with oddities. Shaking his head, he focused his thoughts, opening the gateway to the outside world. At that moment, in the office of the president of the Divine Suppression University, Ning Zhao observed Yu Zhao's ashen face on the screen and chuckled, shaking his head. This lad. I may have set the difficulty too low. Initially, I intended to challenge him with a transformation-level adversary, but he managed to neutralize it effortlessly. Yet, recalling the remarkable prowess Yi Xiao had displayed earlier, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Indeed, this generation is brimming with talent. A prodigious spirit whisperer, an unprecedented cultivator, and a peerless talent of dual professions. Not to mention the Onmyoji from the Eastern Isles, claiming to possess 9 illustrious Shikigami. Little did they know. Concealed within is a monstrous pupil technique master. This cohort is indeed a treasure trove. The future of our Divine Guardian University looks exceedingly promising. Ning Zhao beamed with satisfaction, for he held great esteem for Wutong Stin and Linru, and now, with the addition of Yi Xiao, his joy was further amplified. Ah, and let us not forget that bright-eyed young lad, a disciple of Su Chonghen. How exhilarating! Under their guidance, where will the great Xiao be led? Ning Zhao could not help but reminisce about his own past, a time when he was merely an inexperienced youth, brimming with fervor. Yet looking back, he had ascended to the esteemed position of president of Divine Guardian University. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. In the future, these children shall evolve into their present selves. At this moment, the outside world was filled with waves of astonishment, echoing in a disjointed symphony. Did I not see wrongly? This fellow has breached the 7th level. My heavens! Yi Xiao has subdued Jin Qingning. Indeed, the leaderboard shows Yi Xiao in 3rd place, while Jin Qingning languishes in 4th. How utterly surreal. Yi Xiao can battle across 2 tiers. What an extraordinary dark horse. If nothing else, he is surely destined for the top 10 in the freshman competition. Perhaps even the top 5. It is indeed the special recruitment that stands out. I maintain that those selected through this exceptional process are undoubtedly superior to the regular examination champions. After all, special recruits are the foremost among geniuses, whereas examination champions merely rank first among the ordinary. The last statement, uttered by a disciple from a humble background, can be regarded as a decisive blow, inflicting a staggering 999 points of damage upon Jin Xingning. It was a true strike, shattering his defenses in an instant. Jin Xingning, now overwhelmed with anger, found himself unable to restrain the urge to challenge Yi Xiao to a duel. Chapter 45. The Mad Berserker and the Dominant Ice Sorcerer Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, you have finally emerged. 3rd place, not too shabby. Upon seeing Yi Xiao step out, Bai Ruoyu eagerly waved his hand. Here, this is the score I earned for you. 2,000 points. Consider it a gift. As he spoke, he took Yi Xiao's identity card and transferred 2,000 points from his own card. What the hell? Jin Xingning felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration, yet he held his tongue and approached calmly. Ruoyu, this is the score I intended for you. Since it's a gift to me, I can dispose of it as I please, correct? Jin Xingning fell silent. Then, with great difficulty, he replied, yes. Then I plan to give it to Yi Xiao. Is there a problem with that? And no problem. Jin Xingning felt as though his heart were bleeding. He imagined himself as a frenzied sheep. All right, Yi Xiao, let us dine together. Jiang Ro and I have been waiting for you for ages and are quite exhausted. Jin Xingning could no longer contain himself. Ruoyu, you promised you would join me for a meal. Did that happen? Of course. You said you would accompany me for dinner, which is why I gifted you the points. Oh. Bai Ruoyu waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps another time. I am quite busy today. Jin Xingning finally reached his breaking point. Bai Ruoyu, do you truly perceive me as nothing more than a sycophant, given my repeated concessions? He seethed with fury, extending his hand to seize Bai Ruoyu. Swiftly, she sidestepped his advance. Jin Xingning, infuriated, realized he could not act against Bai Ruoyu, as she belonged to a prominent family from the southern province. Thus, he redirected his wrath towards Yi Xiao. You brat, step forth. Let us engage in a duel. He barked, pointing menacingly at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, still irked from being duped within the demon suppression tower. His points insufficient for satisfaction. Was fate presenting him with a punching bag? I accept your challenge, but what are the stakes? With a resounding slap, Jin Xingning flung his identification card onto the stone table beside them. This card contains 2,000 points awarded for my college entrance examination excellence and 1,800 points earned from the tower. If you win, all the points are yours. If you lose, stay away from Ryu and do not let me see you at the Jinshin University again. Jin Xingning's face contorted as he spoke with conviction. Yi Xiao responded with a radiant smile. How fortuitous. A chance to release my pent-up frustration has arrived. I gladly accept this duel. With that declaration, Jin Xingning erupted with impatience. He could no longer wait, even a moment longer. A massive, blood-red broadsword materialized in his grasp. Prepare to meet your demise. Bloodburst. The Berserker class's unique skill, Bloodburst, would temporarily amplify his combat prowess by 30%. Simultaneously, both healing abilities and endurance experienced a remarkable enhancement of 20%, classifying it as an exceptionally formidable skill. Suddenly, a streak of black light, resembling a blade, sliced through the air towards Yi Xiao. With a swift motion, Yi Xiao drew the Shadow Blade and activated the Martial God Si, countering with a decisive strike. Jin Xingning's prowess surpassed that of Dai Lian significantly. While Dai Lian maintained a balanced approach across various attributes, Jin Xingning had concentrated all his enhancements into offense. The force behind this axe was substantial. Without the Martial God Si, Yi Xiao would have struggled to withstand it. The clash resonated as Yi Xiao's arm, resembling a mountain, braced against the onslaught. The massive broadsword collided with the slender Shadow Blade, nearly resulting in a rebound. Jin Xingning stumbled, involuntarily retreating 2 steps. Never underestimate anyone. For one day, you may find yourself vanquished by those you scorn. Yi Xiao let out a cold laugh, using a single arm to force him back. He then launched a powerful fist towards Jin Xingning's face, nearly collapsing his nasal bones. Breaking news. An extraordinary event has unfolded. The top talents from the Southern Province's special recruitment and the college entrance examination are clashing before the Demon Suppression Tower. Who will prevail? the eye technique master, or the berserker. Hurry and witness this earth-shattering spectacle. Eager students, reveling in the chaos, scurried about, spreading the sensational news. The berserker is utterly mindless, his thoughts seemingly composed solely of muscle, posing little threat to me. However, this eye technique practitioner exudes an air of intrigue. As an eye technique master, the ability to engage a berserker in direct combat is no trivial feat. In another direction, a graceful figure quietly observes the clash between the two. The girl, clad in a sailor uniform and with a lollipop in her mouth, resembles a two-dimensional anime beauty stepping into reality. Can the dream demon enter their dreams? The girl softly inquires. A deep voice responds nearby. Miss, the berserker is no issue, but the eye technique practitioner presents a considerable challenge. Is that so? An intriguing eye technique practitioner. I shall remember you. The girl muses, a playful smile gracing her lips as she taps her chin thoughtfully. Among cultivators, word spirit masters, and eye technique practitioners, whom should I choose to join my divine palace family? Her violet-hued eyes glimmer with mischief. Perhaps I should simply acquire all three. Hee. At this moment, Jin Xingning becomes increasingly agitated and alarmed. Yu Zhao's physical combat prowess far exceeds his expectations. What appears to be a frail body harbors an unfathomable strength. He finds himself struggling to counter the opponent's every move. This is a significant humiliation for a berserker renowned for his offensive capabilities and physical prowess. Fervent surge, he exclaims, casting an additional buff upon himself. This skill originates from a purple tier scroll, capable of consuming a portion of one's sanity in exchange for a significantly more formidable power. Should it be fully unleashed, Jin Xingning would be reduced to an imbecile. In stark contrast, his combat prowess would exhibit a geometric progression. Jin Xingning's mind became a tempest of confusion as he emitted a roar akin to that of a wild beast. Roar. In the next moment, he lunged towards Yi Xiao. Boom. He unleashed a series of battle cries, wielding his broad blade with a reckless abandon, devoid of any discernible technique, flailing wildly through the air. A careless encounter with his strikes would be fatal, rendering one either dead or severely crippled. He was the very embodiment of carnage. Everyone involuntarily broke into a cold sweat for Yi Xiao. Yet, Yi Xiao's expression remained remarkably composed. It was over. The mindless beast was unworthy of engaging me in battle. Boom. Golden flames erupted around him. Eternal flame of the sovereign. Activate. Heavenly incendiary seal. Manifest. Boom. A robe of golden-hued flames enveloped his form. And Yi Xiao's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating an overwhelming pressure. How magnificent. Is this the battle state of a pupil of the eye arts? His eyes gleamed, spewing fire outward. Regardless of the potency of this ability, the sheer spectacle of this transformation was enough to elevate his presence to legendary heights. They were inherently striking. And with this aesthetic enhancement, they were simply breathtaking. I concede that in the realm of ostentation, I am no match for Yi Xiao. A throng of spectators gazed upon Yi Xiao with a mixture of envy and resentment. In stark contrast to Jin Xingning's beast-like combat form, Yi Xiao exuded an undeniable aura of dominance and majesty. Heavenly flame seal. With a resounding boom, strands of golden flames converged in the void, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent golden seal. In the next moment, that grand seal surged forth with overwhelming force, descending upon Jin Xingning. Chapter 46. What if not? Roar. Jin Xingning let out a furious bellow, brandishing his weapon and striking at the enormous golden seal hovering in the sky. Boom. In an instant, the collision sent Jin Xingning hurtling backward as the seal crashed down upon his chest. Ugh. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality swiftly waning beneath the oppressive weight of the burning heaven seal. He emitted a defiant roar, his energy surging wildly, yet all was in vain. Before the might of the burning heaven seal, he resembled a monkey trapped beneath the five-finger mountain of the Buddha. So powerful, exceedingly overwhelming. This was nothing short of a slaughter. Indeed, they were on entirely different levels. This strength was otherworldly. Yi Zhao's state was not only striking, but formidable, utterly dominating Jin Xingning. I sense he has a genuine chance at claiming one of the top 3 spots in this freshman competition. Hiss. The top 3. If that were the case, Yi Xiao would become the representative of the humble-born disciples. Those hailing from modest backgrounds gazed at Yi Xiao with eager admiration. Conversely, the wealthy scions regarded him with palpable disdain. Yet Yi Xiao remained unfazed. He relished the looks of discontent from those who found him irksome, yet powerless to challenge him. How exhilarating. Now, please bring forth the identity card. As the burning heaven seal dissipated, Jin Qingming lay on the ground, resembling a defeated dog, his face smeared with blood. Yi Xiao retrieved his identification card from his grasp, while Jin Qingming clutched it tightly, clearly reluctant to part with it. Hand it over. A wager is a wager, Yi Xiao asserted, tugging forcefully to liberate the card from his grasp. He promptly transferred all the points to his own account. Now, his total points had surged to an astonishing 13,200. This was a veritable fortune. Even some senior students nearing graduation did not possess such a bounty of points. As onlookers beheld the 5-digit figure on Yi Xiao's card, their faces betrayed a glimmer of avarice, causing them to swallow hard. Yi Xiao, unperturbed, tucked the identification card away. These individuals could only covet what they could not seize, lacking both the strength and the audacity to attempt it. How should he spend such a substantial sum of points? Yi Xiao's spirit soared. Let us go, Yi Xiao. Let us indulge in some drinks. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed with exuberance. Indeed. I'll contact Su Hao. Once Hongqian finishes class, we shall invite him to join us for a delightful evening of revelry, Yi Xiao replied with a light chuckle. Just as they exited the demon-suppressing tower, a sleek black sedan abruptly halted before them. From the vehicle emerged an elderly gentleman with a white beard, clad in a brown overcoat and leaning on a cane. His hair was jet black, and he exuded an air of vigor and authority. The moment Jiang Ro laid eyes on the elder, her expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Ro, why didn't you inform your grandfather upon arriving in the capital? Had it not been for the children from our family spotting you at school, I would have remained unaware. The elderly man's voice resonated with a deep timbre. I believe I am under no obligation to report every detail to the Chu family. Jiang Ro replied coldly. How can you speak to grandfather in such a manner? A refined young man, clad in a suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, furrowed his brow. Jiang Ro cast him a sidelong glance, choosing to disregard him. Enough, Lian Yu. Please be more lenient with your cousin, the elder interjected lightly. His imposing gaze fixed upon Jiang Ro. You have grown up well and become quite lovely. Have you had the opportunity to meet Tang Xian? After all, he is your betrothed. It would be wise to arrange an engagement banquet soon. I have no fiancé, Jiang Ro asserted. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and his countenance finally displayed a hint of change. Is this how Jiang Mian has raised you? It seems leaving you in his care was a grave mistake. However, it is not too late now. The elder pondered for a moment. You should move out of the dormitory and return to the Chu residence. Your mother has not seen you in quite some time and has missed you dearly. I am sure you feel the same. Coincidentally, Tang Xian has been at the Chu house these past few days, providing an excellent opportunity for you to nurture your relationship. As a daughter of the Chu family, you must understand that being willful is the least desirable trait. Rower, be more obedient, and do not emulate your ineffectual father. The elder spoke calmly, yet his tone brooked no argument. This is an aura and charisma that only those in high positions can possess. Jiang Ro clenched her fists tightly. In just a few words, her fate could be sealed. The Chu family remained as domineering as they had been years ago. She would never forget how her mother's own brother, her uncle, had trampled upon her father like refuse, arrogantly taking her mother away. This had rendered her parents unable to see each other for a decade, plunging her father into sorrow, numbing himself with alcohol. Such is the Chu family of the imperial capital. A mere word could determine life and death. A single utterance could alter the course of a life. And now, they even sought to interfere in her life, treating her as a mere pawn in their family alliances. A sense of desolation surged within Jiang Ro. In such a family, where could one find genuine affection? I am quite comfortable living in the dormitory, and I shall not return to the Chu family. As for my mother, one day I will bring her back. Jiang Ro spoke coldly. You may leave now. The elder's expression darkened. Seeing her grandfather's displeasure, Chu Lianyu hastily interjected, Cousin, no matter what, you cannot change the fact that you are a member of the Chu family. Your profession as an elementalist is a powerful one. If nurtured by the Chu family, the top recruit in the southern province would undoubtedly be you. It is all because of your useless father that your talent has been squandered. Fortunately, there remains an opportunity for redemption, dear cousin. Grandfather has kindly advised you. How can you be so unappreciative? Return to the Chu family at once. With the support of our familial resources, you are more than capable of securing a place among the top 3 in this new student competition. Chu Lianyu proclaimed. This was not mere boastfulness. The Chu family indeed possesses such formidable strength. Even before the dawn of the era of universal participation, the Chu family had already established itself as a premier clan in the capital, with a lineage that is profoundly ancient. Presently, The Chu family is not lacking in formidable figures of considerable renown, with a trio of exceptional talents that stand among the elite of this age. Even the legendary sword god of the Great Xia, who is known for his ability to slay 3 deities with a single stroke, does not instill fear in the Chu family. They are indisputably one of the foremost families in the Great Xia. Even the esteemed Jinshin University must show the Chu family a modicum of respect. The Tang family, allied through marriage with the Chu family, holds a status that is nearly equivalent. When the elder of the Chu family stamps his foot, the entirety of the capital trembles. Now, as he demands Jiang Ro's return, she must comply, regardless of her desires. Jinshin University will neither intervene nor possess the authority to meddle in the affairs of others' families. Reluctant to return? Rower, I offer you one more chance. Do not be as obstinate as your mother was in her youth. Otherwise, the elder's gaze turned frigid, reminiscent of an ancient glacier, casting an oppressive chill upon all. Jiang Ro's complexion paled, and she bit her lip, a wave of helplessness washing over her. The Chu family intends to take her away, and no one can stand in their way. Furthermore, her worth is not yet significant enough to compel others to confront the Chu family. Otherwise, what then? At that moment, a figure appeared before him. Old man, otherwise what? I find myself quite curious. Chapter 47. Unrecognizable, who are you? Do you have a place to speak here? Chu Lianyu frowned as he saw an inconspicuous young man appear beside his cousin. Cousin, you are engaged. Shouldn't you maintain a certain distance from other men? What would Tang Xian think if he found out? Chu Lianyu admonished. That's enough. If you are so fond of Tang Xian, why not marry him? Yi Xiao retorted with a cold smile. I have never encountered a family like yours, resorting to moral coercion without any regard for others' wishes. All under the guise of for your own good. Are you seeking a marital tool or a family member? You. Chu Lianyu was left speechless by Yi Xiao's words. Youth, you possess a sharp tongue. What is your name? I wonder if I am acquainted with your family. Chu Shana squinted at Yi Xiao, inquiring. Yi Xiao, without parents. All alone, Yi Xiao replied with an air of indifference. Yi Xiao? So you are the top recruit from the southern province. How intriguing. Chu Shana mused as he stroked his beard. The Divine Town University is a haven for geniuses. It is teeming with talent. Your distinction as the top recruit from the southern province is indeed noteworthy and a source of pride for you. However, before the Chu family, it holds no radiance. A specially recruited top scholar means nothing to my Chu family. You may not fully comprehend that graduates from Jinshin University have long been vying to join my family, including various special recruits and top scorers from the college entrance examination. Yet now, they all dutifully serve my Chu family, bowing respectfully and greeting me, greetings. Head of the Chu family. And then what? What do you wish to convey? Yu Xiao said with a calm smile. His current state is that of one unburdened by shoes. He has nothing to lose and no vulnerabilities. No matter how formidable the Chu family may be, what can they do to him within Jinshin University? What I intend to say is, young man, there are matters that have yet to reach your time to shine. To put it plainly, your words carry too little weight. I am in a good mood today, hence I have spoken more than usual, ordinarily. You might not even have the privilege to converse with me directly. Chu Shanha toyed with his cane, knowing that any astute young person would understand what actions to take. Throughout history, the cost of forcing one's way to prominence without matching abilities has always been dire. Unfortunately, they have chosen the wrong person. Old man, I acknowledge the strength of your Chu family, but what does that have to do with me? The current situation is that my friend has been bullied, and as a friend, I must step forward. Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow with an air of indifference. Are you suggesting that we are the ones bullying her? What other conclusion can be drawn? It is a matter apparent to anyone. Can you not see it? Beside him, Chu Lianyu observed Yi Zhao's audacious demeanor, devoid of any respect, and felt an overwhelming surge of anger. You insolent brat, who do you think you are? Just a petty child from a small town who has achieved only a modicum of success. What gives you the audacity to speak to my grandfather in such a manner? Suddenly, Yi Zhao's gaze shifted sharply towards him. I found you irksome for quite some time. Why do you interject while I converse with your grandfather? If you have the courage, step forth and face me in battle. Yi Xiao coldly retorted. How dare you? Chu Lianyu tugged at his tie, his expression darkening. As a young master of the Chu family, it had been ages since anyone had dared to provoke him so brazenly. This boy was utterly oblivious to the consequences of his insolence. You have some nerve. I've been in the capital for years, and you are the most arrogant individual I have encountered. Come on. He stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, be cautious. Although my cousin may lack exceptional talent, He has managed to enroll in the prestigious Jinshin University with the support of the Chu family. He is currently in his second year, possessing a transformation-level cultivation. You must be careful, Jiang Ro warned. Do not worry. I will strike him so hard he won't even recognize himself. Yi Xiao replied confidently. As the tension mounted between the two, surprisingly, Chu Shanhe remained silent. A faint, mocking smile played on his lips as he leisurely observed the unfolding drama. Lian Yu, take it easy. After all, he is your junior. Don't leave him traumatized. Upon receiving the approval of Chu Shanhe, Chu Lianyu was overwhelmed with joy, his face contorted into a sadistic grin. He rubbed his fists together in anticipation. Grandfather, rest assured. I shall merely impart some practical experience to my junior. He shall not come to harm. Yet, his gaze towards Yi Xiao was filled with malice. You insolent brat. Daring to provoke me. The moment we engage, I shall render you incapacitated. I am eager to witness what a cripple has to say to me. In Chu, Yi Xiao was as good as dead. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the hostility directed at him, thanks to his mastery of various ocular techniques. If Chu Lianyu sought to eliminate him, he would first ensure this adversary faced ruin. With a resounding roar, Yi Xiao activated the ever-burning Monarch Flame Eye, golden flames enveloping his blade as he swiftly appeared before Chu Lianyu. The flames ignited like a radiant cloud, tearing through the void, unleashing a blinding golden eruption. Seeking death. You, a mere extraordinary level fool, think you can contend with me? What a delusional dream. With a swift motion, a tempest erupted from Chu Lianyu's hands, transforming into arrows of wind that surged toward Yi Xiao from all directions. Yi Xiao, be cautious. His profession is wind sorcerer, Jiang Ro warned. The wind sorcerer, a profession not particularly formidable, possessed the ability to manipulate fierce gales, relying on a rather singular technique. However, the overwhelming advantage in levels was sufficient for Chu Lianyu to obliterate Yi Xiao. He has always felt this way. The howling winds dispersed the golden flames that burned in the void. Boy, I shall witness your demise. Arrows, imbued with a furious green light, surged towards Yi Xiao's limbs with lethal intent. Jiang Ro's expression shifted dramatically. You intend to cripple Yi Xiao. Chu Shanhe maintained an indifferent demeanor. We are all adults here. One should be accountable for their own words and actions. Yi Xiao's earlier disrespect had long since irked this venerable elder of high standing. Otherwise, Chu Lianyu would not have dared to intervene directly. Chu's patriarch was correct. Adults ought to bear responsibility for their conduct. Jiang Ro refrained from expressing her opinion. She understood Yi Xiao's prowess. A single Chu Lianyu could not possibly bring him to his knees. Conversely, it was Chu Lianyu who might find himself in greater peril. Indeed, the golden flames took form, entwining with the shadowy blade, its edge expanding dramatically. The colossal golden flames roared, tearing through the tempest. Is this all you can do? Your words are quite defiant, yet it seems your entire being is as fragile as paper. Boom. The massive flaming sword descended upon Chu Lianyu. His face turned pale with terror as he unleashed every possible defense. Yet, before the relentless advance of Yi Xiao's searing golden flames, all his efforts crumbled like parchment. In that fleeting moment, the flaming sword ignited his hair, nearly severing Chu Lianyu's life. Chu Lianyu revealed an expression of terror and astonishment. At that moment, a fair hand suddenly emerged, grasping the gleaming blade of Yi Xiao's golden flame sword. Chapter 48. The Celestial Being Wu Tong. In agreement, a figure adorned in a flowing white robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, stood before Chu Lianyu, radiating a warm smile. His alabaster arms glimmered like jade as he grasped Yu Zhao's long sword. Flames danced along the blade, fiercely blazing, yet were quelled by an enigmatic force. Celestial Being, you have arrived. Chu Lianyu sighed in relief upon witnessing the appearance of the ancient-looking young man. Lianyu, in the future, should you encounter such matters, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. There is no need for you to face them alone. Understood, Celestial Being. Thank you, Chu Lianyu expressed. Visibly grateful for his narrow escape, he truly had not anticipated that Yi Xiao, with his extraordinary sixth-tier prowess, would be so formidable, nearly leading him to a dire fate. Had it not been for Wu Tong's timely intervention, he might have found himself bedridden for a fortnight. Yi Xiao, shall we continue? Although a confrontation between us is inevitable, I believe the appropriate arena for it lies within the newcomer's grand tournament, Wu Tong remarked with a smile, gazing at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered momentarily before he slowly sheathed his sword, the flames dissipating alongside it. Celestial Being, you have come, Chu Shanha interjected with a smile. I apologize for my tardiness. I did not mean to startle grandfather, Wu Tong replied respectfully, bowing to Chu Shanha. What a trivial matter this is, merely a minor setback. In our youth, my companions and I confronted the deities of the wilderness with unwavering composure. So what is there to fear today? My grandfather is as Wu Tongxian praised. Ha! I relish your eloquence. Learn from Tongxian, Lianyu. You are far too impulsive. Your performance today has left me quite disheartened. Chu Lianyu's complexion paled. Yes, grandfather, I acknowledge my mistake. Chu Lianyu realized that his conduct today was utterly lacking. He had allowed himself to be provoked, and, in the end, could not even best Yi Xiao. He nearly found himself on the receiving end of a beating. Had it not been for Wu Tongxian's timely intervention, the Chu family's reputation would have been tarnished. Rower, Tongxian is my god-grandson. He hails from an orphanage and was adopted by our Chu family at a tender age. I have always held high hopes for him, and he has certainly exceeded my expectations. Handsome, exceptionally talented, and highly capable. Securing the top score in the Imperial Capital's entrance examination has brought honor to our family. You should take the opportunity to seek his guidance. This must be my cousin Zhang Rou, whom I have heard so much about from grandfather. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to reach out to me for assistance. Wu Tongxian said with a light chuckle. No need for that. Zhang Rou coldly declined. She approached Yi Xiao's side. I shall not return to the Chu family, she declared with unwavering determination. If Zhang Rou refuses to leave, no one can compel her. Yi Xiao also expressed his support. Indeed, count me in. As by Ruoyu, who had been silently observing the situation, finally found the moment to speak. Yi Xiao declared, I will put it plainly today. If anyone intends to take Zhang Rou away, I have no qualms about ensuring their early exit from the freshman competition. His gaze fell upon Wu Tongxian. The profession of a cultivator was indeed formidable. In his previous life, Yi Xiao had perused countless fantasy novels centered around cultivation, where practitioners possessed boundless strength and capabilities. Yet, what significance did that hold? Among his peers, Yi Xiao had never feared anyone. He even eagerly anticipated a duel with Wu Tongxian, seizing the opportunity to replicate the techniques of a cultivator. How delightful that would be. However, it seemed that Wu Tongxian harbored no such intentions. Observing the grim expression on Chu Shanha's face, he could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Grandfather, may I have a word? Go ahead. For this exceptionally gifted grandson, Chu Shanha was willing to respect his perspective. Thank you, grandfather. Wu Tongxian paused thoughtfully before continuing softly. Your intention is to ensure that Zhang Rou returns to the family, where she can access superior resources to enhance her strength and achieve a better ranking in the freshman competition. Since she is reluctant to return, why not showcase her abilities instead? If she can secure a place in the top 10 of the freshman competition, it will validate her resolve. In that case, grandfather would no longer insist on her return. Conversely, if she fails to reach the top 10, it would indicate her limitations. In that case, why not obediently heed your grandfather's words and return? If cousin Zhang Rou, you refuse even this, then regardless of who stands in my way today, I shall take you back. Wu Tongxian's profound gaze fell upon Yi Xiao. Zhang Rou, follow your own instincts, should you decline. No one can take you away. Not even a mere Wu Tongxian can impede me. Yi Xiao comfortingly placed a hand on Zhang Rou's shoulder. Indeed, Sister Zhang Rou, we will certainly assist you. Bai Ruoyu added her encouragement. I am doubly skilled. Should anyone attempt to capture you, I shall strike them down, Bai Ruoyu declared, brandishing her fist. And I, having emerged from Jiangzhou, cannot be absent from this. A figure bearing a sword approached from afar. Hong Chun, observing the faces of her companions. Zhang Rou's eyes blurred with emotion. Perhaps it was due to being touched. For all these years, although regarded by others as an unattainable flower on a lofty peak, the burdens and anguish were hers alone to bear. The pain concealed within her heart understood by no one. Zhang Rou, no matter how resilient, was merely an 18-year-old girl. Yet now, everything had changed. A group of companions had gathered around her. Together, they faced life and death, shared hardships, and stood united. With their unwavering support, Zhang Rou suddenly felt that the Chu family was not an insurmountable mountain after all. It was not as terrifying as she had once believed. She wiped her face. Very well, I accept. I shall secure a position within the top 10 of the freshman competition, and I will demonstrate my capabilities to you all. Even in the absence of the Chu family, Zhang Rou remains formidable, she declared emphatically. Let us hope so, Chu Shanha remarked. casting a fleeting glance in her direction before turning to approach the sleek business Mercedes. Just before entering the vehicle, he paused and offered a profound gaze at Yi Xiao. "Young man, you possess a boldness unlike any I have encountered. May your strength match your audacity." "Fear not, old man, the one capable of defeating me, Yi Xiao, has yet to be born," he retorted with a smirk. "Humph, impudent youth," Chu Shana scoffed before slipping into the car. The Mercedes whisked the two away into the distance. "Yi Xiao, I eagerly anticipate our encounter at the freshman conference, and of course, Lin Ru as well," Wu Tongxian said with a smile directed at Yi Xiao. He then gracefully departed, his white robe billowing with the wind, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of celestial beings. "Indeed, Wu Tongxian possesses a certain charm," Yi Xiao mused, his gaze flickering with intrigue. The imperial capital truly is a splendid place, teeming with formidable individuals and prodigious talents, never allowing one to feel a sense of ennui. "Enough of such thoughts. Let us indulge in some revelry," he proposed, draping an arm around Xiao Hongchen's shoulder. That might not be feasible," Xiao Hongchen hesitated. "What troubles you?" Yi Xiao inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. "Indeed, my roommate was apprehended for engaging in illicit activities. He has asked me to secure his release," Xiao Hongchen said awkwardly. Yi Xiao? Chapter 49, The Sailor Suit Girl. "Jing Nene, how does one engage in such immoral pursuits?" Yi Xiao was utterly bewildered. The seemingly earnest swordsman, Qiu Jianfeng, had resorted to such disgraceful acts, bringing shame upon their esteemed town god university. What on earth was happening? Xiao Hongchen shook his head. During class, he had suddenly raised his hand to request a trip to the restroom, but he never returned until the lesson concluded. I initially assumed he had suffered from an upset stomach due to the fried egg he had consumed that morning. To my surprise, after class, he called to inform me that he had been apprehended for soliciting. He was too afraid to confide in the teacher or his parents and sought my assistance to secure his release. Yi Xiao was left speechless. This young man was indulging in such reckless behavior. Perhaps I should investigate. He appears rather naive, and doesn't he seem like the type to engage in such activities? Yi Xiao sighed in resignation. Is there something amiss? Jiang Rou and her companions inquired with curiosity. Well, it seems that Hongchen's roommate, he was caught for soliciting. Soliciting? What does that mean? Jiang Rou frowned, looking utterly perplexed. Oh dear, it refers to soliciting for prostitution. Jiang Rou, how could you not know this? Bai Ruyu interjected with a grin. Jiang Rou's face instantly flushed crimson. She was a young maiden, unlike Bai Ruyu, who was rather carefree and often browsed certain websites without a care. Her understanding of the matter between men and women was merely theoretical, confined to the pages of textbooks. Yi Xiao, you must never venture into that realm. Bai Ruyu suddenly chimed in, her tone filled with urgency. If you get caught, we will not be responsible for your predicament. If I were to be apprehended, I would claim you as my wife, dragging you down with me. Yi Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes. You. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Yi Xiao, how shameless of you. Her delicate fingers trembled in agitation as she pointed at him. Do you truly intend to venture into that world? With a youthful beauty like me around, can you truly find interest in such trivialities? She posed with an alluring stance, hands on her hips. Regardless, it remains a barren field. I am a master of skill, Yi Xiao scoffed, draping an arm around Xiao Hongchen. His physique surpasses yours by far. This remark sent Bai Ruyu into a frenzy, resembling a furious spirit as she lunged at Yi Xiao. I will bite you, you scoundrel. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the precinct near Zhanshan University. Outside, Qiu Jianfeng, with his long sword slung over his shoulder, wore a mournful expression. Before him stood a stern-looking man, appearing to be around 34, who was reprimanding him with utmost seriousness. Not far away, a girl clad in a sailor uniform stood with a face full of distress, her violet eyes revealing trepidation and fear. Xiao Hongchen, you have finally arrived. Hurry and rescue me. Upon catching sight of Xiao Hongchen, Qiu Jianfeng's sorrowful expression transformed into one of joy in an instant. You must be his classmates. Let this matter pass this time. Fortunately, nothing substantial occurred. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to impose severe consequences. The stern adult addressed Yu Xiao and the others with gravitas. At such a tender age, being exemplary students of Zhanshan University, why engage in mischief? Look at these two lovely girls. If you seek a girlfriend, pursue them properly instead of resorting to shortcuts. Should there be another incident, I will inform your teachers and parents. The adult reprimanded Qiu Jianfeng with unwavering firmness. He lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Very well. Sign here and provide your identification, and you may leave. The officer presented a notebook. Young lady, you too must sign. Such actions are not to be repeated. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to approach us, but do not stray down the wrong path. The girl in the sailor uniform gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and took the pen to inscribe her name. Shingong Ningningsi. Upon seeing that name, Bai Ruoyu was momentarily taken aback, finding it oddly familiar, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. Oh, a little Japanese girl, living quite well, it seems. The officer abruptly halted, changing his tone. Sir, there is no need for that. I understand your inclination to criticize us from the land of the rising sun. Although I hail from that region, I have grown up in the vast expanse of the Great Xia, spoke Xingu Ningningsi with a gentle demeanor. The officer, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Haha, young lady, do not misconstrue my words. Here in the Great Xia, we treat all individuals equally, irrespective of their nationality. There is no distinction made. However, as you are from the land of the rising sun, you should refrain from such actions. While this may be a traditional industry that is legal and regulated in your homeland, it is strictly prohibited in our Great Xia. Yi Xiao observed the officer with keen interest, noting the richness of his life outside of work. Very well, you may leave, the officer gestured, indicating that Yi Xiao and his companions could escort Qiu Jianfeng away. Young man, Qiu Jianfeng, I shall remember you. I hope our next encounter is not through the bars of a cell, the officer remarked with a hint of profundity. Qiu Jianfeng's expression immediately fell. As Yi Xiao and his companions departed from the police station, making their way towards the Zhanshan University, Xingu Ningningsi trailed behind them. Hey, I must inquire. Miss Xingu Ningningsi, whose life seems to be quite pleasant, what is your purpose in following us? Are you perhaps attempting to promote yourself? Yi Xiao suddenly halted, posing the question back to her. Xingu Ningningsi merely pouted in response. I too share the same path as you, being a student of Zhanshan University. She spoke with an air of indifference. Oh, it suddenly dawned on me. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, striking her forehead. Indeed. There is a newcomer this year from the land of the rising sun, the little princess of the Jingong family. Her profession is that of On Myoji, passed down through generations within her family, reputed to command the 9 great Shikigami. The record for the second place in the Demon Suppression Tower is held by her. Bai Ruoyu gazed at Jingong Ningxi in astonishment. What? Several were taken aback, their eyes now tinged with suspicion as they regarded the girl in a sailor's suit. The Jingong family is a prestigious clan in the land of the rising sun, comparable to the status of the Chu family in the Great Xia. Why would a girl of such a distinguished lineage resort to selling silver? There must be something extraordinary at play here. Hey, have you had any dealings with her? Yi Xiao suddenly questioned, gripping Qiu Jianfeng's collar. No, I was unaware of anything. During class, I stepped out to use the restroom and then received a phone call. After that, I knew nothing. When I came to my senses, there were officers claiming I was involved in something illicit, and then I was apprehended. Qiu Jianfeng scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that I was deceived? Surely, the officers wouldn't lie to me? He continued to scratch his head, utterly bewildered. Yi Xiao, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. University students truly possess a refreshing naivety. It is not the uncle deceiving you, but rather she who is misleading you. Hey, Shingon Balabala, you have lured us out under the pretense of the autumn sword technique. What is your true intention? Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, glaring at Xingong Ningningsi. Xingong Ningningsi transformed her previously pitiable demeanor. She caressed her slightly upturned, vibrant red lips, a mischievous smile flickering across her face. Yi Xiao, would you consider becoming my husband? Chapter 50. Be my husband. The benefits are abundant. Several individuals simultaneously expressed their astonishment. What is this? Husband? It is indeed characteristic of the well-to-do Japanese to be so audacious, publicly professing love. You expect me to be your husband? Have you lost your mind? Yi Xiao scrutinized Xingu Ningningsi from head to toe. She donned a black sailor suit, a common sight in Japanese anime, showcasing her nearly flawless figure, devoid of any excess flesh. Her legs were long and slender, encased in black tights, rivaling Zhang Ruo's impressive legs. Most notably, she was well endowed. Let us not even mention Bai Ruoyu's flatness. Even Zhang Ruo appeared smaller in comparison to Xingu Ningningsi. One could estimate her to be at least a C cup. It can only be said that she had developed exceptionally well. Her complexion was immaculate, radiating purity, while her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her violet eyes sparkled like shimmering waves. She epitomized the ideal two-dimensional girlfriend. Surely, no man could resist the allure of Xingdu Ningxi. Yi Xiao, you must not develop feelings for her. Upon observing Yi Xiao's gaze appraising the girl, Bai Ryu immediately grew anxious and seized his arm. Why? Are you my mother or father? Why must you dictate whom I can like? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow in inquiry. I will dictate. I want to take good care of my sister's interests. Moreover, with a flushed complexion, Bai Ryu stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Furthermore, you are the pride of the great Xia, a treasure of the realm, and must not be deceived into the clutches of the Eastern Isles. This statement did not originate from Bai Ryu, but was voiced by the previously silent Jiang Ro. The group momentarily stood in astonishment. Indeed, Ruoyu, Jiang Ro remarked. Tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, Bai Ruoyu quickly regained her composure. Absolutely. For the sake of our homeland, you cannot wed a woman from the East. Indeed. She placed her hands on her hips, puffing her chest out, albeit with little effect, and declared with unwavering conviction. Yi Xiao appeared utterly bewildered. Why are you all more anxious than I am? Xingong Ningxi erupted into a fit of giggles. Yi Xiao, why are they so much more eager than you? She sauntered over to stand before him, exhaling a breath of lavender. Yi Xiao, you are an exceptionally gifted pupil of the eye arts. While I bear the most potent bloodline of the Xingong family, and on my OG of ancient prowess, together, we would undoubtedly conceive a child unmatched in the world. Among the three of us, I chose you at first glance. Xingong Ningxi playfully flicked her delicate tongue against Yi Xiao's earlobe, akin to a kitten. Before springing away with a light-hearted demeanor, her hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of carefree ease. As long as you join the esteemed Xingong family, we shall wholeheartedly provide you with abundant resources to facilitate your growth. In a matter of years, you could emerge as a figure akin to the legendary sword god of the Great Xia. Furthermore, in both the realms of Great Xia and the Eastern Isles, you would earn the respect of countless individuals. And I, the most beautiful woman of the Xingong lineage, the extraordinarily gifted Xingong Ningxi, shall become your wife. You may treat me as you wish. Are you truly not intrigued, Yi Xiao? Xingong Ningxi delicately traced her fingers along her crimson lips. If you harbor any concerns regarding my association with that man, rest assured, I merely employed the arts of the On My OG to ensnare him. He has not even laid a finger upon me. All that I am remains pure and belongs solely to you. Xingong Ningxi's beauty is unparalleled, and importantly, she exudes far more femininity than the childish Bai Ruoyu or the frigid Jiang Ro, igniting the passions of men. Bai Ruoyu glared at her with a fierce intensity, akin to a cornered animal, while even Jiang Ro wore an expression of wariness. Their instincts warned them that this woman was extraordinarily formidable. Her assertiveness was truly daunting. Yi Xiao pressed his lips together. Any ordinary man would find such temptation difficult to resist. However, before proceeding, I must inquire, why have you chosen me? As my future husband, it is your right to be informed. Xingong Ningxi smiled softly. In truth, my initial objective encompassed 3 individuals, including you, the master of the ocular arts. As a Lingyu master, Lin Ru also possesses the power of Wutongxian. However, upon my observation, Wutongxian is closely associated with the Chu family, making him a quasi-member of that lineage. He lacks nothing in terms of resources from the Divine Palace family, and it is unrealistic to expect him to marry into the Divine Palace. Lin Ru's demeanor is excessively aloof and reclusive. He spends his days ensconced in his dormitory, absorbed in books, revealing no indications of a typical sexual orientation. In contrast, you possess all the qualities I desire: formidable strength, an eccentric personality, and humble origins. Surely, you too require ample resources to ascend. Thus, I have chosen you. How candid of me, wouldn't you agree? Ning Ningxi of the Divine Palace smiled. Yi Xiao nodded in response, expressing satisfaction with her honesty. So, does this mean you consent to marry into the Divine Palace and take me as your wife? Ning Ningxi inquired, her delight evident. You're thinking too much, Yi Xiao replied, a hint of disdain on his lips as he raised 3 fingers. First, I, Yi Xiao, am no one's substitute, nor a fallback option. Second, I am a citizen of the Great Xia. There is no possibility of me marrying into the East Japan. Third, I refuse to engage in a relationship devoid of love, merely a transaction of carnal desires. I do not wish to become a mere vessel for reproduction. That is all I desire to convey. With that, Yi Xiao turned on his heel, departing in search of Su Hao for a drink. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ro revealed a sweet smile and promptly followed in Yi Xiao's footsteps. Bai Ruoyu's face was also filled with joy. She made a face at Xingong Ningzi and, almost as an act of retaliation, entwined her arm with Yi Xiao's. Xingong Ningzi's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Xiao, unfortunately. It seems you may not be able to enjoy this drink today. I have devised a second contingency plan, which is to turn raw rice into cooked food. Suddenly, a talisman materialized in Xingong Ningzi's hand. With my blood, I command the deities. Let the warriors of battle array before me. With a hum, she formed a seal with one hand. A golden light of the talisman appeared in the void, and behind Xingong Ningzi, a colossal array emerged. Ascend, serpent. Conceal. With a thunderous roar, a great white serpent, resembling a dragon, burst forth from the array. It soared through the skies, riding the clouds and mist. It's a dragon. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed. No, it is not a dragon. This is the Tengu, one of the 12 Shikigami of Abe no Saimai, the ancestor of the Onmyoji in Japan. Jiang Ro stated gravely. Chapter 51. The Yin-Yang attire. Crimson Lotus. The profession of Yin-Yang master is exceedingly rare in other nations. However, in the land of the rising sun, it is regarded as one of the esteemed national vocations, alongside the samurai and ninja, forming the trio of Japan's most distinguished profession. The Yin-Yang masters wield talismans to summon Shikigami for combat, employing a myriad of cunning and diverse tactics. Among them, the practitioners hailing from the Eastern Shrine, a lineage of exceptional prowess, possess formidable abilities. The most outstanding prodigy of this generation, Xingong Ningzi, has inherited the 6 revered Shikigami from the progenitor of the Yin-Yang master profession, the legendary Abe no Saimai, renowned as the mightiest of all Yin-Yang masters. Her innate talent eclipses her peers, making her a treasured gem of the Xingong family. Countless young heroes from across Japan aspire to win her hand, yet alas, none have captured her attention. Thus, Xingong Ningzi has embarked on a journey across the ocean to the Great Summer, in search of a suitor who can truly satisfy her desires and bear the most exceptional offspring for the Xingong lineage. Yi Xiao, I shall not let you escape, she declared, gripping a golden talisman and gently waving it. With a thunderous roar, the soaring serpent in the sky surged toward Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao's hand instinctively reached for the blade at his back, but at that pivotal moment, he was halted by Ruoyu. Yi Xiao, leave this to me. I have endured her long enough. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed indignantly. Ali, Dehei, arise. She clasped her hands together, and the summoning array behind her shimmered into existence. A colossal 9-tailed spirit, resembling a small mountain, brandished 3 of its tails, bearing its fangs at the oncoming serpent. The dragon man fixed his piercing gaze upon the soaring serpent, unleashing a deafening roar. With a thunderous crash, the 2 summoned beasts charged directly at the serpent. The air crackled with intensity as their formidable attack collided midair. Ha, how weak you are. With such feebleness, you will only hinder Yi Xiao, sneered Ning Ning Zi from the Divine Palace, as one serpent effortlessly subdued the 2 summoned beasts of Bai Ruoyu. The serpent coiled its massive body, swinging its tail with ferocity and slamming the 9-tailed spirit to the ground. Then, it opened its gaping maw, lunging towards the dragon man. Engaging in a 1-against-2 battle was more than sufficient. Ruoyu, be careful. This serpent is, after all, a Shikigami of Abe no Saimai. Even though Ning Ning Zi of the Divine Palace cannot unleash its full potential now, its foundational strength should not be underestimated, Jiang Ro cautioned. Do not worry. I am aware. Watch me, Flame Dragon's breath. Bai Ruoyu slightly opened her eyes, and a wave of searing heat erupted from her petite form. A plume of flames shot skyward, transforming into a fiery dragon that roared as it surged towards the serpent. I am a dual-class practitioner. If the summoned beasts fail, then let my magic take center stage, Bai Ruoyu declared with a cold smile. Observing the blazing flame dragon, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Ning Ning Zi's eyes. You possess some strength, but alas, you remain unworthy of Yi Xiao. Moreover, compared to me, Ning Ning Zi of the Divine Palace, you are still leagues behind. In the face of impending conflict, the combatants stood resolute. Yin-Yang garb, exclaimed Xingong Ningniko, her hands moving with remarkable swiftness, radiating a brilliant crimson light. The serpent spirit, also of the fire element, shall provide a worthy challenge, particularly to this ambiguous maiden, she mused with a cold smile. The ambiguity of her gender only intensified her desire to strike at the vulnerable spot of Bai Ruoyu. What is so impressive about those 2 orbs? Watch as I bring them crashing down. Bai Ruoyu retorted with palpable resentment. The power of the fire dragon surged dramatically, roaring forth with the intent to obliterate both Shingongan Nico and her spirit. However, at that very moment, the serpent suddenly ascended into the sky. Its pure white form illuminated by a fiery red glow. Boom! The serpent dove directly into Shingongu Nico's body. A long, crimson battle garment enveloped her flawless figure, with a blossoming golden lotus upon her chest resembling two majestic peaks. Flames transformed into flowing ribbons, encircling her like a valkyrie of unmatched awe and overwhelming presence. "This is my Yin-Yang garb, Red Lotus," Shingongu Nico remarked softly, caressing the fiery ribbons surrounding her form. "This exemplifies the power of the Onmyoji, where the Onmyoji and their spirit merge into one, sharing thoughts, and ultimately achieving a state of unified combat. This is the essence of Yin-Yang garb." With a swift motion, the fiery ribbons shot forth, ensnaring the formidable fire dragon. The massive head of the fiery dragon was ensnared, rendering it immobile in the void. Inferno prison. With a swift motion, Ningmingzi crouched and reached towards the ground. Boom! Flames manifested around by Ruoyu, encasing her in a fiery prison. It is over. The game has concluded, and it is evident that I am the one deserving of Yi Xiao. Boom! With a forceful tug, Ningmingzi tore the fiery dragon apart in the vast sky. The two summoned beasts were likewise ensnared by her fiery ribbons. By Ruoyu, now confined, found herself devoid of combat means, gritting her teeth as she watched Ningmingzi flaunt her superiority before her. Tap, tap, tap. Ningmingzi, in her fiery red high heels, gracefully approached Yi Xiao. "Let us unite, my husband. Grant me a perfect child." She pouted her crimson lips, displaying an enchanting expression, a vision of allure. Jiang Ro regarded her with utmost vigilance. Bai Ruoyu, trapped in the inferno, was on the verge of tears. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Release her." "Oh." Ningmingzi blinked her large eyes. "I do not favor disobedient women, and there are certain things I prefer not to repeat. Should you continue to overreach, do not blame me for being unkind." Yi Xiao fixed his gaze upon Shingu Ningmingzi, as golden lotuses began to blossom within his piercing eyes. Powerful fire elements danced and leaped around him. "Master, be cautious. His flames are extraordinarily potent." The Yin-Yang robe shimmered, revealing that his Shikigami, the Tengsha, was offering this warning. Even Tengsha, a fire attribute combat Shikigami, acknowledged the formidable nature of Yi Xiao's flames. Just how fearsome was Yi Xiao? Upon contemplating this, Shingu Ningmingzi paused momentarily. She extended her delicate hand and waved it gently, causing the fiery prison to vanish instantly. With a cold expression, she cast a glance at Bai Ruoyu before addressing Yi Xiao. "Initially, I sought merely a husband to bear a child, yet I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, Yi Xiao." She caressed her red lips thoughtfully. "However, such matters cannot be rushed. It would be a loss if the person I admire were to harbor disdain for me." With that, she swayed her hips and, stepping gracefully in her high heels, walked into the distance. "Farewell, my future husband." The crimson Yin-Yang robe receded, and Tengsha transformed back into a mere piece of paper in her hand. "Wait," Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, her voice cutting through the air. Shingu Ningmingzi's steps faltered slightly. She then inquired, "You will participate in the freshman tournament, won't you?" Shingu Ningmingzi nodded. "Excellent. Then I shall defeat you in the tournament and reclaim my honor." Bai Ruoyu stood with her hands on her hips, her expression one of utmost seriousness. However, Shingu Ningzi found the scene amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, this is delightful, and I gladly accept this challenge." With a lollipop suddenly appearing in her hand, Shingu Ningzi popped it into her mouth and cheerfully departed from the scene. Chapter 52. A gentle breeze from heaven caresses the unsettled heart. Well, now one of you aims to break into the top 10, while the other wishes to engage in a duel. The challenge has escalated significantly. Yi Xiao spread his hands in exasperation. I simply cannot tolerate her antics." Bai Ruoyu exclaimed anxiously. "Are you worried that she might take advantage of me? I would be the one to outsmart her." Yi Xiao retorted dismissively. "No, that is unacceptable. You must not play tricks on her." Bai Ruoyu waved her small hands in protest. "Then who shall I tease? You? What mischief could you possibly offer me?" Yi Xiao's gaze landed on her flat chest. "Woo-woo. I am still young. I will grow. I belong to the late development category." Bai Ruoyu clutched her chest in explanation. "Hey, silly girl, do you genuinely wish for me to play tricks on you? I mean, do you?" Yi Xiao pondered aloud. "Could it be that you harbor feelings for me?" Suddenly, several pairs of eyes turned toward Bai Ruoyu. She was so startled that words escaped her, her face reddening far more than an apple. "Do you truly have feelings for me?" Yi Xiao asked once more. Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchun exchanged puzzled glances as well. EW. Who? Who would like you? How could I possibly have feelings for such a rogue? Bai Ryu turned her head, her hands flailing in denial. Well, as long as you do not like me, that is perfectly fine. I also have no fondness for flat chests. Yi Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Let us go drink, he exclaimed, pulling Xiao Hongchun and Xiu Jianfeng towards the distant horizon. Ah, I cannot drink, came the terrified cry of Xiu Jianfeng. If you cannot, you shall learn. Just drink a couple of bottles, and you will manage. Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly. Bai Ryu trailed behind, her expression one of despondence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a wilted eggplant, utterly disheartened. Ruoyu, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for Yi Xiao, can you? Jiang Rou inquired, observing her lack of enthusiasm. I am not certain. Bai Ruoyu murmured, her lips pouting. It is just, when we all walk together, my gaze inevitably falls upon him. Seeing him triumph over foes brings me joy, fills me with cheers, yet when he stands too closely with another woman, I feel a heaviness in my chest. Moreover, I previously detested his crude jokes, but now, I find them rather amusing. Hee, does that count as affection? I am unsure. Jiang Rou looked at the silly smiling Bai Ryu, speechless. This young girl, seemingly carefree, was, in truth, still a child at heart, unable to discern her own feelings. Yet how could others fail to notice? Undoubtedly, Bai Ruoyu harbored feelings for Yi Xiao. With her lineage and talent, she was indeed worthy of him. The two, akin to playful adversaries, were naturally well suited. But what of herself? Jiang Rou gently caressed her chest, questioning her own heart. Where should this restless soul find solace? She gazed at the distant silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed that, at some point, Yi Xiao had become increasingly captivating. So much so that she could easily spot him among the crowd, recognizing even his distant figure. When did this transformation occur? Was it when he boldly charged towards the Titan deity? Was it when he stood alone against the Shadow God sect? Or was it when he resolutely positioned himself before the formidable Chu family? Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up, came Yi Xiao's voice from afar. Oh, coming. The two responded hastily. Well, perhaps this is quite satisfactory. It was merely a fleeting breeze borrowed from the heavens. Even if it ignited a momentary spark, it ultimately did not belong to her, for he would eventually return to the skies. Until that moment arrives, simply being able to observe him quietly is already a remarkable fortune. We're here. Bai Ruoyu, let's hurry and catch up, Jiang Rou urged as the two figures, one tall and one petite, followed in the footsteps ahead. Oh no, I've had too much to drink. Damn, we're going to be late. Last night, Yi Xiao and his companions had indulged, neglecting to sober up. After their revelry, he had not returned to the dormitory, instead opting for a nearby chain hotel to spend the night. Upon awakening, it became evident that the first class had already progressed significantly. No worries. During the initial days of the semester, the teacher would hardly recognize me. I could merely feign attendance and blend in. Yi Xiao glanced at the time on his phone and hurriedly made his way to school. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately spotted Xiao Hongchun and Bai Ryu, as today's lesson coincidentally involved both of them. Upon noticing Yi Xiao, Xiao Hongchun fervently gestured towards him, while Bai Ryu covered her mouth, appearing to revel in his predicament. Humph! Yi Xiao scoffed, his expression one of disdain. He mouthed the words, observe my finesse. Consequently, Xiao Hongchun's reaction intensified, while Bai Ryu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Enraged, Yi Xiao contemplated giving her a playful tap on the head. Report. Teacher, I have a slight stomach upset and arrived a bit late. My apologies. He boldly entered the classroom, unabashedly stating his excuse. This tactic had served him well in his previous university days, proving remarkably effective. Generally, teachers would overlook such minor infractions. However, today, oh, so it was merely a stomach issue? The teacher gradually raised her head. The moment he beheld her exquisite visage, Yi Xiao found himself momentarily frozen. Just yesterday, Ruoyu mentioned that he had been intoxicated, and today it seemed likely he would miss class. So, it turned out that Ruoyu was mistaken? The teacher's gaze shifted towards Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu shook her small head like a rattledrum. No, sister. Teacher Bai, I did not tell a lie. Then it must be Yi Xiao who deceived me. To deceive a teacher is an even graver sin. You will stand for this class. After class, come to my office. Observing Yi Xiao's expression, which resembled someone who had just consumed something foul, Bai Ruoyu's heart blossomed with joy. You, my friend, have finally met your match. Who told you to play tricks on me before? She discreetly suppressed the smile tugging at her lips and then spoke aloud. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Ruoqing. I too graduated from Jinshin University and can be considered your senior. I am now a new teacher at Jinshin University, responsible for. Yi Xiao stood at the back, finally comprehending the reason behind Xiao Hongchen's covert signals and why Bai Ryu was reveling in his misfortune. Truly, the heavens conspire unexpectedly. He had never anticipated that his new instructor would be Bai Ruoqing. This ample cow undoubtedly harbored intentions of personal revenge. The class passed in this manner. After class, Yi Xiao trudged with his head hung low towards Bai Ruoqing's office. Ha! Yi Xiao, today is your day of reckoning. Originally, I had thought to surprise you, but it has transformed into a fright. Ha ha ha! Bai Ruoyu approached Yi Xiao, clutching her belly in unrestrained laughter. Consequently, she received a playful whack from Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, let us depart together. Zhang Ro is also on her way. Teacher Bai has summoned us, and I believe it pertains to a matter of significance. Indeed, understood. Upon hearing the mention of an important matter, Yi Xiao's expression grew solemn. Chapter 53. The Geniuses of Magic City Vocational College. The four individuals entered Bai Ruoqing's office, where she was intently focused on her lesson plan, delicately feeding herself with morsels of food, her luscious red lips glistening. TSK, TSK, TSK. One might wonder if your mother faced nutritional deficiencies when you were born. After all, you emerged from the same womb, yet the disparity is astonishing. Observing the ample curves concealed beneath her crisp white shirt, which swayed enticingly with her movements, Yi Xiao couldn't help but express his astonishment. It must be said that the resemblance between Bai Ruoqing and her sister, Bai Ruoyu, is striking, akin to that of mother and daughter. Bai Ruoqing, with her broad-mindedness, stands at a statuesque height of 178 centimeters, her long legs enveloped in black stockings exuding an aura of seduction, effortlessly captivating the fantasies of many. A mature and elegant woman, she possesses an irresistible charm. In contrast, Bai Ryu, at a modest height of 150 centimeters, has a youthful appearance. Her petite legs wrapped in white stockings and her cherubic face resembling a rosy apple, embodying the essence of a young girl. She hardly resembles a college student. One could easily mistake her for a middle schooler. Yi Xiao, cease your antics outside and come in, Bai Ruoqing remarked with a hint of exasperation. Her familiarity with Yi Xiao's playful demeanor evident. Hello, Teacher Bai. Yi Xiao greeted her with a cheeky grin as he stepped inside. What delectable morsels are you indulging in? Teacher Bai, are you that busy? Bai Ruoqing crossed her legs and shot him a teasing glance. You are quite all right with us, but do refrain from behaving inappropriately with every girl you encounter. How could that be? I, Yi Xiao, am a paragon of virtue, Yi Xiao replied disdainfully. You're quite the chatterbox. Well, the primary reason for summoning you here is concerning this matter. With that, Bai Ruoqing placed a stack of documents before Yi Xiao and the others. Yesterday, the freshman competition at Magic City Vocational University concluded, and a teacher from Magic City University intends to bring the top 5 students to our imperial capital. They claim it is to seek guidance from the foremost vocational university in the Great Xia, to assess the disparities between our institutions and foster amicable relations. Yi Xiao took the documents. How eloquent, he remarked. Isn't it merely an excuse to stir up trouble? Has Magic City Vocational University, the perennial runner-up, grown tired of their position and wishes to ascend? Bai Ruoqing nodded. Indeed, the intentions of Sima Zhao are apparent to all. It is said that several outstanding students have emerged from Magic City Vocational University this year, and they must be feeling rather inflated with pride. Particularly, there is a student named Tang Hao, the top freshman of Magic City Vocational University, a dragon warrior with a companion divine dragon, possessing astonishing strength. It is rumored that he hails from the imperial capital and deliberately enrolled in Magic City Vocational University. His brother, Tang Xian, was the top scorer in the imperial capital entrance examinations 4 years ago. Tang Xian? Upon hearing that name, Zhang Rou's expression darkened. Yi Xiao cast a glance at her. Zhang Rou responded with a serene smile. Ah, I am acquainted with Tang Xian, that fellow who seeks out youthful beauty. And then, seeking out youthful beauty? Bai Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback. Please, do not mind that. Teacher Bai, you may continue. Bai Ruoqing nodded. Well, this time Tang Hao has specifically requested that you all attend to the reception. The school has also agreed, and considering the time, they shall arrive this afternoon. We are to attend to the reception? Teacher Bai, do you deem this situation reasonable? They, from the Magic University, expect us to receive them? Yi Xiao countered. I too find it somewhat unreasonable. However, this is Principal Ning's directive, and a flicker of hesitation passed through Bai Ruoqing's eyes. And what? Yi Xiao pressed for clarity. Frankly, I am reluctant to divulge this, but upon reflection, you, Yi Xiao, are not one to tolerate disrespect easily. Principal Ning has specifically instructed that if they overstep their boundaries, there is no need to endure it. Do not endure? Yi Xiao's eyes brightened slightly. Did the principal truly say that? Indeed. Over the years, Magic University and we have never been on good terms, and the competition for students has intensified. For instance, Tang Hao was originally meant to come to our Zhanshan University, but was deceitfully poached by Magic University. I have heard they assigned him 5 beautiful senior sisters as companions. It is simply scandalous. Since they resort to such unscrupulous tactics and show us no respect, why should we indulge them? Bai Ruoqing exclaimed indignantly. In recent years, the principal of Shanghai Vocational University has changed, and the administrative tactics have become increasingly aggressive in the pursuit of student enrollment, resorting to extreme measures. Last year, it was rumored that a young mentor from the university had directly offered himself to a candidate. Had it not been for the swift response from the renowned Zhanshan University this year, both Wu Tongstian and Lin Ru would have been poached. All right. This matter will be entrusted to us, Yi Xiao readily agreed. By the way, I've heard that Tang Hao has a penchant for debauchery. So you 2 young ladies must take care of yourselves, Bai Ruoqing added, expressing her concern. Rest assured, I will ensure their safety, Yi Xiao promised, thumping his chest confidently. Bai Ruoqing remained somewhat apprehensive. Yi Xiao, be cautious, and don't be too ruthless. The Tang family wields considerable influence. If a real confrontation ensues, ensure that you do not leave Tang Hao with any irreversible injuries, she reiterated. Don't worry, I exercise great restraint, he assured her. Upon hearing this, the 3 behind him exchanged glances, their lips twitching in amusement. Indeed, he was restrained. After all, Dai Lian and Jin Xingning were currently lying in the ICU, and it was uncertain if they would recover this month. As Yi Xiao exited Bai Ruoqing's office, he felt elated. Zhang Ro, that Tang Xian must be the fiancé that old man arranged for you, right? Yes, Zhang Ro nodded in affirmation. Tang Xian's prowess is remarkable. Having graduated merely a year ago, he has already attained the pinnacle of level 5, commanding a formidable god-hunting team that surpasses even the renowned 100 Battles god-hunting team of Jiangzhou. He stands as the most exceptional youth of the Tang family. Tang Hao, being Tang Xian's younger brother, frequently trains alongside him in the god-hunting team, amassing considerable practical experience, and has even encountered true deities. He is significantly stronger than Dai Lian and Jin Xingning, truly deserving of the title of a young prodigy. The stronger one is, the better. When the time comes to engage in battle, one must not hold back. Yi Xiao rubbed his fists together, a gleeful expression on his face. Xiao Hongqian timidly interjected. Yi Xiao, teacher Bai mentioned that when the opponent is excessive, we need not endure, but if they are not, it is impossible for them to not be excessive. Just watch. That Tang Hao is quite the lecher, and I can only imagine him pouncing on Bai Ryu like a mouse drawn to rice. I am quite familiar with such individuals. After all, in his previous life, during university, Yi Xiao was a recluse, spending his days in the dormitory engrossed in novels, well aware of such scenarios. Upon arriving at the pickup point, Yi Xiao quickly spotted a few individuals from Moda University among the crowd. A middle-aged man clad in a golden suit approached them with a beaming smile, followed by 5 spirited young men and women dressed in the Moda University uniform, each exuding a rebellious charm. Yi Xiao's delight grew as he observed them. Hello, classmates. Are you students of Zhanshan University? Exclaimed the man in the golden suit, waving his hand. Hello, teacher. With a demeanor of utmost obedience, Yi Xiao spoke. Thank you, esteemed teacher, and to all my fellow classmates for your hard work. I am Yi Xiao, a freshman at Zhanshan University, entrusted with the honor of welcoming you all. These are my classmates, Zhang Ro, Bai Ryu, and Xiao Hongqian. Yi Xiao, typically vibrant, now appeared remarkably earnest, presenting a stark contrast to the distinguished students from the Magic University. Yet, Xiao Hongqian and the others understood that this seemingly docile facade was, in fact, a prelude to something grand. Chapter 54. The individual named Tang Hao. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's self-introduction, a young man in the crowd lifted his gaze. He was an unremarkable youth, one who could easily be overlooked in a throng. What set him apart, however, was the brilliance of his eyes, imbued with a profound arrogance that seemed to elevate him above all others, as if he were inscribing on his face the words, "I am superior to you." Fellow students from the Magic City Vocational University, please come this way. Yi Xiao invited warmly. We have arranged a banquet at the Jian Tower. Indeed. Yi Xiao's demeanor is commendable. The hospitality of Zhengzhou University is quite impressive, remarked the teacher in a golden suit, turning to address several of the students. His tone suggested a condescension akin to that directed at a mere servant. Yi Xiao maintained his radiant smile as they all boarded a business vehicle. Sister-in-law, why not join us for dinner? There is no need to specifically associate with these individuals, Tang Hao suggested, glancing back before entering the car. Jiang Rou paused momentarily. Taken aback, Yi Xiao's smile remained unwavering as he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Hongchun, silently conveying, "Please do not intervene." Xiao Hongchun's lips quivered slightly, as he silently mourned for Tang Hao. "And Bai Ruyu, you are quite charming. Do join us for the meal," he continued, addressing Bai Ruyu directly. The glimmer of possessive desire in his eyes was utterly unmasked. Jiang Rou is his sister-in-law, and naturally, he cannot act against her. However, Bai Ruyu is a different matter entirely. Moreover, he is yet to engage with someone as innocent as her. The students of Magic University were engrossed in their phones, and even the mentor maintained a smile, seemingly accustomed to Tang Hao's behavior. "You all may go ahead. We will join you shortly," Yi Xiao said with a grin. "I wasn't speaking to you. Why do you interject?" Tang Hao coldly rebuked Yi Xiao as he turned around. "Is this how Zhengzhou University treats its guests? It seems my choice to attend Magic University was indeed the right one, as the service attitude of the 5 senior sisters here is exceptionally commendable." Yi Xiao's smile grew even brighter. The more Tang Hao fumed, the more he anticipated the impending conflict. "Bai Ruyu, I shall ask you once more, will you accompany us for a meal? Allow me to inform you that I am from the Tang family of the imperial capital. You are aware of the Tang family, are you not? If you join me, I shall ensure that all your cultivation resources for the next 4 years are fully covered by my family. You need not concern yourself with Zhengzhou University. With the Tang family backing you, you can effortlessly withdraw from Zhengzhou and join us at Magic University," Tang Hao declared with pride. The mentor in the golden suit, still smiling, retrieved a tablet and began to swipe across the screen. Student Bai Ruyu possesses exceptional talent, being a dual-class summoner and mage. Should you wish to join us at Magic University, it would indeed be splendid. We will provide you with the following resources. He continued to list an array of offerings. Yi Xiao maintained her smile, yet it grew increasingly frigid. To publicly undermine the reputation of the prestigious Zhengzhou University, truly believing that the absence of the faculty would grant them unchecked freedom, was rather audacious. Bai Ruyu blinked her large eyes. "I'm not entirely sure. And I must consult my boyfriend." A mischievous glimmer flashed in her eyes as she directly grasped Yi Xiao's arm, beaming radiantly. "Boyfriend?" Tang Hao's expression darkened. At that moment, a male classmate whispered a few words beside him. Suddenly, Tang Hao's demeanor shifted. "Well, if you have a boyfriend, that's one thing, but sister, are you joining us?" Jiang Rou shook her head. "We will take another vehicle shortly." The car window slowly rolled up, carrying them away into the distance. "This fellow is truly recklessly courting disaster. Let us go see what he has up his sleeve next," Yi Xiao remarked with a cold smile. Hailing a cab towards Jieyun Building. Inside the car, the mentor advised Tang Hao, "While we may be enjoying ourselves, remember, we are students of Zhengzhou University. Let us not escalate matters too far. Do not worry, with the Tang family backing me, a family from the provincial capital, we can handle this with ease." Tang Hao scoffed as he perused Bai Ruyu's information and details. "However, I find this young man named Yi Xiao to be quite remarkable." At this moment, a female student spoke up. "You see, since the beginning of the semester, he has consecutively injured Dai Lian and Jin Xingning, both severely wounded, demonstrating a remarkably ruthless disposition. Yet, his demeanor today starkly contrasts with the documented accounts, revealing an excessive timidity." She analyzed thoughtfully. "Suya, you are overthinking this. He is merely a coward who preys on the weak." Comparing Tang Hao to those two useless individuals is nothing short of an affront to Tang Hao, remarked a young man who had just whispered in Tang Hao's ear. Indeed, knowing Tang Hao's prowess, he can only act submissively. Another male student chimed in agreement. "Haha, the first of the special recruitment from Southern Province. What a farce." Tang Hao basked in the flattery, becoming increasingly arrogant. He tossed aside his tablet. "Tonight, I shall have him obediently send his girlfriend to my room. That will surely be more entertaining, won't it?" Suya furrowed her brow slightly, but remained silent. Tang Hao's formidable strength and the immense influence of the Tang family made it exceedingly difficult to remain unscathed in such circles. Suya, would you like to join us for some fun tonight? Tang Hao shifted his glittering gaze toward her. Never mind, I've been feeling unwell these past few days. Suya turned away, uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Perhaps it would be best to maintain some distance from them upon returning. Suya sighed, feeling that she might not be able to maintain her own composure. Well then, Wang Shuer, would you like to join me? Tang Hao addressed another girl, who was dressed flamboyantly and engrossed in her phone. Sure, Wang Shuer readily agreed, for she had long since become accustomed to Tang Hao's presence. However, I must admit, I find that handsome man rather appealing. She gently caressed the image of Xiao Hongqian, whose chiseled features resembled that of a sculpted figure. Like him? If you fancy him, let Gao Jie take care of it for you, Tang Hao replied nonchalantly. Wang Shuel was a practitioner of a rather unique profession known as a seductress, which involved unconventional means of advancement. She could enhance her powers simply by uniting with men and absorbing their vitality. During the brief period since the semester commenced, she had already engaged with no fewer than 80 male students at the prestigious Magic City University. It was rumored that she could effortlessly attract them in a single evening. Then thank you, Tang Hao, Wang Shuer smiled, climbing beside him and planting a light kiss on his lips. Tang Hao wrapped his arm around her slender waist, beginning to caress her gently, his expression one of indifference. To be honest, this town god university is rather mediocre. The only individuals I regard with any esteem are Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian. The rest are mere ants. My purpose for coming to town god university is clear: to ascend above Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru while indulging in the pleasures offered by the women here. Zhang Ro is quite lovely as well, but alas, she is my brother's fiancée, Isai. Tang Hao's face was filled with regret. Chapter 55. The madness induced by intoxication. The Guyun building is a restaurant that leans towards a more business-oriented ambience, primarily utilized for entertaining guests. Shortly after Tang Hao and his party's arrival, Yi Xiao and his companions made their entrance as well. Please, everyone, said the male attendant, ushering them into the dining area. Along the way, Tang Hao's gaze frequently lingered on by Ryu, while his look towards Yi Xiao bore a hint of mischievous intent. Sensing Tang Hao's scrutiny, Yi Xiao turned back and flashed him a radiant smile. Tang Hao smirked, thinking to himself, this fellow is blissfully unaware of what is about to unfold. The mere thought of the impending scenario filled his lips with an irrepressible grin. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, I believe you have yet to meet my brother, right? I think it would be splendid for you two to go out on a date. Coincidentally, my brother has been on leave lately, providing you both ample opportunity for a profound conversation, as we shall all soon be family. Tang Hao emphasized the word profound with exaggerated intent. Apologies, but I have been quite occupied lately, Jiang Ro replied coolly, taking a sip of her drink. Tang Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, raised 2 wine glasses and approached Yi Xiao. Ah, my brother, I must apologize for any offense earlier. Allow me to toast to you. With that, he downed the contents of his glass in front of everyone. Truth be told, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, the top candidate from the southern province. Within less than half a month of the semester's commencement, you boldly defended a lady's honor by besting the illustrious Dai Lian and Jin Xingning. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your presence truly inspires admiration within me. Let us raise a glass, he said, as he handed another cup of wine to Yi Xiao, subsequently pouring himself another. Yi Xiao cast a casual glance at the swaying liquid. Indeed, there was something amiss. Tang Hao had tainted his drink. It was a potent soporific, capable of rendering even a metamorphosed professional into a state of deep slumber. Yi Xiao smiled subtly, accepting the drink without a hint of alarm. Very well, the prestigious Magic City University and the revered Jinshin University are akin to brothers. I shall drink to this. Brother Tang, feel free. With that, Yi Xiao downed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. What a fine wine, he exclaimed, wiping his chin with a look of satisfaction. Tang Hao's grin widened. He silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. However, after a considerable pause, Yi Xiao remained completely unaffected. Tang Hao was taken aback. Had he miscalculated the dosage? He turned his gaze toward Wang Shuer, from whom he had procured the drug. She often employed such substances to attract youthful suitors in bars. Yet, Wang Shuer was nearly glued to Xiao Hongqian, gazing at him with adoration, wholly oblivious to Tang Hao's scrutiny. Infuriated, Tang Hao cursed her under his breath. He then shifted his attention to Gao Jie, who quickly grasped the situation. He fetched 2 more cups of wine and approached Yi Xiao and his companions. "Brother, you possess remarkable drinking prowess. Let us share a drink. I am Gao Jie." With that, he presented the drugged wine to Yi Xiao. The name was of little consequence. Yi Xiao accepted the wine glass with an air of nonchalance. "Indeed, it matters not. Once this toast is made, we are brothers." Gao Jie replied with a smile. A faint smile graced Yi Xiao's lips. "What one calls it is truly inconsequential, for shortly, they shall all become mere punching bags, indistinguishable from one another." Yi Xiao downed the drink once more, yet felt no ill effects. With the enhancement of the martial god Si, his physical constitution had been augmented tenfold. The modest amount of alcohol infused in the drink posed no threat. Even if he were to consume an entire bottle of potion, it would matter little, as it would be swiftly metabolized within him. Both Gao Jie and Tang Hao relentlessly poured more wine for Yi Xiao, who remained entirely unaffected. They stood in bewilderment. "Cease feeding him more wine. Yi Xiao becomes quite unruly when intoxicated," Jiang Rou remarked with an exasperated expression. "Unruly?" Gao Jie was momentarily taken aback. And in the next instant, a fist the size of a sandbag flew forth. Bang! Yi Xiao's fist landed squarely on Gao Jie's eye, transforming it into a swollen, bruised mess. "You swine-like demon! How dare you infiltrate the realm of the great Xia human race? Witness my blade." With a swift motion, Yi Xiao drew the shadow blade he carried at his side and swept it toward Gao Jie. By heavens! Gao Jie barely had time to react before he saw Yi Xiao brandishing the blade. He hastily sidestepped to evade the strike, but in doing so, his belt was inadvertently severed, revealing his bright red undergarments. The sight of a swine-like demon attempting to don human attire was utter. No matter how one attempts to disguise themselves, the visage of a fool remains unmistakable. Yi Xiao moved with astonishing speed, arriving before Gao Jie in the blink of an eye, his blade descending with lethal intent. "How dare you!" Gao Jie roared, the fabric of his upper garments exploding apart, revealing his formidable physique adorned with intricate black markings, exuding a palpable aura of ferocity. "Dear handsome, your friend is in grave peril. Gao Jie is an extraordinary level 8 martial practitioner. Have you noticed the demonic runes upon him? With such markings, his flesh is as resilient as iron. Your companion, in his drunken stupor, is bound to suffer." Wang Shui leaned against Xiao Hongchen's chest, her voice sweet, yet laced with mischief, her delicate fingers tracing idle circles. "However, if you grant me a night of joy, I might persuade Gao Jie to spare your friend." She leaned in, her breath warm against Xiao Hongchen's ear. Xiao Hongchen furrowed his brow and shifted his chair slightly. "I apologize, but women only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword." Wang Shui was taken aback, but before she could respond, Xiao Hongchen continued, "Moreover, you carry an unpleasant odor of decay, with a heart as clear as a mirror." He possessed an acute ability to perceive the essence of those around him. Wang Shui's presence was marred by an overwhelmingly foul stench, causing her complexion to flush a deep crimson with indignation. "You." Her face was flushed with a mix of shame and anger. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Xiao Hongchen, wishing she could simply drain him of his essence. At that moment, Gao Jie's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body adorned with glowing demonic tattoos. "You dare strike me? Regardless of whether you are truly intoxicated or merely pretending, your fate is sealed." Roar. Horizontal river fist. He swung his massive fist towards Yi Xiao with tremendous force. Gao Jie ranked 4th in the current Magic City Vocational University freshman competition. As a magic martial artist, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary fighters. With this blow, Yi Xiao would either perish or be left severely injured. "Teacher, will you truly stand idly by as Gao Jie assaults him?" Jiang Rou questioned the instructor. To her surprise, the teacher merely shook his glass indifferently. "Oh, Gao Jie is merely defending himself. It is evident that Yu Xiao's alcohol tolerance is woefully inadequate, having initiated the altercation in his drunken state. This is beyond my jurisdiction." He gazed on with amusement, sipping his drink leisurely. Is Teacher Zhao genuinely unconcerned? "Indeed, I am unconcerned. Then I shall rest easy." Jiang Rou smiled serenely. The instructor was momentarily taken aback, pondering why she seemed to relax so suddenly. Shouldn't she be pleading with him desperately? At that moment, he noticed Bai Ryu trembling with laughter, covering her mouth in delight. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Had he fallen into a trap? At that moment, a figure emerged before Gao Jie, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, extending a hand to firmly grasp the formidable fist. Then, with a violent twist, a sharp crack resonated throughout the venue. Following that, Yi Xiao delivered a swift slap to his face, propelling Gao Jie against the wall, embedding him there like a mural. Immovable and trapped. Chapter 56. Double kill, frustrating a group instructor. Zhao, what on earth? What is this? It's not at all what I had envisioned. He opened the data panel and scrutinized Yi Xiao's information. Indeed, a pupil technique practitioner. This is not a profession known for close combat. In his recollection, pupil technique practitioners are predominantly support and ranged fighters. Yet, is it conceivable that a pupil technique practitioner could seize Gao Jie's fist with sheer physical strength and then send him flying with a single blow? Even a martial artist would struggle. At that moment, he noticed a faint line of text in the corner. Important note: previously defeated Dai Lian and Jin Xingning with a long blade, showcasing formidable close combat capabilities, suspected to possess a secondary profession as a swordsman. Damn it. Instructor Zhao nearly smashed the tablet in frustration. Who decided that important notes should be written in such faint ink? Shouldn't they be bold and prominent? Where's the professionalism? As he watched Yi Xiao approach Gao Jie, who was hanging on the wall, with his fist raised, Instructor Zhao could no longer remain seated. Stop, he exclaimed, rising to intervene, only to be halted by Jiang Ro. Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved, no matter what? Instructor Zhao's expression darkened, and he shrugged dismissively. Who told you that? I never said such a thing. Is that so? Jiang Ro pressed her lips together, and Instructor Zhao suddenly felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Ruoyu, where's the recording from earlier? It's right here. Bai Ruoyu retrieved her phone and gently tapped the screen. In an instant, Professor Zhao's face turned the color of a pig's liver. As a mentor, he certainly could not express himself as if he were passing gas. Jiang Ro inquired with a smile. Professor Zhao could only sulkily return to his seat. At that moment, a young man who had been silently seated beside Suya rose and strode purposefully towards Yi Xiao. His form suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke. And when he reappeared, it was directly behind Yi Xiao. A dagger materialized in his hand, slashing directly towards Yi Xiao's neck. Yi Xiao seemed to have anticipated this, as if he possessed a third eye on the back of his head, and swiftly turned, delivering a kick. Fortunately, his opponent's reflexes were equally swift, dissipating into a cloud of smoke in an instant. This was Chun Tao, the runner-up of our freshman competition, whose vocation as a shadow assassin rendered him elusive and exceedingly troublesome. Your classmates would struggle to seize his corporeal form and would undoubtedly face hardship. Wang Shui'er giggled behind her hand. Shadow assassins indeed operate in a most enigmatic manner, excelling in decapitation tactics. During the freshman competition, even Tang Hao nearly encountered a significant setback, only narrowly overcoming it by summoning his companion dragon to envelop the entire arena with its breath, thus forcing Chun Tao into the open before ultimately defeating him. I shall grant you another chance. Serve your sister well, and I may persuade them to spare your classmates. Wang Shui'er cast a flirtatious glance at Xiao Hongqian. Have you not slept with them all? How else would they be so obedient to you? At this juncture, Bai Ruoyu leaned in to inquire. You. Wang Shui'er glared fiercely at the young girl, for Bai Ruoyu had spoken the undeniable truth. He had not only shared a bed with each of them, but had even indulged in trifles with all three at once. How sordid, how utterly repugnant. Could he possibly have contracted some disease? I must keep my distance. After all, I am a pure maiden, terrified of contagion. Bai Ruoyu waved her small hand, creating a chasm between herself and Wang Shui'er. Xiao Hongqian likewise retreated, inciting Wang Shui'er's fury to the brink of table flipping, her lips nearly contorted in anger. At that moment, Chun Tao's figure had completely vanished from the scene. Mentor Zhao, satisfied, lifted his glass for a sip. What do you think, Jiang? If I had intervened sooner, perhaps Yi Xiao would have avoided harm. Alas, I am a mentor, my words are binding. To refrain from action after declaring so would be a travesty. It is truly regrettable that a student from Zhanshan University must suffer. Mentor Zhao's face was alight with mirth, eager to witness Jiang Ro's furrowed brow. How dare she attempt to ensnare him? Such reckless audacity. Let us see how she maintains her composure now. Yet, Jiang Ro remained unfazed, sipping her drink with an air of tranquility. Oh. This simple utterance held profound significance. Mentor Zhao felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton. Humph. Let us see how long you can feign indifference. He scoffed, took another sip of his drink, and prepared to relish the spectacle of Yi Xiao's impending torment. Just then, Yi Xiao, without a hint of hesitation, reached out toward a certain space. Then, with a swift motion, a figure was pulled out. With a resounding slap, two sharp blows landed upon Chun Tao, leaving him utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? From where have I come? He found himself grappling with a trio of existential questions. It was truly perplexing, despite having concealed himself quite well. How was it that Yi Xiao had so effortlessly unearthed him? What on earth was happening? Was he witnessing a ghost? He was quite adept at hiding, wasn't he? Playing hide and seek, perhaps? Apologies, but it is my utmost favorite game. With a sudden motion, Yi Xiao seized his collar, deftly disarming him of the dagger he had been clutching. In an instant, the blade pierced through his hand. A piercing scream erupted from Chen Tao. Which hand did you strike? This one. He raised his uninjured left hand. Nonsense. It is clearly your right hand. Withdrawing the dagger, Yi Xiao plunged it once more, this time into his left hand. Ah! Chen Tao cried out in pain, emitting a sound reminiscent of a distressed animal. I shall ask you once more, which hand? Right hand. The right hand, is it? With a swift motion, Yi Xiao drove the blade into the wound anew. The sensation was overwhelming, sending Chen Tao spiraling into despair. Ah! It hurts so much. I was wrong. Spare me. He wept, his face a mess of tears and snot. Yi Xiao, with an expressionless visage, seized his collar and hurled himself towards Gao Jia. Boom! The walls of this Jiyun tower were exceptionally sturdy, and the two men became ensconced within it like a pair of stacked figurines. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Xiao dusted off his hands. A perfect work of art. Wait, hold on. Let me take a photo. I must share this on social media. The artistic atmosphere is simply overwhelming. I have never encountered anything like it before. Bai Ruoyu leapt out, extracting her phone to capture images from every conceivable. This spectacle almost rendered the barely conscious Gao Jia and his companion breathless, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Enough. Bang. At that moment, Tang Hao slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. You little brat. You are not drunk at all. You are toying with us. Yi Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Who was the first to administer the soporific? Tang Hao's countenance darkened. You noticed it early on? Then why did you drink? Are you foolish? If I hadn't consumed more, what justification would I have had for losing my temper and beating these two fools? Yi Xiao regarded Tang Hao with a look of incredulity. Tang Hao, trembling with rage, retorted, All right. This is the first time I've encountered someone as brazen as you. Are you seeking your own demise? His brows furrowed, and his eyes blazed with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating Yi Xiao entirely. Chapter 57. The Eye Sorcerer Versus. The Dragon Warrior, do you comprehend the fate that befell the last individual who dared to provoke me? Tang Hao's gaze was cold as he fixated on Yi Xiao. I shattered his limbs and let him sink to the depths of the river, while his entire family was dispatched by my clan to toil in the wilderness. By now, he has likely become the excrement of some beast, decaying in the desolate expanse. You wouldn't wish to become the second, would you? He advanced a couple of steps, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially into Yi Xiao's ear. A powerless wretch like yourself. Just imagine how I could extinguish your life. Once you perish, your little girlfriend shall be mine. I shall cherish her dearly. Furthermore, I shall enlist 10 robust men to attend to her, though I do wonder if her frail form can endure such attention. Yi Xiao remained expressionless, yet a flicker of fierce resolve ignited within his eyes. Tang Hao epitomized the most despicable and depraved individual Yi Xiao had encountered since his rebirth. Ironically, this scoundrel was also a prodigy, a member of one of the illustrious families of the Great Xia. In a flash, Yi Xiao, without uttering a word, raised his hand and, like a bolt of lightning, seized Tang Hao by the throat. Your presence is a disgrace to the Great Xia, and even the prestigious Jida University in Modu shall forever bear the mark of shame due to you. Yi Xiao's gaze blazed with golden flames, and his entire demeanor underwent a transformation, contrasting sharply with his previous nonchalance. With your stature, you truly believe I would fear your retaliation? Unfazed by Yi Xiao's grip around his neck, Tang Hao's countenance radiated an audacious arrogance. I am backed by the Tang family, a powerhouse of immense influence, and what can you possibly do to me? Even if I were to strike you down today, none would rise to your defense. With a thunderous roar, a ferocious aura erupted from Tang Hao, forcefully breaking free from Yi Xiao's grasp. He retreated a couple of steps, creating distance between them, and then spoke coldly. Azure Blue War Dragon. In an instant, a deep blue mist enveloped him, transforming into a colossal beast nearly 10 meters tall, its form almost brushing against the ceiling of the hall. Tang Hao, your endurance is truly remarkable. I can hardly contain my eagerness to rend this brat's flesh. Within the swirling blue smoke, a sinister crimson glow flickered, revealing a menacing beast's eye, exuding waves of violent energy that spread in all directions. This was Tang Hao's accompanying divine dragon, the azure blue war dragon, a devilish entity. Wang Shuer gazed at the azure blue war dragon with profound trepidation. The first time she witnessed this creature was during the quarterfinals of the freshman tournament, where Tang Hao's azure blue war dragon astounded the audience with its sheer ferocity. The terrifying scene, marked by unparalleled brutality, remained etched in her memory. His opponent, a local prodigy from the Magic City, had nearly been torn apart by the azure blue war dragon's savage might. All the freshmen present were greatly unsettled by the furious roars of the azure war dragon. With blood splattering, chilling fangs, and the sound of flesh being torn apart, many students were haunted by nightmares as a result. Had it not been for the intervention of the instructors, perhaps that opponent would have been devoured, skin and bones, by the azure war dragon. Tang Hao was genuinely serious this time. Zhang Ro, your classmate is doomed. However, you need not worry, for I shall intervene to spare his life. After all, the Magic City Vocational University and the God-Guarding University are essentially one and the same. Yet, beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything, given that he provoked Tang Hao first. Was it not Tang Hao who had initially drugged him? Zhang Ro retorted. Oh, drugged? Do you have any evidence? At that moment, Xiao Hongqian interjected sharply. In a swift motion, he drew his sword and held it against Wang Shuer's neck, subsequently seizing her handbag and extracting a packet of drugs from within. Following suit, Bai Ruoyu quickly reached for the goblets situated near Gao Jie and Tang Hao. Damn it, Suya, stop them. The instructor was taken aback, realizing that these students possessed remarkable reflexes and agility, instinctively preserving evidence rather than succumbing to panic at the first sign of trouble. This was proving to be quite the challenge. However, Suya merely remained seated in her place, motionless, shaking her head at the instructor. Professor Sun, I do not wish to aid in your malevolence. You, Professor Sun's face contorted with fury. Hand it over, he thundered, unleashing an overwhelming aura of authority upon the students, intent on seizing the item by force. Professor Sun, I have already informed Professor Bai and Principal Ning. They are on their way. Are you certain you wish to escalate this situation? Zhang Ro displayed the chat records on her phone. Upon hearing the name Ning Zhao, his demeanor shifted to one of composure. The principal of Zhengxin University, Ning Zhao, was a formidable figure, unyielding even in the face of the most prestigious families in the capital. Furthermore, Ning Zhao was well-connected, possessing influence across various sectors in the Great Xia, and was a close friend of the renowned sword god, who enjoyed the favor of even the supreme leader. He adjusted his glasses, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and trepidation. With Ning Zhao's impending arrival, he dared not maintain his arrogance. His only hope now rested on Tang Hao incapacitating Yi Xiao. If Tang Hao were victorious, the outcome would be favorable. A resounding battle cry captured everyone's attention. A deep blue mist gradually materialized, revealing a dragon-like creature, its skin adorned with icy scales and clad in formidable armor. It exuded an imposing and majestic presence, its crimson gaze reminiscent of a character sprung forth from the pages of a shonen manga. Tang Hao, to what extent should we go? Maim him, or shall we end his life? The resonant and sonorous sound of the battle dragon echoed. As long as I do not perish, do as you please. Tang Hao remarked indifferently. Ha, then I shall not be courteous. I am famished. Let me feast on his 2 hands first. With a thunderous crash, the azure battle dragon darted towards Yi Xiao like a brilliant meteor. In a swift motion, it raised a claw and struck at Yi Xiao. Tang Hao, possessing the extraordinary 9th tier, faced the overwhelming might of the azure battle dragon, which even the first tier of transformation would find difficult to withstand. Just watch. If he dares to confront the azure battle dragon head-on, within 3 strikes, his bones will shatter, the mentor declared, crossing his legs with an air of confidence. Indeed formidable. The pressure exerted upon me surpassed that of the cold phoenix from the 100 Battles Hunter team. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes as he observed the meteor-like charge of the azure battle dragon. Under normal circumstances, his extraordinary 6th tier power would be insufficient to evade such a foe, even if he ascended to the heavens. Yet, he was no ordinary 6th tier. His level was merely superficial. True strength lay within. In an instant, Yi Xiao activated all his eye techniques, a terrifying force coursing through his every limb and sinew. With the activation of the martial goddess eye, his physical prowess surged tenfold, the shadow blade in his grasp becoming as natural as an extension of his arm. As the void-breaking eye opened, even the flow of air became distinctly visible, revealing countless weaknesses in the azure battle. which moved with blinding speed beneath the scrutiny of his gaze. As the eternal flame lord awakened his fiery pupils, 9 golden flames in the form of lotus blossoms encircled his being. His golden robe draped over his tall figure, and his eyes shone with a brilliance akin to that of a deity. Aside from his most formidable trump card, the martial goddess Phantom, Yi Xiao could be said to have unleashed his full combat prowess. This strike would shatter your professional career. Yi Xiao's aura grew exceedingly formidable, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, dispelling all shadows of despair. In that moment, Yi Xiao seized control of the battlefield, the initiative firmly in his grasp. Chapter 58. Ruin your career's swords, blades, spears, halberds, staffs, axes, rings, and shields. The golden lotus transformed into 9 formidable warriors, standing resolutely before Yi Xiao. At that moment, a cerulean battle dragon, akin to a shooting star, collided in front of Yi Xiao. Yet, the 9 warriors steadfastly obstructed its path. Like a wall of flames, the cerulean dragon roared, attempting to tear through this barrier, but to no avail. Yi Xiao coldly observed its frenzy, as the echoes of battle cries reverberated throughout the vast chamber. This powerful roar, when listened to for too long, inevitably induced a sense of futility. Bai Ruyu tilted her head obediently and remarked, "You are not alone in feeling this way." Xiao Hongqian replied expressionlessly. Yi Xiao watched the creature thrash in desperation, letting out a derisive laugh. "Stop your shouting, it's irritating." With a sudden motion, he conjured a fiery long blade, flames cascading down his arm and engulfing his entire being, igniting the shadow blade as well. Armed with dual blades, he executed a swift strike. In an instant, Yi Xiao vanished from sight, and the air became saturated with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Boom! The cerulean battle dragon emitted a wretched cry as Yi Xiao sent it flying with a single stroke. "Aren't you quite formidable? Didn't you claim you would slay me? If you wish to consume me, then I shall consume you first." With a flick of his wrist, the 9 warriors dissipated, and he activated the copying eye. Having thoroughly examined the anatomy of the azure dragon, a flame materialized before him, transforming into a colossal creature standing 10 meters tall. This entity bore an uncanny resemblance to the azure dragon, yet it was engulfed in golden flames, obscuring its visage, rendering it a mere manifestation of. The fiery monstrosity emitted a battle cry identical to that of the azure dragon. Yi Xiao gently patted it and remarked with a smile, "Let us name it the Golden Flame Dragon. What do you think? It certainly possesses more prestige than yours." Tang Hao's face twitched in anger. "My azure dragon is a true being of draconic lineage. Yours is but a counterfeit. Pathetic. Whether it is indeed pathetic, you shall discover." With a resounding boom, the Golden Flame Dragon lunged at the azure dragon, pinning it forcefully to the ground and unleashing the unquenchable flames began to creep up the body of the azure dragon, instilling a flicker of fear in its large, bell-like eyes. "This won't do. Your dragon pales in comparison to mine. It is far too weak, and you are inferior as well." Yi Xiao replied with a cold smile. "You, the dragon tamer, are merely a decoration, indistinguishable from a beast master." He brandished his sword and charged towards Tang Hao. "Arrogance. I concede that you possess some strength. Defeating Gao Jie and Chen Tao is commendable. Thus, I permit you to witness my true power. Azure Dragon, return. Dragon armored." Swish. The azure battle dragon swiftly pushed aside Yi Xiao's golden flame dragon and retreated. "Tang Hao, kill him. I must end his life. The pain is unbearable." "Aya!" It roared in fury, the golden flames still engulfing its form, revealing numerous severe burns across the azure dragoness body, with many of its scales torn away. "Fear not. He shall pay dearly." Tang Hao replied coldly. "Come forth. Let the Divine Guardian University tremble under your command." Azure armor. Roar. The azure battle dragon stood behind Tang Hao, emitting a deafening roar. A massive blue beam of light enveloped the two. Moments later, as the light dissipated, Tang Hao was clad in deep blue battle armor, wielding a great sword, while a dark cloak billowed behind him in the wind. Intriguing, reminiscent of the yin-yang attire of a sailor's suit, Yi Xiao mused, stroking his chin. "Die." Tang Hao had already charged, swinging his great sword toward Yi Xiao. In this state, Tang Hao's combat prowess was on par with that of a second-tier transformation. Minter Sun's face lit up with delight. "I never anticipated he harbored such strength. Our magic capital vocational university has truly stumbled upon a treasure." As Tang Hao and Yi Xiao clashed, Minter Sun wore an expression of astonishment. It appeared this lad had exhausted his tricks. This battle is assured. However, Yi Zhao's gaze flickered with newfound understanding. The golden flame robe was far more than mere ornamentation. If I could transform through flames. Without hesitation, Yi Zhao began to summon the golden flames of the universe. As he stepped forward, golden lotus flowers blossomed in his wake. Gather. With a series of sizzling sounds, all the flames enveloped Yi Zhao, forming an imposing suit of golden battle armor. He appeared as a blazing deity, exuding an aura of unimaginable power. Your abilities are commendable. Allow me to borrow them. Yi Zhao flicked his hand, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of donning a warrior's armor. With a resounding crash, he charged at Tang Hao, engaging him in fierce combat. Minter's son watched in astonishment. Yi Zhao grew increasingly emboldened, ultimately delivering a decisive blow that sent Tang Hao's sword flying. Seizing the moment, he discarded his shadow blade and lunged forward with a powerful punch. Boom! His fist struck Tang Hao's head, quickly followed by a kick. Bang! Bang! It felt as if every part of his body had transformed into a weapon, striking with precision, while Tang Hao was reduced to a mere punching bag. Entirely at Yi Zhao's mercy. You dare to toy with my girlfriend? You think you have the right? Kill me? On what grounds? The Tang family is formidable, and you, Tang Hao, are impressive? Forgive me, but to me, you are insignificant. In the end, Yi Zhao seemed to have truly gone mad with rage. He relentlessly stripped the battle armor from Tang Hao piece by piece. I had warned you that your career would come to an abrupt end. I do not deceive. I, Yi Zhao, am a man of my word, steadfast and resolute. Clang. The fragments of armor crashed to the ground. Tang Hao, pinned down by Yi Zhao, was battered mercilessly, his flesh reduced to a pulp. Enjoying the company of women? Apologies, but you shall have no further opportunities. With a decisive kick, Yi Zhao crushed him at his most vulnerable. Bang! From the moment Tang Hao lost his weapon, he had relinquished all semblance of control. A swift series of strikes rendered him utterly foolish. The discarded armor lay scattered, transformed into the battered form of the Azure Dragon. Tang Hao, witnessing his master in such a pitiful state, the Azure Dragon was overcome with shock and fury. Do not cry out. Your turn shall come swiftly. Hearing the call, Yi Zhao carelessly discarded Tang Hao as though he were mere refuse. Enveloped in flames, he charged toward the Azure Dragon. Who taught you to feast upon the flesh of others? Those who consume flesh are nothing but demons. You shall meet your demise as well. Boom! With a single motion, Yi Zhao summoned a tempest of flames, a 3-meter-long blade materializing in his grasp. Then, with a powerful leap, he descended with the blade poised to strike. Under the gaze of the terrified Azure Dragon, the blade drew ever closer. At that moment, several figures burst into the private room. One could see the silhouette of a colossal azure beast, which was cleaved in two by a youth engulfed in flames, descending from the heavens with a single stroke of his blade. As Tang Hao emitted a piercing wail, the Azure Battle Dragon was utterly consumed by the golden flames. Chapter 59. No one dares to step forward? I, Ning Zhao, will take the lead. What? By rewatching, arriving late, was taken aback by the scene before her. Her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Hadn't it been advised to take it easy? You've gone and completely incapacitated him. Boom. Yi Zhao tightened his grip on the 3-meter-long blade, ablaze with golden flames, and brought it down, creating a massive chasm that surged towards Tang Ruoqing and her companion. Swish. Suddenly, a figure beside Bai Ruoqing stepped forward, lightly gesturing with one hand, causing all the flames to vanish. Teacher Bai? Upon seeing Bai Ruoqing's arrival, a look of disbelief crossed Yi Zhao's face. He dispersed the fiery blade, and the flickering sparks in his eyes gradually extinguished. As the golden flame robe receded, it revealed his bare upper body, 8 defined abdominal muscles, and a physique that belied his seemingly frail appearance. Teacher Bai, what brings you here? If we hadn't come, you would have ended up killing this young man. Bai Ruoqing reproached Yi Zhao with a glance. At that moment, Tang Hao lay on the ground, clutching his groin and rolling in agony. I'm done for. It hurts so much. His face contorted in pain, tears and mucus mingling in a wretched display. Tang Hao's younger brother lay crushed beneath Yi Zhao's foot, and his accompanying divine dragon had been severed by Yi Zhao's blade. This signifies that he has become a physical wreck, rendering his career equally. A dragon warrior stripped of his accompanying divine dragon is even inferior to an ordinary warrior. One can only imagine the depths of despair within Tang Hao. Your actions are truly. Bai Ruoqing sighed, uncertain of how to address Yi Zhao. Teacher Bai, Did you not say one could protect oneself? This fellow harbors ill intentions and drugged me. Yi Xiao lamented with a look of grievance. You cannot fathom the potency of that drug. Had I truly fallen victim to it, you might never see me again. Bai Ruoqing shot him a glance. While others may be oblivious to Yi Xiao's true nature, she certainly was not. Those who sought to gain the upper hand against him were merely chasing a fleeting dream. Indeed, as my classmate Yi Xiao aptly stated, it was Tang Hao who initiated the drugging and subsequently resorted to threats. Yi Xiao's actions can certainly be deemed self-defense, interjected a middle-aged man who had remained silent beside Bai Ruoqing. A flicker of approval shone in his gaze as he regarded Yi Xiao. Youth, your methods are quite adept, and your strength is commendable, he praised. The principal's compliments are undeserved. These are merely trivial matters, hardly worthy of mention, Yi Xiao replied, waving his hand dismissively. He had always prided himself on being rather modest. Ah, you are quite intriguing. Do visit my office for tea sometime, Ning Zhao chuckled. Yi Xiao's expression soured at the suggestion. I may have a particular fondness for indulging in alcoholic beverages. There is also liquor. In truth, the taste of cola is far superior. Whatever you wish to drink is available. Yi Xiao. What does this mean? Is this step intentionally left for me to not descend? All right. He reluctantly agreed, his face laden with a bitter expression. Very well, let us proceed to take a look. Yi Xiao led the two towards Jiang Rou and her companion's table. Principal Ning. Upon seeing Ning Zhao striding towards them, Minter's son hurriedly approached with a submissive demeanor, extending both hands in a gesture of greeting. However, Ning Zhao did not spare him a glance, brushing past him without acknowledgement. Minter's son bore no resentment, merely wiping his pant legs and maintaining that obsequious smile. Is it confirmed that this matter was initiated by Tang Hao's provocation? Ning Zhao directly posed the question to Jiang Rou and her group. Indeed, this is the cup used by Tang Hao and his associates to serve Yi Xiao alcohol, containing a potent soporific identical to the substance retrieved from Wang Shui's bag. Jiang Rou handed the drug to Ning Zhao. A perennial despair? This is a powerful narcotic utilized to confound demons, and an excessive dosage could potentially lead to death. Ning Zhao's expression turned icy. Subsequently, Jiang Rou presented a recording to Ning Zhao, and in addition, Bai Ryu and Xiao Hongchen summoned personnel from the Yuelu to retrieve the surveillance footage hidden in the corner. Upon witnessing this scene, Minter's son's countenance was more ghastly than if he had consumed excrement. A pallid fear enveloped his features. He had never anticipated that these students could possess such meticulous thoughts. From the outset, they had fallen into Yi Zhao's snare, a trap intricately woven, designed to ensnare them utterly. Recalling his first encounter with Yi Xiao, who bore an honest and simple smile, a chill coursed through Minter's son's heart. That smile was deceptively beguiling. It had dulled their vigilance. How could a young man possess such profound maturity of thought? It was utterly terrifying. A recording? Let me see. Ning Zhao remarked as she activated the video. The screen revealed Tang Hao's defiant expression. Kid, do you know what happened to the last person who crossed me? A powerless wretch like you. Just wait and see how I can bring about your demise. Once you are gone, your little girlfriend will be mine. I shall cherish her dearly. Moreover, I shall enlist 10 burly men to adore her as well. I just wonder if her petite frame can endure such affection. I am backed by the Tang family, wielding immense power and strength. What can you possibly do about it? Even if I were to kill you today, no one would dare to stand up for you. The camera, crafted by the latest technology from the Great Xia Institute, was capable of capturing even the faintest flutter of a fly's wings. Every word exchanged between Tang Hao and Minter's son was meticulously recorded. Very well. What a fine fellow Tang Hao is. What a magnificent Tang family. So powerful indeed. No one dares to step forward, do they? Today I, Ning Zhao, shall take the initiative. Contact the Tang family. I demand their personal presence to retrieve him. Ning Zhao's gaze was as frigid as ice. The current plight of the Great Xia, with demons and deities lurking menacingly from without, and these aristocratic families bullying the weak from within, is utterly intolerable. They wield their power with impunity. It is truly abhorrent. Ning Zhao, alongside the formidable warriors of Great Xia, battles in the wilderness, protecting these parasitic aristocrats? It is simply unforgivable. Were it not for the aristocratic family's profound heritage, extensive lineage, and formidable strength, Great Xia would not withstand such turmoil. Ning Zhao must propose to the supreme leader to take action against these noble families. Moments later, a commotion erupted outside the private room. Two figures rushed in. One bore a resemblance to Tang Hao, strikingly handsome yet, Unlike Tang Hao, his eyes concealed a deep-seated defiance, instead revealing an aura of composure. The other was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority even in silence, undoubtedly a person of high standing. However, upon arriving, they were met with the sight of Tang Hao's dismal state. Principal Ning, what has happened to Howard? Tang Chenlu's expression darkened considerably as he beheld his son's woeful condition. His father, the accompanying divine dragon of his younger brother, had been slain, and that precious artifact of his had also been shattered underfoot. Tang Xian examined Tang Hao's injuries and spoke gravely. What? Tang Chenlu's eyes were ablaze with fury. Who did this? Who is responsible? His gaze swiftly fell upon Zhang Ro, who stood among the crowd with a frosty countenance. Zhang Ro, tell me, who is the culprit? He demanded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not concern yourself with who did it just yet. First, take a look at this, Ning Zhao retorted, as he thrust the audio recording towards the furious Tang Chenlu, showcasing the misdeeds of his son. Chapter 60, Tang Xian's Resolution. Yi Zhao's bottom line. After watching the video, Tang Chenlu calmed down somewhat, retreating 2 steps with a grim expression. This was indeed Tang Hao's speaking style, but could this be acknowledged? If admitted, Tang Hao would surely find himself imprisoned in the Great Xia, celebrating the new year behind bars. Even the official investigation bureau of Great Xia would initiate an inquiry into the Tang family. The Tang family could not withstand such scrutiny. Principal Ning, I believe the authenticity of this video is open to question. After all, in this day and age, even a moderately skilled hacker can easily alter video content. At this moment, Tang Xian spoke calmly. Exactly. Xianer is right. Howard is inherently kind-hearted. He would never engage in such actions. I believe this video is a fabrication. Someone is attempting to slander Howard. Tang Chenlu hastily concurred. Do you take me for a fool, or do you consider yourselves foolish? We are all professionals. Can't you discern any alterations? Furthermore, with so many people present, do you assume they are all blind? Ning Zhao retorted with irritation. These prominent families, when faced with trouble, instinctively seek to distance themselves. If a crisis were to befall Great Xia, would they act in the same manner? They exhibit no sense of responsibility. I can attest that the video is genuine. I can too. So can I. Bai Ruoyu and others raised their hands in agreement. Zhang Ro. Even Zhang Ro has expressed her stance, which only deepens Tang Chenlu's grim countenance. After all, she is the daughter-in-law of the Tang family. How could she possibly side with an outsider? Even if the video were authentic, it merely reflects Howdy's verbal claims, which cannot be taken as true. Perhaps Howdy was merely attempting to intimidate him. Yet he has rendered Howdy incapacitated. Not only has his career been ruined, but he has also been deprived of the chance to carry on his lineage. In comparison, isn't Yi Xiao the one more culpable? Tang Xian proclaimed with utmost seriousness. What crimes have I committed? At most, I am guilty of fighting, perhaps an excessive act of self-defense. And your brother? He resorted to poisoning. If I am not mistaken, this should fall under the category of toxic substances. He is conspiring against the pride of the Great Xia. This equates to an attempt on the future of the Great Xia. It obstructs the nation's development. This is treason. Your brother is guilty of treason. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao hurled this accusation directly. You, such a sharp-tongued young man. Tang Xian was thoroughly infuriated by him. Poisoning someone has been turned into a charge of treason, and it seems conviction hinges solely on mere words. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao's assertion holds truth. If both Yi Xiao and Tang Hao were to be held accountable, Yi Xiao would only face a maximum of half a month in confinement, and with Ning Zhao's intervention, he might not even need to serve that long. Yet Tang, for attempting to murder the pride of Great Xia, coupled with Ning Zhao's interference, could very well face the death penalty. The Tang family would ultimately share in the consequences. What on earth do you intend to do? Tang Xian gazed at Yi Xiao, squinting as he inquired. What is it that you wish to ask me? Are you inquiring about the laws of the Great Xia, or about Principal Ning? As a mere student, my influence is negligible when faced with challenges. I can only look out for my own interests. What more can I do? Yi Xiao regarded him with an impassive demeanor. Very well, very well. Tang Xian nodded repeatedly, realizing that this young man was impervious to reason. Yi Xiao, you possess commendable qualities. I shall remember you. With that, he turned on his heel. Father, let us depart. But, Xianer, your younger brother. Tang Chenlu's expression darkened with concern. The Great Xia has its own laws. If my brother has erred, he must bear the consequences. A noble family must not escape judgment while commoners are held accountable. No one shall be granted special treatment. Henceforth, Tang Hao is no longer a member of the Tang family. By the decree of the young master of the Tang family, I hereby announce the expulsion of Tang Hao. With these words, he did not look back as he led Tang Chenlu away from the private room. Upon hearing his brother's resolute declaration, 2 tears cascaded down Tang Hao's cheeks, his countenance ashen. He understood that, when faced with the choice between family and himself, his brother had chosen the family. After Tang Chenlu's departure, Ning Zhao's expression was grave. What a formidable figure Tang Xian is, severing ties with such resolve. Truly a hero among men. Even Ning Zhao could not help but be impressed by Tang Xian's unwavering stance. The Tang family had indeed produced a dragon. Yet, he cast a glance towards Yi Shao. Exercise caution with Tang Xian. The Tang family is known for their vendettas, and I suspect this matter will not simply be overlooked. Yi Shao nodded. Prior to making this decision, I had already steeled myself for the consequences, prepared to confront whatever challenges may arise. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency began to swell within Yi Shao. Tang Xian is no ordinary adversary. His prowess is exceptionally remarkable and undoubtedly represents the most formidable opponent he has encountered since his arrival in this realm. Following this incident, it is high time to elevate my own capabilities. Very well, summon the police to manage this situation. Those in need of medical attention must be sent to the hospital. Ning Zhao gazed at the 2 paintings adorning the wall, his expression twitching. This fellow truly possesses an abundance of artistic flair. You too. Should you wish to linger in the capital for a while longer, I will arrange accommodations. If you prefer to return, I shall ensure your safe passage home. He then addressed Wang Shui'er and Suya, stating, I wish to go back. Wang Shui'er's complexion was as pale as death. Even Tang Hao had been rendered incapacitated. If she dared to remain here any longer, her fate would surely be no better. Yi Shao is nothing short of a monster. It's best I return to Magic City and seek out those young men for some amusement. I wish to stay here, Suya softly replied. After this incident, she feared she had irrevocably severed ties with Wang Shui'er and her faction. Wang Shui'er engaged in frivolous activities with her senior from the 2nd year. If she were to return, it could potentially pose great danger. Suya even contemplated transferring directly to Zhengxin University. All right, let's go, Ning Zhao nodded, striding purposefully toward the exit of the private room, with Yi Shao and the others following suit. Once everyone had departed, Minter's son exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Ning Zhao had forgotten about him. Otherwise, he too would have faced dire consequences. At that moment, however, Minter's son's phone rang. You are dismissed from this moment forth. You have no affiliation with Modu Vocational University. You shall bear all repercussions. The voice on the other end was unmistakably that of the president of Modu Vocational University. He immediately felt his strength drain away. Moments later, officers arrived to escort Tang Hao and the ashen-faced Minter's son away. After the departure from Jiaxian building, Ning Zhao left due to pressing official duties. Bai Ruoqing allocated her time to Yi Shao and the others for their own arrangements. Yi Shao, you have been rather impulsive this time. If Tang Xian seeks to drag you down with him, you will not emerge unscathed. Jiang Ro expressed her concerns. I wager that the Tang family's foundation is tainted. He wouldn't dare to confront me, Yi Shao replied nonchalantly. After all, he had nothing to lose. His life was expendable. Whoever sought to challenge him would first have to tear away a piece of flesh from him, regardless of whether one was a deity or a member of a prominent family. Yi Shao, please refrain from taking such risks in the future. You cannot fathom the extent of my anxiety at that moment. Jiang Ro's gaze towards Yi Shao softened with a touch of tenderness. If Yi Shao were to grasp Jiang Ro's hand now, he would discover that it was completely dampened, drenched in the sweat of her apprehension. Rest assured, Jiang Ro, I will take good care of myself. Observing the seriousness in Jiang Ro's eyes, Yi Shao retracted his nonchalant demeanor and spoke earnestly. However, should anyone dare to lay a hand on those close to me, I will go to any lengths to ensure they regret it for eternity. Even if it means confronting a deity, I shall do so for you. This is my unwavering principle. Chapter 61, Strength Enhancement and the New Eye Technique. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Shao discovered Lin Ru earnestly engrossed in her studies. Yi Shao, you've become quite the sensation once again, Lin Ru remarked, setting her book aside with a smile. Yi Shao responded, slightly taken aback, as Lin Ru pulled out her phone and accessed the school's forum. TSK, TSK, TSK. The freshman champion of Modu Vocational University has been attributed to you. Everyone is now proclaiming you as one of the contenders for the freshman competition championship. Congratulations, Yi Shao. With a nonchalant expression, Yi Shao shrugged dismissively. Congratulations for what? I'm not the champion, and even if I were, What does it matter? There are champions every year in the freshman competition. Hee. Lin Ru observed Yi Xiao with curiosity. I find you quite different, Yi Xiao. What kind of honor would truly bring you joy? If it were an ordinary person from a humble background achieving what you have, they would likely be overjoyed, perhaps even jumping for joy. Yi Xiao paused momentarily in the act of removing his outerwear. Ah, how delightful. A contender for the championship. I've never had such an honor in my life. I'm so exhilarated I can hardly contain myself. My entire being is trembling with excitement, he said, his tone laced with irony. What are you doing? Lin Ru inquired, her smile faltering as she noticed Yi Xiao had not only removed his jacket, but was now starting to take off his pants. I'm going to take a shower, Yi Xiao replied. It is still September, and the weather remains quite warm. I am about to take a cold shower. Would you care to join me? Yi Xiao formally extended an invitation to Lin Ru. He had almost shed all his garments, donning only a pair of square-cut shorts. His well-defined muscles were exposed, presenting a striking figure. I have not perspired. Therefore, I do not require a shower. Lin Ru turned away, returning to his book. Indeed, it is true. You spend your days in the dormitory engrossed in reading, thus avoiding any significant sweat. However, dear friend, Yi Xiao found himself beside Lin Ru, his hand resting on his shoulder. It is hardly beneficial to remain cooped up in the dormitory all day. You ought to venture outside for a stroll. You might just encounter a junior, and who knows? You could embark on a profound exploration of the most primitive inquiries of humanity in a secluded grove or a charming pavilion. After all, you possess a rather handsome appearance, and your complexion is quite fair. What is your secret to such upkeep, my friend? As he spoke, Yi Xiao playfully poked Lin Ru's cheek. It appears even finer than by Ruayu's skin. She would surely be envious upon seeing it. Yi Xiao shook his head in amusement. Yi Xiao, perhaps you should take your shower first. I am in the midst of reading. Oh, indeed, Yi Xiao replied, turning away while scratching his head as he made his way toward the bathroom. Lin Ru could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, for distinct sweat stains had emerged beneath his long fingers, pressing against the pages of his book. 10 minutes later, when Yi Xiao emerged from the bathroom, Lin Ru had already succumbed to slumber. This fellow, who neither smokes nor drinks, does not indulge in late nights or bar hopping, but instead immerses himself in books, truly a paragon of virtue. I wonder which fortunate girl will encounter such a treasure of a man. If I were a woman, I might very well find myself enamored with him. Yi Xiao dried his hair and stepped into the corridor to indulge in a cigarette. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have checked in today, myopia. Upon regaining his senses, Yi Xiao realized that it had indeed passed midnight, marking the arrival. It seems I have once again gathered a collection of ocular techniques. Hey, how can you call this myopia a technique? You are merely bestowing affliction upon my eyes. Yi Xiao couldn't help but scoff. Over the past few days, he had gradually amassed a considerable assortment of ocular conditions: cataracts, hyperopia, conjunctivitis. They all sound like ailments. Yet the system insists on labeling them as techniques. How can myopia possibly be referred to as a technique? If that were the case, wouldn't there be billions of people worldwide claiming to be ocular masters? Please refrain from questioning the system's professionalism. This is indeed an ocular technique. 6. Then please enlighten me on the utility of this technique. Beep. The system promptly generated a panel. Myopia, apart from myopia itself, you shall not suffer from any other ocular afflictions. When paired with hyperopia, you will possess remarkably healthy eyes. Yi Xiao. Very well. So that's how you wish to play. I have no time for idle chatter. Fusion of eye techniques. Ding. Congratulations, host. The fusion of eye techniques is complete. You have acquired the Wood Spirit Eye, Purple. Wood Spirit Eye, Purple, a powerful healing and restorative effect. When activated during combat, the host becomes immune to all non-lethal damage, with a continuous supply of eye power. Evolution path: Wood Spirit Eye, Purple, Divine Wood Eye, Red, Eye of Life, Black, Everlasting Green Eye, Gold. It seems I have reached yet another pinnacle in my profession. Yi Xiao stroked his chin. It is already known that his eternal flame eye has attained its zenith. Meanwhile, the ultimate form of the martial god eye, the martial Tao heavenly eye, represents the peak of the martial profession. The everlasting green eye is likely the pinnacle for healing practitioners, and possibly beyond that as well. After all, the name everlasting green leaves ample room for imagination. It could be considered an auxiliary divine skill, quite remarkable indeed. Setting aside its healing effects, the inexhaustible eye power is already formidable. Previously, Yi Xiao would utilize the martial god phantom, but often found himself unable to unleash its full power due to insufficient eye energy. However, with this wood spirit eye, Yi Xiao declared that from now on, the martial god phantom would serve as my basic attack. If I do not claim the championship in this new grand tournament, it would be an affront to justice. The following morning, Lin Ru left for class early. Yi Xiao rose from his slumber only when the sun had ascended high in the sky. He requested a leave of absence from Bai Ruo Qing. Subsequently, he navigated to the official website of Zhongshan University, specifically the treasure module. Let us not forget that he still possessed over 10,000 points languishing in his account. Moreover, his current extraordinary 6th-tier rank was proving to be rather insufficient. Nearly a month into the new semester, the students had all elevated their levels. It was rumored that Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchun were on the verge of reaching extraordinary 9th tier. Yi Xiao had fallen significantly behind. Energy crystals were indeed a valuable commodity. Let us procure 500 of them. Each energy crystal was worth 10 points. Thus, this transaction would cost him 5,000 points. This left him with 8,200 points. He pondered what else he might acquire. As he scrolled through the treasure trove, he stumbled upon the Eye of a Void Sea Beast. 8,000 points. How remarkably inexpensive. I recall this creature being a domain-level demon. In terms of combat prowess, it surpassed many deities. Residing in the depths of the ocean, it was notoriously difficult to hunt. Wait. Oh, it's a juvenile. No wonder it is so affordable. I shall take one. Half an hour later, all the resources Yi Xiao had purchased arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Broken Illusion Eye, purple, has met the advancement criteria. The next stage is the Eye of the Void, red. Indeed, Yi Xiao's lips curled into a smile. The conditions for advancement had been fulfilled. Chapter 62. The Peculiar Roommate. The inauguration of the freshman competition, Yi Xiao absorbed a little over half of the 500 energy crystals, propelling his level directly to the extraordinary 9th tier. The next stage awaits, Transcendence. The remaining 300 crystals will be saved until he reaches this transformative level. As one progresses to the later stages, the quantity of energy crystals required for level advancement increases significantly. Relying solely on the peculiar energy in the atmosphere for enhancement would result in a prolonged wait. Thus, leveraging various external forces becomes essential. However, it is likely that these 300 energy crystals will only elevate him by a single tier once he reaches Transcendence. Next up, the Eye of Void. I am coming. Yi Xiao produced the Eye of the Void Sea Beast. It was a pair of crystalline pupils, as clear and pure as gemstones, emanating an enigmatic aura. Merge. Yi Xiao silently intoned, as the pupils of the Void Sea Beast exploded into a cascade of starlight, flooding into his own eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Eye of Void, red. Eye of Void. Penetrate all illusions. Discern the weaknesses of adversaries. The host can harness the power of space in combat, spatial coordinates, spatial shattering, spatial blades, and slip into the void. Indeed, quite formidable. Anything related to space is immensely powerful. Remarkable. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Particularly, the spatial coordinates feature is rather cheeky. If he sets a coordinate at the Divine Guardian Academy, he could instantly teleport back from anywhere. This is truly an extraordinary escape technique. A real-life teleportation. A human-like transmission array. Particularly when undertaking missions in the wilderness, it is akin to possessing an additional life. At noon, Yi Xiao, the principal, summoned all the new students to gather on the playground, for the freshman competition was about to commence. Yi, having indulged in various distractions, realized he had squandered a considerable amount of time and found himself lost in thought as midday approached. Lin Ru returned to the dormitory after class. I lost track of time. Yi Xiao glanced at the clock. It was 11:30. He rubbed his head, a complex expression on his face. He hadn't eaten breakfast nor lunch. It was now too late to eat. The eateries around Zhongshan University were swarming with ravenous students. He couldn't possibly defeat them all with a mere shadow of a martial god, could he? There was no chance of grabbing a meal, but starving? At that moment, Lin Ru quietly sat back at her desk, opening her lunchbox and beginning to eat bite by bite. Gulp. She turned around and noticed Yi Xiao's look of longing. Would you like to share some? She hesitated. This seems inappropriate. Oh dear, how could I impose? Saying this, Yi Xiao retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the lunchbox. This doesn't seem quite right. I feel like this sort of thing. It's fine. I can't eat this much. I'll give you half. The portions of the fast food at Genshin University were quite substantial, as they catered to professionals who consumed more due to their high energy expenditure. The ants served the rice with unwavering hands, the grains piled high like a small mountain. Each time, Bai Ruiyu and Jiang Ro had to share a portion to satiate their hunger. How much is it? I'll pay you. No need, we are all roommates. Lin Ru smiled softly, quietly consuming her boxed meal. Then I shall not be polite. Next time, I'll treat you to drinks. Yi Xiao accepted the meal, devouring it with great enthusiasm. In no time, he had finished, while Lin Ru had barely made a dent in her portion. The rice hardly shifted at all. Yi Xiao, could you please not stare at me? Lin Ru said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yi Xiao's persistent gaze made her uncomfortable. Oh, my apologies. Yi Xiao reacted quickly, stepping out onto the balcony for a smoke. However, as he turned back, he found himself increasingly puzzled. Initially, he thought Lin Ru was merely shy, but her behavior today and last night appeared quite peculiar. Yi Xiao was no fool. Having read numerous novels in his previous life, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. He returned indoors, finding Lin Ru still nibbling at her meal. Hey, Lin Ru. She looked up. You wouldn't happen to be a girl, would you? Lin Ru stood frozen in place, followed by a fit of intense coughing. He placed the lunchbox on the table, thumping his chest. How is that even possible? Yi Xiao, your imagination is truly boundless. Look at me. I have an Adam's apple. How could I possibly be a woman? Lin Ru chuckled. And my voice doesn't sound feminine, does it? Don't get me wrong. My good skin is simply because I rarely go outside. Most of my time is spent at home reading, and I am not accustomed to being too close to the same sex. I have my own rhythm of life. Yi Xiao, there's no need for you to overanalyze me. All right then. Yi Xiao reclined on the bed, his hands resting on the pillow. The more he observed Lin Ru, the more peculiar she appeared to him. Curiosity clawed at him like a persistent beast. Just as he was contemplating whether to employ his ocular technique to investigate further, Lin Ru's soft voice reached his ears. Yi Xiao, please do not use your ocular technique on me. In that instant, his thoughts were dispelled. Rest assured I won't. Yi Xiao closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of midnight. As the resounding chime of the university clock echoed throughout Genshin University, Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He knew that the freshman competition had begun. Yi Xiao, let's go. Hurry to the playground. Today, we shall be divided into groups. If we end up in the same group, I shall certainly deliver a sound beating to you to avenge last time. Yi Xiao, we will be waiting for you on the playground. As he opened his phone, his screen was filled with messages from Bai Ruiyu and others. Let us go, Yi Xiao, Lin Ru said, having neatly arranged the lunchbox and now quietly gazing at Yi Xiao. Let us depart. The two stepped out of the dormitory. Throughout the journey, Lin Ru held a classic text firmly in her grasp. What is this? It's merely a matter of habit, Lin Ru elucidated. They walked side by side towards the playground. Look, they are coming. It's Yi Xiao and Lin Ru. I have never seen Lin Ru at school. So this is what he looks like, quite handsome. Almost absurdly so. Is that the Yi Xiao by Lin Ru's side? He doesn't resemble the rumors at all. What were the rumors about Yi Xiao? Well, I heard it from a classmate. They say Yi Xiao is 3 meters tall, with a physique reminiscent of a powerful beast, possessing 6 arms. He has a green face with fangs, a voice like thunder, and tattoos of the King of Hell on his back, with images of the Tenyama on his chest. A true demonic deity walking among mortals. But he appears so ordinary now, even somewhat charming. The individual who posed the question found themselves momentarily speechless. My friend, the Divine University does not permit admissions of extraordinary species, thank you. From another direction, a wave of astonished voices erupted. A young man donned in a flowing white robe, with long, inky hair cascading behind him, approached Yi Xiao and Lin Ru. He exuded an ethereal presence, akin to that of a celestial being. His face adorned with a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Once again, we meet, Yi Xiao. I eagerly anticipate our battle, and of course, you as well, Lin Ru. Chapter 63, Jiang Ro's Determination. Yi Xiao enters the fray. Wutong's den. Was this command issued by that old fellow of yours? Yi Xiao inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. No, it is my own volition. Engaging in battle with the strong is immensely beneficial. This is a lesson my grandfather has instilled in me. One must aspire to match the strong and then surpass them. That old chap possesses quite the insight, Yi Xiao remarked with a wry smile, sharing a brief laugh with Wu Tongxian before taking his leave. Lin Ru, being more reserved and less articulate, merely nodded in acknowledgement as they passed each other. Linru, let us return to our respective homes, each to our own families, Yi Xiao said, patting him on the shoulder. Very well, we shall meet in the finals. Linru replied. Indeed, we shall meet in the finals. Upon arriving at the designated location, Bai Ryu and the others had been awaiting his arrival. Yi Xiao, you have finally arrived. Yi Xiao scratched his head as he approached. What is the matter? I'm not late, am I? We've drawn lots. The preliminary round is divided into 10 groups, each consisting of around 100 participants. The first round will determine the top 100. And we have already completed our draws. Bai Ryu exclaimed, raising the slip of paper in her hand. I am in Group A. This is undoubtedly a good omen. I am also in Group A, Jiang Ro announced with a smile. Humph. With Jiang Ro and me teaming up, our entire group will be utterly dominated. Ha ha ha. Bai Ryu laughed exaggeratedly. I am in Group C, Xiao Hongqian declared, raising her own slip. I am in Group E, another participant chimed in. His roommate, Qiu Jianfeng, also chimed in. Go ahead and draw, Yi Xiao. After all, it's just a lottery. With your abilities, you would excel in any group. Just look at how many eyes are fixated on you. Bai Ryu gestured towards the surrounding crowd. Why do I feel like they want to kill me? Yi Xiao scratched his head, feeling the murderous gazes of a group of male peers directed at him. It must be because of our two stunning beauties. They are consumed by envy and jealousy. Bai Ryu laughed heartily, hands on her hips. You have no idea. I am now one of the 4 campus beauties of the new students. By the way, the other 3 are Jiang Ro, Shun Gong Sa Tz. And one you don't know. Bai Ryu gave a thumbs up, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yi Xiao, your shirt is wrinkled. At that moment, Jiang Ro stepped forward and gently smoothed out the creases on Yi Xiao's t-shirt. Jiang Ro's hand was icy cold. Even through the fabric, he could feel that chill, despite it being the height of summer with the sun blazing down. Are you nervous? Yi Xiao inquired. No, just a bit excited. Jiang Ro replied as she withdrew her hand. For years, my father has been looked down upon by the Chu family. They have always believed that his genes tarnished their noble bloodline. To them, I was merely a beautiful pawn for a strategic marriage. But now, I can finally give them a taste of their own medicine. I, Jiang Ro, declare that the blood flowing within me, the blood of my father Jiang Mian, is not to be considered lowly. I am far more exceptional than the disciples of the Chu family. Jiang Ro spoke with resolute conviction. Typically a demure girl, she today articulated a series of heartfelt declarations. Excellent. Seeing your spirited demeanor brings me great relief, Yi Xiao remarked with a smile. Go forth and let the narrow-minded denizens of the Chu family witness the brilliance of Jiang Ro. Strike with fervor and secure a place among the top 10. I shall be your most ardent supporter. Yi Xiao, you are mistaken. We all shall cheer for Jiang Ro. Xiao Hongqian interjected. Indeed, this is a matter for all of us. How has it turned into just your concern and Jiang Ro's? Where's your sense of teamwork? Bai Ryu playfully chided as she moved closer. Then let us set a modest goal. All of us in the top 10. What do you say? Yi Xiao proposed. Of course. I have no objections. Isn't that obvious? Qiu Jianfeng, you should join us as well. Me? Sounds great. No problem, but my primary ambition is to face you. Xiao Hongqian, the rankings are of little consequence to me. By the way, Yi Xiao, you must not be satisfied with merely the top 10. You must strive for first place. Do you understand? Jiang Ro suddenly declared. Yes, exactly. We cannot bring shame to our southern province. First place must be seized. Especially that Wu Tongxian. Give him a thorough thrashing. Seeing that pretentious expression on his face infuriates me. Bai Ryu exclaimed, her fists clenched, embodying a spirit of cynicism. Rest assured, I will strike him so hard that even his grandfather wouldn't recognize him. With that, Yi Xiao strode towards the lottery draw. Oh, my dear husband. We meet again. A figure beside him greeted with a smile, revealing Xingong Ningzi, clad in a sailor outfit and black stockings. Please, after you, she said playfully. Hands clasped behind her back. No, I insist, Yi Xiao replied, making his way to the lottery system. Name, Yi Xiao, student ID. Upon announcing his name, the lottery system's attendant recorded it with an expression of indifference. Then, the system activated. Yi Xiao drew Group G. I finished, my husband. Let me see. Group G. It's my turn now. Xingong Ningzi chimed cheerfully as she approached, peeking at Yi Xiao's ticket, and then proceeded to draw. Ah, I won. I am also in Group G. Ha ha. My dear husband, what a coincidence. Would you mind if I had another ticket? Yi Xiao blinked, reflexively asking, another ticket? What kind? A marriage certificate. And perhaps a chubby child as well. What do you say? Xingong Ningzi's face radiated with delight. I have no inclination to become an unexpected father. Thank you. With that, he turned and walked away. Hey, don't go. I never claimed that I am currently pregnant. I was referring to after our marriage. Oh, Yi Xiao? Don't walk away. I have something to tell you. At this, Yi Xiao paused his steps. Speak quickly, spare no words. What else with such a frosty demeanor? Luckily, I am your wife. Anyone else would have been infuriated by now, Xingong Ningzi pouted. Just as Yi Xiao was growing impatient, she suddenly shifted her tone. Do you know, Yi Xiao, that the person in charge of the lottery system has been bribed? Bribed? By whom? The Tang family. How do you know? Because I, too, have been bribed. What do you mean? The Tang family offered me 3 million to eliminate you in the elimination round. Moreover, all the students in Group G, except for you, have been bribed by the Tang family. Yi Xiao? What does this mean? That is precisely what it means. The Tang family wants me and the remaining 98 students to join forces to ensure your defeat in the elimination round. Xingong Ningzi casually shrugged. No, what I am asking is why you are telling me this. Because you are my husband, and I have betrayed them. But you accepted their 3 million. How can you still call it a betrayal? Receiving money is one matter, while fulfilling one's duties is quite another. At worst, I could flee back to the land of the rising sun overnight. Does the Tang family dare to come after me there? Yu Xiao remarked. I have never encountered someone as brazenly shameless as you. Well, now you have. What do you think? Am I alluring? Xingong Ningzi fluttered her large eyes, exuding an enchanting charm. Chapter 64. I shall make but a single move. Those who can rise after my strike shall advance to the elimination round. Yi Xiao. I am heading to the arena. Without uttering a word, Yi Xiao turned and departed. This woman is exceedingly flirtatious. Is it a trait of all women from the East? Or is it solely Shinomiya Ningzi who possesses such allure? Each advance is a direct shot, and it is utterly overwhelming. Truly overwhelming. Yi Xiao, I can assist you. What do you say? There are 98 students, all distinguished scholars from the Divine Guardian University. You must feel an immense pressure, no? Allow me to help you. All I ask is that you accompany me to a hotel outside the campus tonight. No need. I can manage on my own. Oh dear, man, why must you feign strength? What good is bravado? Yi Xiao chose to ignore her. This audacious woman. Once again, she is here being provocative, devoid of any sense of propriety or shame. At that moment, Bai Ruiyu stepped forward, obstructing Shinomiya Ningzi's path. Oh, it appears to be Miss Bai? I nearly mistook you for a wall standing before me. I almost collided with you. How embarrassing. As she spoke, Shinomiya Ningzi tossed her flowing black hair, subtly thrusting her chest forward, her charms captivating all eyes. You. Shinomiya, I challenge you. I shall confront you in the freshman competition. Very well. Bring it on, Miss Bai. With that, she swayed her hips and sauntered away. Naturally, Shinomiya Ningzi and Yi Xiao were in the same group, destined to be in close proximity. Zhengshan University has deliberately established a formation that isolates the 10 groups, allowing students to engage in chaotic battles within the same confines. Ultimately, the last 10 standing will be eligible to enter the top 100. Once all participants have arrived, the referee from Group G activates the formation. Yi Xiao, although I lack concrete evidence, it is highly probable that this referee has been bribed by the Tang family. Is the Tang family truly so ruthless? Can they even buy off the instructors of Zhengshan University? Money can indeed move mountains, wouldn't you agree? Fair point. You seem to be the only one who accepts payment, yet neglects your duties. Yi Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Xingong Ningzi. I sent that just for you, my beloved husband, she exclaimed, attempting to embrace Yi Xiao, only for him to deftly evade her. Now that everyone is present, I shall activate the formation. It will remain open until the top 10 are determined. Remember, no killing. Do not inflict irreparable injuries. You must. As the referee concluded the rules, the crystal in his hand flickered briefly. With a whoosh, the elimination round commenced. The scenery before Yi Xiao and the others transformed, revealing them atop a massive stone. This stone hovered in the boundless void, surrounded by swirling white clouds and howling winds, an intimidating sight for those with acrophobia. It is merely a virtual mode of the formation, designed to enhance the ambience. Such theatrics are customary in the freshman competitions of professional universities. Xingong Ningzi elucidated. At that moment, an impolite voice echoed from afar. Yi Xiao, do you intend to withdraw on your own? Or shall we render you incapable of standing? A throng of students advanced menacingly towards Yi Xiao and Xingong Ningzi. The leader bore a striking resemblance to Tang Hao. Which side are you on? Who is Tang Hao to you? Yi Xiao inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Humph. I neither change my name nor alter my surname. I am Tang Quan, Tang Hao's cousin. My profession? A swordsman. Tang Quan declared with pride, his demeanor exuding an air of assured victory. He felt an undeniable confidence. After all, with over 90 students collectively targeting Yi Xiao, it was inconceivable for Yi Xiao to triumph, regardless of his prowess. These 90 individuals were not the same as those defeated by Lin Ru during the special admission exam. Each one of them, having gained entry to Zhengxin University, was an elite among elites, with none below the 5th tier of extraordinary prowess. Among them, Tang Quan stood out, boasting an extraordinary 8th tier status and ranking among the top 30. Xingu Ningzi, engage him. Hurry over. Tang Quan shouted to Xingu Ningzi, who stood beside Yi Xiao. His gaze towards her was filled with fervor. Such an unparalleled beauty, and of Eastern descent. What a delightful prospect it would be to share a night of passion with her. After all, if she was willing to confront Yi Xiao for monetary gain, perhaps she could also be persuaded. Tang Chuanyue's excitement grew increasingly fervent, wishing he could enact his wrath upon the aloof Xingu Ningzi right then and there. Yet, to his astonishment, she merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction before entwining her arm with Yi Xiao's. Her sweet, melodious voice floated from her crimson lips. What are you all discussing? How could I possibly assist you in confronting my husband? You. Tang Quanyue felt his mind buzz, as if a heartfelt confession had been devoured by a dog. This Xingu Ningzi had obviously been entangled with Yi Xiao long before, and yet, she dared to accept 3 million from the Tang family. How brazen. If she could take it, then so be it. What could she do? Without that money, how could he support his husband? The expenses for diapers, formula, and clothing for the child. Each item required financial resources. You actually have a child with her. Tang Chuanyue's face contorted with anger. Just the thought of the woman he coveted being involved with Yi Xiao, possibly even having a child, kindled a murderous rage within him. Seize them. Eliminate both of them. Wipe them out. He roared, consumed by fury. You deceitful wretch. You have betrayed my feelings. How absurd. This is our first encounter. And yet you accuse me of deceiving your feelings. Besides, you are hardly appealing, and your talents are lacking. Why would I ever be drawn to you? What do you possess that can compare to my husband? As she spoke, she pressed herself even closer to Yi Xiao, a gesture that inflicted a staggering blow to Tang Chuanyue's pride. Onward, he roared, brandishing a knife and charging directly at Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, over 90 others surged toward him, displaying a certain professionalism in their pursuit of wealth and executing tasks for others. Yi Xiao regarded the approaching throng with a disdainful smile. No matter how numerous the ants, they remained mere ants, easily crushed underfoot. My dear husband, shall we have a contest to see who can defeat the most adversaries? The loser must reward the victor with a kiss. Teased Xingu Ningzi, batting her eyelashes playfully. For you, it would merely be a reward. Ah, indeed. She winked, feigning innocence. However, that will not be necessary. I am sufficient on my own. He pushed aside Xingu Ningzi's arm and advanced. The school has regulations. A group must consist of 10 individuals, and I cannot eliminate all of you. He sighed in mock regret. Thus, I shall employ just one move. After that, the first 8 to rise will proceed, the rest may leave. With that, Yi Xiao slowly raised his hand. Chapter 65. The preliminary round concludes the Burning Heaven Seal, Manifest. With Yi Xiao's current prowess, he could instantly activate his eye technique and transform in the blink of an eye. As his words resonated, a resounding boom echoed. Countless golden flames surged towards Yi Xiao's hand, coalescing into a blazing seal that soon materialized. Bang! Yi Xiao hurled the Burning Heaven Seal forth with conviction. You think a mere seal can subdue us all? Yi Xiao, you overestimate yourself. Tang Quan bellowed in fury, brandishing his blade. Ninefold phantom blade. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several dark blades of energy shot forth with a piercing wail. Follow my lead. The other students unleashed their full strength, demonstrating a commendable sincerity. While some may pocket funds without delivering results, the remainder were fully committed to the fray. My goodness, with so many opponents, even clad in my yin-yang attire, I would surely be overwhelmed. Ning Ningzi of the Divine Palace covered her crimson lips, exhaling a sigh. Her violet-hued eyes fixated on Yi Xiao, brimming with curiosity. She too yearned to comprehend how Yi Xiao intended to subjugate them all. Go. Yi Xiao, with an impassive expression, cast the Burning Heaven Seal forward. Whoosh. The seal expanded immensely, enveloping everyone within its fiery embrace, akin to a blazing meteor hurtling downwards. Crack, crack, crack. Before the imposing might of the heaven-burning seal, various assaults appeared utterly feeble, shattering upon impact. How is this possible? Tang Quan exclaimed in a furious roar. How could Yi Xiao possess such formidable strength? This was the offensive of the notorious number 98. Even a metamorphosis-level opponent would be reduced to mere fragments. Yet, the moment they encountered the golden flames, they were entirely consumed, unable to even stir a ripple. The searing heat struck him like a wave. Tang let out a wretched cry. Yi Xiao, you shall pay for this. The Tang family will not let you escape. Boom. The seal technique thoroughly suppressed everyone present. Not let me escape? Tell Tang Xian to await his fate. One day, I shall sever his head and use it as a chamber pot. With a single hand gesture, Yi Xiao dispelled the heaven-burning seal. The students around him tumbled to the ground in a daze, many of their garments scorched beyond recognition. The boys fared somewhat better, while the girls, frightened, emitted shrill cries. He. Yi Xiao, do you find it captivating? Ning Ningzi, from the Divine Palace, inquired with her hands behind her back. Not particularly, he replied, his gaze fixed on the fallen students. Gradually, one figure rose to their feet, followed by several others. At that moment, 7 individuals had managed to stand. The remaining individuals were either unconscious or still struggling. At this moment, 2 figures slowly rose. One of them was Tang Quan, propped up by a broken sword, having managed to elevate himself partially. The other student, however, was slower to rise. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and swiftly appeared before him. Who permitted you to lean on your sword? You have cheated and are thus disqualified. Leave at once. With that, he delivered a sharp slap, sending Tang Quan flying. Yi Xiao, you are taking personal revenge. This is outrageous. Just moments ago, someone wielding a spear was allowed to proceed. Tang Quan protested. Yi Xiao disdainfully curled his lip. What of it? Is it my fault you bear the surname Tang? All those with the surname Tang should just leave. Thank you very much. The only reason I haven't eliminated you is to spare the school's reputation. Someone of your caliber would have been incinerated in the wilderness, with your ashes scattered. Yi Xiao's expression was one of utter contempt. It was he who had been the most vociferous, so why not target him? As for the few remaining students who had finally managed to stand and entered the top 100, Yi Xiao paid them no mind. The earlier blow was sufficient to keep them bedridden for several days. Having made it into the top 100, their journey ended here. They were unqualified to participate in the subsequent matches. Referee, the Group G assessment is complete. Yi Xiao raised his hand, directing his identity tag towards the sky. Once 10 students raised their identity tags, the formation would automatically dissipate, signifying the conclusion of the assessment. At this moment, the waiting mentor beheld the radiant formation, and his expression momentarily faltered. Hiss! How swift the actions were. In merely a few minutes, 10 individuals were already decided upon. It seems that Yi Xiao was eliminated right from the start. This 1 million was effortlessly acquired. A slight assistance, and it was within reach. The Tang family is truly generous. I would certainly seek such fortuitous opportunities in the future. The referee maintained a stoic demeanor, yet internally, he was reveling in delight. I wonder who will be the first to emerge. I wager it will be Shinomiya Ningzi, along with Tang Quan, as both are exceptionally talented among the students. The referee rubbed his hands together, patiently awaiting the moment. As a foot stepped forth from the formation, the shoes belonged to a man. Is it Tang Quan? Impressive. As expected of a disciple of the Tang family. Indeed remarkable. Gold shines wherever it may be. The referee nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, in the next instant, his expression froze upon his face. For the figure that appeared before him was none other than the smiling Yi Xiao. Oh, Lao Deng, are you disappointed to see me? Yi Xiao inquired with a smile that was neither fully smiling nor fully not. You've all confessed, haven't you? As a mentor of the Divine Guardian University, you accepted 1 million from the Tang family, didn't you? Quite commendable. You must insist that Principal Ning treat you to tea. What type do you fancy? Death tea, soul-severing tea, or resting in peace tea? Choose as you will. The referee trembled in fright at Yi Xiao's words. Yi Xiao, it is a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. No more explanations. Principal Ning will invite you for tea. Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in further discourse, and walked away. Just then, another direct approach from Ning Ningzi of the Divine Palace came flying towards him. Moments later, the referee, bearing an expression of utter despair, along with the head of the earlier lottery system, were escorted by campus security for tea. Subsequently, It was rumored that Ning Zhao had made a special visit to the Tang family, an act that nearly led the head of the Tang family to break his son Tang Chunlu's legs in anger. The other groups fared quite well. Zhang Rou and Bai Ryu collaborated seamlessly, becoming an unbeatable force. Xiao Hongqun wielded the cloud sword technique, making it impossible for anyone to approach within a 10-meter radius. The most outrageous was Qiu Jianfeng, who reportedly challenged anyone he encountered to duels, ultimately nearly being beaten to death by a mob of dozens. Yet he still managed to pass the assessment. As for Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian, they were so formidable that others voluntarily reduced their quota to 9. After an entire afternoon, the top 100 for the freshman competition were determined. That evening, Yi Xiao and his companions gathered in the dining hall. Yi Xiao, why have you bought 2 meals? Bai Ryu inquired curiously, eyeing the tray in his hands. This is for Lin Ru. I had his meal at noon, so I'm returning the favor tonight. Where's Lin Ru? I heard he was called to the back of the teaching building, but I'm not certain. Bai Ryu replied, her mouth full of food, making her words somewhat unclear. Since arriving at Jinshin University, Bai Ryu seems to have become less selective about her food. Aside from peanuts, she devours everything in sight. Her appetite has grown tremendously, surpassing even Yi Xiao. Oh, thanks. By the way, Yi Xiao glanced at her with a hint of disdain. Eat less, don't gain too much weight. With that, he turned and walked away. Humph. Yi Xiao, you simply don't understand. I actually want to gain weight. Bai Ryu exclaimed as she pulled out her phone. Yes, girls who eat more will have a fuller bust. As the nutrition accumulates, little by Shu will not deceive me. Chapter 66, The Revelation and the Embarrassment. Yi Xiao, holding his meal, made his way to the rear of the teaching building. Suddenly, he heard a trembling female voice. Lin Ru, to be honest, the moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself enamored. Would you be my boyfriend? Yi Xiao's steps came to an abrupt halt. Goodness, this fellow is quite popular. It has barely been any time at all, and already a girl is confessing her feelings. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, particularly because Lin Ru, clad in a white shirt and adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, always seen with a book in hand, exuded an air of refined elegance that was simply irresistible. I'm sorry, but I cannot be your boyfriend. Lin Ru's calm voice resonated. This guy is remarkably decisive in his rejection. Yet, what surprised him even more was that the girl immediately burst into tears. Amidst her sobs, she lamented, I knew it would come to this. This is actually my first time confessing to someone. My roommate always says I lack courage. I can't even express my feelings for someone I like. I finally mustered the courage to do so, only to be rejected so thoroughly. I suppose someone like me would be better off dead. How could I ever be worthy of you? After all, you possess both talent and good looks. It would be a waste for a girl like me to be with you. It was my mistake to confess to you. Perhaps I should just end it all. The girl's tearful voice echoed in the air. My goodness, this girl has a rather dangerous disposition. Yi Xiao smirked slightly, offering a moment of silent sympathy for Lin Ru in his heart. Upon witnessing the sorrow etched upon the girl's visage, a flicker of conflict crossed Lin Ru's face. Subsequently, he clenched his teeth and crouched down. I shall confide in you a secret, but you must promise me that you will never disclose it. The girl, with tear-stained eyes, weakly inquired, what secret? In truth, Lin Ru hesitated, his hand brushing against his neck, revealing a hint of embarrassment. I have been masquerading as a man. I am, in fact, a woman. Therefore, I cannot accept your confession. How is that possible? But you have an Adam's apple, and your voice also. It is merely a simple form of verbal magic. In the next moment, Yi Xiao was entranced by the melodious voice of a girl resonating. You see, I can effortlessly switch my voice. Thus, my inability to accept your confession is a matter of my own, not a reflection of your inadequacy. What the heck? Yi Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had inadvertently uncovered Lin Ru's secret. She was indeed a woman. This complicates matters greatly. Feigning ignorance would be wise. There must be a compelling reason behind her disguise. I cannot expose her. Such a roommate would be utterly inadequate. Balancing a tray in his hands, Yi Xiao quietly slipped away. Standing at the dormitory entrance, he appeared somewhat uneasy, uncertain of what his first words should be upon entering. Oh, Yi Xiao, why are you standing there? Why don't you come inside? A familiar voice resonated as Lin Ru approached from a distance, carrying a lunchbox in one hand and a book in the other. Oh, I seem to have forgotten my keys, Yi Xiao remarked, scratching his head. What is that you're holding? Yi Xiao instinctively raised his hand, revealing a key. I must have mixed things up. My apologies. Ha ha. Perhaps I've been a bit too fatigued lately. With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. Lin Ru followed closely behind, taking her seat and preparing to enjoy her meal. Have I truly begun cohabitating with a girl so swiftly? And to think I've acted so brazenly in her presence. This feels like a scene straight out of an anime from an island nation. Do traversers truly engage in such flamboyant antics? A myriad of harem manga from my past life flashed through my mind. How astonishing that such a dramatic event has unfolded in my own life. Chapter 67. The contest of the 10 masters. The following day, Yi Xiao, with a pair of weary eyes, arrived at the assessment venue. Hey, Yi Xiao, what happened to you? You look like a bear. Bai Ruoyu approached him and gently patted his shoulder. I didn't sleep well last night, Yi Xiao replied, his face etched with frustration. He had spent the night listening to Lin Ruyun's rhythmic breathing, which only made it increasingly difficult for him to find rest. One sleepless night. Half a pack of cigarettes. Despite knowing she was a girl, they still had to interact normally, sharing the same dormitory. It felt undeniably strange. Haha, were you exhausted from other activities? Just don't get eliminated easily today. Bai Ruoyu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Bang. Yi Xiao sharply raised his finger and playfully tapped her on the head. If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll post your recording calling me master on the campus forum. I'm curious to see how they perceive you. The campus beauty, he threatened. Yikes. Bai Ruoyu's face paled as she quickly clung to Yi Xiao's arm, pouting. I was just joking. You're a big man. You must forgive this little girl. It is indeed hard to raise both a small person and a woman. You. Just as the two were bantering, the crowd at the assessment square began to swell. What is that? Suddenly, a student pointed towards a distant platform, exclaiming, That is. Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened as he beheld before him 10 towering stone pillars slowly ascending towards the heavens. Atop these pillars rested 10 magnificent thrones, golden thrones. They were resplendent to the utmost degree, radiating brilliance and dominance. The 10 heroes' thrones, a student exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the golden seats. The 10 heroes' thrones? Yi Xiao tilted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The top 10 contestants of the freshman competition represent the finest of this entire first-year cohort. This ranking remains unchanged for an entire year unless extraordinary circumstances arise. It is absolute in its permanence. Furthermore, the 10 heroes enjoy preferential access to resources compared to their peers. Thus, if one were to claim a seat upon the 10 heroes' thrones, the likelihood of remaining among the elite upon graduation is exceedingly high. It is said that the senior who ranked first in the 4th year was also the top contender in the freshman competition 4 years ago, leading by a wide margin. Standing at the forefront of all for 4 consecutive years. Students gazed at the thrones atop the pillars, their eyes filled. If I could become one of the 10 heroes, it would indeed bring glory to my family. Indeed, upon graduating, the 10 heroes are regarded as the most exceptional talents of the Great Xia. Whether joining the official ranks, esteemed families, organizations, or the god-hunting team, they are assured of remarkable treatment. For those from noble families, there is a prospect of solidifying their status as the next heir. The 10 heroes' throne ascends majestically, its golden seat reflecting the vast expanse of the heavens, resembling 10 radiant suns. One can only imagine the sheer charisma and imposing presence of the young prodigies seated upon this throne, gazing imperiously upon the world. At this moment, a figure approaches from the distance. It is none other than Ning Zhao, the esteemed principal of the Divine Guardian Academy. Accompanied by a striking figure clad in white robes with white hair, bearing a long sword upon their back. The principal has arrived. That is, oh my heavens, it is my idol, the great Xia sword deity. It is Su Jianshun, my idol. Goodness, the real deal. The great Xia sword deity. I am witnessing the sword deity in person. If my high school classmates knew, I could boast for a century. How magnificent. The sword deity exudes such masculinity. I wish to marry the sword deity. Su Chonghen displayed an air of indifference, his gaze somewhat vacant, as he muttered softly, clearly lost in his own reverie. Dear students, Ning Zhao called out as he and Su Chonghen stood before the stone pillar. Today's competition will be straightforward, the contest for the 10 heroes' throne. If you believe you possess the qualification to enter the top 10, please take a seat upon the chair at the stone pillar. Those who can maintain their position until sunset will be deemed the 10 heroes. Each of the 10 heroes will receive rewards. Notably, a gold medal instructor will accept you as their disciple. Furthermore, if a sword cultivator secures a place in the top 10, they will directly become a disciple of the sword deity. Additionally, the top 3 will be granted access to the Realm of Guidance once, for a duration of 12 hours. Firstly, the esteemed title of Chief Student shall be bestowed upon the victor. The authority conferred within the institution is comparable to that of a silver minter. Additionally, a reward of 30,000 points shall be granted, along with the opportunity for an internship with the Red Sky Hunter Squad. Upon the proclamation, the students erupted in fervor. Merely securing a position among the top 10 grants won the privilege to select a gold mentor. It is essential to recognize that gold mentors are formidable practitioners of the 6th level, esteemed figures within their respective domains. In the vast expanse of a province, they stand as elite individuals. To be mentored by the Great Xia Sword God is the lifelong aspiration of every sword cultivator in Great Xia, not to mention the access to the Guiding Realm, a unique spatial domain within the Divine Guard University. Within this realm, the concentration of extraordinary energies is several times greater than that of the outside world. Spending just 12 hours in the Guiding Realm can propel one's level to the transformation stage or even beyond. The privileges of a silver mentor are duly recorded in the archives of Great Xia. During routine matters, one may even forego attending classes. Furthermore, should one encounter grievances externally, Divine Guard University serves as the most formidable support. The Red Sky Hunter Squad ranks among the 4 premier hunter squads of Great Xia, led by a practitioner of the 8th level, renowned as the Son of Humanity. Their prowess rivals that of the Great Xia Sword God. To become a member of the Red Sky Hunter Squad is the aspiration of countless practitioners. The students were ablaze with excitement, their enthusiasm significantly ignited. Very well, I hereby declare that the competition commences now. With a commanding shout from Ning Zhao, he and the Great Xia Sword God withdrew to a side. The students surged towards the stone pillars, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they fixated on the 10 golden thrones above, as if they were the most extraordinary treasures in the world. Whoosh! A figure clad in white billowed forth, moving through the crowd towards the front stone pillar. His expression remained serene, as if the very heavens could collapse without stirring a single ripple within him. Strangely, none of the surrounding students dared to approach within 3 feet of him. Wu Tongxian formed a hand seal, declaring, "Sword control." Whoosh! A silver light manifested before him, revealing a sword that lacked a hilt, embodying only the blade itself. It seemed as if this sword was never meant to be wielded by human hands. Wu Tongxian stepped onto the silver blade. Whoosh! The sword soared into the sky with him upon it. With a flourish of his robe, he leisurely settled onto his golden throne. As he took his seat, the students clustered around his stone pillar all descended with grim expressions, leaping towards the other 9 pillars. What a jest! That was Wu Tongxian. Who would dare to compete with him? It would be courting death. Meanwhile, Lin Ru, holding a scroll of books, spoke softly, "Teleport." Whoosh! His figure instantly appeared on an adjacent stone pillar next to Wu Tongxian, where he gradually took his seat. Thus, his stone pillar lost its contender. Meanwhile, the competition for the other 8 stone pillars intensified considerably. Chapter 68. The fierce contest. The competition for this position has become quite brutal. Yushao has already observed that several stone pillars are engulfed in chaos as students engage in a frenzied battle. One individual, after a strenuous effort to climb up, barely settles before being forcefully knocked down by a group of 6 or 7. In turn, these 6 or 7 are sent flying by even stronger contenders. This contest may appear straightforward, yet it is anything but. Students must possess formidable strength to dominate these watchful rivals, often encountering instances of collective assaults. Yi Shao notices that Shun Gong Ning Ning Zi, draped in her Yinyang robe, sits gracefully upon her throne like a princess of flames, her long, slender legs elegantly crossed. The robe envelopes the entire pillar in a blazing inferno, deterring any competitor from approaching. He also sees Zhang Ro standing resolutely before her seat, exerting every ounce of her strength to fend off wave after wave of advancing challengers. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongchun wields his sword alone, seemingly holding back an army of thousands. Bai Ruo Yu summons her 9-tailed spirit and dragon warrior, standing guard at her side as her fire dragon breath spell readies for action. It is evident that in this battle, all students are exerting their utmost to vie for the coveted position of the 10 outstanding. It is nearly my turn. Yi Shao casts a discerning glance, ultimately fixing his gaze on the 5th stone pillar. That one will do. With a determined step forward, a golden flame robe envelopes him, and a staircase formed of shimmering golden fire materializes in the air. The golden throne extended from beneath Yi Zhao's feet to the summit. He ascended the staircase, ablaze with golden flames, step by deliberate step, unhurried yet resolute. Truly, my husband possesses the ingenuity to devise such a magnificent ascent. Shen Gongningzi caressed her red lips, a playful smile gracing her face. Beside her, Wu Tongxian observed Yi Zhao's gradual rise with an inscrutable glimmer in his eyes. Lin Ru seemed lost in his own realm, quietly engrossed in his reading. For him, the absence of distractions presented an exquisite opportunity for study. As Yi Zhao traversed the fiery steps, he deftly gestured with his fingers, summoning an array of 18 weapons that hovered around him. With a mere flick, a multitude of students were effortlessly swept away from the stone pillars, akin to swatting flies. Eventually, Yi Zhao reached the pinnacle, taking his seat upon the golden chair. Eye of the Void, Blade of the Void, Yi Zhao intoned softly, causing the surrounding space to quiver slightly, as invisible blades encircled him. Indeed, an anomaly was afoot. Suddenly, a dagger sliced through the air towards Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao, descend. It is folly to be so complacent. A misstep in a dark alley. Ha. The sinister voice echoed ominously in his ears. Yi Zhao remained impassive. Without the need for command, the surrounding invisible blades surged forth towards him. As the anguished cries echoed through the air, a figure plummeted from the stone pillar. In his final fleeting glance, Yi Zhao recognized this individual, a top scorer from a provincial college entrance examination, now turned assassin. It seemed he had concealed his presence, lurking behind a chair, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Alas, to Yi Zhao, it was all rather laughable. Entering the ranks of the top 10 is not a daunting task. The true challenge lies with them. Yi Zhao's gaze shifted towards several other pillars. Zhang Ro had fully unleashed her ice affinity abilities, yet she was besieged by a throng of students, among whom were 2 strikingly beautiful sisters. He recalled them, ranked 9th and 10th in the imperial capital's entrance examination, Chu Ro and Chu Xian, hailing from the esteemed Chu family. It was likely they posed the greatest threat to Zhang Ro's ascent. Both were elementalists, one wielded the power of fire, while the other commanded water. Zhang Ro found herself in peril under their relentless onslaught. Apologies, Zhang Ro. Grandfather has decreed it. You must not enter the top 10. Indeed, Zhang Ro. You are utterly deluded. Grandfather is willing to marry you off to someone as illustrious as Tang Xian, yet you continue to be so choosy. What right do you have? A person of such lowly lineage. The 2 sisters regarded Zhang Ro with expressions of envy. Tang Xian was exceptional, a leading figure among the younger generation of the Tang family. Such a young man naturally garnered admiration, and the sisters were no exception. Thus, they harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards Zhang Ro. Zhang Ro, you are far too weak. You do not deserve to be among the top 10. The 2 joined forces, their powers of water and fire intertwining, surging towards Zhang Ro like a tempest. Witness how we, as sisters, shall cast you down. Boom. A column of fiery light, entwined with flowing water, cleaved through the crowd, rushing towards Zhang Ro. Zhang Ro bit her crimson lip in response. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught the gaze of Yi Zhao beside her. He formed words with his lips, as if to say, keep going. Yes, keep going, you can do it. Zhang Ro, believe in yourself. You are no longer alone. Facing the oncoming assault, Zhang Ro slowly closed her eyes. Zizi, purple arcs of electricity danced around her, signifying a profound transformation in her aura. Sister, something strange is happening to Zhang Ro. Chu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. This is not right. She is concealing a second elemental power. This element is lightning. Chu Ro's eyes widened in realization. Sure enough, as Zhang Ro opened her eyes, a dazzling purple lightning tore through the sky. Radiant purple lightning. Boom. The purple lightning struck forth like a whip, colliding with the tempest of water and fire. The elements reacted with one another, the water element channeling into the lightning, which then clashed with the fire element. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a dense, billowing mist that sent all those atop the stone pillar hurtling away. In the final moment, Zhang Ro extended a violet lightning whip from her hand, ensnaring the golden throne. She strode towards the position of the 10 elites before taking her seat. The purple lightning danced around her, presenting her as the queen of thunder and lightning. This position is mine. Does anyone dissent? Zhang Ro's beautiful eyes darkened slightly, exuding an air of dominance. Yi Zhao nodded in satisfaction, clearly reassured that Zhang Ro's claim was unchallenged. Meanwhile, on the stone pillar of Xiao Hongchuan, it was now devoid of any presence. Only two figures, akin to flashes of lightning, were engaged in a frenzied clash. One clad in white wielded a sword, while the other donned black and brandished a blade. Their lethal exchanges escalating into a frenzy. These two individuals. Yi Xiao sighed, rubbing his forehead. Is this considered infighting? My roommates have ignited a fierce battle amongst themselves. Xiao Hongchen, today, I shall surely defeat you. Threefold black light blade. Qiu Jianfeng bellowed, raising his long knife. A surge of dark energy enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. Three immense arcs of black blade light surged forth. Wind sweeps away the clouds. Xiao Hongchen wielded his long sword, executing several strikes to deflect one of the blade's arcs. Yet, the remaining two were already upon him. At the moment when everyone was holding their breath for him, Xiao Hongchen's entire demeanor suddenly transformed. There was no self, no other, only the sword. Sword. Flash. Chapter 69, the next round. The championship battle the state of Jinshin that Su Changhen maintained was commendable. Observing Xiao Hongchen, who was wholly absorbed in his swordplay, a glimmer of satisfaction passed through Su Changhen's eyes. What's this, Changhen? Have you taken a fancy to this young lad? Are you considering taking him as your disciple? Ning Zhao inquired with a smile. Su Changhen remained silent, merely shaking his head with a smile. Little did Ning Zhao know that during the year of Su Changhen's disappearance, he had been instructing Xiao Hongchen in the art of the sword. He had long since become Su Changhen's disciple. Is that so? I have looked around, and only this child possesses the purest swordsmanship. If he fails to capture your attention, then the great Xia sword god will have no successors. Ning Zhao sighed. Su Changhen could not be bothered to respond to Ning Zhao, who seemed perpetually intent on introducing him to potential disciples or romantic interests, merely a meddler, fretting over matters that were none of his business. Despite being separated from his wife and having seen his daughter only a handful of times in a year, he was still concerned about Su Changhen's affairs. At this moment, as Xiao Hongchen entered the state of Jinshin, his sword techniques surged in power, pressing against Qiu Jianfeng. Alas, why do I feel that this young man's sword moves are so familiar? Ning Zhao mused, stroking his chin. They resemble the sword path from your university days. Could he be a secret disciple of yours? No, you are mistaken, Su Changhen replied coolly. Is that so? Ning Zhao maintained his skepticism. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen's sword wind shifted. Heavenly slash. Sword drawing technique. Boom. A radiant beam of sword light erupted, overshadowing even the blazing sun. This strike seemed to cleave the sky asunder. A sword like a startled swan. Goodness, is this not your heavenly slash sword drawing technique? How can you claim he is not your disciple? When did you take him in? You rascal. Keeping your apprenticeship a secret from me, are you? Ning Zhao could no longer contain his expletives. Hong Chun possessed exceptional talent in swordsmanship, surpassing my own. Su Changhen spoke calmly. With the emergence of the heavenly slash sword drawing technique, the outcome of this battle was already determined. Qiu Jianfeng was sent flying by this strike. Demon Blade State. Activate. Dark smoke enveloped Qiu Jianfeng as his pupils turned pitch black, exuding a formidable aura. Aya! He let out a beastly roar, wildly brandishing his tang knife, unleashing powerful blade auras that surged towards the essence of the heavenly slash. Yet, despite his fervor, he could not withstand the heavenly slash sword drawing technique and was sent flying by a single stroke. Still, he roared defiantly, unleashing his indomitable blade intent. Just as the sword light and blade auras collided once more. Whoosh! A figure appeared between the two. Ning Zhao waved his large sleeves, dissipating the sword light and blade auras into the void. Enough! With Ning Zhao's intervention, Xiao Hongchen gradually withdrew from the state of sword heart. As the demonic aura surrounding Qiu Jianfeng dissipated, it became evident that he possessed the body of a blade demon, a prodigy of the sword path. Ning Zhao gazed at Qiu Jianfeng, contemplating silently. Perhaps entrusting matters to him would be most fitting. With this battle, Xiao Hongchen had firmly secured his position among the 10 outstanding. At this juncture, the slots for the 10 outstanding were nearly filled. Wu Tongxian, Lin Ru, Yi Xiao, Bai Ruoyu, Xiao Hongchen, Zhang Rou, and the enigmatic Ning Ningzi from the Divine Palace were all present. Additionally, 3 other young individuals stood out. A robust man named Shi Jiao, a guardian by profession, who had erected an impenetrable shield on the throne that a throng of students failed to breach despite their relentless efforts. Another was a member of the Chu family, named Chu Yan, a demonization sorcerer whose lethal prowess post-transformation was formidable. Ordinary students faced him and were often gravely injured, leading to a gradual decline in challengers. The last was a delicate girl, a curse caster, who had cast a collective curse upon all students, causing them to stumble and fall from the stone pillars for various reasons. Thus far, the 10 outstanding had been determined. The remaining participants would engage in more intricate ranking battles at a different venue. What lies ahead is what you have eagerly anticipated, the championship contest. The rules are as follows. Ning Zhao's figure hovered in the void. The thrones of the 10 outstanding were arranged from left to right, with the first on the far left and the 10th on the far right. You may challenge the opponent before you, starting from the 10th position. The battles commence until none are left to contest. Yi Xiao currently occupies the 5th chair, thus securing his provisional rank as 5th. Seated on the far left is Wu Tongxian, who holds the provisional 1st position. Contestants from the rear may challenge those ahead. The 10th contender is Shurjiao, a professional guardian. He rises, shaking his head. As a guardian, my defense is commendable, but if I am to attack, I must forfeit the challenge. The 9th position is held by a cursed sorceress named Shui Yifang. I withdraw. Her curses may affect ordinary students, yet against opponents of similar strength, their efficacy is negligible. It can be said that both the cursed sorcerer and the guardian are not suited for solitary duels. They are more apt for collaborative combat. The 8th contender is a demon transformation sorcerer named Chu Yin, boasting an impressive level of extraordinary 9th rank. I shall challenge. A sinister smile creeps upon his lips. The 7th contender is Jiang Ro. His gaze shifts towards her, a palpable bloodlust igniting in his eyes. Come forth, Jiang Ro. I shall cherish you well. Jiang Ro rises, her expression devoid of emotion. The two step into the arena center. Jiang Ro, I acknowledge your prowess. Perhaps your family has indeed underestimated you. However, you must never bring disgrace upon your lineage. Therefore, I shall utterly incapacitate you here. Women should obediently follow the arrangements of their families and marry. Ambition and competition belong to the realm of men. With that, Chu Yin let out a peculiar cry and darted towards Jiang Ro like an arrow released from a bow. Netherworld Demon Claw. Boom. His 10 fingers sliced through the air like long blades, tearing towards Jiang Ro. Freeze. Jiang Ro waved her hand, and 5 pillars of ice surged towards him. Too slow. Too slow. Chu Yin cackled maniacally, effortlessly evading Jiang Ro's icy pillars. Do not waste any more time. Unleash your lightning attribute. Otherwise, you shall have no chance. Jiang Ro retreated a step and spoke slowly. As you wish. Purple thunder, illuminate the heavens. Crackle. Purple lightning tore through the sky, encircling her form. Now, this is more like it. Engaging in battle like this is exhilarating. Chu Yin gently licked his blade-like nails. The hallmark of a demon transformation sorcerer is the ability to demonize oneself through the blood of demons. For instance, Chu Yin at this moment has acquired his powers through the blood of a creature known as the Night Demon Wolf. Elusive in movement, ruthless in action, and insatiably bloodthirsty. Crackle. The purple lightning cascaded forth, dense and overwhelming, like a vast net cloaking the arena. For an ordinary observer, it would send shivers down their spine. However, Chu Yin charged straight through the violet thunderbolts, advancing towards Jiang Ro with relentless determination. Why did the lightning have no effect on him? Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow. The power of Jiang Ro's thunder was undoubtedly formidable. Even someone at the 9th rank of the extraordinary should hesitate to confront it head-on. Why did Chu Yin appear utterly unfazed? Chapter 70. If I don't defeat you, I shall bear your surname. Observing the surface of his form, it was evident that he possessed the ability of the petrified beast, a creature known for its formidable defense and remarkable immunity to lightning. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and spoke with concern. This Chu Yin is not limited to a single demonic ability. He has come prepared. Jiang Ro is in peril. With a swift motion, the barrier of intertwining thunderbolts was breached by Chu Yin. Ha ha! Perish! He cackled, raising his claws to strike at Jiang Ro. Boom! An ice wall surged up before Jiang Ro, intercepting the attack. Yet, in the next instant, Chu Yan's figure reappeared behind her. Too slow. Can your ice conjuring match my speed? He grinned, his deadly claws reaching for Jiang Ro's hair. No, the one truly full of power is you. Jiang Ro murmured, her lips parting slightly. Land of frozen condensation. Swoosh. Centered around Jiang Ro, countless ice crystals erupted and spread like a flurry. What? Crack. Crack. To everyone's astonishment, Chu Yan's body became encased in ice. No. It was more accurate to say that a significant portion of the arena had been frozen by Jiang Rou's magic. Chu Yan's form became rigid, suspended in the void. "It is over," Jiang Rou declared, turning gracefully, her long hair swirling and scattering shards of ice. With a swift gesture, a sword of ice materialized in her hand. Then, a sword thrust towards the frozen Chu Yan. "Victory! How splendid! Sister Jiang Rou is truly remarkable," Bai Ruoyu exclaimed joyfully. "No, wait. The battle is not yet won." This fellow. Yu Xiao opened his ocular technique, and he could perceive a surge of fiery power rising within Chu Yan's body. Indeed, he understood that the petrifying beast's abilities could counter Jiang Rou's lightning attribute powers. Why would he not devise a method to counter her ice attribute as well? Certainly, Jiang Rou's reaction speed was astonishing. Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of her lightning against Chu Yan, she had set herself as bait, preparing a decisive strike. However, she had underestimated the intelligence network of the Chu family. Chu Yan had long been prepared with a countermeasure specifically designed to thwart Jiang Rou's attack. "Haha, you celebrated too early." The expression that had been frozen on Chu Yan's face transformed into a sinister smile. "Explode." Boom. He opened his mouth, and a violent blaze surged forth, exploding in midair. The tremendous force sent Jiang Rou flying. "Haha, Jiang Rou, you have underestimated me greatly. And you have also underestimated the Chu family." Swish. The claws sliced through the thick fog, reaching for Jiang Rou. Her complexion turned pale. The previous explosion had already left her blood surging, rendering her unable to withstand Chu Yan's assault. She concedes. Yi Xiao suddenly rose, proclaiming, "Haha, concede?" She remained silent. How could that be considered a concession? "I refuse to acknowledge it." Chu Yan laughed heartily, mercilessly swiping a claw towards Jiang Rou. "You seek death." Yi Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Jiang Rou. With a resounding boom, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of golden flames that sent Chu Yan flying. "Principal Ning, he has interfered in the competition. Please disqualify him." Chu Yan shouted indignantly as she was propelled backward. Principal Ning furrowed his brow. Yi Xiao's actions indeed violated the rules of the contest. "Yi Xiao, do you have anything to explain?" Yi Xiao's expression darkened. "Haha, Yi Xiao, you are disrupting the competition rules. According to regulations, you will be directly disqualified from the top 10. Just obediently return to your hometown. This matter is beyond someone of your impoverished status." Chu Yan sneered, licking her nails. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes at Chu Yan. Those who knew him could tell he was on the brink of fury. "Principal Ning, Yi Xiao was merely concerned for his companion's safety. I believe this is understandable." Xiao Hongqian interjected. "Indeed, Principal Ning." Chu Yan was excessively ruthless. She intended to seriously injure Jiang Rou. Bai Ruoyu added anxiously, "I also find Yi Xiao's actions justifiable." Ning Zizi from the Divine Palace spoke up. "Principal Ning, please grant him another chance." Even Lin Ru chimed in. "Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity, albeit under certain conditions." Ning Zhao furrowed her brow as she gazed at Yi Xiao. "Should you fail to secure the championship, I shall expunge you from the ranks of the top 10. Furthermore, I will impose sanctions upon you for disrupting the freshman competition. Can you meet this condition?" Yi Xiao nodded. "I can." "Excellent. Then let the competition resume. In this round, Chu Yan emerges victorious. She ascends to the 7th position. Jiang Rou claims the 8th. Next, we have the 6th ranking, Xingu Ningzi. Xingu Ningzi raised her hands in surrender. "I forfeit this round." "Very well. Next, we have the 5th contender, Yi Xiao. Whom do you wish to challenge?" Slowly, Yi Xiao lifted his gaze. Golden flames flickered in his eyes. "I wish to challenge Chu Yan." Yi Xiao articulated each word with deliberate precision. Chu Yan's complexion paled. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Yi Xiao, you are in 5th place. How can you challenge someone ranked higher than yourself?" She pointed at him, her voice rising in urgency. "It is merely a provisional ranking. There was no stipulation against challenging someone above you." Yi Xiao retorted coldly. "Indeed, there is no such regulation," Ning Zhao stated calmly. "However, should you win this battle, Yi Xiao, you will gain nothing of value. Should you lose, your position will be usurped by Chu Yan. Are you certain you wish to challenge her?" "Certain." "Very well." Ning Zhao waved her hand, signaling the continuation of the contest. In the second battle, Yi Xiao faced off against Chu Yan. With a commanding shout from Ning Zhao, a conflagration enveloped the arena, transforming into a blazing suit of armor that enveloped Yi Xiao's form. With a thunderous roar, Yi Xiao stepped forth. the golden flames sweeping through the air as if igniting the very fabric of existence. He clenched his fist, launching a devastating blow. An overwhelming aura surged forth. "Headmaster, I concede." Chu Yan's face turned ashen with fear. He hastily shouted, but before he could utter the word surrender, Yi Zhao's fist had already struck. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying by Yi Zhao's punch. Then, Yi Zhao advanced once more, seizing him by the collar and forcefully slamming him onto the stage, creating a deep indentation. "Grind your teeth." With a series of thunderous impacts, Yi Zhao knelt upon Chu Yan's neck, the golden flames roaring like a divine ancient being reborn from the flames. Under Yi Zhao's formidable presence, Chu Yan was rendered utterly immobile. With a resounding thud, he raised his fists, raining blow after blow upon Chu Yan's body. Chu Yan could utter not a single word, unable even to voice his concession. He was reduced to a mere punching bag, mercilessly battered by Yi Zhao. "I shall not relent until you are utterly defeated. Ah, Yi Zhao? Stake my very name upon this." Chapter 71. Declaration of War. A duel between two women with a resounding crack. Yi Zhao exerted his strength, reducing Chu Yan's hand bones to mere fragments. His arm hung limply, resembling two pieces of decayed flesh. "If you intend to incapacitate her, I shall first render you powerless," Yi Zhao declared with a malevolent glare. Flames engulfed his being, and with each descending fist, Chu Yan's body was nearly charred beyond recognition, devoid of a single unscathed patch of skin. Attempting to utter a word, he found his mouth seared shut by Yi Zhao's hand. "Yi Zhao, you vented your rage. It is time to release him." Wu Tongxian finally rose to his feet, asserting that no matter the circumstances, Chu Yan was still a direct descendant of the Chu family. As Wu Tongxian, the grandson of Chu Shanha, he was duty-bound to prioritize the interests of the Chu clan. "Who are you to dictate my actions? When I commanded him to cease, he did not comply. Now, you ask me to relent. It is too late." With a thunderous stomp, Yi Zhao brought his foot down mercilessly upon Chu Yan's leg. The arena reverberated with the impact, leaving a deep crater where Chu Yan's leg had been reduced to a mangled mess, held together only by a thin layer of skin, barely preventing complete severance. The pain. My hand. My leg. Wu Tongxian. Save me. Please, save me." Chu Yan whimpered, desperately attempting to clutch his injured leg, but his hands, crushed by Yi Zhao, offered him no solace. He could only gaze skyward at the azure expanse, unleashing heart-wrenching cries that pierced the air. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the observing students. How ruthless. Yi Zhao is truly merciless, even if Chu Yan's injuries heal. Today's ordeal will remain a nightmare that haunts him for a lifetime. Perhaps merely mentioning the name Yi Xiu could drive him into a frenzy of fear. Principal Ning. Yi Zhao's actions bear the mark of cruelty towards his opponent. "I demand that he cease immediately," Wu Tongxian declared with a stern expression. "If I stop, will you come down and fight me?" Yi Zhao interjected before Ning Zhao, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Tongxian. "I shall take up the challenge. Although it was not my turn, you have now invited me to battle. Thus, I cannot decline such an invitation." With that, Wu Tongxian slowly rose to his feet. "Very well. If you wish to duel Yi Zhao, you may do so later. For now, it is by Ruiyu's turn." Ning Zhao raised his hand to halt them. "The medical expenses for Chu Yan will be covered by our Zhenshin University. As for Yi Zhao, should he fail to secure first place, severe penalties are inescapable." Ning Zhao lifted his eyelids. Young people should temper their aggression and maintain composure. With that, he took a sip from his thermos filled with goji berry tea. Crack! Yi Zhao crushed Chu Yan's leg once more with his foot. Then, as if nothing had happened, he shrugged his shoulders. "Principal Ning is correct. I, Yi Zhao, have always believed in the supremacy of strength. Yi Zhao, your actions hardly exemplify the principle of reasoning." Wu Tongxian was nearly left breathless with indignation. What a blatant falsehood. Even if he possesses the utmost patience, this is intolerable. Yi Zhao disregarded him, returning to his seat with an expressionless demeanor. He extended his hand, forming a pistol gesture towards Wu Tongxian. "Baiyu." Down he goes. Wu Tongxian's countenance darkened like a piece of charred coal. At this moment, Bai Ruiyu slowly rose to her feet. Standing in the arena with her hands on her hips, she glared coldly at Xingu Ningningzi. "Come down. Do I still need to call your name? Xingu, you shameless harlot." Giggle. Xingu Ningningzi chuckled lightly, rising to adjust her skirt before leaping into the arena. "Here I come. My dear little friend Bai Ruiyu." Her gaze fell upon Bai Ruiyu's flat chest, deliberately emphasizing the diminutive phrase. The surrounding audience erupted in laughter. They were seasoned veterans, the kind who roll their wheels over faces. How could they not comprehend the underlying meaning in Shinguning Ningxi's words? You are finished, Shinguning Ningxi. I will make you regret this. Breath of the Fire Dragon. Boom. With a swift motion of her hand, Bai Ruoyu conjured a crimson fire dragon that ascended into the air. Inyang garb. Red Lotus. Shingu Ning Ningxi stepped forward, her red lotus attire enveloping her form flawlessly. Since we both wield the power of fire, let us engage in a contest of flames, my dear little Bai Ruoyu. Whoosh. A serpent composed entirely of flames ascended into the sky. With a resounding crash, the serpent intertwined with the fire dragon amidst the air. Ali. Dahe. Charge. Bai Ruoyu gestured, and two magical formations materialized behind her. The nine-tailed spirit and the dragon man surged forth. Huala. Go. Thus, a third summoned beast emerged, a fearsome three-headed hellhound. Yet, Bai Ruoyu bestowed upon it such an endearing name. With a roar, the three-headed beast lunged towards the divine palace, Ning Ningxi, from various directions. With my blood, I command the gods. All warriors of battle, array before me. 3 talismans appeared in Ning Ningxi's hand. As the talismans ignited, 3 distinct magical formations manifested behind her. Sh Toku. The Empress. Gochun. Hidden. With a thunderous noise, 3 Shikigami emerged from behind Ning Ningxi. The Empress was a white-haired woman clad in green attire. Gochun was a man dressed in purple. Sh Toku was a handsome figure with crimson hair, wielding a katana. Can Shikigami transform into human forms? Yi Shao stroked his chin, a look of curiosity flashing across his face. Indeed, the form of a Shikigami can shift at the whim of the Onmyoji. They can be beasts, or they can be human. Furthermore, they can also don the garments of the Onmyoji. Jiang Ro nodded in agreement. Boom. The arena was now a scene of utter chaos and fierce battle. In the skies above, the fire dragon engages in a fierce duel with the fire serpent. Below, 3 formidable summoned beasts face off against 3 illustrious Shikigami. The Celestial Empress and the constellation of Gaochen were once the Shikigami of the legendary Onmyoji Abe no Saimai from the land of the rising sun. It is said that in this incarnation, all 12 of Abe no Saimai Shikigami have manifested in the present world. Half reside with the divine shrine of Kamigami Ninjiko in the Eastern Palace, while the other half are with a young man from the Western Tokawamura family. Jiang Ro explained to Yi Shao, there has long been a rumor in the land of the rising sun that if one could gather all 12 of Saimai's Shikigami, it might be possible to resurrect the legendary Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai himself. Such a being, at the pinnacle of power, could potentially alter the very fabric of human destiny. Just as Jiang Ro and Yi Shao engaged in conversation, Bai Ryu and Kamigami Ninjiko were locked in an intense battle. If they continued at this pace, they might still be unable to determine a victor by nightfall. Yi Shao rubbed his forehead, exuding a sense of helplessness. Bai Ruoyu effortlessly conjured a myriad of magical spells, while Kamigami Ninjiko unleashed a plethora of formidable fire-based attacks from her Onmyoji garb, rendering the battle evenly matched for the moment. Enough. Cease this conflict. I hereby declare this round a draw. At that moment, Ning Zhao interjected. Principal, I have yet to exert my full strength. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed with a charming voice. Hee, little one, do you truly believe that I have given it my all? I still have 5 Shikigami yet to summon. Kamigami Ninjiko covered her lips with a playful smirk. Continuing to persist will yield no favorable outcome for you. It is wise to know when to withdraw, dear child. Shingu Ningxi, one day, I shall remove those 2 lumps of fat that adorn your chest. Bai Ruoyu glared at the swaying voluptuousness of Shingu Ningxi, seething with fury. Chapter 72, Sword Against Sword, Xiao Hongchun versus Wu Tongxian. Ultimately, this battle concluded in a stalemate. Next, it was Xiao Hongchun's turn. I challenge. Wu Tongxian. Rising to his feet, Xiao Hongchun unsheathed his longsword, pointing it directly at Wu Tongxian. You wish to challenge me? We bear no grievances against one another. Wu Tongxian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Hongchun. Indeed, we have no enmity. I seek only a duel, Xiao Hongchun replied, clutching his sword as if it were the singular focus of his existence. Huh, what a combative swordsman you are. I accept your challenge. With a swift motion, Wu Tongxian formed a sword seal and descended onto the arena upon his flying sword. Interesting, Wu Tongxian's flying sword and Xiao Hongchun's swordsmanship. Lao Su, what do you think of your disciple's chances? Ning Zhao inquired of Su Chonghan. Hongchun stands no chance, Wu Tongxian has already transcended to the metamorphosis level. Su Changhen replied nonchalantly. However, were they of equal rank, I would have faith in Hongchen. It was rare for Su Changhen to express his opinion, yet deep down, he held a strong belief in his disciple. After all, he was his only student and likely would remain so. As the gentle breeze tousled the strands of hair between Xiao Hongchen's brows, he dared not be negligent in the face of Wu Tongxian. Thus, he entered a state of sword intent from the outset, cultivating the will of the sky-slaying sword. Sky-slaying. Sword technique. Whoosh. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed, and a brilliant radiance, reminiscent of the Milky Way, surged forth towards Wu Tongxian. Sword control. Wu Tongxian deftly formed a hand seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 more flying swords whistled into the fray. Crack, crack, crack. The 6 flying swords collided with the torrent of sword energy. Once again, he commanded, sword control. 8 swords converged into one, the 8 pagoda sword. Wu Tongxian casually gestured with his sword finger. To the left and right, 2 more flying swords shot forth, merging seamlessly in the void. A colossal, entirely black flying sword, ensconced in golden patterns, emerged. Faintly, it seemed as though a demon god murmured and celestial beings chanted scriptures. Boom. The 8 pagoda sword clashed with the sword of heaven. As expected, after a brief moment of resistance, the sword of heaven's intent was shattered. Xiao Hongchen was sent flying. The pagoda sword cleaved towards Xiao Hongchen. Yet, he never uttered the words of surrender. For a swordsman, death is preferable to yielding. The word defeat would never escape his lips. He concedes. At that moment, a voice rang out, and with its arrival, the 8 pagoda sword hovered at Xiao Hongchen's brow. The speaker was none other than the seemingly distracted sword deity, Su Changhen. The sword is indeed formidable. Once Hongchen's level rises, we can duel again. Su Changhen regarded the 8 pagoda sword before him with approval, then flicked his fingers. The sword of the pagoda soared back, transforming into 8 flying swords that encircled the figure of Wu Tongxian. I have taken him away. You may continue your competition, he declared as he grasped Xiao Hongchen's shoulder and vanished into the void like a beam of swordlight. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even Wu Tongxian wore a look of disbelief. Xiao Hongchen was, in fact, a disciple of the sword god. Alas, this fellow shows no regard for decorum. Ning Zhao helplessly sipped his tea. It had been stated explicitly that interference in the competition was prohibited. Truly, he displays no semblance of a senior. He even dares to proclaim that rules are meant to be broken. Does he truly believe that everything can be sliced with a sword? In this round, Wu Tongxian emerged victorious. Next up was Lin Ru. Whom do you wish to challenge? She inquired. I wish to challenge Wu Tongxian, Lin Ru replied, rising while clutching her scroll. What? The entire venue erupted in disbelief. Wu Tongxian had just completed a match, and now Lin Ru intended to challenge him again. It was likely that Yi Xiao would challenge him next as well. Did they truly regard Wu Tongxian as a mere automaton? Wouldn't this relentless onslaught wear him out? Lin Ru, how about you forego this round? Yi Xiao interjected suddenly. Let me determine the victor between myself and Wu Tongxian. The winner shall then face you. If that is agreeable? Lin Ru pondered for a moment and nodded slowly, settling back down. I forfeit. As Lin Ru abstained, the second round commenced. Both contestants 9 and 10 also withdrew. Zhang Ro, ranked 8th, has similarly opted out. As for Chu Yin, currently, she is likely still in the ICU. The 6th, Shinomiya Ningzi, has also chosen to forego the match. Thus, the spotlight naturally shifted to the 5th contestant, Yi Xiao. Amidst the gaze of the multitude, Yi Xiao rose slowly. His eyes ignited with a golden flame. I challenge Wu Tongxian. With a flourish, a staircase of golden fire materialized beneath his feet, and he descended step by step. At this moment, Wu Tongxian remained on the stage, yet to depart. 8 flying swords circled around him, clad in white, with black hair dancing lightly, exuding an ethereal charm. Yi Xiao, I accept your challenge, Wu Tongxian replied with a subtle smile. I have long wished to engage in battle with you. Beyond familial obligations, there are personal reasons as well. With a snap of his fingers, he propelled the 8 flying swords towards Yi Xiao with fierce velocity. Yi Xiao stood unwavering, his expression unchanged, watching as the swords raced towards him. Yi Xiao, be careful, Zhang Ro exclaimed in alarm. Yi Xiao, are you foolish? Why do you stand there? Bai Ryu also cried out anxiously. Even Shinomiya Ningzi could not comprehend Yi Xiao's actions. Was he merely standing there to offer himself up? The spectators in the stands, supporters of Wu Tongxian, erupted into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Is Yi Xiao truly frightened by Wu Tongxian? Surely not. Is Yi Xiao really this cowardly? He appeared so formidable upon entering. I had assumed he was a champion. Who would have thought he was merely a bronze contender? Alas, Yi Xiao is finished. A mere jester, seeking to attract attention. There's no need to watch any longer. The crowd buzzed with murmurs of disbelief. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony, a flying sword pierced Yi Xiao's shoulder, sending forth a spray of blood. A gaping wound materialized on his shoulder. Yi Xiao. Why? Yi Xiao. Bai Ruiyu and the others were at a loss. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Xiao finally reacted. He glanced at the wound on his shoulder. A flash of green light flickering in his eyes. An astonishing occurrence unfolded before them. The gaping wound on Yi Xiao's shoulder began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace. It seemed to be healing completely. Only the torn fabric of his shirt remained as evidence that he had indeed been struck by Wu Tongxian's sword. How could this be possible? Everyone wore expressions of shock. Such a large wound had healed so swiftly? Were they witnessing a ghost? Meanwhile, Yi Xiao twisted his neck and slightly moved his arm. Indeed, the recovery effect of the wood spirit eye was impressive. A satisfied smile graced his face. Indeed, Yi Xiao's actions were a deliberate test of the healing capabilities of the wood spirit eye. That is all. He clenched his fists and turned to Wu Tongxian, only to find a look of bewilderment mirrored on the latter's face. Very well, Wu Tongxian, the competition officially commences now. Chapter 73, The Hidden Tactics of Wu Tongxian. Look. What is that? Incredible. Unbelievable. How has Yi Xiao's wound healed? That's against the rules. Is there a healer assisting him from the shadows? This is unacceptable. Principal. Yi Xiao has a healer in the match. Disqualify him. I propose we revoke his eligibility. The noble disciples, who had initially anticipated a spectacle at Yi Xiao's expense, were left utterly astounded by this unexpected turn of events, their frustration palpable as they stomped their feet in disbelief. Do you truly believe that I, a level 8 professional, am blind? Can't I discern whether or not a healer is covertly aiding him? Perhaps you wish to take on the role of judge yourselves? Ning Zhao observed the flustered students and spoke with calm authority. Have you been so coddled at home that you've lost the ability to think independently? Is this the sort of foolishness you dare to utter? It appears that our esteemed institution must reassess the caliber of its incoming students, particularly regarding their intellectual capabilities. Thorough scrutiny is in order. Under Ning Zhao's stern admonition, all the students promptly fell silent. Upon reflection, they realized how foolish they had been. Attempting to employ petty tricks in the presence of a level 8 professional was akin to courting disaster. To slander Yi Xiao was tantamount to casting aspersions upon Ning Zhao himself. I assure you, no one is assisting Yi Xiao from the shadows. He has not consumed any restorative potions. All of this is his own prowess. Do you understand? Everyone nodded obediently. Humph. Let the competition continue. I do not wish to hear such intellectually degrading remarks again. The youth of my great Xia are not so foolish. With a grand gesture, he signaled for the match to resume. Wu Tongxian's gaze sharpened as he regarded Yi Xiao. This is the technique of a healer, Yi Xiao. Could this also be a manifestation of your ocular prowess? If Yi Xiao's ability can be employed continuously, it would indeed be terrifying. He could potentially exhaust Wu Tongxian through a war of attrition. Unless Wu Tongxian could strike Yi Xiao down in a single blow, rendering him utterly defenseless. Such trivial tactics are beneath me, Yi Xiao remarked dismissively. Wu Tongxian replied, Your arrogance is impressive, Yi Xiao. I concede that your strength is formidable. I may have underestimated you. Henceforth, I shall employ 120% of my power in our duel. Wu Tongxian's demeanor became utterly grave. 8 steps of the floating pagoda sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a massive black gold patterned sword towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's body tensed as the divine eye of the martial god activated in an instant. In the next moment, he shot forth like an arrow. With a flourish, he summoned a golden flame that transformed into a great blade in his grasp. Having mastered shape-shifting techniques, he no longer needed to carry a sword when venturing outside. His back liberated, he thought to himself, I anticipated your close-range assault. Your strategy has been laid bare before me. As Yi Xiao's figure flickered, he unleashed a golden flame sword aura that dispersed the 8-part stupa sword, drawing nearer to him, prompting a smile to grace Wu Tongxian's lips. Liuli treasure body. With a hum, he formed a seal with one hand, enveloping himself in the shape of a Liuli pagoda. A layer of resplendent, multi-hued radiance spread across his skin, akin to white jade. Boom. Yi Zhao's sword struck Wu Tongxian's body, but was unexpectedly blocked. Truly, as a cultivator, he excelled in both close combat and ranged attacks. Wu Tongxian was virtually without weakness. Yi Zhao was destined to lose. After all, he was merely a support class, a commoner. What right did he have to ride atop us, to serve our whims? Wu Tongxian, crush Yi Zhao. Smash his head. The shouts from outside grew increasingly fervent. Yi Zhao, do you hear? They all urge me to defeat you. Wu Tongxian, raising the Liuli pagoda, cast a gentle smile toward Yi Zhao. How could I disappoint them? With that, he raised his fist, launching it toward Yi Zhao. The space concealed itself as the power of the void I activated, and Yi Zhao took a step back, vanishing from his original position. Forgive me, but you will indeed disappoint them. Boom. From another location, a calm voice emerged, and Yi Zhao reappeared elsewhere. The spells of cultivators are formidable. However, your thin veneer is all too evident. A flash of white light sparkled in Yi Zhao's eyes. The void's blade shot forth toward a singular point. With a series of crisp sounds, a dozen strikes landed upon the same spot. Under the effect of Yi Zhao's breaking illusion eye, a minuscule fissure became discernible. Your glazed treasure body cannot shield you for eternity. Boom. With a single step forward, flames swirled around, forming a fiery gauntlet upon Yi Zhao's hand. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful punch toward that direction. Crack. A sharp, resonant sound echoed, as tendrils of golden flames licked the surface of Wu Tongxian's body, igniting with fervor. Thus, crack. The glazed treasure body was utterly shattered by Yi Zhao. At the very instant of the treasure's destruction, Yi Zhao seized the moment. With a sweeping motion of his hand, 9 flaming great swords materialized in the void, encircling Wu Tongxian. Then, all 9 blades swung in unison. Boom. 9 blazing arcs of golden fire surged toward Wu Tongxian with a ferocious roar. A chill of apprehension gripped the onlookers for Wu Tongxian. The advantages of the cultivator had been neutralized. Both melee and ranged support had been dismantled by Yi Zhao. Wu Tongxian was in dire peril. Yi Zhao, you are indeed formidable. In both close combat and ranged attacks, your mastery is astonishing, perhaps even surpassing my own. Yet, you have underestimated the profession of a cultivator. I am known as Wu Tongxian. Though I practice immortality, I embody the essence of martial prowess, a talent for divine skills. The body of a martial immortal. Boom. A colossal rune materialized in the void, subsequently inscribing itself upon the form of Wu Tongxian. With a flourish, his white attire billowed, and his once raven black hair transformed into a cascade of silvery elegance. He stood proudly, an aura of profound energy swirling around him. Yet he seemed as ethereal as an otherworldly being. The visage of a martial immortal. Martial fists. Celestial arts. Boom. He raised his hand, unleashing a punch that cleaved through the air towards Yi Zhao. A torrent of white energy surged forth, hurtling towards Yi Zhao. This punch. All eyes widened in astonishment. The might was overwhelming, far surpassing the realm of the extraordinary. Yi Zhao, to convey to you, I have ascended to the metamorphic level. The body of a martial immortal is merely one of my hidden trump cards, and I possess a second. Array formation. Thunderous 5-linked array. As Wu Tongxian extended his hands, runes intertwined upon the arena, enveloping Yi Zhao entirely within a grand formation. Lightning flickered within the array, resembling whips that tore through the void. Practitioners at the metamorphic level may select an elective profession: alchemist, blacksmith, rune master, or array master, one among 4 choices. It appears Wu Tongxian has opted for the array master vocation. The combat prowess of the martial immortal surged dramatically, and the array held an inscrutable mystique. Yi Zhao is in peril. All gazed intently at the unfolding battle. At this moment, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Even Zhang Ro and Bai Ryu could not help but feel a sense of anxiety for Yi Zhao. Chapter 74. The phantom of the martial god suppresses all. A torrent of force surged forth, accompanied by the crackling of thunder that enveloped him. Yi Zhao found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, despite the overwhelming circumstances, his countenance remained devoid of panic, exuding an unwavering calmness, as if everything lay well within his grasp. Wu Tongxian, your hidden power is indeed formidable. Even a practitioner at the 3rd tier of metamorphosis must tread carefully to avoid a grievous misstep, Yi Zhao remarked with a smile. What is Yi Zhao attempting? Does he comprehend that he cannot triumph over Wu Tongxian? And is he merely resigning himself to fate? The assault was already directed at him. Yet he still had the composure to engage in conversation. Regardless of Yi Zhao's prowess, one cannot deny his audacity. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Yi Zhao, your observations are astute, but alas, your opportunity has slipped away. The game is over. Wu Tongxian acknowledged with a nod. At this moment, with but a single thought, he could unleash both assaults upon Yi Zhao, no matter how formidable his strange flames or absurd regenerative abilities. Wu Tongxian possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish Yi Zhao in this singular strike, completely overpowering him. Is that so? There was a truth he had yet to voice. He had attained the level of third-tier metamorphosis even before his enrollment. Fall. With Wu Tongxian's command, the force of his punch descended upon Yi Zhao. Thunder rumbled, enveloping Yi Zhao's retreat and striking towards him. Wu Tongxian, you were right about one thing. The game is over. As Yi Zhao revealed a signature smile, everyone felt a tightening in their chests, particularly Wu Tongxian, who was inexplicably seized by a wave of trepidation. Was Yi Zhao about to unleash that? Jiang Ro gently covered her red lips, for that was a move he had never showcased before in front of others. In the past, when Yi Zhao was at the 6th tier of the extraordinary, he had once sent a being comparable to the 3rd tier of transformation back to its origin with this very technique. War God, manifest. Boom. The arena trembled violently. A dazzling dark golden light soared into the heavens. What is that? Someone cried out in terror. That is. The students trembled, pointing incredulously at what lay behind Yi Zhao. A colossal dark golden figure emerged behind him, standing firmly upon the earth, its head touching the sky, exuding unparalleled dominance and majesty. It was as if a deity from the celestial realms gazed down upon these mere mortals, invoking a profound sense of fear from within. What on earth is that? Wu Tongxian gazed up at the phantom of the war god, feeling a tremor course through his heart. This entity was simply astonishing. Subdue. Yi Zhao uttered a single word with calm authority. Boom. The power of perception was instantly drained from his entire being. The martial god swung his fist forward with tremendous force. In an instant, Wu Tong's defenses seemed to be torn asunder. Subsequently, the heavenly thunder array shattered into fragments. This unstoppable punch hurtled towards Wu Tong, the immortal. Just how formidable is your celestial physique? I am genuinely curious to see how many blows you can withstand. As the words fell, the fist made contact. Poof! Wu Tong's complexion paled as his body was sent flying backward. His celestial form was breached in an instant. He felt as though his internal organs were being crushed by a colossal hand. His entire body felt as if it had been run over by a truck. Even a kaleidoscope of images whirled in his mind. Boom! A figure shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards the dormitory building several kilometers away. Stop! Just as Wu Tong's body was about to collide with the teaching building, Ning Zhao appeared behind him, using a single palm to dissipate the force of the impact. Even he, who had seen much in his time, changed countenance. The power of this punch was comparable to that of a 5th-level transformation. What a little monster. The most unfortunate was Wu Tong, who, having received this blow, found his consciousness fading. When Ning Zhao returned with the nearly unconscious Wu Tong, the arena was enveloped in silence, a profound stillness. Moments later, however, an eruption of astonished gasps filled the air. This Yi Zhao is indeed a monster. What on earth is that golden figure? I was so frightened that I nearly lost control. It was utterly terrifying. Just a glance left me on the brink of death. Wu Tongxian was struck by a single punch. Wu Tongxian was rendered unconscious by that blow. This is simply extraordinary. The students were unable to contain their astonishment, particularly the disciples from humble backgrounds, who erupted into excited cheers. After all, Yi Zhao and Wu Tongxian, in a certain sense, represented the struggle between the underprivileged and the aristocracy. Ye God, by heavens, that is my esteemed father Yi. Incredible. You have truly brought honor to our humble lineage. A young man gazed fervently at Yi Zhao, who stood resplendent in the arena. Hey, do you mind if I have multiple mothers? A striking girl, adorned with heavy makeup, approached him and cast a flirtatious glance. How dare you think you could covet my Yi God? He retorted disdainfully. Suddenly, he added, however, I could grant you the opportunity to be my father's daughter-in-law, should you seize it wisely. He scrutinized the girl, finding her quite appealing. Though her makeup was a tad excessive, she certainly knew how to present herself. Most importantly, she exuded a captivating aura, clad in a black camisole, stockings, and a miniskirt that accentuated her alluring figure. She was simply irresistible. Upon hearing his words, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, She regained her composure and retorted, "Get lost. Have you even looked in the mirror to see what you are?" She disdainfully tossed her long hair and turned to leave. "All right, I declare that in this battle, Yi Xiao emerges victorious." At that moment, Ning Zhao announced loudly. Yi Xiao descended the stage with an impassive expression, pausing briefly as he passed by Wu Tongxian. "I apologize, but among my peers, I, Yi Xiao, have never tasted defeat. I had hoped you would provide me with that experience, yet you have disappointed me. I regret my excessive force. Next time, I shall ease up and strive not to let you plummet like a free-falling object." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Wu Tongxian, enraged, nearly spat out blood. What a ruthless blow. A stab at the heart, even in victory. He could not catch his breath and fainted. The medical personnel hastily transported Wu Tongxian away. The dignified and refined young noble lay on the stretcher, being taken to the same ICU room as Chu Yan. "Now, the next battle should be between us, Lin Ru." Yi Xiao called out to Lin Ru from his position. However, to his surprise, Lin Ru shook her head. "There is no need, Yi Xiao. I am not your match. I concede." Indeed, even though Lin Ru, as a spirit master, possessed considerable strength, her abilities were comparable to Wu Tongxian's, with not much difference in prowess. Yi Xiao, embodying the essence of a martial god, had swiftly defeated Wu Tongxian, and the outcome against Lin Ru would likely not differ significantly. Moreover, and most importantly, he fears revealing his true gender during the fight. This is of utmost significance. Chapter 75. Champion. Achieving transformation without engaging in battle, Lin Ru's triumph came effortlessly. Resulting in the final rankings, Yi Xiao secured the first position, followed by Lin Ru in second, and Wu Tongxian in third. Ning Ningzi of the Divine Palace and Bai Ryu shared the fourth spot, while Xiao Hongxin claimed sixth, Chu Yin seventh, Jiang Ro eighth, the Cursed Master ninth, and the Guardian 10th. Ning Zhao spoke. "Yi Xiao, Lin Ru, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow I shall escort you to the land of guidance. You may each seek out a mentor of your preference. Yi Xiao, you truly managed to attain the first place. Impressive." Bai Ryu teased, swaying her arms behind her back before him. "Congratulations." Yi Xiao, Jiang Ro beamed. "Indeed, congratulations to you as well for breaking into the top 10. You are no longer beholden to the Chu family," Yi Xiao replied. "As for mentors, do you have any thoughts?" "I already have a candidate in mind," Jiang Ro nodded. "Yes, I too have someone in mind. My mentor is an absolute beauty." Bai Ryu laughed heartily. "Besides learning my profession, I intend to seek her counsel on enhancing my feminine allure. I cannot allow myself to be outshone by that vixen from the Divine Palace," Bai Ryu declared proudly. Yi Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I believe that altering certain shortcomings may prove rather challenging." "Shortcomings? What shortcomings?" Bai Ryu blinked her innocent big eyes. After a moment, she finally realized and shifted her gaze in the direction Yi Xiao was looking. Suddenly, she hugged her chest tightly. "Ha! You lecher!" she exclaimed. "Who are you calling a lecher? What do you have that is worthy of my attention?" Yi Xiao scoffed. "Humph. You seem to be unaware of a saying. Lolas possess three virtues: gentle, delicate, and easily toppled." She placed her hands on her hips, proudly displaying her demeanor, as if to say, "Come on, praise me, praise me." However, after a considerable pause, she still received no compliments from Yi Xiao. Coming to her senses, she noticed that Yi Xiao had already paired up with Jiang Ro and was walking away into the distance. "We're going out for dinner tonight, along with Hong Chun and the others." "Sounds good," she thought. This weather calls for some ice-cold beer." Yi Xiao wore a carefree smile. "Hey, Yi Xiao, don't ignore me," Bai Ryu exclaimed, flailing her arms as she rushed to catch up. The next day, Yi Xiao and Lin Ru arrived at Ning Zhao's office together. "Principal, we have arrived." "Oh, you're here. Here's the cola you requested," Ning Zhao said, placing a cup of cola in front of Yi Xiao. "Ahaha, Principal, you remember." Yi Xiao awkwardly scratched his head as he reached for the cola. "Ha ha ha, I shall not jest any longer. Behold, this is the esteemed title of chief student bestowed upon you. From this moment forth, at the Divine Town University, you shall enjoy privileges akin to those of a silver medal mentor, a private villa, a monthly salary of 80,000 daxia coins, and regular access to cultivation resources, all of which shall be yours. Moreover, your access to the treasury shall be elevated, accompanied by an additional 5,000 points each month." Ning Zhao elucidated the myriad benefits of being the chief student to Yi Xiao with clarity. "Now, I shall guide you into the realm of guidance. You have but 12 precious hours. Make the most of the time to absorb the energy that resides within this realm. I hope that when we meet again, you shall have ascended to the stage of transformation, Ning Zhao said with a smile. He lifted a feathered quill and began to paint in the air as if conjuring visions from thin air. It was then that Yi Xiao recalled Ning Zhao's profession, which was exceedingly rare, the divine painter. With strokes of ink, he painted landscapes and wielded his pen to stabilize the mountains and rivers. As his hand moved, a magical array gradually took shape in the atmosphere. Enter now. I have great faith in you. He smiled at Lin Ru and Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stepped forward into the magical array. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in a realm of void. The air was thick with visible particles that, with each gentle breath, surged into Yi Xiao's being. Instantly, he felt the power within him boiling to life, and his eyes even grew warm. These particles and energy crystals are one and the same. Yi Xiao's eyes shimmered with excitement as he hurriedly sought to elevate his professional rank. Like a mighty buffalo, he inhaled deeply. With a rush, countless particles surged into his nostrils, and the power within him swelled increasingly. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is on the verge of breaking through to a second-tier professional. Transformation level. Promotion rewards are being issued. The host may choose to advance one of the mastered ocular techniques, excluding the golden ocular technique. Currently available pathways for ocular advancement are as follows: Golden Flame Eye, purple; Ever-Burning Lord Flame Eye, red, already advanced; Martial Spirit Eye, purple; Martial God Eye, orange; Martial Way Heavenly Eye, gold. No further advancement possible. Copy Eye, gold; Illusion Breaking Eye, purple; Void Eye, red; Judgment Eye, black; Fantasy Demon Eye, gold. Available for advancement. Wood Spirit Eye, purple; Divine Wood Eye, red; Eye of Life, black; Eternal Evergreen Eye, gold. Available for advancement. Yi Xiao contemplated for a moment. Currently, the only avenues for advancement were the Wood Spirit Eye and the Void Eye. Soon, he made his choice. I choose to advance the Void Eye. Clearly, the advancement from the second to the third tier of the Void Eye offered greater value compared to the Wood Spirit Eye's progression from the first to the second tier. Ding! Selection successful. The Void Eye has advanced. Congratulations, host. The Void Eye has evolved into the Judgment Eye, the Eye of Punishment, with a gaze akin to celestial retribution. It exacts justice upon evil. Wherever one's sight reaches, all can be held accountable. At this juncture, you have achieved the remarkable mastery of slaying with your eyes, capable of summoning the sword of Damocles to deliver punishment to the wicked, with the ability to execute a fatal strike within the same tier. The cooldown period spans 3 days. Hiss! Yi Xiao gasped in astonishment. The notion of a single strike leading to death within the same level is indeed formidable. Currently at the first tier of the metamorphosis stage, it implies he could vanquish a formidable opponent at the 9th tier. My goodness! Yet another extraordinary ocular technique. Yi Xiao endeavored to activate the Eye of Punishment. His gaze fell upon an ethereal void, and with a subtle flicker, countless blades of light erupted within that space. An uncountable number of particles were obliterated into nothingness. Yi Xiao inhaled sharply. If such a strike were to land upon a corporeal form, it would be utterly terrifying. How many professionals could withstand it? Excellent, excellent, excellent. After experiencing the might of the ocular technique, Yi Xiao felt immense satisfaction. He began to elevate his own level. 12 hours flashed by, and Yi Xiao transformed into a relentless force, relentlessly pushing his level to the 3rd tier of metamorphosis. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in Ning Zhao's office. By your appearances, I can tell you have made significant gains. Now, let me see, Ning Zhao remarked, surveying the two. Lin Ru, you have done well. You have indeed broken through to the metamorphosis stage. Very well. Now, let me see, Yi Xiao. If you have not achieved the transformative breakthrough, I shall invite you to my office for a cola every day. A mischievous smile graced Ning Zhao's face as his gaze fell upon Yi Xiao. Upon that glance, his expression instantly froze. Chapter 76. Journey to the Qixiao Hunter Team. Wait. Transformation Stage 3? Am I seeing things? No, let me take another look. Huh. It's still Transformation Stage 3. I haven't misread it. By heavens. It truly is Transformation Stage 3. I can hardly believe my eyes. Ning Zhao gazed at Yi Xiao in astonishment, his eyes roaming up and down the ladder's form, until he finally managed to articulate, "What on earth have you been consuming to grow like this?" With an innocent expression, Yi Xiao replied, "The rice grown by the farmer uncle." Ning Zhao gently stroked his face in disbelief. 12 hours. The highest record among the students heading to the place of ascension in previous years was merely a breakthrough to the pinnacle of Transformation Stage 1. Your Transformation Stage 3 is truly unprecedented. Ning Zhao shook his head, his eyes still sparkling with amazement. How did you manage to absorb it? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. I utilized the power of the void. I opened my mouth and devoured the energy of an entire space. Moreover, due to the advancement of my ocular technique, I wasted several hours. Otherwise, I would have already ascended to Transformation Stage 4. ISNT, that just normal absorption? Normal. Ning Zhao was left speechless. Here, this is your token, the internship token for the Qishao Hunter team. They have a new mission coming up, so off you go. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Ning Zhao waved his hand, signaling the dismissal. Indeed, the comparison of individuals can be utterly disheartening. Back in the realm of guidance, he tirelessly absorbed energy, ultimately managing only to ascend to the transformation level, with time slipping away. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, with his steady absorption, effortlessly advanced to the third stage of transformation. The disparity among individuals is truly exasperating. He felt utterly fatigued. The Qishao hunting team. As he gazed at the blazing sun in his hand, a flicker of anticipation sparkled in Yi Xiao's eyes. One of the 4 premier hunting teams in the Daxia. He intended to pay a visit to the Qishao hunting team directly. The base of the Qishao hunting team in Daxia is known as the Sun Palace. The Sun Palace is heavily fortified, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to approach. Upon entering the vicinity of the Sun Palace, Yi Xiao was promptly halted. Who goes there? You are approaching a highly secured area of the Sun Palace. I am Yi Xiao, the top scorer in the recent freshman assessment at the Jinshin University, here to intern with the Qishao hunting team. Here is my token. Yi Xiao presented the token to the guard for inspection. It appears authentic. You may enter. Once inside, someone will guide you. The guard smiled. Young one, are you prepared mentally? Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by mental preparation? He inquired in return. The guard merely smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation. You will understand once you arrive, he said. With the token in hand, Yi Xiao ventured into the Sun Palace. The Sun Palace is vast, resembling an immense silver labyrinth bustling with various staff members diligently moving about. Although the Qishao hunting god team is referred to as a team, it comprises over 3,000 individuals. It is subdivided into the Logistics Department, Investigation Department, Security Department, Hunting Department, and the Reserve Department. Each sector performs its duties, akin to a colossal machine composed of countless components. Interns like Yi Xiao are assigned to the Reserve Department. This department is primarily populated by younger individuals, some of whom have just graduated from university, while others, having completed high school, opted not to pursue further studies and instead joined the hunting god team. Such individuals are not uncommon, with many being of a similar age to Yi Xiao. The Reserve Department serves as the breeding ground for new talent within the Qishao hunting god team. Generally, it rarely undertakes missions, but this time, in a bid to assess the younger members, an internal task to eliminate the deities has been issued, entrusting the responsibility to the young recruits of the Reserve Department. Excuse me, where is the reporting location for the Reserve Department? Yi Xiao inquired at the front desk. Hello, may I see your identity token? Came a gentle voice. Yi Xiao looked up, momentarily taken aback. Is it you? Aren't you? It is I. Suya responded, equally surprised. Did you not return to the magic capital? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and asked. I withdrew from school. Suya brushed her long hair away from her forehead, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Some matters are rather unpalatable, yet due to that incident, Suya had irreparably offended Tang Hao. The Tang family had even vented their displeasure towards the Su family as a consequence. After Wang Shui's return, their small clique conspired to ostracize Suya. Furthermore, her family was pressuring her to return and apologize to the Tang family, even contemplating marrying her off to a young man from the Tang family as a form of atonement. Thus, she resolutely chose not to return, opting instead to withdraw from school entirely. I am currently volunteering with the Qishao Hunter team, Suya remarked softly. Are you heading to the alternates department? I can take you there. Sure, thank you, Yi Xiao nodded. However, your presence here suggests that you must have secured first place in the freshman competition, correct? It was merely luck, Suya replied. You certainly weren't this modest when you incapacitated Tang Hao, she smiled. Yi Xiao chose not to elaborate. He adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked first. The atmosphere in the alternates department, well, do exercise caution. They are not delicate flowers like Tang Hao and his ilk, Suya cautioned. Atmosphere. Is it truly that dismal? After all, this is one of the top hunter teams in Daxia. Yi Xiao frowned. No, it's not that the atmosphere is poor. Rather, the competitive spirit is palpable. Simply put, it's charged with tension. As you step inside, you will soon comprehend. It is precisely their training time. Suya halted before a metallic wall, accompanied by Yi Xiao. With a swift motion, she scanned her identity token, and the wall parted. An overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a volcano, surged forth. Suya clearly sensed her discomfort, her brow furrowing slightly as she instinctively covered her nose. The pungent odor of sweat, mingled with heat and hormones, enveloped her as if she were amidst a volcanic eruption. As the door swung open, the young individuals engaged with various training apparatus turned their attention toward them. Little Ya has arrived. A man with a red beard approached, his face adorned with a broad smile. In his grasp was a military-grade metal flask, from which a potent scent of alcohol wafted. Suya instinctively stepped back, covering her mouth and nose. Minister Mo, this is Yi Xiao, the top scorer of the new student assessment at Zhanshan University. Minister Mo, this is the lad. Yi Xiao chimed in, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, the first among the new students of Zhanshan University. Not bad at all. Can you hold your liquor? Of course. Care for a drink? Mo Tian shook the flask in his hand. Certainly. Yi Xiao took the flask without hesitation and gulped down a generous mouthful. The surrounding youths watched with keen interest, seemingly anticipating Yi Xiao's reaction. As the liquid coursed down his throat, Yi Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. The elixir of life at 96 degrees. This fellow is attempting to consume it straight, harboring ulterior motives. He seeks to harness the power within to counteract the effects of alcohol. However, Mo Tian swiftly placed a firm hand upon Yi Xiao's shoulder. This wine is delightful, isn't it? With that strike, the energy within Yi Xiao felt as if it had been dammed, rendering it difficult to mobilize. As the elixir flowed into his belly, a searing heat surged upward. The wine is quite good, Yi Xiao remarked, taking a second sip from the flask. His demeanor remaining unruffled. Mo Tian's expression finally shifted. He released his grip on Yi Xiao's shoulder. Young man, you are quite intriguing. I find you quite likable. Chapter 77. Teammates. This young man is quite extraordinary, exhibiting an intriguing demeanor. As if on cue, the minister has sealed away the power within him, yet he remains unfazed, drinking the life water as if nothing were amiss. Had it not been for the minister's intervention to lift the seal, you would have found yourself in the ICU with a perforated stomach after consuming that liquor, beside 2 heavy lifting machines. 2 young men clad in black vests were exerting themselves in rigorous push-pull exercises. This is our group's 5th member, Horan. I find him rather dependable. Yet, that may not be entirely accurate. Perhaps he merely possesses a robust physique, as one's combat prowess cannot solely be gauged by physical strength. The young man, named Horan, shook his head. All right. I understand your desire to spar with everyone you encounter, but do show some restraint. After all, he is a newcomer, and we are working together on this mission. If you send him to the ICU again, the minister will certainly not shield you from the consequences. I am aware, Han Ci, no need to elaborate. Horan replied coolly, his gaze fixated with a fiery intensity upon Yi Xiao. Sensing the attention directed towards him, Yi Xiao turned his head, locking eyes with Horan's vibrant orbs. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yi Xiao's eyes as he broke into a grin. Quite interesting. Oh. At that moment, Minister Mo Tian finally registered their exchange. Come. Allow me to make the introductions. Mo Tian gestured towards Horan and his companion from afar. This is Horan and Han Ci. Your internship this time is to undertake tasks with them. Greetings. My name is Horan, a gunner by profession. Horan smiled slightly and extended his hand toward Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, a practitioner of ocular arts, grasped Horan's hand firmly. In an instant, Horan exerted a subtle force. As a gunner, he wielded long spears and halberds, possessing remarkable wrist strength, not inferior to that of an ordinary warrior. However, as he clasped Yi Xiao's hand, he felt as though he were grasping a slab of steel, impossibly solid and weighty. He summoned all his strength. Yet Yi Xiao's hand remained unchanged, its pallor untouched, devoid of even the slightest flush. Have you squeezed enough? Yi Xiao smiled faintly, then tightened his grip. Horan was about to respond when, in the next instant, a sharp crack echoed from his hand. Yi Xiao had crushed the bones in Horan's hand. A pain that penetrated to the marrow contorted Horan's face into a mask of agony and horror. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Horan," Yi Xiao said with a smile, releasing Horan's arm. Horan discreetly positioned his arm behind him. His entire hand had been deformed by Yi Xiao's grip, bent at a grotesquely awkward angle. "Horan, you." Han Ci, noticing Horan's injury, gasped in shock, just about to speak. Yet he waved his hand to halt him. "Brother Yi Xiao, your prowess is truly remarkable. I am deeply impressed," he said through gritted teeth. "I still have training tasks to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he turned and discreetly placed his arm in front of him, swiftly walking away alongside Han Ci. How peculiar. Why is Horan so unusually mild-tempered today? A strange expression crossed Su Ya's face. Usually, when he brought newcomers here, Horan would mercilessly torment them. Yet today, he merely shook hands and departed. There's nothing strange about it. If he lingers any longer, he might lose a limb, Yi Xiao remarked with a faint smile. Mo Tian cast a penetrating glance at him. "Yi Xiao, allow me to introduce you to your other two teammates." "Very well." Yi Xiao nodded, and then returned the wine flask to Mo Tian. Mo Tian instinctively attempted to pour the wine into his mouth, only to be astonished to discover that Yi Xiao had drained it completely. It should be noted that the flask held 500 milliliters, typically enough for Mo Tian to last 2 days. "Minister Mo, this liquor is potent, yet it lacks a certain depth of flavor. It tastes almost like water," Yi Xiao said, smacking his lips, his demeanor unruffled. Mo Tian's gaze momentarily stiffened. "Heh, Yi Xiao, your capacity for alcohol is commendable," he replied, though internally, a storm of astonishment surged within him. Yi Xiao had consumed 500 milliliters of strong liquor in one gulp, all while his strength had been restrained until recently. In such circumstances, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, his composure unwavering. The sheer might of his physical strength was formidable. His recent confrontation with Horan had culminated in a resounding victory. This physical prowess was astonishingly extraordinary. Yet, he had explicitly proclaimed himself a practitioner of techniques. Mo Tian regarded Yi Xiao with a newfound seriousness, realizing that the top newcomer of Zhanshan University was no ordinary individual. Indeed, far from it. "Minister Mo, I shall take my leave now," Su Ya said, bowing respectfully to Mo Tian. "Not so fast, let us go together. Ah Feng has not seen you in quite some time, and he wishes to meet you," Mo Tian replied. "Well, all right then." Su Ya bit her lip, acquiescing to his request. They departed from the training room, heading in a different direction. After traversing several corridors, they halted before a door. "This is the battle chamber. They should be engaging in combat here at this hour," Mo Tian declared, using his identification card to unlock the door. Inside the expansive battle chamber, 2 figures were locked in fierce combat. One of them, a young man clad in a black jacket and marten boots, stood with his hands in his pockets, a smile gracing his face as countless blades and weapons swirled around him like a tempest. The myriad of swords and spears tore through the air, hurtling towards the other figure. "One punch to shake the mountains and rivers," bellowed the opposing tall young man with a buzz cut as he swung his fist, aiming to strike the weapons suspended in the air. With a resounding clash, the swords transformed into an array of forms, angles sharp and precise, each strike aimed at the buzz-cut young man. Yet, he exhibited no sign of weakness, inching closer to his opponent through a series of defenses and collisions. With a punch that could shake mountains and shatter the heavens, he sent the blades flying, then lunged towards the young man in the jacket. "Ah Feng, I concede this round." Boom. A fist was hurled towards the jacketed man's face. "Shuehan, you have lost." The man in the jacket smiled faintly, and with a swift motion, a round shield materialized before him, absorbing the blow. From the shield, projectiles surged forth like streaks of light, grazing Shuehan's cheek. "Excellent." Mo Tian applauded, leading Yi Xiao and the others forward. "Zhang Feng, Shuehan, allow me to introduce the 5th member of your mission team. The top freshman from Zhanshan University, Yi Xiao," Mo Tian declared with a grin. "A university student? A freshman?" Shuehan's gaze fell upon Yi Xiao, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Feng, however, did not spare Yi Xiao a glance. "Xiaoya, for this mission, I achieved first-class merit. I personally dispatched a cultist from the dark sect. Look, this is my reward, the Tianhu shield," Zhang Feng exclaimed, dragging a round shield with a smile. "Congratulations, brother Zhang Feng. Not a big deal. Xiaoya, since I have some free time, would you like to join me for dinner tonight?" Zhang Feng smiled as he extended an invitation. Suya paused in silence. "Zhang Feng, I have plans for tonight, so I might not be able to make it. Is it a man or a woman? A man. Impossible. Do you have any acquaintances in the capital? Zhang Feng frowned. He was aware that Suya had dropped out and was volunteering alone in the Qishao hunter team. And he knew she had no connections in the city. Is it him? Zhang Feng pointed at Yishao. What? How could it be him? Suya shook her head. In truth, she had not made any plans. She simply wished to avoid dining with Zhang Feng and concocted a random excuse. She never anticipated that Zhang Feng would misconstrue her words. It must be him. How could I not know about any male friends you have in the capital? Zhang Feng questioned coldly. Suya's expression darkened immediately. Did I need to report my friendships to you? No, Xiaoya, that's not what I meant. Zhang Feng appeared somewhat flustered. Zhang Feng. Yes, I admit that when I first joined the Qishao hunter team and was bullied, you helped me, and I am truly grateful. However, that gratitude does not equate to a romantic obligation. That is simply impossible. To be frank, I do not have feelings for you, at least, not now. Suya spoke with a resolute tone. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. So what must I do to earn your affection? I do not know. That is a matter for time to decide. Perhaps I may come to like you in the future, or perhaps I shall never feel that way, Suya replied. Shaking her head. I am quite weary at present. I merely wish to be an ordinary volunteer on the hunter god team, seeking a little comfort for myself. I do not wish to entangle myself in the complexities of romantic relationships. A fleeting shadow crossed Zhang Feng's face. After a moment, he raised his head and declared with conviction, I shall strive to make you like me. Is it truly necessary? Suya countered. As the scion of a prominent family, you need not squander your time on someone like me. No, Suya, he said earnestly. I must confess that although I was born into the Zhang family and have always been surrounded by women, I have never engaged in inappropriate relationships with any of them, nor have I ever had a girlfriend. I have devoted the first half of my life to my career, yet what I truly long for is genuine love. In this city rife with desire, I yearn to find sincerity with sincerity, independent of status, identity, or any other consideration. With that, Zhang Feng turned and walked away. Alas, what a difficult situation, a lovesick teammate, Yishao mused, rubbing his nose. After being left on the sidelines for so long, he had merely witnessed this melodrama. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Feng paused mid-stride and turned back. He looked at Yishao and asked, Are you our fifth team member? Yishao nodded slightly. Brother, you have finally remembered the matter at hand. Excellent. I am currently in a rather foul mood. Engage me in a duel. Should I feel better? I shall acknowledge you as my teammate. Yishao, well, after our bout, your spirits may be even lower. Impossible. I refuse to believe that the top freshman of Zhanshan University could be so weak as to be defeated by a single strike. Zhang Feng declared. At this moment, I crave an exhilarating battle to release my pent-up energy. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Feng introduced himself. I am Zhang Feng, a mentalist. Please, bestow upon me your guidance. With that, he and Yishao distanced themselves from one another. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blades floated in the air. Zhang Feng held the celestial arc shield in one hand while manipulating the weapons suspended in the air with the other. Come on, young one, do not fall so swiftly. Strive to entertain me. Zhang Feng gazed at Yishao with an air of arrogance. Go. At his command, the blades whistled as they hurtled towards Yishao. A fifth-tier metamorphosis level, quite impressive indeed, Yishao thought, his eyes glimmering. Zhang Feng was merely a year his senior. After spending a year in university and finding it uninteresting, he had dropped out to join the God Hunter team. Zhang Feng, be cautious. He is a student of Zhanshan University. Shuehan shouted. Fear not, I shall hold back. Zhang Feng responded, giving him an okay gesture. Young one, should you find yourself overwhelmed, just shout, and I shall come to your aid. The minister is also present. Shuehan turned to Yishao and cautioned, Actually, Yishao scratched his head, you might be mistaken about something. At that moment, the blades and weapons had already arrived before him. Yishao stood motionless, a picture of stillness. Alas, the delicate flowers of the greenhouse. The attack was right before him, yet he remained foolishly planted in place. Shuehan could only express his helplessness with a sigh. His body tensed, mentally prepared to spring into action to save Yishao at any moment. But in the next instant, a flicker of golden flame erupted within Yishao's eyes, swiftly engulfing his dark pupils. Explode, he uttered softly. Boom. A fierce golden flame surged forth like a dragon, devouring all the blades and weapons in its path. Yishao advanced step by step, traversing through the fiery dragon of golden flames. You see, I believe it is essential for you to hear me out first. My point is, you will be defeated swiftly. With a thunderous explosion, the golden flame dragon burst apart, showering the ground with countless sparks. Zhang Feng's weapons melted into magma amidst the inferno. Look, it's over. Are you able to vent your frustrations now? A cold glint flashed in Yi Zhao's eyes. Suddenly, a ripple in the void caused Zhang Feng, who stood at a distance holding the heavenly arc shield and poised for action, to feel a chill run down his spine. It seemed as though something extraordinarily sharp enveloped him in the surrounding air. The moment he dared to move, it would pierce him like a hornet's nest. Was this a mental manipulator? No, who exactly are you? Before he could finish his thought, Yi Zhao stepped forward and vanished into the void. When he reappeared, it was right before Zhang Feng, casually toying with a button from his jacket. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Zhao, the top freshman of Jinshin University, and I am a practitioner of ocular techniques. Boom. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and two figures strode in. Wei Ve encountered a real oddity this time. Is he some sort of mutant raised on pesticides? His strength is astonishing. Just in time to meet Yi Zhao and the others' gazes. Yi Zhao's attention fell upon his hand, which was wrapped in bandages. Swiftly, whoosh, Huron hastily concealed his hand behind his back. Oh, everyone's here, haha. What are you all playing at? Shuehan twitched his lips and exchanged a glance with Han Ci beside Huron. A look of resignation flickered in their eyes. Oh, Brother Hua, have you completed your training task? Yi Zhao teased with a smile. I damn. Huron's expression shifted dramatically. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? Do you understand the concept of discretion? Chapter 78. The Ridge of Adversity, codenamed Phantom of the deity Ho Ran. Is that hand of yours injured from being hit by a car? Shuehan inquired, gazing at the bandaged hand of Ho Ran. This hand. It's cosplay, haha. Do you understand? It's the trendy phenomenon among the youth. Cosplay? Enough. Stop pretending. You attempted to probe others and ended up in this predicament. How shameful. Mo Tian mocked upon witnessing the scene. Haha. Well, Minister, you shouldn't be so harsh on me, Ho Ran said, awkwardly scratching his cheek. At that moment, Yi Zhao flicked the button in his hand. Here, I return this to you, he said, handing the button back to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng accepted the button with an embarrassed expression. Your strength is formidable. I wholeheartedly acknowledge it. You are the strongest university student I have ever encountered. He scratched his head in humility. Thank you for showing me mercy, he added. Weren't you looking to vent your frustrations? Are you not going to do that anymore? Yi Zhao retorted. There are always individuals more capable than oneself. There's nothing left to vent. My abilities do not permit me to indulge in reckless behavior. Zhang Feng replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. You are among the few aristocratic youths I have encountered who are somewhat presentable. Oh, how were the aristocratic youths you met in the past? You shall exit from here. Take a right turn, proceed for 1,000 meters, and then turn left. Continue straight for 2,000 meters, and you will arrive at the first central hospital of the imperial capital. You may wish to pay a visit there. Why should one go there? Are they working there? They are all lying in the ICU. I took a taxi, Zhang Feng remarked, feeling fortunate that I did not enter. He wiped away a cold sweat as laughter erupted around him. Well, this marks the first encounter of your team. Mo Tian lightly cleared his throat twice. Now, I shall elucidate the task at hand. You must listen attentively. According to the latest intelligence from the investigation department, we have discovered a highly dangerous deity, codenamed Phantom, located in a mountain range called the Abyssal Ridge, beyond the imperial capital. This deity has already been wounded by the formidable members of the God Hunters. Its power has now diminished to the first level of manipulation. Your mission is to eliminate this deity. Naturally, it will not be solely your team. We shall dispatch 3 teams in total. Regardless of the process, we shall only inquire about the outcome. Whichever team succeeds in slaying Phantom will earn the qualification for formal status. Yi Zhao, you too. Joining the God Hunters does not conflict with your university studies. Do you comprehend? Mo Tian inquired sternly. However, even though the deity's combat prowess has significantly declined, it remains a deity. The danger still persists. Therefore, this mission carries the risk of downfall. According to the estimations from the logistics department, there will be approximately a 25% mortality rate. If you are afraid, you may withdraw now. However, the faces of the 5 remained exceedingly calm. I have never been one to retreat midway. Zhang Feng remarked coolly. I yearn for battle. Can the divine fulfill my desire for combat? Ran shrugged. The other two also remained unperturbed. Before we suffer casualties on our side, I shall first slay the deity. Yi Xiao grinned, and surprisingly, that smile sent a chill down Motion's spine. Excellent. Such resolve. This is the spirit of my Qishao god hunting team. Prepare for a day. We set off tomorrow. Motion declared with a grand gesture. Departing from the Sun Palace, Yi Xiao returned briefly to school. Yi Xiao, I heard you were going to Yinan Ridge to hunt deities? Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Ru inquired curiously while holding a book. How did you know? Yi Xiao was taken aback and asked curiously. He had only just heard the news from Motion. How could Lin Ru be aware of it? It's a secret. Lin Ru smiled and continued to quietly read her book. Huh? Yi Xiao was utterly perplexed. At that moment, the group chat was abuzz, tagging Yi Xiao incessantly. Yi Xiao, have you returned? Isn't it exhilarating? You've joined the god hunting team. How thrilling. I want to go too. To slay those malevolent deities of the great Xia. I wish to be a heroine. Expressions from Bai Ruiyu emerged one after another. Indeed, we are going to slay the deities. Wow. We are really going to slay the deities. How wonderful. I want to join too. Yi Xiao, may I accompany you? Certainly. However, it is said that the deity specifically targets girls with modest bosoms. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Oh, never mind, never mind. Yi Xiao, I just remembered that my mentor scheduled a session for me to practice breast enhancement exercises. I must take my leave. Bai Ruiyu was so startled that she logged off immediately. Humph, that little girl. Yi Xiao scoffed disdainfully. Yi Xiao, please be cautious. I await your return. For I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Yi Xiao noticed Jiang Rou's message, but it was inconspicuous, drowned amidst Bai Ruiyu's vibrant expressions. Rest assured, I will prioritize my safety. You too, give it your all. After all, you carry the weight of destiny. Yi Xiao replied. Indeed, let us strive together. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao also received messages from Xiao Hanshan and Su Hao. Yi Xiao, you cannot fathom where I am right. I am currently undergoing intense training in the wilderness alongside my master. When we meet again, you shall be utterly astonished. Yi Xiao, I look forward to one day battling you. Yes, I too look forward to it. The message from Su Hao, however, was rather mundane. It seemed he had been enjoying life lately. Yi Xiao, I have developed feelings for a girl. Hee. How should I pursue her? Do you possess experience? Perhaps your financial prowess might impress her. Yet, it seems she is wealthier than I. How does she regard you? She described me as a warm-hearted individual. Oh, Su Hao, send me a selfie at once. What's the matter? Before long, a selfie from Su Hao arrived. On a scorching day, he appeared lost in thought on the playground. Sun-kissed to a deep shade. Su Hao, girls are drawn to handsome men. Those who are attractive are labeled as warm-hearted, while those less fortunate in looks are dubbed as fiery goblins. Do you believe I am handsome? I do not wish to be a goblin. What is your height? 188 centimeters. Strive to grow to 190, and you shall no longer be a fiery goblin. Su Hao sent an expression of anticipation. A fiery troll. Su Hao. Yi Xiao turned off his phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. He reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, gradually drifting into slumber. My journey has only just begun. The following morning, Yi Xiao awoke from his dreams, discovering that Lin Ru had already vacated the dormitory. He gathered his belongings, slung the shadow blade across his back, and departed the dorm, making his way directly to the Sun Palace. Outside the Sun Palace, 5 off-road vehicles emblazoned with the emblem of the Qishao hunters stood in a neat row. Yi Xiao, over here. With a swift motion, Ran waved his hand, wrapped in white bandages, and greeted Yi Xiao. Good morning, everyone. Yi Xiao approached eagerly. Look at this. Yi Xiao. And here is the composition of the opposing team, along with this. This is information on the deity, the phantom god, who belongs to the illusionist realm. Its abilities include enchantment and seduction. Han Xiai handed a stack of documents to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao examined the opposing team's composition. Over here are illusionists, and over there are charm dispellers. Yet, our team lacks such specialized roles. Our professions are all oriented towards brute force. I am a gunslinger, Ran is a spearman, Shui Han is a martial artist, and Zhang Feng is a psychic. The situation is decidedly unfavorable for us. Chapter 79, The Enigmatic Calamity Ridge. So regarding my profession. What do you think? Yi Xiao, we must promptly devise a strategy. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage from the very beginning. We lack practitioners with the ability to dispel illusions. Well, as I mentioned, I am. Yi Xiao, I believe we can trail behind other teams. The minister has stated that the process is irrelevant. Only the outcome matters. Therefore, why not simply gather the spoils? It would surely be more effortless. Actually, it is. At that moment, we could do this, blah blah blah. Han Ci spoke at length, yet Yi Xiao absorbed not a single word. There was, however, one thing he truly longed to express. His profession is that of an ice sorcerer, possessing the art of illusion breaking. That said, the ice sorcerer is undeniably a support combat class. Why on earth would these fools classify him as an offensive powerhouse? Years later, as he reflects on the events of this day, Yi Xiao remains exasperated. He often finds himself baffled by others mistaking the ice sorcerer, a support combat profession, for a purely offensive class. Yi Xiao could only immerse himself in examining the information of the first and second team members. The first team comprises an illusionist, a healer, a sword master, a guardian knight, and an archer. It is indeed a rather balanced team, albeit lacking any remarkable strengths. The second team consists of a charm breaker, a mage, a summoner, a mechanic, and a word spirit master. A word spirit master? Lin Ru? What a ridiculous notion. Yi Xiao gazed at the list, his cheek twitching. Why is Lin Ru able to join us? Hi, Yi Xiao. Upon lifting his gaze, Yi Xiao found Lin Ru standing before him, cradling a book. This girl is quite flat-chested. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. You must be surprised, Yi Xiao? In fact, I have been an auxiliary member of the Qishao Hunter team for quite some time, Lin Ru proclaimed, holding up her identification badge. It boldly displayed, Lin Ru, auxiliary member of the Qishao Hunter team, date of joining, October 15th, 2018. October 15th? 5 years ago? At that time, she was merely 13. Wait a moment. Wasn't the Qishao Hunter team established 5 years ago? Hold on. The captain of the Qishao Hunter team seems to be named Lin Qishao? Lin Ru Lin Qishao? Goodness. Yi Xiao nearly spat out blood in astonishment. So all along, this sister has connections. Thus, it appears we shall be rivals this time. Yi Xiao, I look forward to your guidance, Lin Ru said with a subtle smile before leisurely departing with her book. Yi Xiao, do you know this pretty boy? His profession is a word spirit master, a role fraught with danger. Although his level is not high, the combat power of such a rare profession cannot be measured by mere levels. Moreover, he is the second new student at Jinshin University this year. Have you fought him? Tell us, what is his strength like? She suddenly approached Yi Xiao, narrowing her eyes as she inquired. He is my roommate. In truth, I have never engaged with him. Yi Xiao shook his head. Roommate. Victorious without a battle. Yi Xiao, your initial triumph lacks a semblance of fairness. Do you think he harbors feelings for you and wishes to assume the submissive role? Yet, that seems unlikely. Given his delicate, youthful visage, he would be more suited to the latter role. Zhang Feng pondered, stroking his chin in a state of confusion. Yi Xiao. Half an hour later, they boarded an off-road vehicle bound for the wilderness. From the moment they departed from the capital, the five maintained a heightened state of vigilance. The journey to the Inan Ridge would take at least 2 hours. Along the way, they were sure to encounter numerous wild creatures. Let us take turns to clear the area, Han Ci proposed. I am a gunner. I shall go first. With that, he leapt from the window of the vehicle, vaulting onto the roof. 9 Thunderfire. Transform. A handgun materialized in his hand, and with a subtle touch, it transformed into a machine gun over a meter long. Rat-a-tat-tat. Han Ci's 9 Thunderfire was the weapon he received upon awakening to his profession, possessing 9 variations, whether sniper rifle, handgun, cannon, machine gun, or rifle. He could seamlessly switch among them. The gunner's profession is one that heavily relies on weaponry. Until reaching mastery, this characteristic remains unchanged. The 9 Thunderfire is, without a doubt, an exceptionally remarkable weapon, garnering accolades even from Minister Emotion. Horan elucidated. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, its strength is formidable. The torrent of gunfire unleashed is comparable to the firepower of an enhanced armed battalion, as exemplified by Han Ci alone. Look, what is that? Oh my. As exemplified by Han Ci alone. Look, what is that? Oh my. At that moment, Zhang Feng suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming in fury. They beheld a black off-road vehicle speeding a few hundred meters away from them. On the roof stood a young man with fair skin and a slender frame, holding a handful of ancient texts, his face adorned with a gentle and serene smile. And those demonic creatures obstructing the vehicle's path would meet their explosive demise in droves. Yi Xiao observed Lin Ru's lips. He seemed to utter, I decree, explode, blood spills. He seemed to utter, "I decree, explode, blood spills, fallen." Just a few keywords appeared to cast a curse, whether it be first-tier extraordinary beings or metamorphosed demons. They all disintegrated into a mist of blood in the vastness of the sky. The prowess of this linguistic sorcerer is truly monstrous. The power of language. With mere words, one can take a life. Truly astonishing. I had always believed that the notion of a single word determining life and death was a myth. Little did I know. It is indeed a reality. Horan and the others expressed their astonishment. At that moment, Shuehan abruptly turned the steering wheel, making a sharp turn. Z. The tires of the vehicle screeched against the rugged terrain, producing a jarring sound. "What on earth are you doing?" "Shuehan, are you driving with your feet?" Several individuals were thrown into disarray, erupting in expletives. "Something is amiss. We have already entered the cursed ridge." Suddenly, Horan exclaimed in shock. "What? How can this be possible? We've only been driving for half an hour." The faces of Zhang Feng and the others paled. There's a fluctuation in space. Only Yi Xiao, with a flicker in his gaze, sensed a subtle distortion in the fabric of space caused by Shuehan's abrupt braking. Though faint, he, as the master of spatial power with the eye of the void, could undoubtedly perceive it. The surrounding environment, with its blackened rocks, unmistakably confirmed their location within the cursed ridge, and indeed, deep within it. Zhang Feng flung the car door open and stepped outside, brushing his hand against the soil. The barren land was of blood-red hue, whereas the cursed ridge's soil was as dark as ink. What on earth has transpired? Just then, a shadow darted swiftly towards them from a distance. "Be cautious. Something is approaching," Shuehan shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Feng. "With a single punch, I shall shatter mountains and rivers." "Huh!" With a roar, he surged forward, his blood surging with vigor as he struck at the approaching shadow. "Shuehan, do not engage. That is Han Xiai." Horan's expression changed dramatically as he cried out in alarm. Chapter 80. The conspiracy revealed what? Han Xiai? Shuehan's expression shifted dramatically. He relinquished his clenched fist, transforming it into an open palm, and caught hold of the shadow. Indeed, it was Han Xiai. Yet, Han Xiai was already deceased. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, marred his chest, where his heart had been cruelly extracted. Clatter! The 9 thunder fire fell from his pocket. Its once exquisite form now shattered and grotesque, flickering with erratic sparks at the jagged edges. Han Xiai? Hey! A sudden, frantic roar erupted from him. "You rascal! Speak! Come back to me!" He shook Han Xi's lifeless body with fervor. How did it come to this? Shuehan clenched his fists, bewildered. Everything had been progressing smoothly. Their plans were meticulously laid. Yet, an unforeseen calamity had shattered their arrangements, claiming a vital ally right from the outset. Something was amiss. It was profoundly unsettling. Yi Xiao activated his ocular technique, and within his sight, the entire Yinan Ridge was ensconced in a shroud of violet mist. Strange. Ever since we departed from the imperial capital, everything had turned peculiar. He yearned to pierce through the fog, to discern the essence of all things. Yet, his eyes throbbed with pain, as if an overwhelming force was thwarting his probing. Ah! A scream pierced the air. Several individuals immediately became as startled as birds frightened by arrows. Zhang Feng unfurled the arcane shield, with knives, swords, and spears swirling around him. With a sudden gesture of his hand, a long spear materialized in his grasp. Shuehan also wore a solemn expression, his muscles taut and blood surging through his veins. Ever prepared to strike. "It's a crow." A large black bird soared out from the thicket, prompting the group to exhale in relief. Ever since their arrival in the peculiar atmosphere of the Calamity Ridge, Han Xiai had met an inexplicable demise. Their nerves had frayed, as they were merely a band of young individuals, lacking substantial combat experience. Something was amiss. "That crow. Bring it down." Suddenly, Yi Xiao caught sight of the crow's blood-red eyes glancing back at them, a semblance of human-like mirth flickering within. "What? Here." The only long-range attack came from Zhang Feng's mental energy, as he commanded flying blades to strike at the crow. Yet, the crow's speed surged abruptly. "You cannot escape." Whoosh! Yi Xiao stepped forward, activating the power of space, vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, he materialized high in the air. His gaze sharpened, the force of retribution manifesting into a tangible form, delivering a fatal blow to the crow. Someone is watching. Is it that shadowy deity? Yi Xiao pondered. But when he turned around, he was astonished to find a great mountain looming behind him. Indeed, in the original position where his teammates stood. An imposing mountain had suddenly materialized. How could this be possible? This is a formation, or perhaps a barrier. Yi Xiao activated his ocular technique, yet he found himself unable to penetrate its mysteries. It is essential to note that with his current ocular prowess, even a barrier set by a deity of dangerous caliber should reveal its secrets to him. However, with respect to this particular barrier, he could discern nothing at all. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Yi Xiao's heart. Could it be that this mission is a conspiracy? In the imperial capital, at the Divine Guard University, Ning Zhao took a sip of tea. Oh, it seems Lin Xiao is quite the strategist. Sending these youngsters to hunt down an injured deity, what an excellent opportunity for training. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Lin Xiao. Old Lin, long time no see. Where have you been lately? Spit it out quickly. I'm busy. Currently in the East Japan, hunting a deity codenamed Amaterasu. Amaterasu? You dare to take action against that? She is one of the most formidable deities in East Japan, a pinnacle entity of destructive power. What is there to fear? In the land of the rising sun, I can unleash my full strength. This time, I have mobilized 4 of the 5 department heads from the god hunting team. Moreover, the entire god hunting division is in action. I have invested significantly in this endeavor to hunt down Amaterasu. Lin Qixiao replied in a hurried tone. The elite combat forces of the Qixiao god hunting team were all part of the god hunting division, and their captain was a practitioner of the 7th level of disaster grade. Is there no one at the headquarters now? Indeed. The deputy department is present. The headquarters has temporarily been entrusted to Emotion. 2 months ago, in preparation for the hunt of this Amaterasu, I summoned the elite of the hunter division and the 4 major ministers. I see. Ning Zhao nodded, then suddenly paused. Wait a moment. If all the elites from the hunting god department have been reassigned, who then injured the dangerous deity codenamed Phantom at the Abyss of Misfortune? What Abyss of Misfortune? What are you talking about? Lin Qixiao inquired. Who told you that the deity codenamed Phantom is of a dangerous level? It is, in fact, of a terrifying level. Moreover, it is considered quite formidable among the terrifying ranks. This deity is fully named the Shadows of 10,000 Phantoms, abbreviated as Phantom, possessing dual abilities in illusion and space manipulation, with combat prowess comparable to that of a control-level practitioner. What are you saying, Lin Qixiao? Are you serious? Ning Zhao abruptly stood up. Am I joking with you? Damn it. There is a traitor in your Sun Palace. Damn. Ning Zhao cursed loudly. He summoned his domain directly, his phone dropping to the ground, as a beam of light enveloped him, causing him to vanish from the office. Hey, what did you say? There's a traitor in my Sun Palace? Ning Zhao, be more specific. Lin Qixiao's voice came from the other end, laced with confusion. Boom. In the next moment, Ning Zhao's figure appeared above the Sun Palace. Emotion, where are you? Come out. Ning Zhao's voice resonated with fury, sending ripples of pressure that nearly subdued half of the imperial capital. Ning Principal, a middle-aged man, emerged from the Sun Palace, fear evident in his demeanor as he respectfully clasped his hands. What brings you here, Principal Ning? Enough with the pleasantries. Where is Emotion? Summon him to face me. Principal Ning, Minister Mo departed early this morning. To where? The minister mentioned that a nightmare-level deity was wreaking havoc in the wilderness, threatening cities within the Great Xia, and he specifically set out to eliminate it. The man replied earnestly. Eliminate my foot. This is disastrous. Ning Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he vanished into thin air, accelerating towards the wilderness with astonishing speed. His figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. Anxiety etched across Ning Zhao's face. It was all his fault for failing to investigate thoroughly. Yet, it was a customary practice for the new students of the God-subduing university to join the Qixiao God hunting team for training each year. He had shared a long-standing friendship with Lin Qixiao, fostering an unspoken understanding between them. Hence he had said nothing. Who would have thought that today an opportunity would be exploited? Emotion, a minister of the God hunting team, turned out to be a traitor of the Great Xia. How many traitors are concealed within the realm of Great Xia? A profound killing intent flashed across Ning Zhao's face as he noticed 2 off-road vehicles below. Is that Linru? Boom. Ning Zhao plummeted rapidly. Linru, where is Yi Xiao?